Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 51, Actium. After the partnership between Antony and Octavian broke down following the dissolution of the Second Triumvirate in 32 BC, there was no longer room in the empire for both men. Everyone had long suspected that war would break out between the two triumvirs eventually. Now, that war had arrived. Once again, Romans were forced to choose sides in a civil war. I honestly feel sorry for the exhausted generations of this final century of the Republic. These men and women who were born just before Sulla's first march on Rome in 88 BC, who grew up in the vicious proscription regimes of the two feuding generals, Sulla and Marius, came of age at the time of the Catiline conspiracy, and then grew into full adulthood with Julius Caesar's civil wars raging all around them. As they moved into their 50s and 60s, ready to take on the role of elder statesmen or presiding matrons, they were caught up in the triumvirs' wars against Brutus and Cassius, and then Sextus Pompey. And now, Octavian and Antony were drawing yet another bloody line in the sand. Every step of the way, these poor souls had been forced to choose sides. Choosing the right side usually meant little more than the opportunity to sacrifice something valuable to the victor, be it land or treasure, while choosing the wrong side usually meant exile and death. While it was true that many were staunch partisans of one side or another, most were just average men and women trying to live their lives, for whom these conflicts were never black and white. On this side was their son, on that side their brother. Their father had been killed by this man, but their daughter's life was now inextricably linked to his success. It was never easy. Every choice, every year, came with more heartache and suffering. The history of their nation was riddled with tales of patriotic solidarity in the face of a barbarian invasion or a long war against the Samnites or Carthaginians. But to this generation, it all must have seemed like some sort of cruel fantasy. Romans did not come together to help one another out in times of trouble. No, that was when they turned on each other and tried to squeeze partisan advantage out of the situation. Edward Gibbon famously said that being a citizen of Rome in the 2nd century AD was perhaps the greatest time and place to live in all of human history. No such luck for these poor sods, stuck in the last century BC. For them, it was all war, upheaval, and trying to figure out the least bad path through a dangerous and unpredictable time. But the hardship endured by the millions of citizens who were just trying to get along counted for little in the personal struggle between Octavian and Antony, who saw only each other. In late 32 BC, Antony and his recently announced co-general Cleopatra had sailed with their fleet for the Ambracian Gulf, intent on forcing Octavian out of the picture once and for all. But Octavian, who had provoked Antony into action, had no intention of going down easily. Antony and Cleopatra were an abomination, little more than Eastern monarchs who were no more Roman than Pyrrhus or Antiochus or Mithridates. Also, they stood in the way of the one ambition he had pursued with single-minded purpose for the last decade, sole mastery of the Roman Empire. Beyond the small port town of Actium, the two rivals were about to meet for what would prove in retrospect to be their final showdown. When the spring of 31 BC rolled around, Antony recognized that he was boxed in at the Ambracian Gulf. And before I go any further, I would like to tell everyone that in A History of Rome First, I've actually got maps to go along with this episode. So, if you go to thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, you can download them and follow along visually. If you are driving while listening to this, however, you are not allowed to look at the maps. Safety first. My intention is to try to slowly go back and add maps to the back episodes, and then keep them coming when necessary for future episodes. So enjoy them. I spent a lot of time drawing little tiny triangles, and I hope you find the maps helpful. That said, where was I? Yes. Antony had stowed his fleet in the Ambracian Gulf, and had inadvertently allowed Octavian to park a ground force north of his position, while Agrippa simultaneously blockaded the narrow strait leading out of the Gulf. See it there on the map? Sweet. At first, Octavian sought a quick battle. He deployed his fleet and dared Antony to come out and fight. But short on the manpower he needed to both man the oars of his ships and fight at the same time, Antony declined the invitation. So Octavian settled into siege mode. The Caesarian forces had access to supplies and fresh water, while Antony was cut off from his supply bases in Egypt after Agrippa had captured Methone the month before. Spring gave way to summer, and with the summer came heat, exhaustion, and disease. Dysentery and malaria swept through the Antonian camp, killing scores of men daily. Now it was Antony who decided to offer battle, before he lost all his men to plagues. He hopped over the narrow strait and set up a forward camp just south of Octavian, and from there tried to pick a ground fight. He sent his infantry the long way around the Ambracian Gulf to make a play at capturing Octavian's water source, but the attempt was repulsed. In the midst of the battle, one of the eastern client kings providing needed auxiliaries to Antony deserted. It was a sign of things to come. Over the course of the next few months, Antony's Roman allies would begin taking any opportunity they could to slip over to Octavian's camp, while foreign allies simply took opportunities to head home. By August, things in the Antonian camp had gone from bad to worse. Antony was no longer losing peripheral senators to defection. Now he was losing key members of his senior staff, many of whom cited the presence of Cleopatra in the camp issuing orders as an inexcusable affront. Mostly, though, they just saw the handwriting on the wall and wanted to get out while the getting was good. In mid-August, Antony tried to break out. He sent what warships he could staff out of the strait on a particularly foggy day and tried to surprise Octavian's blockade into scattering long enough to make escape possible for the rest of the fleet. But the attempt failed when Agrippa coincidentally arrived with reinforcements just as the attack was about to get underway. Antony's ships were pushed back. Finally, at the end of August, Antony withdrew back to his original camp and made plans for a head-on collision with Octavian. A ground escape was deemed too risky. Not only would he have to fight his way through Octavian's infantry, but even if he succeeded, he would be faced with a months-long march around the Mediterranean back to Egypt. If, on the other hand, he loaded as much as he could onto as many ships as he could find oarsmen for, there was a real chance that he, Cleopatra, and most importantly, their floating war chest, could make it back to Alexandria and the 14 legions still mobilized there. It was a terribly risky plan, especially after it became apparent that he would be sending just 230 ships against the more than 400 under the command of Agrippa, but there was no choice. He set fire to the ships he could not man so they didn't fall into Octavian's hands. The clouds of smoke were the signal to everyone that a battle was about to begin. On the morning of September 2nd, 31 BC, Antony slowly led his flotilla out of the Gulf, through the narrow strait, and out into open waters. Agrippa and Octavian were waiting for him, with Agrippa, prudently seated over all command of the battle, manning the left flank, and Octavian on the right. Antony hoped to draw his enemies into the confined quarters just beyond the entrance to the Gulf, so their numerical superiority would be muted. But Agrippa had already decided this was a likely tactic and declined to move in. The morning passed with the two fleets bobbing in the water, waiting for someone to make a move. Finally, Antony was forced to acknowledge that Agrippa wasn't taking the bait. He ordered his ships forward, and the Battle of Actium began. On the Caesarian left, Agrippa worked the ships under his command around so that they swung over and came at Antony from the north. To counter, Antony shifted his own line so that what had begun as a north-south line was now an east-west line. This all had the effect of leaving the center of the Caesarian line open. With Octavian fully engaged in the southern theater and unable to close the gap left open by Agrippa's enveloping move, Cleopatra saw her opportunity. She had been held back from the main line with 60 ships and had thus far taken no part in the actual battle. This was by design, as her flagship was the key to the whole escape, because on it was the Antonian treasury. Even if every ship but hers was captured, there was still hope. With the afternoon winds blowing out to sea and the middle of the battle open, Cleopatra hoisted her sails and fled the scene. Seeing the queen lighting out, Antony quickly transferred himself off of his lumbering flagship onto a quicker vessel and followed her. He could only hope that the rest of his fleet would disengage and follow. If they couldn't, at least they had bought their general and his fortune time to get away. For the most part, they couldn't get away. Outnumbered and hemmed in, the ships that weren't sunk were forced to retreat back into the Gulf. After an evening spent out at sea making sure no one slipped away, Octavian surveyed the scene when dawn finally arrived the next morning. Cleopatra had obviously gotten away, but he had no idea what had become of Antony. 40 or so of the Antonian ships had been sunk, and the 130 left were now cowering in the Gulf. All in all, it was a clear victory. Mitigated by the escape of Cleopatra, obviously, but Octavian had succeeded in dealing Antony, wherever he was, a fairly crippling blow. The next week was spent mopping up after the battle. The 130 trapped ships surrendered without much convincing, but there was still a sizable Antonian infantry in the area that needed to be defanged. Unable to fit everyone onto the 230 ships, Antony had left some 50,000 men under the command of the intensely loyal Publius Canidius Crassus on shore. Crassus had orders to march them back to Macedonia in the event that Antony was able to make good his escape, and from there attempt the overland march to Egypt. But the soldiers had other ideas. At first, they waited for Antony to reappear, not understanding that the whole point had been for him to get out of Dodge, not fight a battle to decide the war right then and there. When it became clear that Antony was dead or had fled, the attitudes of the troops changed dramatically. Over the head, or I guess maybe under the head, of Crassus, the soldiers offered to surrender to Octavian if they were treated as if they had been on the winning side the whole time. Octavian jumped at the chance to nullify the sizable threat they posed, and maybe demonstrate some of the famous clemency that had won his uncle so much acclaim. He was fast coming to the realization that maybe power was finally in his grasp. He needed to start thinking like a statesman if he was going to be the master of all Romans. He accepted the terms and agreed to demobilize the legions with all the honors and spoils that were due his own men. Disgusted, Crassus and a few senior officers packed their bags and slipped away back to Alexandria, where they hoped to find plans to reverse the setback at Actium well in the works. Octavian himself was in no great hurry to chase after Antony, who, it was now known, had made his way out of the battle and followed Cleopatra back to Egypt. He settled in for the winter on the island of Samos in the eastern Aegean, and made preparations for the invasion of Egypt he would undertake when spring arrived. Meanwhile, he sent home thousands of Italian veterans who had completed their service time. Unfortunately, though, the spoils and land they had dreamed would be theirs when they got home were nowhere to be found. Once again, the bank had been broken. The veterans began to agitate violently against this injustice, and Agrippa was sent back to pacify them. But even the great general, who had the respect and admiration of all the mutinous ex-soldiers, could do nothing to settle them down. Octavian was forced to return to Italy himself to deal with the situation. When he arrived in Brundisium, it seemed like the entire population of Rome was there to greet him. In a sign of the times, rather than greeting the returning Octavian at the gates of Rome, as would have been the custom, the entire Senate traveled down to the southern port to greet him as his ship docked. It was clear who Rome thought would be their eventual master. Octavian issued IOUs to his angry troops. It was all he could do, and promised to settle everything when Antony was disposed of for good. They accepted his word. There was really nothing else they could do. But not everyone in Rome was so quick to embrace Octavian. The young Marcus Lepidus, son of the former triumvir, decided to hatch this decade's liberator plot. He began the process of acquiring support, just as Brutus and Cassius had done, and started making plans to assassinate Octavian as soon as he came back to Rome. But Maecenas, left once again in control of the city, caught wind of the plot, and swiftly extracted the names of everyone involved. There would be no repeat of the Ides of March on his watch. Lepidus, and anyone foolish enough to join him, were executed without delay. Confident that things in Italy were well in hand, the spring of 30 BC arrived, with Octavian focused on Egypt. Envoys of all kinds, some from Antony, some from Cleopatra, some from independent factions within Alexandria, had been seeking him out all winter to try to avert the invasion. But Octavian had made up his mind. He didn't want to just destroy Antony and Cleopatra. He wanted to seize Egypt and hold it for himself. No negotiations, no bribes, no settlements. Straight-up annexation, and under his personal control. The only way to make sure that happened was to take the country by force. Over the winter, things between Antony and Cleopatra had deteriorated. They still had money and troops, but they were trapped in Egypt without any hope of escape or further aid from any of the client kingdoms of the East, all of whom were now under Octavian's influence. Antony refused to bow to the inevitable and continued making plans for the defense of Alexandria, but it was clear that Cleopatra began to pull away from him, perhaps thinking about life past Antony. If she was thinking she could perhaps latch on to Octavian the way she had latched on first to Julius Caesar and then Mark Antony, she was deluding herself. But their survival instinct is strong, and cornered like rats, both Antony and Cleopatra entertained pleasant fantasies where they somehow made it out of this alive and in power. But as we know, they did not make it out alive or in power. When the spring came, the first piece of bad news arrived. 4 legions stationed west of Alexandria had defected and were now marching towards the city on Octavian's orders. Octavian, meanwhile, was leading his own forces through Syria and would soon be coming at Egypt from the east. If there was one thing Octavian truly loved, it was a pincer move, and the invasion of Egypt was just another fine example of it. Antony made his way out to the defected legions and tried to win them back to his side, but they forced him to retreat empty-handed. Octavian encountered little resistance from the Egyptian troops who were supposed to be guarding the frontier, and was soon knocking at Alexandria's door. Realizing that everything was falling apart around him, and that this was likely the end, Antony planned one last great battle that, win or lose, he did not plan to return from. But even his attempt to die gloriously was a disaster. On August the 1st, he sent out the Egyptian navy to meet Octavian's fleet, which had been pacing their commander's advance. Antony himself stood at the head of a combined army of infantry and cavalry on land. When the navy engaged Octavian's fleet, Antony was going to launch a ground assault. But as soon as the ships were within earshot of one another, Antony's maritime forces announced their total surrender. Seeing the ships raise the white flag, Antony's cavalry deserted, followed quickly by scores of infantry. Soon, his entire army was running for their lives, leaving Antony, who had spent all this time planning a fine soldier's death, alone on the battlefield and humiliated. He marched back to the palace in a rage and demanded to see Cleopatra, who he suspected of engineering the surrenders and desertions. Cleopatra, afraid of what the furious and probably suicidal Antony was going to do to her, sent an attendant to tell him that she was already dead. For Antony, this was the final breaking point. He returned to his room, stabbed himself in the stomach, and died. But not quite yet. The self-inflicted wound, though incredibly painful, was not immediately fatal. As he lay in agony dying, Cleopatra heard what he had done and decided to send for him. I'm not really sure this was the nicest thing in the world to do, seeing as how his suicide had been precipitated by the belief that she was already dead, but regardless, attendants dragged the dying Antony to Cleopatra's hiding place, a half-built mausoleum she had been constructing for herself over the years. When she saw Antony, she began to wail. Antony tried unsuccessfully to comfort her, and then, according to legend, called for one last cup of wine to drink before dying. The final goblet of Dionysian elixir quaffed, Antony died. Though posterity tends to record Actium as the final climax in the drama of the Second Triumvirate, it was not really until Octavian captured Egypt that the deal was really sealed. Rome and the Western Empire were already under his command, but now his only real rival for power was dead, and he controlled the richest kingdom in the East. Now, his star was not just ascendant, it had ascended. He stood atop the Roman Empire, alone and unchallenged. He relished his victory, and touring the magnificent city of Alexandria, began to plan for the future. Power won is only meaningful if it is put to productive use. Unlike the Dionysian Antony, the Apollonian Octavian was not aiming for power so he could live a life of decadent leisure. He was aiming for power so he could remake the Roman world. And remake it he would. There were still loose ends to clear up, of course. Cleopatra was still holed up in her mausoleum hiding place, which would now become a de facto prison. Octavian used familiar go-betweens to coax the queen out of her hole, and when she finally presented herself, the toll of the last year was evident. No longer the splendid, bejeweled Eastern queen who had seduced the most powerful men in Rome. She was now unadorned, haggard, and pathetic. When she met Octavian, she at first tried to deny that she had played any meaningful role in Antony's career, and that it had been him, all him. I am just a woman, she argued. What influence could a woman have over a strong Roman man? Octavian practically choked when he heard her revise history on the fly. But when it was clear that Octavian wasn't buying the whole I am an innocent bystander routine, Cleopatra switched and simply began begging for her life. This, Octavian thought, is more like it. According to the official records, Octavian did indeed decide to spare the queen's life, but mostly so that he could parade her through Rome in the triumph he planned to celebrate as soon as he got home. But to Cleopatra, this stay of execution turned out to be even more intolerable than death itself. She had hoped to somehow finagle Octavian into letting her live in Egypt and remain a client monarch, loyal once again to the house of Caesar. It was fast becoming apparent, though, that her future held nothing but embarrassment, humiliation, and probably obscure imprisonment in some far corner of the empire. To an Egyptian pharaohess accustomed to being at the center of politics, religion, and war, the fate Octavian had cooked up for her was literally a fate worse than death. According to the familiar legend, she had an attendant smuggle an asp into her room by concealing the snake in a basket of figs. Cleopatra then poked at the snake until it lashed out, sank its poisonous fangs into her, and killed her. No one really knows how true the story actually is, but it has gained widespread acceptance anyway. However it happened, Cleopatra died, and it was likely, though not proven conclusively to be, a suicide. Octavian took his time enjoying the sights in Alexandria. Of particular interest was the city's most famous relic, and he ordered the priests to open the sarcophagus and display the mummified remains of Alexander the Great. The Macedonian general had long been the benchmark by which all future politicians and generals judged themselves. He had attained the throne at just 19, and then conquered his way to India before his 30th birthday. The career of Alexander, as meteoric an arc as can be imagined, is typically a universal humbler of great men. Even a 39-year-old Julius Caesar had famously despaired at a shrine to the great general, lamenting the fact that he had done nothing with his life. But I have to think that 33-year-old Octavian, viewing the mummified remains of 33-year-old Alexander, had to believe that he stacked up pretty well in comparison, probably one of the few times in all of history that can actually be said. Meditating on the career of Alexander is supposed to force you to realize that you'll never be the greatest man in the history of the world, no matter how hard you try. Because no matter what, Alexander will always have done more than you, faster than you, better than you. But Octavian, I don't think that was Octavian's takeaway at all. He was now the sole ruler of the Mediterranean, heading an empire that was richer and more stable than anything Alexander had put together. And he was, like I said, still only 33 years old. Rather than walking away from the shrine to Alexander humbled, I think Octavian probably walked away feeling pretty good about himself. The transformation from mere Octavian to the divine Augustus was no doubt well underway. Next week, Octavian will return to Rome to formally undergo that transformation into Augustus. It was time for the ruthless, power-hungry young Caesar to become the absolute ruler of the Roman Empire. It would not be a quick transition, or a simple one. Everything continued to be couched in the language of the Republic, and it was only over the course of years and then decades that the semantic facade began to wear off, and it was revealed who was really in control, and who had really been in control the whole time. There is no clear line to draw to say that this is where the Republic ends and this is where the Imperium begins, especially because no one in the Julio-Claudian dynasty, who would rule Rome for the next 100 years, was ever willing to come out and admit publicly what had happened. But make no mistake, the Republic was now dead. And along with all his improvements and reforms and great works on behalf of the empire, Augustus Caesar pursued policy to make sure that it stayed dead. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 52, Caesar Augustus. Antony and Cleopatra were dead, though no one knew it at the time. When Octavian emerged victorious from the brief war with his old triumpher colleague in 30 BC, he was also ending nearly 20 years of continuous civil war. From the time Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, the empire had been subjected to almost 2 decades of constant civil strife. Had the sickly Octavian died young, No doubt the victory at Actium and the conquest of Alexandria would have been just 2 more milestones on the long road to stability. But much to everyone's surprise, not the least of which his own, Octavian wound up living well into his 70s. This meant that his victories were not just a few more markers along the way. They turned out to be the destination. So what was that destination? Was the Republic really dead? Would things ever go back to the way they had been before? Did anyone want things to go back to the way they had been before? Who was in control now? The Senate? Octavian? And what about the 60 legions still in arms? These were open questions with no obvious answers. We of course know now how things turned out, and know the ABCs of how Octavian solidified his personal rule, and what that meant for the long-term makeup and outlook of the Roman Empire. But as the victorious young Caesar sailed back to Rome in 30 BC, no one knew what was going to happen next. When Octavian arrived home in August of that year, though it was not called August yet, and we'll get to that, the great constitutional questions did not have to be addressed straight away. He was, after all, still consul, which gave him all the legitimate power he needed to rule the empire. Eventually, being elected consul year after year would no longer be a sustainable base upon which to rest his authority, but for now it was enough. His first steps were to sort through all the friends and enemies he had made in the previous decade and decide what to do with them all. First up on the list of names, Mark Antony, of course. Now you may think, well, Mark Antony is dead, so isn't that enough? And the answer is that no, it wasn't enough. Octavian wanted his old rival erased from the collective consciousness, so he ordered that Antony's name be literally purged from the history books. The official annals that recorded the events of the year were opened and edited. Every mention of Marcus Antonius was erased. The same was done to various monuments and statues that had been erected in the last 30 years and still bore his name. Finally, it was decreed that no future son of the Antonius clan could be named Marcus. Octavian was making it clear that there is no Mark Antony, there never was a Mark Antony, and that we have always been at war with East Asia. As for the former allies of the now non-existent Mark Antony, Octavian decided their fates on a case-by-case basis. Unlike his uncle, Octavian was predisposed towards bloody vengeance, but with Maecenas acting as a moderating hand behind the scenes, Octavian actually ordered as many pardons as he did executions. The die-hard anti-Caesarians were killed or exiled, but the rest of his former enemies were folded into the new regime. The latter fact was highly publicized, the former not so much. In 29 BC, Octavian continued to serve as consul. Being an extremely deliberate and patient man, Octavian knew that the process of transforming himself into something bigger and greater than anything Rome had yet known would be a long process. For now, he would serve as the traditional executive, but he planned much greater heights for himself in the future. To prepare the population for his ascent to near godhood, Octavian had Maecenas set his army of poets to the task of glorifying their newly victorious patron. The culmination of the poetic propaganda campaign was, of course, the Aeneid, written by Virgil. Begun soon after Octavian's return to Rome, the epic poem would be published a decade later and eventually stand as one of the few great masterpieces of Latin verse. Though the quality of the work was no doubt a pleasant bonus, Octavian, by then Augustus, was most pleased to find Virgil taking pains to highlight the Julii clan's connection to Aeneas and the description of Augustus's ascent to power as a preordained inevitability. The myth of Augustus was beginning to take shape. The highlight of the year was the celebration of 3 triumphs in Octavian's honor, one each for his victories in Illyricum, Alexandria, and at Actium. Of course, with Antony now written out of the history books, the triumphs celebrating Actium and Alexandria were recast as victories over Cleopatra alone, the demonic Eastern queen who had tried to conquer noble Rome. For these latter 2 events, Octavian forced Cleopatra's children to parade through the streets of Rome in chains. Conspicuously absent, though, was 15-year-old Caesarion. As the one real threat to Octavian's claim on the Caesar name, there was no way Octavian was going to let young Caesarion make it out of Alexandria alive. Famously remarking that 2 Caesars is 1 Caesar too many, Octavian had the boy executed. It may seem harsh, But in Roman society, when a boy reaches the age of 18 and passes through the rituals of manhood, he is a man, no less so because he is a young one. There is no hesitating over Caesarion's fate. 2 Caesars is 1 Caesar too many. The rest of the children were handed over to Octavia to care for, and she attended to them lovingly until the eldest daughter was married to the king of Numidia. The new bride took her brothers and sisters with her to Africa, where they lived the rest of their lives in peaceful obscurity. But just as the triumphs marked the passing of Cleopatra's young children from the world stage, the celebrations also saw the introduction of 2 Roman teenagers onto the same stage. Joining Octavian in his triumphal chariot were 14-year-old Marcus Claudius Marcellus, the eldest son of Octavia, and 13-year-old Tiberius Claudius Nero, Octavian's stepson. There was no mistaking the dynastic implications of their prominent inclusion in the procession. Soon enough, it would become clear that Octavian was grooming his nephew Marcellus to succeed him, just as his uncle Julius Caesar had groomed him to rule the empire. Tiberius, despite heavy lobbying from his mother Livia, would remain a backup plan. In fact, he would remain the backup plan for most of his life, as Augustus cast about the family, trying to find anyone who could replace him. In the end, he was able to find none, and Tiberius, who was never supposed to become emperor, became emperor. In 28 BC, Agrippa joined Octavian in the consulship, and the two worked together to shore up Octavian's power, while simultaneously restoring order to the empire. One of the first things they did was formally annul all the laws that had been enacted during the Second Triumvirate. As I mentioned at the end of last week, it was time for Octavian to leave his ruthlessly ambitious past behind him. So it may seem odd that he canceled laws and decrees he himself had enacted just a few years previously, but he wanted to send the message that he was not that man anymore, that the rule of law had returned to Rome for good. Canceling a few laws, though, was just a matter of bookkeeping. The real question facing Octavian and Agrippa was what to do with the 60 legions that remained mobilized. Obviously, there was no need to keep so many men under arms. Not only could the treasury not support them, but what were they all going to do? Knowing full well that a restless army is a dangerous army, Octavian and Agrippa worked through a plan to demobilize half the men and keep the rest posted on the frontiers where they would guard the empire from foreign invasion. Eventually, they settled at keeping on 28 legions, around 150,000 men, posted primarily in Gaul, Spain, and Syria. As I mentioned last week, one of Octavian's overriding goals after Actium was to capture Egypt and hold it as a personal territory. Having achieved this goal, he was now able to more or less tell 150,000 soldiers to go home without worrying about bonus riots. Here's your retirement check, paid for from the riches captured in Alexandria. Have a nice life. No IOUs this time around. He had money to pay them all. During this year, Octavian and Agrippa also appointed themselves to be censors, the powerful office that was in charge not only of the mundane task of determining the population, but also the much more controversial task of determining who was in and who was out of the Senate. Right away they fiddled with the senatorial ranks, reducing the total number from 1,000 to 800, and subbing in prominent supporters from across the empire, rather than relying strictly on old Roman families to fill the ranks. The pushback from the existing Senate, though, was swift, and Octavian prudently backed off his plan, granting waivers to anyone who wanted to remain in the Senate to settle the matter. But like I say, Octavian was a patient man. By no means was he done trying to mold the Senate into something more to his liking. But there was no reason to risk it all in a showdown with the old guard right away. There were still appearances to keep up. Over the course of 28 BC, Octavian and Agrippa also added 2 great temples to the Roman skyline, beginning the process of turning the city of brick into a city of marble. First was the temple to Apollo that Octavian had vowed to build if he emerged victorious from the war with Sextus Pompey. Built on the Palatine Hill, adjacent to his slowly expanding residence, the temple would take on great public significance when Octavian ordered that the Sibylline books be moved there from the Temple of Jupiter, where they had been kept from the time of the kings. Ever so subtly, Octavian was consolidating all power, religious, political, and martial under his own roof. Agrippa, meanwhile, took the lead on building a great temple to all the gods, to be called simply the Pantheon. Today, the Pantheon remains one of the great tourist destinations in Rome, and if you ever get a chance to see it, don't miss out. Keep in mind, though, that the Pantheon standing today is actually a rebuild commissioned by Trajan in 126 BC, the original construction having been destroyed by a devastating fire in 80 AD. But, cognizant of the historical significance of the temple, Trajan ordered his Pantheon built to the original blueprints, right down to the inscription on the cornerstone, which reads, Marcus Agrippa, son of Lucius, consul for the third time, built this. It's pretty cool. As 27 BC arrived, Octavian felt secure enough in his position that he decided to work out the details of his new world order with the Senate. The trick, of course, was to maintain the pretense of republican governance, while at the same time keeping power in his own hands. In performing this trick, he was actually aided by a willing Senate. You may think that the body who stood to lose the most by Octavian's power grab would also protest the most. But while some members disliked Octavian's rule, most of the hardcore Republicans had long since been purged and replaced by men hand-picked by Octavian. Not surprisingly, when in January 27 BC, Octavian announced to the assembled body that he was stepping down from his position and wished no more to bear the burdens of government, the senators present tripped over themselves, begging Octavian to reconsider. Reluctantly, Octavian agreed that if the Senate, as the representatives of Republican authority, deemed him worthy of remaining Rome's leading man, how could he possibly say no? The deal worked out with the Senate, all arranged in advance, of course, granted Octavian 10 years proconsular authority over the provinces of Spain, Gaul, Cilicia, Syria, and Egypt. These particular provinces were important because they all stood on the borders of the empire. If a foreign threat, say from the Germans or the Parthians, was going to threaten Rome, it was essential that the strong and wise hand of Octavian was there to protect the empire. The brass tacks of the agreement, though, was that of the 28 standing legions, 20 of them were stationed in provinces ceded to Octavian. There had never been any confusion about where young Caesar's authority had always rested. With this grant of proconsular authority, Octavian guaranteed that 3/4 of Rome's military was under his personal command. The rest of the provinces were left to the Senate to administer. If you go to thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, you'll find a map breaking down the territorial divisions of the 27 BC settlement. As you may have noticed, these agreements showed that unlike Julius Caesar, who had pushed a radical new governmental structure, Octavian was seeking to work within existing precedent. He was not proclaiming himself dictator for life or a new king of Rome. He was simply a humble consul, duly elected by the people, who had been granted by the Senate's authority proconsular powers wherever they had seen fit for him to govern. Who was he to argue with the representatives of the people? The last little bit to come out of the constitutional settlement of 27 BC was the small matter of what to call Octavian in this new order. The Senate decided that he ought to at least be given a title of some distinction, something that acknowledged the indispensable nature of the man. The Senate finally settled on a new name, the name by which most people know Octavian today, and the name by which this podcast will henceforth refer to him: Augustus, or Revered One. If this were a History Channel documentary, this is the point where we would cue a new actor for the reenactments. Gone the fresh-faced young man, replaced by the serious-faced old man. I had toyed with the notion, and if I had more guts I might have done it, of eschewing the common practice of referring to him as Augustus from this point on. I think the name switch has the effect of subconsciously dividing up his career, making it seem as if it really was two different men doing all of these things. To call him Octavian through the last portion of his life would really bring home the idea that it is Octavian who's ruling the empire from here on, not some new guy named Augustus who was called in off the bench as a second-half replacement, the wise and all-knowing substitute for the young and ruthless starter. I'm not going to do it because sometimes fighting convention just isn't worth it, But please don't forget to keep the same face in your mind when you picture Octavian now as Caesar Augustus. Don't replace the actor in your head. He is still the same man. To complicate things even further, just as Octavian never really went by Octavian, he was always Gaius Julius Caesar to the Romans, he never really went by Augustus much either. When you're trying to maintain the facade of republican virtue, it's not really in your best interest to go around referring to yourself as revered one. It sends the wrong message. So Octavian, Augustus, whatever, requested that in practice he be called simply princeps, or first citizen. Simple, classy, unpretentious. As soon as the power-sharing agreement was reached with the Senate, Augustus decided to leave town for a while and tour his new provinces. He was acutely aware of the effect he had on the people in general, and the Senate in particular. One of his overarching goals through this early period of his reign was to undercut the Senate's real authority, while simultaneously building it back up into an organization with some prestige. If he remained in Rome, he would be a constant reminder that, you know what, the Senate is just a powerless social club. By absenting himself from the capital, he allowed the Senate a degree of autonomy that went a long way towards rebuilding their bruised egos. But make no mistake about it, it was about building back up their egos, not their real power. Augustus first went to Gaul, where years of Roman neglect had reduced the province to somewhere between organized revolt and outright anarchy. It did not take long, though, for the steadying hand of mighty Caesar to put all the tribes conquered by his uncle back on their best behavior. So from Gaul, he traveled to Spain, where the situation was just as chaotic, but this time the natives were not simply awed by the power of Caesar. Even though Hispania had been one of the first overseas territories claimed by Rome back during the Punic Wars, the local Spanish had never really taken to foreign rule, and were, in many places, subjects in name only. Augustus had a mind to put a stop to all of that once and for all. He spent the next few years in Spain, but as was so often the case, for most of the time he was not leading troops in battle, but rather recovering from a severe illness that overtook him not long after crossing the Pyrenees. The early going of the pacification campaign had proved to be full of false starts and frustrating engagements with guerrilla fighters, and as usual, the stress of the hard campaign weakened Augustus's immune system, and he was forced to retire from the field. While he recovered beside the mountain springs in the Pyrenees, his lieutenants continued the fight and eventually brought it to a successful conclusion. Spain was, at least for now, under firm Roman control, or perhaps more accurately, under firm Augustan control. The severity of the illness which befell Augustus in Spain, which laid him up for at least a year, focused his attention more acutely on the problem of succession. If an heir was not solidly in place, the death of the princeps would plunge the Roman world back into civil war. To that end, Augustus bucked his wife's usually persuasive advice and continued to hone in on his nephew Marcellus rather than Livia's son Tiberius as his heir apparent. In 28 BC, Augustus arranged for Marcellus to marry his own daughter Julia, leaving no doubt as to who he felt should take over when he died. I should point out here that to the staunchly patriarchal Romans, familial bonds followed from the men and the men alone. So Julia and Marcellus, though they were first cousins by blood, were not thought to have entered into anything resembling an untoward incestual marriage. Julia was the daughter of Augustus, Marcellus the son of Gaius Claudius Marcellus. When it came to marriage, Octavia's relation to Augustus did not matter at all. In addition to the bonds of marriage that now tied Marcellus to Augustus, the princeps arranged for the passage of special legislation granting his nephew/son-in-law the right to be exempted from traditional age requirements for holding office. With life-threatening illnesses always knocking at the door, it was important to bring Marcellus into public life as quickly as possible, not just to give him the experience he would need if he was going to be an able governor, but to introduce him to the Roman people. Augustus made sure that the 21-year-old would be elected aedile for 23 BC. From this office, which you will recall was in charge of public games, Marcellus would be able to throw lavish festivities that were bound to make him extremely popular with the common man. With Augustus bankrolling everything, the games of Marcellus promised to be a spectacle of unprecedented proportions. Augustus returned to Rome in 24 BC to oversee his nephew's emergence onto the public stage. But before he could preside over that happy event, he was treated to a tragic falling out with Maecenas. At some point during the year, a plot against Augustus was either uncovered or invented, depending on who you talk to. And among those implicated was one of the consuls for the year, Aulus Terentius Varro Murena. Murena just so happened to be Maecenas' brother-in-law, and when Maecenas came home and discussed the uncovered plot with his wife, she quickly warned her brother to flee the city. When Augustus found out about the breach in trust, the relationship between the two men was altered forever. While Maecenas continued to support the regime, he was out of the inner circle for good, a casualty of high-stakes politics. 23 BC would prove to be a watershed year for the empire. It was a year that showed just how quickly fate could wreak havoc on the carefully laid plans of men. Just as Marcellus was stepping into the office of aedile, Augustus became deathly ill. This time, his sickness was so bad that most everyone, including Augustus himself, did not believe he would survive. Consumed by what scholars now believe was typhoid fever, Augustus was faced with a difficult choice. He had planned for Marcellus to succeed him, but the young man was simply not experienced enough yet to take over. So Augustus turned to the man who had stood by his side all these years, who, though not technically a blood relative, was still his brother in all things, Marcus Agrippa. In Agrippa, Augustus could be sure he was leaving the empire in competent hands, a man who would rule wisely until Marcellus was ready to share in the burdens of state. Everything was arranged, and Agrippa was prepared to confidently step into the power vacuum his old friend was about to leave behind, when suddenly, due to some inventive treatment by his creative doctor, Augustus recovered. Over the course of the illness, though, it became apparent that the Senate was more than ready for Augustus to die and Agrippa to take over. Though he had tried mightily not to step on senatorial toes, Augustus couldn't help but secretly butt into provinces over which he had no authority. Even more emotionally important, though, Augustus's never-ending succession of consulships was creating a logjam of men vying for the year's one remaining slot. Men who were denied access to the high office year after year were becoming embittered, and when they visited him on his deathbed, he could see that they were ready for him to go. Octavian could now see plainly that the popularity of his regime was not what he had hoped it would be. It was time to amend the settlements of 27 BC. The first step he took was to resign the consulship on July the 1st, 23 BC, a day which would go down in history as the date Augustus himself marked the official beginning of his imperial reign. In return for this concession, he had arranged to be named tribune in perpetuity, an ingeniously simple maneuver that allowed him to abandon the consulship without actually giving up any power. A tribune, you recall, has the right to attend senatorial sessions, propose legislation, and veto legislation. Is there really anything else that a despotic ruler needs to control the empire? Well, actually there is. While Augustus was supremely powerful in his own provinces, when it came to the senatorial provinces, or Italy itself, he was left awkwardly without any real legal authority. So he had the Senate award him what amounted to at-large proconsular authority. From here on out, whatever province he was in, Augustus would have the last word on everything. Having been granted all these prerogatives, however, prerogatives which would form the legal basis for the rest of his reign, Augustus was smart enough not to indulge in them. When it came to provincial administration, he usually deferred to the local governor, and when it came to legislation, he neither personally proposed many bills nor broke out the veto stamp very often. This was all possible because he had signaled behind the scenes how he wanted things to go, of course, but still, by avoiding public displays of power whenever possible, he left everyone feeling like they at least had some say in the matter. Sure, Augustus controls everything, but it's not like he's some crazy tyrant. The successors of Augustus would have done well to study exactly how Rome's first emperor managed to reign for over 40 years, while they were usually assassinated after just a few years at the helm. The final piece of the so-called Second Constitutional Settlement was the elevation of Agrippa to political heights almost as high as Augustus himself. It was clear that the Senate felt more comfortable with Agrippa holding some kind of formal power, and Augustus was obliged to agree. Granted similar at-large proconsular authority himself, Agrippa had now become something of a co-emperor. At this point, there is some disagreement over what happened next. What we know is that Agrippa left Rome and set up a base of operations on the island of Samos. What is unclear is why exactly he did so. In the account offered by Suetonius, Agrippa was sent into exile by Augustus because the latter was concerned his old general's growing power would interfere with his planned elevation of Marcellus. But by another account, Agrippa was sent east because he was the only one Augustus could really trust to look after his interests there. The role that Agrippa would subsequently play in the negotiations with the Parthians over the recovery of Crassus's lost legionary standards seems to point to the second reading. In the end, of course, whether or not Agrippa was getting in the way of Marcellus or not proved to be a moot point. At the end of 23 BC, with his successful year in the aedileship winding down, Marcellus became sick and suddenly died after a brief illness. This threw Augustus's plans into complete disarray and sent his sister Octavia into mourning for the rest of her life. Suddenly left without an acceptable heir, the status and rank of Agrippa now loomed large. As he had so many times before, Augustus turned to Maecenas for advice. Maecenas thought about the matter for a bit, and then told Augustus, "Well, you have made Agrippa so powerful that he now must either become your son-in-law or be killed." And that was how Agrippa officially joined the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 53, Reigning Supreme. Octavian had transformed himself into Caesar Augustus by skillfully using the mechanisms and rhetoric of the Republic to carve out an infallible little niche for himself. Where Julius Caesar had made bold and inflammatory declarations about how obsolete Republican institutions were, Augustus was careful to never admit publicly what he was really up to. This was all about restoring the Republic, he would say. This is not about some personal power grab. It was all a charade, of course, but there was much to be gained by keeping the charade going. For example, not being stabbed to death on the floor of the Senate. But before we get going on the next few years of Augustan rule, I have to start this week by correcting what I said about the Pantheon last week. I'm not sure how exactly I managed to swing and miss so badly on my facts, but I did, so let's set things right. The Pantheon was indeed first built by Agrippa in 28 BC, and subsequently gutted by a fire in 80 AD. But when it was rebuilt in 126 AD, the construction was overseen by the Emperor Hadrian, not the Emperor Trajan, who had of course died in 117. And the blueprints were not set to Agrippa's original specifications, but rather new plans were drawn up, that some have attributed to Hadrian himself, who was a big fan of architecture, but most likely simply came from his staff architects who were engaged in multiple urban renewal projects initiated by the emperor. The dome, which is the Pantheon's most famous attribute, was a product of Hadrian's later Pantheon. Agrippa's original version did not feature this most famous architectural achievement. I completely misread and misinterpreted the source material when I was taking notes for last week's episode, and as a result, completely face-planted for about 40 seconds there. Ugly business that I hope we can all put behind us. Okay, so by 23 BC, Augustus had worked out about 90% of the legalities for his long reign over the Roman Empire. There were still a few loose ends that needed to be cleared up over the next decade, though. Lepidus, for example, was still alive and serving as Pontifex Maximus, so Augustus was as of yet unable to assimilate that all-important religious position into his pile of honors. Plus, as much as his new proconsular imperium granted him preeminence in the provinces, Italy itself had always been treated differently under Roman law, so technically Augustus had no right to command the 5,400 or so Praetorian guardsmen he had stationed in and around Rome. But other than those few outliers, Augustus was past the stage in his career where he was consolidating his power. Now it was simply time to reign supreme. Ironically, one of the first early crises of his de facto dictatorship did not lead to pressure for him to abdicate the throne and revive the republic, but rather it led to pressure from the masses for him to set aside this de facto business and formally become dictator for life. The people had never been happy with the sloppy and corrupt oligarchy that had ruled them for centuries, and saw no reason to mince words with the Senate now that Augustus was in charge. So, when a grain shortage rocked the city after Italian farms were crippled by plague, the common citizens rioted and called for Augustus to be named dictator. They had no faith that the Senate would be able to solve their problems. Only the princeps could see them through the trouble. But Augustus, knowing that publicly embracing absolute power would alienate the Senate, refused the honor. After telling the people that the abolition of the office of dictator, decreed by Mark Antony in the wake of Julius Caesar's assassination, was still in effect, and that he would rather be stabbed in the throat than assume that office, they were forced to relent. The incident highlights the counterintuitive notion that when it came to Augustus's relationship with common Romans, their problem with him was not that he had seized too much power, but that he had not seized enough. In the years after the constitutional settlement of 23 BC, Augustus focused his attention first on foreign affairs. He switched places with his co-regent Marcus Agrippa, sending his old friend into Spain to keep an eye on things in the west, while the princeps himself traveled to the east. His foremost concern was Roman relations with the Parthian Empire. Reviewing the disastrous campaigns of Crassus and Antony, Augustus determined that there was no productive angle in continuing to view Parthia as a territory ripe for imperial expansion. It was time to come to terms with the Parthians and embrace a new policy of mutual coexistence. But by no means had Augustus forgotten the legionary standards still displayed as trophies in the Parthian court. Any deal would have to begin with the return of Rome's lost honor. But it was not enough to simply say, "Give us back the standards and we'll leave you alone." After easily repelling 2 massive Roman invasions, the Parthians felt pretty good about their position. Plus, there was now a pro-Parthian monarch on the throne in Armenia. Unless the Romans somehow managed to regain control of Armenia, the Parthians really had nothing to worry about. So Augustus set about re-establishing control of Armenia. To lead the campaign into that all-important buffer state, set for 20 BC, Augustus chose his 22-year-old stepson Tiberius. It was time for the young man to get his feet wet and introduce the world to an important new cog in Augustus's dynastic machine. But while Tiberius would ultimately prove to be a highly effective military commander, he didn't have much of a chance to prove it in Armenia this time around. While the legions marched to the border, a native revolt erupted that deposed the sitting monarch. All that was left for Tiberius to do was crown the hand-picked Roman successor. With Armenia back under Roman influence, and Augustus ordering the legions stationed in Syria out on all sorts of showy maneuvers, the Roman signals coming into Parthia were clear. You better watch out, because you don't know what we're going to do next. Augustus parlayed these shows of force into a sit-down with the king of Parthia. Now, the princeps had no interest in actually entangling Rome in a war with Parthia, but as long as they didn't know that, he bargained from a position of strength. Not willing to risk that Rome was bluffing, the king of Parthia relented to Augustus's diplomatic overtures and agreed to return the legionary standards, along with Roman prisoners taken over the years, in exchange for a lasting peace. The loss of the standards had eaten at Rome's heart for more than 30 years, and when they were finally brought back to Rome, the people celebrated as if a great military victory had just been won. For the rest of his life, Augustus considered the diplomatic return of the legionary eagles one of the great highlights of his career. With the eastern frontier now secure, Augustus returned to Rome and set his sights on domestic concerns. As I've mentioned a few times, Augustus was not interested in power simply for the comfort and prestige that it would afford him. Rather, he had big plans for reforming the empire. And he didn't confine his vision to public concerns like how the Senate operated or how the provinces were administered. He was also interested in promoting what he considered to be healthful private relations as well, So, heads up, Caesar Augustus is coming to a bedroom near you. But before he started ruffling everyone's feathers by, say, outlawing adultery, Augustus needed to make sure that he was well protected from physical abuse. So, in 19 BC, he had the Senate officially acknowledge that when they had granted him at-large proconsular authority, they had by no means meant to exclude Italy from the list of territories over which Augustus held imperium. This gave him the legal cover he needed to command the Praetorian guardsmen he had stationed around the city. I will have much more to say about the Praetorians as we move forward, as they will soon establish themselves as the gravitational center of imperial politics. But for now, let me just note that where once it had been illegal to command troops on the home peninsula, it was now the prerogative of the emperor to do so. With his physical person protected, Augustus set about his great project of meddling in everyone's affairs. His first target was the Senate. Having been thwarted in his last attempt at reforming the ancient body, the princeps tried a different tact. His main problem was not that the Senate existed or that it wielded too much power. No, his problem was that it was way too big. Augustus had every intention of delegating assignments to the Senate, but with over 1,000 members, it was simply too large to work as an effective administrative body. If he was ever going to achieve his larger goal of improving governance of the empire, he needed to get the Senate down to a more manageable size. Membership of the Senate was, among other things, predicated on wealth requirements, so rather than going through the rolls and purging specific members, which had failed miserably the last time he tried it, Augustus simply jacked up the minimum income required for admittance. He was trying to get the total number down to a manageable 300, but his attempts again proved futile. After much complaining, fraud, and special exemptions, the Senate wound up changing very little in composition. So Augustus tried a third strategy, which proved to be a fairly workable one in practice. He formed a working group of 30 members, representing the quaestors, praetors, and consuls for the year, along with a rotating group of notable senators. Legislation and proposals would be hashed out in the working group, and then their recommendations would guide the rest of the Senate. That Augustus himself was the only permanent member of the committee meant that his hand guided the Senate's guiding hand. It was not a perfect solution, but it kept his reforms from getting bogged down in the morass of open debate. Augustus then turned his attention to matters of imperial administration. One of the glaring weaknesses of the previous Republican administration was that there was no static bureaucracy in place. Former consuls and praetors were assigned to run a province for a year, and then they were replaced by some other incoming official. As I noted in the episode on Julius Caesar's first consulship, it was a system that led to rank corruption and abuse. The Lex Julia had gone a long way towards reining in the worst of the offenders, but it was still a grossly inefficient system. So, in addition to passing supplementary anti-bribery laws, Augustus began building a permanent civil service, the ranks of which would be filled by slaves and freedmen. At all levels of government, out in the provinces, in the heart of Rome itself, up and down the line, competent slaves and ex-slaves began forming permanent support staffs for their ever-changing political appointee bosses. This new system was a great success. It not only kept the political appointees happy, they were given cushy jobs with nice salaries and little real responsibility, but it also introduced a degree of professionalism to state administration that had never before existed. Had Augustus not instituted these reforms, it is unlikely that the empire would have lasted for as long as it did. Augustus was also aware that one of the great challenges facing any large-scale empire was timely communication. The decision-makers in Rome couldn't be expected to respond effectively to developing situations abroad when it took months for word of said developing situation to reach them. Augustus pushed for other wealthy Romans to join him in improving the communications infrastructure of the empire. In the days before fiber optics and cable lines, this basically meant better roads and more horse relay stations. Augustus encouraged other wealthy Romans to join him in improving the system, but either because he was loath to wield his power like a bludgeon, or because he wasn't quite as powerful as he liked to make out, when other potential patrons dragged their feet, he let them off the hook and footed the bill himself. It is hard to overstate how wealthy Augustus was at this point, or how important that wealth was. Right alongside his command of the legions, the personal fortune he controlled was the foundation of his rule. Having built on the massive inheritance he received from Julius Caesar by first annexing Egypt and then taking control of the imperial provinces, Augustus was now by far the richest man in the empire. His wealth allowed him to do things like personally underwrite infrastructure projects that otherwise would not have gotten off the ground, say an improved communications network, which greatly enhanced his prestige with the people. This new road is not brought to you by the slow-moving, self-absorbed Senate, but rather by Augustus, the man who gets things done. Who would you rather support, the guy who's funding aqueduct expansion, or the do-nothings in the Senate who were, well, doing nothing? Augustus invested lavishly and wisely in his empire, and the people loved him for it. Money may not buy you happiness, but it will buy you control of a multinational Mediterranean empire. In 18 BC, Augustus embarked on perhaps his most controversial reform programs. A conservative at heart, the princeps was appalled by what he saw as the decline of Roman morality. He joined with other social critics who abhorred the indulgent excesses of modern Rome. Gone were the days of rigorous discipline and austerity, replaced by an atmosphere of sensuous permissiveness and conspicuous luxury. The strict Roman ethic that had conquered the world was pushed aside. Now, men and women simply wanted to enjoy the fruits of the empire that their forefathers had won for them. In the eyes of Augustus, Rome was in danger of losing what it had won if something was not done to bring back traditional virtue. Augustus believed that the heart of the problem was the breakdown in the family structure. He believed, not without reason, that Rome had been built on the back of strong families. The paterfamilias, who rears a brood of swarthy Roman children, who, if they were boys, grew to fill the ranks of the legions, and if they're girls, grew up to make more Roman boys. That was how they'd come back from the disaster after Cannae. 50,000 dead in a single day? Tragic, yes, but there's more where that came from. So, when Augustus took the census and realized that birth rates were on the decline, he began to worry about the next Cannae. Would Rome ever be able to recover if there were not any true Romans left? He began investigating the problem and soon came to realize that the issue was not that there was some epidemic of infertility or infant mortality. Rather, men and women were simply choosing not to have children. Children were a pain, so why waste time with them? It seems that everyone was pursuing their own immediate pleasures at the expense of the next generation, and possibly at the expense of the whole empire. So Augustus created incentives to encourage large families. Having one child meant that a man could stand for office a year before he was technically eligible. A man who sired 3 sons could expect multiple legal privileges for his contributions to the state. It goes without saying that Fred McMurray would have been a very well-respected man in Augustan Rome. But beyond concerns about children, Augustus was also distressed by what he saw as the degradation of marriage. In the past, a man and a woman married and were faithful to one another. Now, though, adultery ran so rampant that no one even batted an eye about it anymore. In fact, many men, failing to see the point of even maintaining pretenses, simply avoided getting married altogether. To Augustus, this persistent embrace of immorality was dangerously eroding Roman virtue. All that self-indulgence was simply not compatible with the self-sacrifice that the state required. A man and a woman get married, and they remain faithful. That was how it was supposed to go. So Augustus implemented penalties that hit unmarried men and women hard. The goal was to make single life so unbearable that married life seemed like a reprieve. Once he had everyone locked up in a formal marriage, he went ahead and outlawed adultery. No longer simply a matter of personal honor, cheating on a spouse became an offense against the state. In certain cases, the penalty for a woman caught cheating was actually death. Harsh? Yes. Did it work? Well, no, not really. It was hard for anyone to take the law too seriously when it was Augustus who was wagging his finger. The princeps had a well-earned reputation for straying from his wife, with slaves, with young women, with married women, with anyone who caught his eye, really. The massive hypocrisy of the draconian adultery law was not lost on anyone, and so it was taken with a grain of salt. Not that the laws didn't sometimes lead to banishment and death, but just that no one really went out of their way to inform on anyone, so most people wound up not getting caught. In the end, the Augustan morality laws did little to change anyone's behavior, but he refused to give up on them. Indeed, Augustus's peculiar obsession with adultery would eventually cost him both his daughter and his granddaughter. But believing he had set his people back on a more virtuous path, Augustus returned to his greater imperial ambitions. Unlike his uncle, who invaded Gaul because basically it was there, and died with plans to invade Parthia sitting on his desk, Augustus did not have foreign conquest in his heart. He was not really interested in winning huge new swaths of territory for the empire. In fact, from his vantage point at the very pinnacle of the state, Augustus was perhaps the only one who could see the truth. The empire was big enough. He of course did not let on to the fact that he was coming to believe that the empire had reached its greatest manageable extent. Because for all its long history, Rome had been forever expanding, and most believed that like a shark, if they ever stopped moving, they would die. For all his radical reforms, the idea that Rome should stop expanding was perhaps the most radical, and so he played his cards on that account very close to his chest. But I'm actually getting a little ahead of myself. While Augustus certainly believed that the empire would soon be as big as it would ever need to be, he also believed that it wasn't quite there yet. When Augustus surveyed the empire, he could see that on the west it was bordered by the Atlantic Ocean, to the south it was bordered by the Sahara Desert, in the east it was bordered by the Parthian Empire. On all three sides, Rome was protected by natural boundaries or formal treaties with civilized neighbors. But in the north was an altogether different animal. In the east, the northern border was simply an ill-defined frontier above Greece that offered no natural protection to anybody. In the west, Rome controlled Gaul up until the banks of the Rhine, but beyond that lay the anarchy of Germania. This was all totally unacceptable to Augustus. He believed that if something could be done to secure the northern frontier, a Mediterranean empire centered in Rome could continue indefinitely. In the east, Augustus had his eye on the Danube River as the natural northern border for the empire. The long, broad river would be easy to defend, and most importantly, if Rome controlled all the country up to its southern banks, there would be a territorial buffer between Italy and the lawless lands beyond. In the west, Augustus identified the Elbe River as his preferred border. If he could properly garrison the Elbe and the Danube, Rome would have a secure natural border from the North Sea to the Black Sea, and he could go to his grave knowing that he was leaving behind a stable empire that could last forever. The process of establishing new eternal borders in the north, though, did not begin in Germania or Illyricum. It actually began much closer to home. Augustus decided that before he could think about pushing the borders of the empire northward, that he would need to plug the one glaring hole of Roman domination over Western Europe, the Alps. For all they had conquered in all their years of expansion, Rome had never actually nailed down the troublesome mountain tribes in their own backyard. Augustus aimed to put a stop to this embarrassment once and for all. To oversee the operation, he chose once again to elevate Tiberius, who might get a chance to actually fight a battle this time around. Joining Tiberius as a co-general would be his younger brother Drusus. Augustus wanted to make sure that whatever glory was won in the Alps and in his planned future campaigns along the Danube and in Germania, that it was all kept in the family. Augustus knew that the greatest and most likely threat to his rule would come from an independent general winning great battles for Rome all on his own. So Augustus was careful to always give overall command of a campaign he initiated to someone he could trust not to turn against him. In practice, this meant members of his own family. So even though his stepsons were in their early 20s, much younger than your average Roman general, they were still put in command. It was just a happy coincidence, really, that they turned out to be highly effective leaders. I'm going to leave it there for this week. Next time, we'll dig into the campaigns of Tiberius and Drusus as they attempt to implement the vision laid out by their stepfather of pushing the borders of the empire to the Danube and Elbe respectively. Next week, we'll also mark a transition period for Augustus personally, as the old friends who had advised him and guided him for his entire career begin to die off, leaving the princeps alone at the top, fervently trying to protect his legacy in the face of one cruel twist of fate after another. But before we go, I want to throw one other thing out there. I've been approached about having the show sponsored by Audible.com. The deal would involve me reading some ad copy and directing you, my faithful listeners, to visit their fine website in exchange for giving me some money. The history of Rome has always been ad-free, and I like it that way, but I'll admit I am intrigued by the idea. Podcasting is something I enjoy immensely, and any hypothetical plan to take this from something I do in my spare time to something I actually do to draw an income involves advertising of some kind or another. So basically, I want to know what you all think. Should I take the plunge, or will it turn you off? My first priority is maintaining the integrity of the show, so if it turns out to be too intrusive, I will cut it off immediately, but I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com or drop me an email. We're all in this together, so I figure we'll make it a group decision. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 54, All in the Family. Before we get started, I just want to thank everyone for their feedback on the sponsorship issue. Based on the comments, it looks like ads will be a go. I'm not sure exactly when they're going to start, but I promise not to let it get in the way of anything, and the content itself won't change a bit. When we left off last week, Augustus had set his sights on clearing out the last pockets of resistance to Roman rule within the existent boundaries of the empire, before setting out to push those boundaries northwest to the Danube and Elbe rivers. Tiberius and his younger brother Drusus, both in their early 20s, had been put in charge of the initial phase, pacifying the independent tribes living in and around the Alps. As I mentioned at the end of last week, it was important that Augustus elevate his stepsons to prominence as quickly as possible. The princeps' health had always been a concern, and even though he wound up living well into his 70s, the specter of sudden death always loomed large in his mind. Agrippa had thus far served admirably as a backstop in case Augustus were to die, but, let's face it, he was growing old as quickly as Augustus was. A new generation would have to be ready to step forward if and when the princeps died. It is worth pointing out, though, that as much as selfishness contributed to Augustus's promotion of his stepsons because he wanted power to remain within the family, he also had his eye firmly on the public good. By having a well-established succession plan in place, Augustus could die knowing that when he did, it would not plunge his people back into immediate civil war. But just as Agrippa had been a necessary stand-in when true descendants of Augustus were unavailable, Tiberius and Drusus were now being set up to play much the same role. Though Augustus liked and trusted his stepsons, he was still biased towards passing power to a blood relative. It's almost as if the claim that he was not setting up a monarchy dominated by a royal family was completely bogus. The temporary status of Tiberius and Drusus as heirs apparent became clear once Agrippa and Julia's new family began to grow. After marrying his best friend to his only daughter in 21 BC, Augustus kept a close eye on the new couple, hoping they would produce a long-term solution to his dynastic problems. It did not take long for Augustus to be greeted with the happy news that Julia had given birth to a son, Gaius, in 20 BC. More good news followed, as the marriage of Agrippa and Julia proved to be a fertile one, and year after year they produced child after child. In 19 BC, Julia the Younger was born. In 17 BC, a second son, Lucius. 3 years later, Agrippina the Elder was born, followed in 12 BC by the final son, Agrippa Posthumus, so named because he was born after the unfortunate early death of his father, which we will get to in a moment. In addition to this week's maps, which highlights the Danube provinces secured during the period, I've also posted a family tree of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. They are a tricky bunch to keep track of, because not only do they share about 3 total names between the whole lot of them, so which Agrippina are we talking about again? There was also some pretty heavy intermarriage going on. So I hope the family tree will help you sort everyone out. Keep it handy, because it should be good for about 80 more years. As I was saying, though, The births of Gaius and Lucius immediately put a sell-by date on Tiberius and Drusus. In a highly irregular move, Augustus decided to adopt the boys when they were still infants, bring them into his household, and raise them himself. There was simply too much at stake not to involve himself in every aspect of their lives and education. One of them was destined to sit on the throne. Augustus needed to make sure that they would be ready. But just because there was a planned obsolescence now built into Tiberius and Drusus, that did not mean that Augustus could simply ignore them. It would be 20 years or more before Gaius and Lucius could even begin the process of establishing public lives for themselves. Tiberius and Drusus were ready now, and with all the illnesses that had felled him over the years, Augustus knew that lasting the 20 years before his grandsons would be ready to take over was a dicey prospect at best. Plus, the ancient world being what it was, there was no guarantee that Gaius and Lucius would even survive childhood. It was best to keep as many irons in the fire as possible. So on the off chance that either Tiberius or Drusus was indeed destined to succeed him to the throne, Augustus made sure that everything stayed in the tight family he was building. So in 19 BC, he had Tiberius marry Vipsania, the daughter of Marcus Agrippa by his first wife, and not long after, Drusus married Antonia, the daughter of Augustus's sister Octavia, and, ironically enough, Mark Antony. Both marriages were happy ones, though in the case of Tiberius, it was this very happiness that would open up a rift with Augustus that would be the hallmark of their future relationship with each other. In 17 BC, Augustus began to set the stage for his imperial expansion. That year, one of his generals in Gaul lost a minor battle to some Germanic tribes. Rather than letting the incident pass without notice, Augustus saw his opportunity to open up legal war in Germania. Just as is the case with most every civilized country across history, Rome never just declared war. Hostilities were only opened once Rome or one of their allied kingdoms was attacked. It was very important to the Roman sense of themselves that they only entered into just wars of self-defense. In theory, this meant that they were always on strong moral footing when they marched off to war, but in practice, this meant that they simply seized on the flimsiest pretext to launch a campaign. Now Augustus had his flimsy pretext. He traveled himself to Gaul and began reorganizing the legions there to prepare them for what would no doubt be a difficult push across the Rhine River to the banks of the Elbe. The princeps would remain in the province for a good 3 years, keeping himself within easy reach of all the campaigns he had initiated. The first major push, as I said at the end of last week, was Tiberius and Drusus's invasion of what would become the province of Raetia, which covered modern-day Switzerland and part of Austria. In the single summer of 15 BC, the two brothers ruthlessly prosecuted a war of pacification against the tribes living there. The casus belli for the invasion, I should note, was some reported ill treatment of Roman citizens passing through the territory. Flimsy pretexts, I has them. Rather than being satisfied with simply beating the tribes on the battlefield and turning them into taxpayers, the two brothers decided that the best way to ensure the mountainous region remained safe for Roman travelers was to initiate a mass deportation of the men. Those who weren't sold into slavery were marched at spear point off their land. Women, children, and old men were left behind to keep the region nominally populated, but completely defenseless. Neighboring Raetia, incorporating the rest of modern Austria, was the recently consolidated, if still unofficial, province of Noricum. The tribes there had been friends of Rome since at least 170 BC, and had actually been important allies of Julius Caesar during his civil wars against the Senate. In 16 BC, all Augustus had to do was order a proconsul in to occupy the land. The formal annexation of all the land south of the Danube was well underway. With Roman intentions obvious, the recently passive tribes inhabiting Pannonia rose up against encroachment. They had been beaten soundly by Augustus during his Illyrian campaigns 20 years earlier, but their territory had not been officially incorporated into the empire. The fiercely independent Pannonian tribes could barely stand unofficial servitude, so there was no way they were going to be able to stand official servitude. And with the legions on the march, that sure looked like what they were headed for. But that fierce independence would ironically sow the seeds for their loss of it, because not only were they predisposed to standing apart from Rome, they were also predisposed to standing apart from each other. Unable to establish a united front, the tribes were easily picked off one by one. That is not to say that the conquest of Pannonia took place overnight, as the conquest of Raetia basically had, but just to say that the outcome was never really in doubt. In 13 BC, the 29-year-old Tiberius served as consul for the first time, obviously long before he should have qualified for that office. Lifting age restrictions for his possible heirs was one of Augustus's favorite tricks to give them a leg up on the competition. When his year in the consulship was done, Tiberius would qualify for any number of proconsulships in the provinces, where he could continue to grow his power and prestige. All the while, his peers would be hoping against hope to nail down that first quaestorship. 13 BC also marked, finally, the passing of Marcus Lepidus. The old triumvir had managed to last another 25 years living in comfortable obscurity after being booted from the triumvirate in 36 BC. The one concession Augustus had allowed Lepidus when the latter left the public stage was allowing him to remain as Pontifex Maximus, an office he had held since the death of Julius Caesar. When Lepidus died, Augustus naturally assumed the high priesthood. Now, the princeps was the official head of all three branches of Roman public life: the church, the state, and the military. At the end of the year, with operations in Pannonia going well but not perfectly, Augustus sent in Marcus Agrippa to bring the annexation to a speedy conclusion. Eager to get started, Agrippa immediately set sail for the Balkans and spent the winter there, planning the next summer's campaign. But it was a campaign that he would not live to see. Suffering from a number of nagging ailments, Agrippa caught sick and was forced to return home in March of 12 BC. But, landing in Brundisium, he took a turn for the worse. Messengers raced to Rome to deliver the news to Augustus, who dropped what he was doing and rushed to Brundisium, but by the time he got there it was too late. Marcus Agrippa was dead. It would be difficult to overstate what a blow this was. Agrippa was basically the reason Augustus had gotten anywhere in life. The inherited name of Julius Caesar was obviously the catalyst for his rise, and the savvy advice of Maecenas helped him pick his way through the treacherous world of Roman politics. But it would all have been for naught without victories on the battlefield, and all of Augustus's most important victories, against first Sextus Pompey and then Mark Antony, had been won by Agrippa. The death of the great general at age 51 was a harsh reminder that while he was now all-powerful, Augustus never really had been able to do it alone. The question of what would happen the next time a key military victory was required must have weighed heavy on Augustus's mind, because not only had he been able to trust Agrippa to win the battle, but he could also trust Agrippa not to betray him afterwards. The next great battle, if such a thing occurred, would be fraught with danger for the regime. Defeat would mean a loss of legitimacy, while victory would mean a new rival for power. The death of Agrippa was bad news for Augustus, no matter which way you sliced it. But that did not mean Augustus was going to simply cash in his chips or linger too long over the death of his friend. After escorting Agrippa's body back to Rome, Augustus placed the remains in his own recently constructed mausoleum, so at least in death, the two friends would be reunited. But when he closed the doors on the tomb, it was time to move on. The key question was what to do with his now twice-widowed daughter Julia. He mulled over, but then dismissed the idea of marrying her to an ally outside the family. No, Augustus wanted to keep everything in a nice, tight little bundle, so he settled on marrying her to Tiberius. The only problem was that Tiberius was happily married to Vipsania, and he had no desire to marry the woman who had so recently been his stepmother-in-law. He and Vipsania had already produced a healthy son named Nero Claudius Drusus, named unusually after his uncle rather than Tiberius himself, as was the custom. But when Augustus made up his mind, he made up everybody's mind. Tiberius was forced to divorce Vipsania and marry Julia. The bitterness over the incident grew slowly in Tiberius, sparked at first simply by his longing for Vipsania, but then nursed into a full-blown fiery rage when he really got to know his new wife. The problem was that the two were simply not compatible. Tiberius was conservative, thoughtful, and at times an admittedly humorless man. He was smart, talented, and ambitious, but embraced none of the flamboyance that had come to mark Julia's personality. As the only daughter of Augustus, Julia had been raised in a pampered world of wealth and privilege. But now that she was grown up, she was not daddy's little girl anymore. She was now simply a pawn in her father's dynastic games. Never one to consider his daughter's feelings, Augustus married her off as was politically expedient, and then took her sons Gaius and Lucius away at the first opportunity. In response, Julia began to act out against her father's obsession with traditional morality and proceeded to carry on affairs with Rome's leading men, essentially making a fool out of Augustus behind his moralizing back. Tiberius stepped into this situation and soon found himself playing the cuckold. But as much as Tiberius disdained his new wife, it seems that Julia was no great fan of Tiberius's either. She even sent a letter to her father through an intermediary denouncing Tiberius as unworthy of her hand in marriage and beneath her. After their only child died in infancy, Tiberius seems to have renounced marital relations with Julia, not that she cared. After Agrippa died, Tiberius inherited not just the general's widow, but also his command in Pannonia. Drusus, meanwhile, was placed in charge of the armies of the Rhine, and in contrast to Tiberius's unhappy private life, found his own family a source of great joy. His marriage to Antonia was a happy one and produced 3 children, each destined for a life in the public eye. Drusus returned the compliment Tiberius had paid him by naming his own eldest son, born in either 16 or 15 BC, Nero Claudius Tiberius. Of course, we know the boy today by the agnomen he inherited from his father, Germanicus. Filling out the family was Julia Livilla, born in 13 BC, and the reversely named Tiberius Claudius Nero, born in 10 BC. Obviously, the Romans were not much for unique naming, so from here on out, I'll be referring to them as Germanicus, Livilla, and Claudius, respectively. And in case you didn't already know, yes, that Claudius. The young family was the toast of the Roman world. Drusus, unlike his sad sack and socially awkward older brother, was outgoing and universally popular. Antonia herself soon joined the auspicious ranks of Cornelia Africana, mother of the Gracchi brothers, and her own mother Octavia, as a near deified paragon of womanly virtue. When Drusus died, she refused to remarry, eventually living another 5 decades without ever taking a new husband, a highly unusual state of affairs. From 11 BC to 9 BC, the 2 stepsons of Augustus battled their way into hostile territory. Tiberius had the easier time of it because, as I said, the tribes of Pannonia remained too disconnected to really prove a match for the legions. But Germania was a different story. The tribes there were larger, tougher, and more strategically advanced than the natives in Pannonia. Drusus was able to eventually push his armies all the way to the Elbe, but every winter he was forced to withdraw back to the safety of Gaul. When they faced Drusus in battle, the Germans usually lost, but that in no way led to anything resembling an atmosphere of conquest. Like the Romans themselves, the Germans could lose all the battles in the world and still never admit defeat. In 9 AD, a Roman general named Publius Varus would make the mistake of thinking the Germans a conquered people and lead 3 legions into a disaster that would see the Romans more or less withdraw from Germania forever. The dream of a border on the Elbe River abandoned. Disaster struck the royal family, and really that's what they were, a royal family, in the late summer of 9 BC when Drusus fell off of his horse. He had been winding down a successful year in the consulship and was preparing to take on proconsular authority and follow his brother up the chain of command. But just like that, his career and his life were cut short. The injuries he sustained from the fall likely became infected, and he was simply unable to recover. In a touching tribute to the bond shared by the brothers, Tiberius raced across 200 miles of hostile territory, accompanied by a single Gallic guide when he heard the news. Unlike Augustus racing to meet Agrippa, Tiberius was able to make it in time, but just barely. Soon after his brother's arrival, Drusus died. Tiberius led the body back to Rome and was soon joined by Augustus and Livia, who was beside herself with grief at the loss of her son. As I said, Antonia never remarried. She moved in with Augustus and Livia, and her children were raised alongside their older cousins, Gaius and Lucius. The next year brought only more bad news for Augustus. Maecenas, his longtime friend and key political advisor during the rise to power, died in October, leaving Augustus alone at the top. There is something indispensable about advisors who are around before power is won, who can speak plainly and directly without succumbing to awe. Augustus was fast running out of such men, and the two most important were now dead. Augustus, for so long the young man fighting his elders for power, was now himself the elder, surrounded by younger men whose relationship to him was inalterably colored by his supreme power. Augustus was never lonely or lacking for company, but at this point, the only person left who resembled both a friend and an equal was Livia. There was much speculation about why he remained with her after it became apparent that their marriage would never produce children. But perhaps she gave him access to an easy familiarity that he would be unable to find anywhere else. File that under pure speculation, though. With Agrippa and Drusus dead, the only man ready to step into power now, should Augustus die, was Tiberius. Probably out of consideration for this fact, Tiberius was promoted to a status not unlike that attained by Agrippa after Augustus's brush with death in 23 BC. After taking over his brother's command in Germania, he served as consul in 7 BC, and was then granted the same power of the tribunate that Augustus enjoyed. Once his year in the consulship was over, Augustus had slated Tiberius to head east and oversee another intervention into Armenia, where a pro-Parthian monarch had recently ascended the throne. But Tiberius shocked everyone when he suddenly announced that he would be doing no such thing, that, in fact, he was retiring from public life for good. Historians, both ancient and modern, have puzzled over Tiberius's inexplicable retirement. Some posit that he could see plainly that he was simply a temporary placeholder, that he would be forced to step aside for Gaius and Lucius eventually, so why waste his life clearing the way for his younger stepbrothers? Others say that he actually had the teenager's best interests at heart, and was removing himself from this stage so there would be no competition for the public's attention. And, of course, on a more personal level, everyone likes to point out how unhappy the marriage between Tiberius and Julia was, and that when he retired, he was retiring as much from her as he was from politics. Whatever the real reason, in 6 BC, the one man Augustus would feel comfortable turning over the empire to walked away from him. Augustus was enraged by his stepson's betrayal, and when the princeps announced Tiberius's decision to the Senate, his remarks made it very clear that he was taking the whole thing personally. But despite the heavy pressure exerted on him to reconsider, Tiberius packed his bags and sailed for Rhodes, the island he had chosen for his self-imposed exile. It's hard to tell what to make of the episode. Did Tiberius really think he was leaving public life behind? Or was it all some elaborate charade designed to prove how indispensable he was? To partially answer the question, I think we can look to the fact that while Tiberius gave up formal office when he left for Rhodes, he conspicuously did not give back the at-large powers the Senate had bestowed upon him. One suspects that Tiberius was not done with politics just yet. Tiberius's announcement left Augustus in a bind. Gaius and Lucius, at this point, were only 14 and 11. If the princeps died, who would take over? Because they certainly weren't ready. Tiberius could always be returned from retirement, but this whole self-imposed exile thing would make it very difficult to arrange for a peaceful transfer of power. If Tiberius was still retired when Augustus died, other ambitious men would seize on the opportunity to lay their own claim on the throne. Since that certainly wouldn't do, Augustus was left with no other choice. He simply had to keep living. One way or the other, he would have to stay alive long enough to see Gaius and Lucius come of age and establish a place in Roman public life for themselves. Next week, fate will continue to mock Augustus's plan for a permanent dynasty. While the princeps focused on outliving the childhoods of his two grandsons, he was not prepared to outlive them completely. But when death came calling, first for Lucius and then for Gaius, the princeps could only stand by helplessly as his young heirs were stolen away from him. To make matters worse, by the time the two boys died, Augustus had already banished Julia from Rome when somebody finally told him what she had been up to all these years. With his only daughter wasting away in exile, and his 2 prized grandsons dead, the family Augustus had worked so hard to build and protect was now in shambles. The Julian line could no longer stand on its own 2 feet. It would need a transfusion of blood from the Claudians to survive. Before we go, I would like to take a personal moment here, as today is Mother's Day in the United States. Mom, I know you're like 3 episodes behind the pace, so this won't get to you for another week or 2. But wherever you are, probably trucking around the neighborhood, happy Mother's Day. I love you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 55, Teutoburg Nightmares. When we left off last week, Augustus was overseeing the rise of his 2 grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, and dealing with the fallout from the sudden retirement of his stepson Tiberius in 6 BC. The next decade will bring even more hardship for the imperial family, as the fates intervened to visit every misery imaginable on the house of Caesar. But beyond the internal problems of the first family, the whole empire will soon be visited with a disaster to rival the massacre at Cannae and the Parthian annihilation of Crassus's eastern legions. Rome had spent its life expanding, always and ever outward. Augustus could already see, though, that the endless growth could not continue forever, that future generations would not be tasked with winning new territory for the empire, but rather keeping what had already been seized. But even he was not ready to be done with imperial conquest just yet. That was why the disaster in the Teutoburg forest was such a heavy blow. Germania was supposed to be the last province the empire would ever need, but instead it was never taken, the final piece of the puzzle never put into place. Instead, the land beyond the Rhine would forever whisper in Rome's ear like the slave standing beside a conquering general in his triumphal chariot, reminding him that he is mortal. But before we get into all that, we need to unpack some more of the drama of the Julio-Claudian family, as events during these middle years of Augustus's reign will set the stage for the future path of the imperial monarchy. Augustus had always taken pains to have his family live exemplary public and private lives, to lead by example as the emperor tried to simultaneously renew the old Roman spirit while strangling off its republican roots. As I mentioned previously, the princeps was heavily invested in legislating sexual and marital relations to create a healthy environment within which to raise the new generation of Roman children. The only problem was that as hard as it was to legislate morality, it proved even harder to keep his own children and grandchildren in line. Behind Augustus's back, the house of Caesar was fast turning into a house of ill repute. Everyone knew it, everyone except the princeps himself. But in 2 BC, that all changed. After years of treating the back alleys of Rome as her personal playground, the exploits of Augustus's daughter Julia finally reached the princeps' ears. He had been kept in the dark, thinking her a paradigm of virtue, while all the while she carried on numerous affairs with men born both high and low, from the lowliest slave to men of the highest rank, including a member of the Gracchi family, and, perhaps most famously, Mark Antony's second son, Aulus. The shock of the revelation caused Augustus to perhaps overreact. But with clamping down on libertine sexual attitudes such a personal crusade for him, it is understandable that when his own daughter was revealed to be a prime contributor to the problem, that the sense of betrayal must have run deep. Deep enough, anyway, that against the advice of nearly everyone, he banished Julia from Rome and never allowed her to return. Her identified lovers were banished themselves or forced to commit suicide. The scandal rocked Rome, as men of the most prominent families were suddenly exiled or killed. The common citizens of Rome were overcome with sympathy for Julia and her lovers, and when Augustus took to the streets, they begged him to allow them all to return. But he was not having it. The cold, cruel streak that had run through Augustus since the beginning resurfaced. Julia was dead to him. Still very much alive, though, were her 2 sons, Gaius and Lucius. Raised by the princeps himself, the 2 boys were growing fast into smart and capable teenagers. They were not perfect, though, and both earned reputations as haughty, self-indulgent, spoiled children. Augustus had tried mightily to prevent this from happening, but he could not watch them all the time, nor prevent Rome from lavishing them with their every desire practically from birth. But as the sons of Agrippa and the grandsons of Augustus, the princeps figured that there was enough noble, pragmatic, and talented blood running through their veins that as they matured, they would, well, mature. Even though Augustus wanted to accelerate the career paths of the two boys, there were limits to how far he would go. When Gaius was only 14, there was agitation in the streets in favor of Augustus appointing the boy consul. Augustus himself stood for the consulship that year, so he could oversee Gaius's ceremonial transition into manhood, which took place traditionally at the age of 15. Of course, the people voted overwhelmingly in favor of the princeps, but in a surprise move, they also went ahead and elected young Gaius as his colleague. Unwilling to go that far that fast, Augustus vacated the decision and announced that Gaius could serve as consul as soon as he turned 20, but not a day before. He was, after all, not even a man yet. He also promised the people that Lucius would be able to follow a similar path, and slated him for a consulship when he turned 20. With Tiberius now gone, Augustus needed to get both boys up to speed as soon as possible, but he didn't want to overdo it. The fall-started campaign in Armenia, though, which Tiberius was to have spearheaded, left Augustus in another quandary regarding the rapidity of his grandson's rise. Specifically, he saw Armenia as the perfect opportunity to give Gaius command experience, but if he put the teenager in charge, would the whole thing backfire? The people were certainly ready enough to give the young heir a position of authority, but was Gaius ready to take it? Swallowing his misgivings, Augustus decided to appoint the boy to deal with the situation in the east. The situation being that the Parthians were once again meddling in Armenia, which interfered with Rome's own meddling, something Augustus could not tolerate. In 1 BC, 18-year-old Gaius went east and set up a base of operations on the island of Samos, from which he would project Rome's imperial power. Not far from Samos was, of course, the island of Rhodes, home these past 5 years to Tiberius. The melancholy stepson of Augustus, now well into middle age, seems in those 5 years to have grown disenchanted with his exile. Perhaps because he realized that he was not, after all, indispensable, or because, after Julia's affairs became known, Augustus had unilaterally declared her unhappy marriage to Tiberius void, freeing him of the woman he hated. Tiberius began to ask his stepfather for permission to return to Rome, a request Augustus refused to even consider, despite heavy lobbying from Livia. So Tiberius's exile transitioned almost overnight from self-imposed to forced. With Gaius taking on his first foreign assignment and ready to step into the consulship in 1 AD, Tiberius found himself forgotten, left to wither on roads, homesick, and ignored. But we all know now that it was not Tiberius's destiny to die in obscurity. No, he was destined to succeed Augustus to the throne. So how did he get from exile back into the center of Roman power? Augustus clearly wanted nothing more to do with him, and with Gaius and Lucius progressing nicely, it would take quite a chain of events for the princeps to accept Tiberius back into his good graces. But the ancient world was a cruel and sudden place, and in the span of 18 months, Tiberius went from hated exile to heir apparent. In 2 AD, Lucius, then 19 years old and set to hold the consulship the next year, was traveling to Spain on assignment for Augustus. While he was passing through Gaul, Lucius was stricken by an illness, and before anyone could even be notified that anything was amiss, he died. Augustus was devastated. Without any sons of his own, he had raised Lucius as his own. And now, just like that, the young man Augustus had poured his heart and soul into was gone. Beyond the emotional blow, this meant that all of Augustus's hopes for a permanent Julian dynasty now rested on Gaius alone. If anything were to happen to the elder brother, Augustus did not know what he would do. A year and a half later, though, he found out. After helping resolve the situation in Armenia, which involved forging a compromise with the Parthians, whereby Rome allowed Parthia's chosen candidate to ascend to the Armenian throne, in exchange for the Parthians recognizing that Armenia was firmly in Rome's sphere of influence, Gaius was acting as a tourist in the east when news came that not everyone in Armenia was happy with the compromise. A revolt had broken out, and Gaius led the legions in to help quell the disturbances. In 4 AD, while laying siege to a small town, Gaius was wounded. The wound never healed properly, and as he traveled back to the west, the infection became worse. He died on the southern coast of Anatolia at the tender age of 24. If Augustus found the death of Lucius hard to take, the death of Gaius was absolutely devastating. The two boys he had groomed for power, who he expected to one day rule the empire, were dead. Just like that, dead. Who else could he turn to? Finally, the endless stream of letters from Tiberius would have to be opened. His requests to return from exile would have to be granted. The reality that he was now the only man alive who could succeed Augustus to the throne would have to be acknowledged. Tiberius was now once again the heir apparent. Now, I suppose this is a good time to address a rumor that has been kicking around since the days of antiquity. I speak, of course, of the Livia killed everyone theory of Roman imperial history. In this theory, Livia takes on the persona of the wicked stepmother, a familiar archetype that was well known to Roman dramatists, who, in her single-minded push to drive Tiberius into power, poisoned anyone who got in their way. First Marcellus, or Marcellus, depending on who you talk to, then Lucius, then Gaius. She arranged the banishment of Julia, and will soon enough arrange the banishment of young Agrippa Posthumus and his sister Julia the Younger. She was even accused of eliminating her own son Drusus, who was suspected of having Republican sympathies. These accusations have been around since it became clear that young Julian men in line for the throne had a habit of dying young and suddenly, but are of course given their fullest voice in the BBC miniseries I, Claudius. Having somehow gone my entire life without ever actually seeing the show, I decided to right that particular wrong and have recently been watching it with the utmost enjoyment. I, Claudius is of course awesome, and anyone who is listening to this podcast will thoroughly enjoy it, but all I can say is Robert Graves really, really didn't like Livia. She is portrayed as evil and manipulative right down to the core. I don't think there is a sympathetic moment for her in the entire series. All I can say about this is that we should remain skeptical about such portrayals. Even the Latin historians, Suetonius especially, who specialized in gossip, acknowledged that there is no proof of anything, and that the rumors were likely concocted by enemies of the regime, particularly enemies of Tiberius, who wished to discredit the entire Claudian half of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. We should also keep in mind that in the ancient world, sudden death was not exactly unheard of. Disease ran rampant, and medicine was barely out of its infancy. There is no need to concoct a tale about a diabolical woman secretly assassinating her son's rivals to explain the fact that Lucius got sick and died, or that after being stabbed with a sword, Gaius's wound never healed properly, and he died. This is all to say that basically, I'm not going to go there. To me, Livia will remain a staunch promoter of her son's interests and a ruthless defender of the new imperial regime, but I will not be portraying her as the embodiment of pure malevolence. But go check out I, Claudius. Not for nothing is it regarded as some of the finest television ever produced. So, moving on. After the death of Gaius, Tiberius returned to Rome. He was quickly adopted by Augustus, and his at-large powers, which had lapsed during his exile, were renewed and extended by the Senate. As a condition of his adoption, though, Tiberius was required to adopt his now 20-year-old nephew Germanicus. With Germanicus having blood ties back to Augustus through his mother Antonia, the princeps hoped that after a temporary diversion through Tiberius, power would wind up back in the hands of a Julian. Doubly ensuring that in the future, power would remain in Julian hands, Germanicus was married to Augustus's granddaughter Agrippina. When the princeps died, Tiberius would reign by necessity, but then the family of Germanicus would take their rightful places on the throne. It was lucky that Germanicus was turning out to be such a promising young man, because the rest of his family was a disaster. Agrippa Posthumus, the last surviving son of Marcus Agrippa and Julia, had grown into a violent and cruel young man. In 7 AD, after numerous complaints and indiscretions, Augustus finally had to give up, and Posthumus was forced into exile, banished to a tiny island that was little more than a rock. The next year, Julia the Younger followed in her mother's footsteps, first into a life of moral flexibility, carrying on her own series of infamous affairs, and then exile at Augustus's orders. Rumors held, though, that she was not banished simply for immorality, but that she was also taking part in a plot against the Augustan regime. Her first husband had been executed on charges of treason, and some suppose that his wife had more than a little to do with the whole affair. Whenever his daughter or grandchildren popped up in conversation, Augustus was known to quote from the Iliad, "Ah, to have never married, and childless died." Rounding out the Hall of Shame were Germanicus' sister Livilla, who will eventually commit suicide after being implicated in the murder of Tiberius' son, and his brother Claudius, a stammering idiot who everyone knew would never amount to anything. While Augustus was dealing with his internal family dramas, an external disaster shook the regime right down to its core. Over the years, between the campaigns of Drusus and the subsequent campaigns of Tiberius, the Roman grip on Germania had slowly tightened. By 7 AD, the Romans were moving with relative impunity through the country and had established alliances with numerous Germanic tribes. Bases and forts had been erected on the far side of the Rhine, and, by all accounts, it was looking like Germania would soon be formally annexed. The only problem was that despite the appearance of goodwill and friendship, the majority of German tribes had no love for Rome whatsoever, and were not going to sit by while their country was enveloped into the empire. Into this dynamic stepped two men, Publius Quintilius Varus, then governor assigned to the task of consolidating Roman control of the country, and a German chieftain known by his Latinized name, Arminius. Arminius was well trusted by the Romans and played the part of a staunch Roman ally to the hilt. He had served in the legions, leading German auxiliary forces in numerous battles, and had even been granted citizenship for his service. Varus trusted the German leader implicitly and considered him a key to bringing the Germans in line with Roman rule. But despite outward appearances, Arminius hated the Romans. His real dream was not helping Rome conquer Germania, but rather uniting the independent German tribes under his single banner and leading them to victory against the legions. For 2 years, he ostensibly advised and aided Varus in his labors, but secretly was organizing a massive resistance effort. By 9 AD, Arminius had convinced enough of his countrymen to join him that he felt strong enough to strike. But being strong enough to strike did not mean simply declaring his break from Rome and attacking in a set-piece battle. No, that would never work. The German chieftain knew from his years of serving in the legions that his fellow tribesmen were no match for Rome's armies, all things being equal. So he set about making sure that all things would not be equal. He devised a trap for the Romans, and then leveraged his influence with Varus to make sure that the Roman leader walked right into it. Arminius was so trusted, in fact, that even when evidence of his intentions was brought to Varus's attention, the Roman general dismissed it as slander. But it wasn't slander. It was the truth. The trap was set for September, just as the weather was turning sour and the Romans were thinking more about holing up for the winter than dealing with a massive Germanic uprising. Arminius brought word to Varus that a revolt had broken out northwest of the main Roman camp, and that it would be best to go in with a show of force and remind the locals that their new rulers did not tolerate insurrection. So Varus led the 3 legions under his command, the 17th, 18th, and 19th, out of the camp, marching them northwest towards the alleged revolt. But of course, there was no uprising. Using the excuse that he was leaving to go raise more local soldiers to help Rome quell the unrest, Arminius left the Roman camp, met up with the massive army waiting to ambush the marching Romans in the Teutoburg forest. Completely unaware that anything was amiss, and believing himself far from any trouble, Varus marched his men in sloppy fashion. He declined to send out any advance scouts and allowed thousands of camp followers with their slow-moving baggage trains to travel alongside his forces. Believing his men to be in no danger, Varus also neglected to march in battle-ready order. Arminius had pointed them down a narrow and muddy road, and with heavy rains starting up, the going was slow. At a location that archaeologists have identified as just northeast of modern Osnabrück, the legions were forced to pass through a narrow strip of land, cutting between a sharp hill to the south and marshland to the north. I have a map posted of what the likely site looked like that was based on a map posted by Jona Lendering of Livius.org, whose careful analysis of the battle forms the basis for most of my own recounting of the disaster. At the narrow pass, Arminius waited to ambush the Romans. The Germans had fortified a position along the slope of the southern hill, and after allowing a good portion of the Roman train to pass, launched an assault on the middle of the Roman army. Varus and his men were taken totally unaware. The army was cut in half and suffered heavy losses. An attempt was made to storm the fortified wall the Germans had erected, but to no avail. The lead group, with the Germans now behind them, either escaped or were themselves annihilated after being forced into the marshland. The other group, with Varus still in command, fought their way out of the trap and managed to build a camp just west of the ambush site. After spending a sleepless night holed up behind their hastily erected fortifications, the remaining Romans broke out the next morning and headed southwest. But having to fight their way through hordes of German tribesmen, the breakout caused significant casualties. Between the initial ambush and the morning breakout, the 3 legions of Varus were, by this time, essentially destroyed. No longer were they an army fighting a battle. These were survivors fighting to escape. Varus led his men southwest, probably trying to make for a Roman base situated upon the Lipa River, but they would never make it. Between the heavy woods and the heavy rains, the Romans were unable to use their archers, unable to even hold up their waterlogged shields. Arminius sent a force ahead of Varus, and the confused Romans were ambushed for a second time. Surrounded, Varus recognized that continued fighting was hopeless. The Roman governor, along with most of his remaining officers, committed suicide. Some Roman soldiers were able to slip away from these repeated ambushes and make their way to the fortress along the Lipa, but they were an insignificant minority of those who had set out with Varus in search of a non-existent revolt just days before. The 17th, 18th, and 19th legions, plus accompanying cavalry and auxiliary troops, all told accounting for some 20,000 men, had been slaughtered. The battle in the Teutoburg forest is widely recognized as one of those earth-shattering events that alters the course of history. Perhaps in constructing a narrative about why the Romans settled on the Rhine as their chosen frontier, historians have allowed the battle to take on outsized importance. But there is no doubt that it was a monumental disaster for Rome. The 17th, 18th, and 19th legions, for example, pass now from the historical record. Their numbers never again used by any future legions, sort of like retiring the number of a beloved sports hero. Augustus was reported to have stopped shaving for months after news of the massacre reached Rome, a traditional step in the Roman mourning process. For the rest of his life, Augustus is also reported to periodically and without warning shout, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." Whether there was a one-to-one relation between the battle and the cession of permanent expansion into Germania or not, the two events coincide so neatly that the formation of a legend was inevitable. 19th century German nationalists made a hero of Arminius, calling him by his German name Hermann. They built statues to him and used the battle in the Teutoburg as proof of their racist superiority over the decadent Latins they had easily defeated. In concluding his article on the battle, Jona Lendering also points out that if the slaughter in the Teutoburg did indeed cause the Romans to abandon Germany, then Arminius deserves credit for the remaining existence of both the German and English languages, both of which would have been overwhelmed by Latin had the Romans successfully annexed Germania, just as the local dialects in France and Spain were supplanted. Whether fully justified or not, the battle in the Teutoburg forest is one of those major mileposts along the road of Roman history, and it will definitely be on the test. Now, obviously, the Romans were not ones to simply tuck tail and run. So in the aftermath of the disaster, Augustus sent Tiberius to the Rhineland to execute punitive expeditions against the Germans. Tiberius would spend the next few years marauding around the countryside, laying waste to settlements and enslaving the natives. But there was no more interest shown in establishing permanent outposts east of the Rhine. Tiberius himself, when he became emperor, never pushed for any substantial war-making in Germania, Germanicus' campaigns notwithstanding. It is likely that in the final calculation, the Romans realized that the only thing capable of unifying the disparate German tribes into a force that could actually threaten the empire was the presence of Romans on their land. By remaining west of the Rhine, the Romans gave the Germans no cause to abandon their eternal squabbling. In fact, the breakdown of German unity happened almost immediately after their greatest victory over Rome. After the Romans withdrew, Arminius sent the head of Varus to a rival chieftain to prove that together the Romans would not stand a chance against the tribes of Germania. But the rival leader simply passed the head along to Rome for burial, suspecting that Arminius was trying to make himself king and seeing no reason to allow such a thing to happen. Self-interest trumping all. Lacking unity, the Germans could no longer threaten Rome. But just to be careful, 8 full legions were forever stationed up and down the Rhine. These troops would guard the new frontier for hundreds of years, keeping Rome safe from the unconquered barbarians in Germania. There will be no episode next week, as I'll be traveling around for Memorial Day weekend. Unfortunately, the Mets blew up Randy Johnson yesterday, so he won't be going for his 300th win next Friday in Seattle, but I'll be at Safeco anyway, basking in the fading glow of the greatest left-handed pitcher in baseball history. We'll return in 2 weeks to follow Augustus's last great test, transferring power to Tiberius. Many believed that when Augustus died, the regime would die with him. But the old princeps arranged things as best he could to ensure that this wouldn't happen. The transition of power from Augustus to Tiberius was fraught with danger, but in the end, it would be pulled off without a hitch. Imperial Rome was off and running. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 56, The King is Dead, Long Live the King. Last time, we left Augustus reeling from the shocking annihilation of 3 legions in the Teutoburg forest in 9 AD. The princeps, who was now over 70, never really recovered from the blow. The self-assuredness that had marked the regime from the beginning, a more tempered version of the audacious swagger that young Octavian had displayed, now shifted into something more cautious, more uneasy, and more paranoid. It was not just the defeat in Germania that caused the change in tone. Augustus was getting on in years, and found himself handing off more and more of the day-to-day routine of empire to Tiberius, who, as we will see, was nothing if not cautious, uneasy, and paranoid. But Tiberius's influence aside, there is no doubt that the disaster in the Teutoburg forest affected Augustus mightily. It was the first time the fates had conspired to deny the princeps what he really wanted, in this case, the full annexation of Germania. He had dealt with setbacks and disappointments and betrayals before, and perhaps a younger Augustus would have raised more troops and conquered Germania just to prove to them who was in charge. But now, he took the defeat as a sign from the gods that he was overreaching, that he asked for too much, and that it was time to pull back. Twilight was settling in on the emperor, and he knew it. After the loss in Germania, Augustus stopped thinking about expansion, and stopped thinking altogether, really, about initiating new projects. The time had come to shore up the regime, secure his legacy, and make sure that when he finally, inevitably died, that the empire would not slip into chaos. Looking out over Rome, Augustus could at least be content in the knowledge that his legacy would not be that hard to secure. Every street in the capital and every city in the provinces had been touched by his policies, his reforms, and his vision for the future of the empire. Famously announcing on his deathbed that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, Augustus was speaking both literally and metaphorically. Literally, his building projects had replaced many of the old crumbling facades around the city with the marble edifices we think of today when we picture ancient Rome. Augustus also left in his wake a slew of temples, baths, palaces, and aqueducts, all built in an attempt to turn the city, which was now, after all, the capital of the known world, into something that at least resembled its status. A great many of the projects, in particular a new line of aqueducts that delivered fresh water in abundance to the filthy, teeming masses, were spearheaded by Agrippa, who was not just Augustus's leader on the battlefield, but also something like his chief urban planner. At one point, Agrippa even took a step backwards on the cursus honorum, a thing not often done, just to take the office of city aedile, which had jurisdiction over the areas Agrippa and Augustus wanted to see improvements done. But it was not just the physical buildings themselves that Augustus transformed. He also inherited a jumbled mess of haphazard Republican administrative practices that left the empire ill-governed and ill-served. He had the good fortune to reign for over 40 years, so he could afford to slowly work his way through the Gordian knot of entrenched interests that protected what was theirs at the expense of anything resembling the greater good. In addition to building out a stable slave and freedman-based bureaucracy, Augustus also introduced a professional firefighting force and a professional police force to Rome for the first time. Gone now were the days where Marcus Crassus could sit outside a burning home and extort the property from frantic owners in exchange for putting out the blaze. Gone also were the private tax farmers out in the provinces. I haven't talked much about how the Romans collected their taxes up to this point, but basically it went like this. A private agency would bid for the right to collect taxes in a certain area. The winning bid paid to the Senate was the money the state received as the quote-unquote tax revenue. The business model of the tax farmer was then to go out into his province and try to raise more in taxes than he had paid to the government. There was little oversight built into the system, and the structure became lousy with corruption, dishonesty, and extortion. So Augustus canceled the whole setup and began employing a professional corps of tax collectors to implement a tax code that reflected reasonable expectations about what the provincials ought to be able to provide. If Rome was going to rule what it had conquered, they needed to get smart about how they treated the provincials. To paraphrase a line not yet uttered by Tiberius, the point is to fleece the sheep, not skin them. Letting unscrupulous tax farmers run rampant was a persistent PR nightmare for Rome, and Augustus's reforms there probably paid for themselves 10 times over in the costs not borne by future generations, putting down revolts that would have inevitably sprung up when the sheep started getting skinned. Augustus also took a hard look at the organization of the legions. Since the reforms of Marius, the army had been populated with professional soldiers whose income depended on their generals winning battles and securing loot. As Augustus himself could attest, if an ambitious general wanted to turn his armies against the state, there was little to stop him as long as the men were handsomely paid. The princeps was confident that the generals and men of the army were loyal to him personally for now, but after he died, there was no telling what was going to happen. A likely scenario, though, was that every ambitious general was going to turn on every other ambitious general, plunging Rome back into civil war. So Augustus set up a central treasury for the payment of soldiers and veterans, providing the seed money for the new treasury out of his own pocket. With the men knowing that their salaries came from Rome and not from the local general in charge, they would be far less likely to follow him if his ambition took him beyond the law. Not that it wouldn't happen, mind you, just that it would be a lot less likely. With all he could do in a single lifetime, as done as he could ever hope it would be, Augustus began to withdraw from public life. He stopped coming to meetings of the Senate and relied on Tiberius and Germanicus to be the public face of the regime. Tiberius already had most of the powers that Augustus held, and for all intents and purposes, they were co-rulers by this point, which was of course by design. When Augustus died, Tiberius would not really need to ascend to the throne. He would simply need to continue to wield all the power he already had. But the growing power of Tiberius, so necessary for a smooth handover, also changed the overall outlook of the late Augustan regime. Augustus had always been advised by Maecenas to allow for a large degree of freedom when it came to the arts and the letters. That is to say, that Augustan Rome enjoyed something like freedom of speech. Critics were free to speak their minds, and old enemies of the Caesars, Brutus, Cassius, and Cato, were allowed to be described in glowing terms. Augustus may not have liked what he heard, but it was far better to let a man have his say than try to censor him. A man who believes he can speak his mind will air his grievances in public and be done with it, while a man who is stifled will not suddenly be less aggrieved, he will merely speak of them privately and with other like-minded individuals. And that, of course, is where truly dangerous conspiracies are born. But Tiberius, lacking the self-confidence of Augustus, proved to be very touchy about criticism, and in the last years of Augustus's life, it became more dangerous to criticize the regime openly than it had been in the past. In a sign of things to come, public criticism of the regime came to be conflated with treason, and where once a book highlighting the moral failings of imperial allies would have passed unnoticed, now it was grounds for banishment. But the bed Tiberius was making would not be Augustus's to lie in. No, all that was left for him to do was put the final spin on the events of his life, make sure his affairs were in order, and wait patiently for death. To the first end, he composed what have become known as the Deeds of the Divine Augustus, a listing of all the things he had accomplished in his long life. When he finally settled on the final draft in 14 AD, he ordered that the deeds were to be published on tablets and spread throughout the empire upon his death. The list turned out to be a masterpiece of not quite revisionist history. That is, he did what he said he did. None of the deeds listed are lies. But he also did quite a few other things, too. Things that he didn't necessarily want to highlight for eternity, if you catch my drift. The horror of the prescriptions, for example, don't make the cut. I've posted a link to a translation of the document on the website if you want to browse the list in its entirety. I think my favorite part, listed right there amidst the battles he won, the temples he built, the provinces he brought into the empire, the honors he received and the honors he turned down, is when he describes the spectacle of a naval battle he staged for the people after digging an enormous hole near the Tiber and filling it with water. Some 3,000 men and 30 large ships participated in a giant mock sea battle. Hey guys, remember that? That was awesome, huh? At the same time he was placing the final draft of the deeds for safekeeping with the Vestal Virgins, Augustus also deposited 3 other documents. One described in detail the military and financial situation of the empire, tax rolls, troop locations, project timelines, the works, everything Tiberius would need to immediately understand what he had inherited. The second document laid out in detail how he wanted his funeral procession to unfold, and the last was his final will, which contained only one posthumous surprise for Rome. In the spring of 14 AD, for reasons that will forever be open to historical interpretation, Augustus decided to visit his exiled grandson Posthumus Agrippa, who had been living on a small, barren island these past 7 years. Explanations for the visit range from Augustus needing to take stock of the boy to see if he was fit to return to society, to Augustus needing to take stock of the boy to see if he had any plans to overthrow Tiberius once the old man was dead, to Augustus needing to take stock of the boy to decide whether or not he could possibly push Tiberius aside and make Posthumus his heir. There is also some disagreement about whether Livia knew anything about the meeting and what her reaction to the encounter might have been. According to the Livia killed everyone faction, Augustus tried to keep the meeting secret, but Livia found out about it anyway. Afraid of what this meant for Tiberius, she would order the assassination of Posthumus as soon as Augustus was dead. And, oh yeah, according to the Livia killed everyone theory, she's about to kill Augustus too, but we'll get to that. Others speculate that she knew full well about the meeting and its result, that Augustus determined Posthumus was too dangerous, that he would welcome any opportunity to become a rallying point for anti-Tiberian partisans, and that Augustus was leaving orders that Posthumus be killed upon his death. There is really no coming to a firm conclusion about the meeting, but we know that it happened, and what happened to Posthumus as soon as Augustus was dead. He was killed. Whether the princeps ordered it because he was worried about the stability of the empire, or Livia ordered it because she feared for her own son's career, is anyone's guess. But perhaps belaying the notion, at least, that Augustus was set to push Tiberius aside and make Posthumus his heir, in the summer of 14 AD, he ordered Tiberius to take over the critical command in Illyricum. This meant that Augustus was putting Tiberius in charge of a large chunk of the Roman army while simultaneously keeping him close to Italy. Posthumus, meanwhile, continued to sit on a lifeless rock and was left out of Augustus's so recently revised will. That probably tells us all we need to know about whether Augustus was planning to replace Tiberius as his heir. In the early summer of 14, Tiberius set out for Brundisium to take over his command in the Balkans, and was accompanied for the first leg of his journey by Augustus himself. But the two parted ways about 150 miles south of Rome. Tiberius continued south, while Augustus peeled off and made his way to one of his villas in the town of Nola, which lay in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. His health had been deteriorating for some time, and lately he had come down with another serious illness. Publicly, he was settling into the villa to recuperate, away from the hustle and bustle of Rome, but those close to the princeps knew that he was really settling in to die. It had been a long life, a good life, but it was time to let go. On the 19th of the month that now bears his name, with Livia by his side, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus finally died. He was 76 years old and had ruled Rome for 44 years. His attributed final words, depending on the translation, went, "Have I played my part in the farce of life well enough?" He followed this with a common tagline used by actors when closing out their performances. "If I have pleased you, then kindly signify appreciation with a warm goodbye." To Augustus, all the world really was but a stage. I think it's safe to say that he played his part convincingly. Like everything else surrounding the last few months of Augustus's life, there is some disagreement about what happened next. Either Tiberius was recalled to Nola when Augustus was still dying, and the two were able to go over the last details of succession, or he was only alerted once the princeps was dead, and that Livia spent a few days keeping her husband's death a secret while she waited for Tiberius to arrive. There was also some disagreement about how and why Augustus finally died, namely, whether he died of natural causes or was poisoned by his wicked wife Livia. I don't tend to think that dying at the age of 76, after a life spent in and out of sickbeds, needs a conspiracy theory to explain it, but rumors persist to this day that Livia poisoned the figs Augustus was fond of eating because she was afraid that if Augustus kept living, he might change his mind about her son. In his biography of Augustus, Anthony Everett does some fancy mental gymnastics to reconcile the ambiguity surrounding Augustus's death by wondering if perhaps, with all the pieces in place for a smooth transition, and Augustus's final illness not proving fatal enough, that he and Livia had a nod-wink agreement for her to poison the figs. If life was merely theater, and Augustus had written his script such that now it was time for him to die, there was no sense in lingering on the stage and risking the whole production. As I alluded to earlier, immediately upon the death of Augustus, imperial agents hastened to the island where Agrippa Postumus was exiled and the young man was murdered. As I said, the two prime suspects for the order were Augustus or Livia, but many drew the conclusion that Tiberius might have been behind the murder. When confronted with these accusations, though, Tiberius made a great stink about opening an inquiry into the case in order to clear his own name. When Augustus and Livia's inner circle caught wind that Tiberius was perhaps getting ready to air some dirty laundry, they moved quickly to stop the accusations against the new emperor so that he would drop the matter. It was a dangerous time for the regime, but there were still doubts about whether or not it could survive Augustus. Now was not the time to go around embracing transparency. After his obligatory stay in Nola, Tiberius traveled to Rome and delivered news of Augustus's death to the Senate. In Tacitus's famously direct language, two pieces of news became known simultaneously. Augustus was dead, and Tiberius was now in control. This was exactly as Augustus had planned the handover to take place. No power vacuum was to open up, not even for a moment. Immediately, the Senate fell into line and hailed Tiberius as their new emperor, and then set about trying to one-up each other with proposed honors for the now-dead Augustus. They also started drawing up elaborate funeral arrangements, but, of course, Augustus had already provided the details of his funeral, leaving nothing to chance. When Tiberius read the princeps' wishes aloud, the Senate deferred, just like they always had. Tiberius then read to them the last will and testament of Caesar Augustus, which famously began, "Since fate has cruelly carried off my sons Gaius and Lucius, Tiberius must inherit 2/3 of my property. In other words, dear Tiberius, I never did like you." After making room for small payments to every citizen in Rome, Augustus left the remaining third of his estate to his wife Livia, who, the Senate was astonished to learn, he was posthumously adopting as his daughter. The adoption would ensure that she would be allowed to maintain her power and position, drawing strength not because of her marriage to Augustus, which was now obviously at an end, but because she was his daughter, status that she could never lose. Henceforth, she would be known as Livia Augusta, or simply the Augusta. The body of Augustus was borne back to Rome, and the funeral procession he had laid out was carefully followed. The official funeral orations were delivered by Tiberius and his natural son Drusus. The body was cremated in the Forum, and the ashes placed in the family mausoleum that Augustus had constructed. At this point, he also formally joined the pantheon of Roman gods, and is forever after referred to as the Divine Augustus, whose pronouncements and policies took on an almost holy character. Tiberius certainly justified many of the decisions of his early reign by pointing out that he was merely following the lead of the Divine Augustus. For example, in his final paperwork, Augustus implored Rome to stay within the settled boundaries of the empire. This injunction was adhered to not just by Tiberius, but more or less by every one of their successors, the only real exception being Claudius's annexation of Britain and Trajan's campaigns in the early 100s, most of the fruits of which were immediately abandoned by his successor Hadrian anyway. Over the course of his long life, Augustus changed the face of Rome. He had taken it from shaky republic to outright autocracy, and ensured that the empire never looked back. His institutional reforms cleared out most of the inefficiencies that threatened to drag down Rome's domination of the whole of the Mediterranean, while the ruthless purges of his enemies guaranteed that all the energy to go back to the old ways had been eliminated. The Republic was dead, but Rome would live. His life was complicated, his motives sometimes pure and sometimes not, and historians and scholars throughout the ages have variously described him as a maniacal tyrant, a puppet of his wife, and a wise, benevolent dictator. He is almost universally referred to, though, as Rome's greatest and most successful emperor. Most believe that his long reign set the foundations for Rome's continued status as the preeminent power of the ancient world. Whether this was a good thing or not depends on who you talk to, but there is no denying that Augustus was one of the most influential men in the history of the Western world. Now, he passes from the stage. Next week, we will plunge into the early years of Tiberius' reign as emperor and his rivalry with the charismatic and popular Germanicus. The young prince may have been oblivious to the fact that his popularity was far eclipsing that of his uncle, but Tiberius certainly wasn't. It's not that Tiberius was a bad emperor early on, just that he wound up playing the socially awkward Nixon to Germanicus' easygoing Kennedy. Germanicus' popularity at the expense of Tiberius played right into the persecution complex that the emperor had carried around with him his whole life. So while we don't know for sure that he played a role in the untimely death of his nephew, the people of Rome certainly believed that he did, which did nothing for his popularity. This negative feedback loop ate at Tiberius, but he took comfort in the fact that his own son Drusus now had no rival for the throne and would be able to follow in his father's footsteps. But when, in 23 AD, Drusus either died from an illness or, more likely, was killed by his wife and her lover Sejanus, Tiberius lost the last thing keeping him grounded, which proved to be very, very bad for the citizens of Rome. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 57, Germanicus. Surprise bonus Friday edition. I'm hopping on a plane tomorrow to visit the history of Roman laws, and since I just took a week off, I figured it would be pretty poor form to ditch out again, so here we are. The transition from Augustus to Tiberius went smoothly in Rome itself. The now utterly sycophantic Senate was quick to embrace their new emperor. But beyond the capital, out on the frontiers, the death of Augustus led to immediate unrest in a far more important body than the increasingly irrelevant Senate, the legions. It was not so much that the death of the princeps incited revolutionary spirits, so much as a few rabble-rousing common soldiers saw an opportunity to agitate for better conditions and make sure that certain promises made to them by Augustus were not ignored by Tiberius. The new emperor needed to secure the goodwill of the armies if he wanted to rule, right? So why not push him a little early in the game and threaten to crash his new regime into the ground if he didn't give them what they wanted? The mutinies of 14 AD would be a key early test of Tiberius's rule. Would he reveal himself to be nothing more than a cheap imitation of Augustus, or would he be able to rule in his own right? There were more than a few who did not believe that the imperial regime would be able to survive beyond Augustus, that the dead princeps possessed a singular quality that allowed him to rule unopposed. Once he was gone, the regime would collapse and the republic would be restored. But Tiberius proved to be stronger and much more capable than anyone had given him credit for, and the opposition to the regime proved thinner and weaker than most people had hoped. Tacitus notes that the transition was eased by the sheer length of Augustan rule. After 44 years in power, only the very old had a clear memory of what it was like to live before the Caesars took over. For the middle-aged and the young, it was perfectly natural to be ruled by a single man, whoever he turned out to be. Life was pretty good, the empire was prosperous, the civil wars were over. What was the big deal? There was still a Senate, it still had responsibilities, there were still consuls and proconsuls and aediles and tribunes. Everything was basically the same, except that in the end, the buck stopped somewhere in the imperial palace. And who wants that responsibility anyway? It would be years into the Tiberian regime before the Romans really got a taste of the dark side of absolute power. But by then, it was way too late. For his part, Tiberius tried to follow in the savvy footsteps of Augustus and make sure at first not to rub his power in anyone's face. He was deferential to the Senate almost to a fault, and when they tried to immediately heap upon him all the honors they had thrust upon Augustus, Tiberius demurred. Some he would accept, but some, like the civic crown or the title Father of the Country, he refused. He was interested in power, yes, but was perfectly willing to give the Senate a greater share in the governance of the country, if only to take some of the responsibility off of his plate. When they kept refusing to show some initiative, and instead kept waiting for him to tell them what to do, Tiberius complained that the Senate was full of men fit to be slaves. The once great body had descended into an impotent social club for rich old men. If Cato hadn't have been cremated, he would be spinning in his grave. But the legions were a different story. They were not so quick to roll over for their new master. The first mutiny of 14 AD took place in Pannonia, where a few legions rose up against their officers and took control of the camps. The men then began looting the countryside for anything of value while they waited for some kind of reaction from Rome. When word came of the mutiny, Tiberius acted quickly and ordered his son Drusus to go take control of the situation. He didn't want to go himself, as it would set a bad precedent that all it took to get the new emperor to come around was a little insubordination. Tiberius wanted the men to understand that it was beneath his dignity to personally address such trivial issues like insubordinate foot soldiers. But he also wanted to signal that he took the mutiny seriously and that he was not simply going to blow off the demands from his army, which was, after all, critical to his remaining in power. So he split the difference and sent Drusus. Accompanying the emperor's son were two cohorts of Praetorian Guard, led by a man who was to act as Drusus' advisor on the trip, and who will play a major role in our next episode, Lucius Sejanus. When Drusus arrived, the men were in a sorry state of disrepair, and while they accepted Drusus into camp, they were not thrilled to see him rather than his father. Drusus promised to do his best to meet the soldiers' demands, mostly centered around reducing the service time from 20 years down to 16, but that he would also have to consult with Tiberius before any final decisions could be made. The leaders of the mutiny accused Drusus of playing the same good cop, bad cop routine with them that Tiberius and Augustus used to play, with Tiberius now playing the bad rather than the good cop. Drusus swore this wasn't the case, but the incensed troops drove him from the dais anyway. That night, though, Drusus sent allies into the camps to speak one-on-one with the soldiers. What did they think the final outcome of all this was going to be? That somehow the leaders of the mutiny were going to be made generals and put in line for the throne? That attacking the son of the emperor was going to make Tiberius more likely to give in to their demands? By morning, Tiberius had sowed enough doubt with the men that they were ready to let go their treason. He promised the soldiers unconditional pardons and the right to present their case to Tiberius if they returned control of the camps to their officers and produced the leaders of the mutiny for trial. The soldiers, having thought through the likely penalty for keeping up the revolt, immediately complied. The first test of Tiberius's reign ended in success for the new emperor, thanks to the savvy diplomacy of his son. But immediately after the situation in Pannonia was settled, a similar mutiny broke out on the banks of the lower Rhine. A few of the legions stationed there revolted against their officers and drove them out of the camp, following the lead of their brothers down in Pannonia. This time, it was Germanicus who hastened to the crisis. Germanicus was the biological grandnephew of Augustus and the biological nephew of Tiberius, and by legal adoption was now the grandson of the old emperor and the son of the new one. He had just arrived in Gaul to take on the command assigned to him by the Senate after the passing of Augustus, when news of the revolt came, and he quickly made his way to the mutinous camps. Germanicus took after his father, Tiberius's brother Drusus. He was popular, easygoing, a natural leader, and an accomplished soldier, an all-around Roman dreamboat. If you ladies out there want to get a look at the young hunk, there's a picture of a sculpture of Germanicus posted along with this week's episode, taken by the History of Rome's Belgian correspondent Justin, who recently took a visit to the British Museum and was kind enough to send along an album's worth of pictures, which I'm sure you'll see pop up now and again as we move forward. I also want to mention that back on the Teutoburg Forest episode, there are now some pictures posted of a reenactment of the battle, taken a few years ago by chief reenactment correspondent Carolyn, who was good enough to send them along. Awesome stuff, so go check it out. Being as popular as he was with the men, at first, the troops tried to convince Germanicus to join them. that if he wanted to seize the throne from Tiberius, they would be more than happy to help him. But Germanicus was indignant at the very suggestion, and promised to kill himself before joining in their treason. Chastened, the men simply ticked off their grievances, which again centered around earlier retirement and more pay for the soldiers who still owed service time. Germanicus, unlike Drusus, went ahead and granted their request unilaterally, rather than waiting for final word from Tiberius. He left the camps pacified and thought that was the end of it, but the troops soon learned that a delegation from the Senate was on the way. Fearing that the delegation would cancel the promises of Germanicus, the troops again mutinied, and when the senatorial party arrived, the delegates were attacked. Germanicus hurried back to the scene and shamed the men for shooting first and asking questions later. How did they know what the plans of the delegation were? The men from Rome hadn't even been given a chance to speak. Having talked them down from the ledge once again, Germanicus decided it was best to immediately follow through on the promise of dismissal for those who had served more than 16 years. He paid them what discharge bonuses he could out of his own pocket, and sent them to Raetia for settlement. Usually, discharged soldiers settle in the provinces where they served, but Germanicus wanted to make sure that these particular disgruntled troops were put out of everyone's sight and out of everyone's mind. He also went through the ranks of the men one by one with their officers and expelled identified troublemakers from the army. With the men once again pacified, Germanicus began to make plans for a long-term solution to the unrest. The problem, he decided, was inactivity. When soldiers aren't fighting, the officers have to come up with some way to keep them occupied, and that usually amounted to day after day of dull manual labor. Bored and disgruntled soldiers become mutinous soldiers very quickly. Germanicus resolved to give the legions on the Rhine something to do. Back in Rome, Tiberius did not like the reports he was getting from the region. The men were trying to declare Germanicus imperator, and he was doling out concessions that had not been approved by Rome. Even with the blatantly obvious demonstration of Germanicus's loyalty to Tiberius a matter of public record, Tiberius went to bed at night with visions of a Germanicus-led coup dancing in his head. I guess it was simply the fact that so many would be willing to follow the young general if he decided to do something that kept him up at night. But despite his misgivings, Tiberius decided to allow Germanicus to remain on the Rhine. Who knows, maybe he would fall off his horse and die like his father Drusus before him. That would be nice. He wouldn't, though. Instead, Germanicus would just raise his profile even more, much to Tiberius's chagrin. In 15 AD, a year which saw Tiberius' son Drusus taking over the consulship, and fatefully, Lucius Sejanus taking over as praetorian prefect, Germanicus decided to do something about the inactivity of the legions on the Rhine. Their boredom had led to mutiny, so Germanicus decided to stimulate them. When the spring came, he ordered his men across the river on a raiding expedition. One of the things that had triggered the previous year's mutiny was the perception that they would be denied bonuses promised to them by Augustus now that the old princeps was dead. So Germanicus told them that any plunder taken during that season's campaign would be their bonuses. There wasn't much in the way of long-term strategic aims when it came to Germanicus's expeditions across the Rhine. The point was for the Romans to continue revenging themselves on the Germans for the massacre in the Teutoburg forest, while seizing as much treasure and as many slaves as they could. Not exactly the most high-minded of aims, but Germanicus would still emerge from the invasion more famous and more loved in Rome than ever. One of the keys to his lasting fame was the fact that the young general seemed to put the horror of the Teutoburg behind Rome forever, just as Scipio had once put Cannae behind them by finally defeating Hannibal. In fact, when it came to Germanicus, comparisons to Scipio, and even Alexander the Great, came early and often. Germanicus did not conclusively defeat the Germans, but he did demonstrate that the disaster in the Teutoburg forest was an aberration. Whenever you get beaten like that, you can't help but wonder if it's the beginning of the end, if all the good times are in the past, and that now maybe you can't keep up anymore. The Romans had to wonder if they were still the invincible force they told themselves they were, or whether those days were now in the rearview mirror. They had, after all, spent the last few years only fighting each other, not really thinking about what was going on in the greater world. But Germanicus's incursions into Germany, while not universally successful, nonetheless showed that Rome could still hold its own on the battlefield against foreign enemies. And as much as that one battle came to define the Roman abandonment of Germania, More precisely, it was Tiberius deciding to shutter Germanicus's campaigns that really sealed the deal. And even that was much more about personal rivalry than it was about policy. At the time, Germania was politically divided into coastal tribes who were friendly to Rome, the powerful tribes in Bohemia who remained neutral, and the fiercely anti-Roman confederation forged by Arminius in the central part of the country. Germanicus crossed into Germania in the spring of 15 with upwards of 100,000 men and made straight for Arminius. Revenge was on everyone's mind. Germanicus was able to easily cut through the defense forces sent to stop him, and at one point even captured Arminius' wife, but the chief himself and the bulk of the German army remained elusive. Germanicus followed this with a key victory on the Ems River, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pin Arminius and the Germans down. When battles started to go against them, they simply disappeared into the forest, living to fight another day. By avoiding defeat, Arminius was able to rally more tribes to drive off the invaders, and the campaign began to look more evenly matched, with the Germans now offering much stiffer resistance. Before the year was out, though, Germanicus was able to accomplish at least one of the goals he had set for himself. Following the lead of survivors from the battle, Germanicus's army made their way to the site of the Teutoburg massacre. What they found was the chilling leftover of a slaughter. Bones and debris still lay strewn and unburied. Heads had been chopped off and nailed to trees. The evidence of the religious sacrifices the Germans had turned captured officers into also remained, and the survivors who were present attested to the roasting alive of prisoners. Germanicus ordered the remains buried, and a funeral mound built to honor the dead. This solemn duty performed, Germanicus pointed his army once again toward Arminius and attacked. But the German leader was able to lure his Roman foes into a trap. He led them into a swampy area and left the Romans with nothing but a thin strip of dry land to work with. But despite the terrible terrain, the legions were able to fortify a defensive position. Against his better judgment, Arminius decided to follow the advice of his more aggressive uncle and ordered an assault on the Roman position. Though the Romans would always struggle against the elements in Germania, when they were behind a wall and dealing with a frontal assault, well, they had been there before. So instead of annihilating a second Roman army, and probably making himself as famous as Hannibal to boot, Arminius was forced to retreat after suffering massive casualties. Germanicus led his men out of the swamp and back across the Rhine for the winter. The next year saw Germanicus only more determined than ever to crush Arminius. The Romans tracked the German leader to the Weser River. An initial battle erupted when the Romans attempted to cross. Arminius swooped in and tried to prevent the crossing, but his men were unable to hold the Roman tide back, though heavy casualties did force Germanicus to withdraw further up the river once he was on the far side. The Germans pursued, and a second battle broke out. In this encounter, Arminius was injured, but he managed to escape uncaptured. The final confrontation took place further downstream, past the site of the original crossing. Just as has occurred at the end of the last year, the Romans were able to inflict serious damage on the German army, but when things got bad enough, Arminius simply ordered his men to melt back into the forest. Germanicus had to leave it there for the year. The weather was turning, and he had to get his men back to the safety of Gaul. The return trip, though, proved to be almost as dangerous as facing the Germans. Germanicus decided that the quickest route would be to ferry his men downriver and sail around to Gaul by way of the North Sea, preferring it to slogging through the marshland back to Gaul. But a storm kicked up as the fleet hit the open water and drove them against the rocks. But rather than this debacle tarnishing his image, the incident actually served to boost Germanicus' popularity even more, as stories of the young general risking his life to drag survivors of the shipwrecks ashore filtered down to Rome. Tiberius, settling into his first years as emperor, watched all of this with a combination of anger and fear. He had had every intention of keeping Rome permanently on the west bank of the Rhine, and here was Germanicus flagrantly invading Germania season after season. But not only did the young man's incursions rub Tiberius the wrong way policy-wise, it also rubbed him the wrong way personally. Never socially at ease or a particularly popular man, Tiberius chafed as the people cheered for Germanicus. It wouldn't do to simply cancel the invasions, because, after all, Germanicus' victories ultimately reflected well on the imperial regime. But if this went on much longer, Would the people call for the dour Tiberius to be replaced by the bright and chipper Germanicus? The troops along the Rhine had already tried it once, after all. Always slightly paranoid and carrying a mighty chip on his shoulder, Tiberius didn't like where any of this was headed. So he decided to use the occasion of Germanicus' success on the far side of the Rhine to promote his adopted son. Hopefully, promote him high enough that he could be kept out of trouble, be watched, and perhaps disposed of. So Germanicus was recalled to Rome. When he entered the city, Tiberius awarded him the first triumph the city had seen in almost 40 years. Augustus had basically done away with the practice. Displayed along with his other spoils were two prizes that caused the people to shower even more love on Germanicus. Two of the 3 legionary standards lost by Varus had been found and retaken during the previous year's campaigns. But once his day in the sun came to an end, Germanicus was dismayed to learn that he would not be headed back to the Rhine. Instead, Tiberius told him, he would be given at-large proconsular authority over the eastern provinces. After all, Germanicus was destined to succeed him. It wouldn't do to have him risking his life fighting savages. No, it was time to grow more acquainted with the routine of empire. It wasn't as glamorous, but it was more important. Reluctantly, Germanicus accepted the promotion and packed his wife Agrippina and their children, including young Gaius, the future infamous Emperor Caligula, and their daughter Agrippina the younger, who would one day be the wife of Claudius and the mother of Nero. But Tiberius had no intention of letting Germanicus have his way with things in the east. The point of the promotion was to marginalize Germanicus, not, actually promote him. So Tiberius appointed a close confidant named Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso to the governorship of Syria. Well, all we have to go on is supposition and accusations. The word on the street is that Piso, at a minimum, was appointed specifically to stymie any initiatives embarked upon by Germanicus, and at a maximum, Piso was said to have engineered, at Tiberius's order, the young heir apparent's death. From 17 to 19 AD, Germanicus lived and worked in the east, settling local disputes, doling out justice, and doing some good old-fashioned sightseeing, including taking in the ruins of Troy. Along the way, he clashed time and again with Piso, who seemed determined to undermine him at every turn, almost as if that was the whole reason he had been appointed governor. Germanicus would order Piso to send troops to Armenia, and Piso would refuse. He would make staff appointments in the army and find them cancelled by Piso. After his fateful trip to Egypt, which I'll get to in a second, Germanicus returned to Antioch and discovered that Piso had been busy undoing every decision he had ever made about provincial administration. There was no love lost between the two, and any time they were in the same room, the air was chilly and the threats were veiled. Until the trip to Egypt, though, there was no indication that Piso, or Tiberius, had anything more sinister in mind than making Germanicus' life miserable. But when word got back to Tiberius that Germanicus was in Egypt, the emperor's attitude seems to have taken a murderous turn. The thing about Egypt was that it was probably the most important province in the whole empire. Its wealth bankrolled the imperial regime, and its ample grain supplies fed the people of Rome. From the moment he seized the country from Antony and Cleopatra, Augustus knew that Egypt was the key to the whole game. As long as the province was administered personally by the emperor, no ambitious rival could touch the regime. So Augustus had declared Egypt to be the personal property of the emperor. Any Roman of rank who wished to enter the territory had to receive the express written consent of the emperor before doing so. But Germanicus had ignored this protocol and simply headed on down. Offended and threatened by his nephew/son's action, Tiberius likely got word to Piso that enough was enough. In 19 AD, shortly after returning to Antioch, Germanicus fell ill. Because of the previous run-ins with Piso, poison was immediately suspected. There was certainly no doubt in the mind of Germanicus and Agrippina that he was being poisoned anyway. Reports also come down to us of strange objects being discovered in the family's house. Human remains, tablets with Germanicus' name crossed out, piles of ash. All of it led the family to believe that some sort of black magic was at play as well. Despite his lifetime record of good health, Germanicus just kept getting worse. Finally, after telling Agrippina for her sake, and the children's, not to risk pursuing justice, and to beware of Tiberius, Germanicus died. He was only 34 years old. His body was cremated in Antioch, and Agrippina bore his ashes back to Rome, where the entire country went into mourning. Never heeding her dead husband's advice, Agrippina made no secret that she thought Piso was behind her husband's death, or that she thought Tiberius was behind Piso. Whether or not Tiberius really ordered Piso to assassinate Germanicus, the charges were now out there in the open, and the emperor had to do something about it. Tiberius, of course, denied all involvement, and when Agrippina and Germanicus's old friends formally requested that charges be brought against Piso, the emperor had no choice but to grant the request. If he wasn't involved, he had no reason to stand in the way of justice, even if he himself argued that the charges against Piso were preposterous. Returning to Rome, the ex-governor of Syria faced the Senate, defiant and refusing to accept blame for what he termed nothing more than a sad twist of fate. The Senate, though, was ill-disposed toward Piso and heard more than enough testimony to convince them that something fishy had gone on. When Tiberius refused to use his imperial prerogative to get Piso off the hook, the accused committed suicide. Either that, or he was killed by Tiberius because the emperor was afraid that a cornered Piso might just spill his guts. Whatever Tiberius's actual role in the death of Germanicus, Agrippina's version of events was widely believed thereafter. The emperor had murdered his adopted son because he was jealous of the young man and was afraid of his growing power. This would be the beginning of a chasm that would open up between the people of Rome and their emperor. They came to hate him, and in time, he came to hate them too. For a while, Tiberius remained fully engaged in imperial administration, and was a mostly effective ruler, despite his poor standing with the people. Next week, though, Tiberius will go off the deep end, and wind up abandoning Rome completely, literally leaving Rome forever, never to return. Hated by the people, smothered by his mother, and grieving the sudden death of his son Drusus, Tiberius will withdraw from public life and leave the day-to-day operation of Rome to his trusty lieutenant Sejanus. An ironic choice, as it was Sejanus who had murdered Drusus in the first place. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. If you're not familiar with Audible, they are the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from, including a healthy supply of ancient history. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download just for signing up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel at any time and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options they offer and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up Suetonius's Lives of the 12 Caesars, the unabridged one, of course, or Volume 1 of Tacitus's Annals of Imperial Rome, both of which I draw from for this week's episode. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 58, Partner of My Labors. Last week, we followed the aborted career of Germanicus, who died under mysterious circumstances in 19 AD. Whether the charges were true or not, Tiberius was widely believed to have played a role in the death of the popular young prince, and the emperor's popularity with the people suffered as a result. Never personable to begin with, Tiberius did not enjoy the kind of respect Augustus had garnered so naturally. With the death of Germanicus, the distance between the emperor and his people only widened. But even still, through these early years, Tiberius was a prudent and dedicated ruler. He had taken to heart Augustus's injunction not to embroil the empire in foreign wars, and did his best to resolve border disputes peacefully without resorting to the kind of military adventurism that Germanicus pursued with such zeal. The money saved by not having to keep up active campaigns on numerous fronts was spent elsewhere, improving the infrastructure of the empire and the efficiency of its governing apparatus. But that does not mean that Tiberius enjoyed his work. If you believe some sources, Tiberius never wanted to become emperor to begin with, and had been pushed into becoming princeps by his mother Livia, who was living her ambition through her son. If, on the other hand, he actually did seek to become emperor, then it's clear he quickly became disenchanted with the prize he had sought. I personally get the feeling that Tiberius would have been content to simply command a few legions by day and read Greek literature in his tent by night. But despite his own personal unhappiness, a sense of honor and duty seems to have kept Tiberius functioning as a thoughtful ruler for a few years, even after the people really turned on him following the death/assassination of Germanicus. But the underlying misery of Tiberius would eventually overtake him and turn him into the paranoid, debauched, and cruel emperor we all know and love today. Tiberius was only able to hold off his demons for so long, and after the death of his son Drusus in 23 AD, which we'll get to in a moment, Tiberius seems to have allowed them free rein over his psyche. Stoking the gloomy fires in Tiberius's heart was a man of great personal ambition who saw Tiberius's growing paranoia as an opportunity for advancement, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Lucius Sejanus. Before we get too far into the drama of the 20 ADs, though, we should probably take a moment to understand what the Praetorian Guard was at this point, and how Sejanus was able to leverage his role as their captain into a position of power that for a few years probably exceeded that of Tiberius himself. I mentioned the Praetorians thus far only in passing, but as they will play a key role in practically every important episode for the next few centuries, they are worth taking the time to understand. The Guard had existed in various incarnations going back to the 200s BC, and was generally understood to be little more than an elite cohort of soldiers who served as bodyguards for a general. The name Praetorian is derived from the Latin word praetorium, which was the name for the general's tent within a legionary camp, around which these elite soldiers would be stationed. During the Civil Wars, the major figures involved all had cohorts of Praetorian Guards serving them, but it wasn't until Octavian emerged triumphant that a single, quote, Praetorian Guard emerged as a formal institution within the state. During the reign of Augustus, the Guard were stationed in and around Rome, and were used as a combination police force, intelligence service, and, of course, bodyguard for the imperial family. Augustus set their number at 9 cohorts of 500 men each, which he later upped to 1,000, but, conscious of appearances, he did not station them at a central base within Rome. Instead, he scattered the men in lodgings throughout Italy. Augustus wanted their presence known and felt, but not so much so that it put lie to his claims of republican legitimacy. So at any given time, only 3 cohorts would be on active duty in the capital itself. During the Augustan period, the Praetorian was a fairly benign force, but once Augustus was dead, the Guard seems to have grown aware of the power it could easily possess if it simply pushed a little. Tiberius really gave them a glimpse of the apple when he decided to eschew Augustus's policy of keeping the troops scattered and instead lodged them in a single barrack just outside of Rome. At the same time, he upped their ranks by 3 more cohorts, bringing their total to some 12,000 men. Tiberius also let slip the policy of keeping 2 prefects at all times in charge of the Guard, mimicking the pattern of the consulship, which had for so long prevented power from accumulating in the hands of one man. The first man to serve as sole prefect, the aforementioned Sejanus, had a ruthless Machiavellian personality, and from this point on, the Praetorian became a political force as well as a military one. Ostensibly, the Guard relied upon the emperor for their status, and as such, should remain perfectly loyal to him. But in practice, Tiberius and all of his successors found that it was far more the other way around. The emperor relied upon the Praetorian for his position. As such, the Guard began to wield something of a de facto veto over state affairs. Because what was the emperor going to do? Cross them? They guarded the imperial family while they slept. For the next few hundred years, the Praetorian Guard would sit fat and comfortable in roomy barracks with their double pay and lax discipline and dare anyone to challenge them. Anytime they took a dislike to a sitting emperor, they would simply assassinate or depose him and elevate a man they thought would treat them better. They went so far at one point as to actually auction off the job of emperor to the highest bidder after murdering the previous occupant of the office. This model of using the monopoly they held on the use of force within Rome to maintain their own status and push their own agenda was invented by Lucius Sejanus, a man who, at his height, was arguably the most powerful man in the empire. Sejanus was born into the equestrian class, the socioeconomic level just beneath that of the senatorial class. His family was connected to the regime by his grandfather's marriage to Maecenas' sister, but they were by no means in the upper echelon of Roman society. Sejanus' father caught the eye of Augustus while the former was still a young man, and he was brought into the Praetorian Guard and eventually made one of its 2 prefects. After Augustus died, young Sejanus was appointed to serve as his father's colleague, but critically, when the elder man was appointed to serve as governor of Egypt, an appointment which speaks volumes about the trust Tiberius had in this particular family, Sejanus was left as the sole prefect, and Tiberius appointed no colleague to serve with him. It seems that right away, Sejanus was a slave to ambition, and immediately set his sights on elevating himself above the ceiling placed on him by his equestrian status. And for years, Tiberius was content to allow Sejanus' ambition to flourish. Now, what exactly Sejanus was ultimately aiming for has been a topic of great debate over the years. Numerous ancient sources claim that he had his sights set squarely on making himself emperor, but the modern consensus is that he was looking to be named regent for one of Tiberius' young heirs once Tiberius himself was dead. But of course, when Sejanus began to scheme after attaining sole control of the Praetorian Guard in 15 AD, there was one giant obstacle in his way: Tiberius' son Drusus. With Drusus the obvious heir to the throne, there was no room for Sejanus at the top, as young Drusus was not young enough to require an overbearing regent to rule in his name. Now you might be saying, okay, well, we're about to see that Sejanus was able to do a pretty good job worming his way into Tiberius' favor. Why not just keep on keeping on and be the power behind the throne of the eventual emperor Drusus as well? The answer is that Drusus hated Sejanus. He found the manipulative prefect absolutely despicable, and Sejanus in turn hated Drusus, even more so after the hot-tempered heir had actually hit him during one of their frequent arguments. If Drusus did become emperor, Sejanus would probably be lucky if he was simply removed from office. Exile would not be out of the question, nor would forced suicide, nor execution. I think it's safe to say that nothing would have been more disastrous to the life and career of Lucius Sejanus than the ascension of Emperor Drusus. While he was wondering how to get around Drusus, Sejanus was also thinking about how to get around the fact that he was merely an equestrian and had likely risen as high as his status would ever permit. Finally, the prefect hit upon an answer that would take care of both of his problems simultaneously, an elegant, if sinister, little solution. At the time, Drusus was married to Livilla, the daughter of Tiberius' brother Drusus, and Antonia, the daughter of Octavian and Mark Antony. If Drusus were to suddenly die, and the widowed Livilla was allowed to marry Sejanus, then he would become a member of the imperial family, and any children he sired would themselves become potential heirs to the throne. So he set about seducing Livilla, in the hopes that she would not only welcome him as her husband, but also that she might help him eliminate Drusus. Luckily for Sejanus, Livilla was more than open to cheating on her persistently absentee husband. Once the affair got going, it did not take much for Sejanus to convince Livilla that Drusus was a hindrance to them both. If Drusus were eliminated, Sejanus would whisper in her ear, then they could be together in the open. Sejanus would be in a much more powerful position politically, and together they might eventually rule the empire. Clearly, Livilla had no great love for Drusus, because in 23 AD, she agreed to secretly administer poison to her unsuspecting husband. Apparently, she and Sejanus did such a good job that no one ever suspected that Drusus' sudden illness and death was the result of foul play. It would be years before the truth came out. Tacitus marks the death of Drusus as the turning point in Tiberius' reign. The emperor had shared a consulship with his son in 21 AD, and was in the process of transferring a great deal of administrative authority to Drusus at the time of the young man's death. Tiberius had failed to get the Senate to help him with his increasingly unwelcome burdens of office, and had ever since viewed Drusus as the answer to his unhappiness. When Drusus died, Tiberius suffered the blow not just as a father who had lost a son, but also as a prisoner who had been denied parole. Now, a faction of ancient historians, led by Suetonius, report that Tiberius cared very little for his son, and actually cut short the customary mourning period and returned to work because he had nothing really to mourn at all. But I am more convinced by Tacitus that the death was a personal and professional disaster for Tiberius, given everything else we know about the emperor, and the fact that Suetonius, wonderful writer that he is, tends to traffic in unflattering gossip. The murder of Drusus was a crime that remained hidden for close to a decade, and for that stretch, things went almost completely according to plan for Sejanus. Tiberius, who was still looking for someone to help him govern, turned to his willing prefect for support and found Sejanus' administrative skills and general cunning to be a valuable resource. The emperor began to rely on him more and more to actually run the empire. With Tiberius trusting in him completely, Sejanus acted as a sort of super executive assistant who controlled the flow of information into and out of the imperial quarters. Tiberius only saw callers approved by Sejanus, only read letters approved by Sejanus, and only issued orders approved by Sejanus. The prefect became so influential that Tiberius called him nothing less than the partner of my labors. But Sejanus' plan was only half fulfilled. He was now one of the most powerful men in the empire, and no longer had to worry about the wrath of a potential emperor Drusus. But his attempt to marry into the imperial family was blocked by the emperor. After waiting a suitable amount of time following the death of Drusus, Sejanus asked Tiberius for the widow Livilla's hand in marriage in 25 AD. However, unlike just about every other decision the emperor made, he refused to consider the matter. As important as Sejanus was, he was still, after all, merely an equestrian. When a daughter of the imperial family married, it had better be to a man of at least senatorial rank. Anything less would be beneath her. Come now, Sejanus, be serious. What would the neighbors think? Afraid that pressing the issue would cause him to lose favor, Sejanus was forced to swallow his pride and drop the matter. Not forever, just for now. With his plan to enter the Julio-Claudian dynasty temporarily thwarted, Sejanus turned all of his attention to accumulating as much power for himself as possible. To this end, he decided to lean hard on Tiberius's natural paranoia and drive a physical as well as psychological wedge between Tiberius and the people of Rome. Ever since the death of Germanicus, Agrippina and her allies in the Julian wing of the Julio-Claudian dynasty made no secret of the fact that they blamed Tiberius for Germanicus's death. Sejanus decided to play up the threat they might pose to Tiberius, and began trumping up treason charges against various high-ranking officials allied with Agrippina. It was all political theater, of course, acted out for an audience of one. Already inclined to believe that everyone was out to get him, when Sejanus began showing him evidence that they really were all out to get him, Tiberius withdrew even further from the public realm. He began holing up in Campania on extended vacations that kept him out of Rome for longer and longer periods of time with each passing year. Pretty soon, living in the bubble created by Sejanus, Rome began to loom in Tiberius's imagination as a mortally dangerous city packed with treacherous vipers and hostile mobs. In 26 AD, he decided to retreat to his villa on the island of Capri and leave Rome to its own devices. No one knew it at the time, but when he left the city that year, it would be the last time Tiberius would actually set foot in Rome. He would constantly send word that he was coming back soon, that he would be there any day, but excuses always delayed travel, and he just never got around to it. The truth is that Tiberius was probably terrified of returning to the city, convinced as he was that as soon as he did, the mobs would riot and tear him limb from limb. For the last 11 years of his reign, Tiberius ruled in absentia from Capri. His man on the ground, of course, was Sejanus, who promised to look after Tiberius's interests in Rome until it was safe for the emperor to return. Now, there is a loose variable in all of this that I have thus far neglected to mention, who kept Sejanus' power from becoming complete at this point, and who also may have played a part in Tiberius' second and final self-imposed exile, his mother Livia, now known as the Augusta. During the early years of Tiberius' reign, there seems to have been a cordial, if distant, relationship between mother and son. She did not lack for valuable advice, and there is no denying that she was a fierce advocate for her son's interests. But she also exuded a sort of omnipresence that began to wear on Tiberius. There was no end to the snide gossip that Tiberius had been placed on the throne by his mother, and it was she who really pulled the strings of power. Tiberius struggled to become his own man, and tried to only consult with his mother when absolutely necessary. He wanted to demonstrate that he ruled in his own right, but the Augusta had her own base of support, and there would always be those who saw Tiberius as a necessary figurehead in patriarchal Rome, and that in fact the empire was actually being ruled by its first empress. Though he gave as much latitude to his mother as he felt he could, there were times when the two butted heads publicly. Sometimes she got her way, and sometimes he got his way, but Tiberius seemed unable to escape the perception that when he got his way, it was because the Augusta had relented to a petulant child, and when she got her way, it was because, well, she was the real power in Rome. Tiberius just could not win. And of course, the Augusta did little to disabuse anyone of the notion that all of it wasn't true. Almost all the ancient sources agree that when Tiberius withdrew from Rome in 26 AD, it was at least in part to get away from his overbearing mother. The depth of the enmity toward her that had grown in Tiberius by the end is amply demonstrated by the fact that when she finally died in 29 AD, he claimed that he was too busy with work to return to Rome for her funeral. But as I've said, the Augusta was a fierce advocate for her son. Whether it was in pursuit of her own interests or not, when it came to Tiberius, she was always on the watch for potential dangers to his regime. Thus, when Sejanus wormed his way into the emperor's confidence and began his de facto rule of Rome when Tiberius retired to Capri, he was prevented from wielding absolute control over the empire because the Augusta had her own direct lines of communication to her son that Sejanus was unable to block. The prefect was smart enough not to cross the Augusta, so though he was poised to completely dominate the empire, he wasn't quite there yet. Eventually, Sejanus planned to eliminate anyone who threatened his rise, but a good number of those threats sat in the Augustus' sphere of influence. It would be monumentally stupid to stir up that hornet's nest when he didn't have to. He had plans, lots of plans, but as long as the Augusta was alive, he would have to sit on them. So when, in 29, the Augusta finally passed away, Sejanus put on a public face of mourning, but inside was ecstatic. He could now, finally, make his move. One of those main centers of opposition to him that Sejanus wanted to quickly destroy had grown up around Agrippina. Luckily, eliminating her would not ruffle any imperial feathers, as Tiberius himself hated her and wanted her out of the picture. Not only was she still beating the "Tiberius killed my husband" drum, but she also actively promoted her own sons as the true heirs to the imperial throne. Augustus had wanted Germanicus to follow Tiberius, she said, so it was only logical that Germanicus' sons stand as the rightful heirs. It was Augustus' will that the Julians return to power and not allow Rome to be ruled by, gag me with a spoon, a succession of Claudians, or that snake in the grass Sejanus. Acting nothing like the good little Roman woman, Agrippina very publicly inserted herself into politics and gathered around her family something of an opposition party to the standing regime. Her distrust of the emperor was so great that at a dinner party one night, he offered her some fruit, and she refused to eat it, convinced that he was trying to poison her. Tiberius himself claimed that the entire scene was prearranged to test her loyalty, a test that she failed spectacularly. Agrippina, unwilling as ever to back down, told her supporters that Tiberius had in fact tried to poison her, and then concocted the story of a loyalty test after the fact, once she escaped his murderous clutches. When the Augusta died, Sejanus went straight away after Agrippina on the explicit order of Tiberius. Whether the idea of trying Germanicus' family for treason was originally planted in the emperor's head by Sejanus or not, there is no doubt that Tiberius fully supported their persecution. Agrippina and her two eldest sons, Nero Caesar and Drusus Caesar, were tried and convicted on trumped-up charges of attempting to overthrow the regime. The fates of all three were gruesome. The elder son, Nero Caesar, was murdered shortly after the trial, while his brother was left to rot in prison for 4 years before being intentionally starved to death in 33 AD. It is reported that by the end, he was reduced to eating the stuffing from his bedding in a vain attempt to survive. Agrippina herself was exiled to a desolate island, and after enduring years of beatings, she too died in 33 AD, broken and malnourished. The only one of Germanicus' sons to survive was young Gaius, known to all by the nickname Caligula, who was too young to be considered a threat. I wonder if this thoroughly traumatized boy, who just watched his mother and brothers be murdered by his adoptive grandfather, is going to grow up to be a sociopathic monster. Stay tuned, we'll all find out together. But the persecution of Germanicus' family was only the beginning. Rome under Tiberius was already suffering from far more restrictions on individual liberty than it had under the confident and permissive Augustus. Throughout the 20s, Tiberius had begun to elevate every real or perceived slight against the regime to the level of capital T treason. Now, with Sejanus in total control of Tiberius, the cruel paranoia of the aging emperor was given free rein. Where once maybe a few men a year were tried and convicted of treason, now it became a daily event. Treason trials ran continuously, and a bloody purge not seen since the days of the Second Triumvirate overtook the city. With Sejanus overseeing the proceedings, it became clear early that those charged with treason were overwhelmingly personal enemies of the Praetorian prefect. Under the guise of protecting Tiberius, Sejanus was actually killing off his opponents and putting everyone else on notice that they had better not cross him. But in 31 AD, just as Sejanus stepped into a shared consulship with Tiberius, finally achieving the formal power he had sought for so long, he was undone. Unfortunately for us, the sections of Tacitus's annals that deal with the fall of Sejanus have been lost, so we don't have the same level of detail for this episode that we do for the rest of Tiberius's reign. It seems, though, that Tiberius finally realized just how much Sejanus was usurping his authority after a few letters critical of the prefect made it through Sejanus' screening process. Believing that Sejanus had allied himself with elements of the Julian clan and was planning to overthrow him, Tiberius decided to divest himself of the backstabbing prefect. He called an unsuspecting Sejanus to stand before the Senate to attend to some invented business outlined in a letter from the emperor that was to be read aloud to the assembled senators. To the prefect's shock, amidst the tedium of imperial business, Tiberius's letter suddenly veered into a denunciation of his new consular colleague. Tiberius called for Sejanus to be tried and executed for treason. The Senate, who had suffered mightily under Sejanus' heavy and bloody hand, immediately obliged. Sejanus had no recourse, as Tiberius had already sent notice to the Praetorians that their leader had been replaced, and that Naevius Sutorius Macro was their new prefect. Suddenly, without power or allies, Sejanus was tried, sentenced, and strangled. His death sparked riots in Rome. Suddenly free of the tyrant, they tore his body to pieces and then went off in search of anyone who had collaborated with the fallen prefect in his reign of terror. Among those who were swept up in the immediate aftermath of Sejanus' death was Livilla. A slave with knowledge of her crime waited until he was sure Sejanus was dead and then addressed a letter to Tiberius outlining her involvement in the murder of Drusus. Livilla turned up dead shortly thereafter, and though a definitive account of her death does not exist, the most dramatic account has Tiberius handing Livilla over to her mother Antonia for punishment, whereupon mother locked up daughter and starved her to death. Next week, we will trace the final bloody and debauched years of Tiberius's reign. As so often happens, the purge machine was turned on those who had initiated it, and Tiberius sought to eliminate anyone suspected of ever coming into contact with anyone who had ever considered being a friend of Sejanus. It was a dark time for Rome, and when Tiberius finally died in 37 AD, the people cheered his death. Not only was their hated master dead, but ascending to the throne was the beloved Caligula, son of noble Germanicus. If anyone could put the horrible final years of Tiberius's reign behind them, it was this shining young prince. Yeah, not so much. I will close this week by mentioning around this time, a man claiming to be the Son of God was executed in the far-off province of Judea. The crucifixion of the man, Jesus Christ, had absolutely no immediate impact on anything. But in just a few years, after a dramatic, revelatory vision on the road to the Syrian city of Damascus, a man by the name of Saul will turn the execution into one of the most important events in world history. Even simply keeping our focus strictly on Roman history, the emergence and spread of Christianity is a huge development. At first, the early Christians will be ruthlessly persecuted by the Romans, who will find themselves baffled by the Christian unwillingness to treat the emperors as divine. But eventually, Christianity will entrench itself as the official religion of the state, and from there, become the dominant religion of the entire Western world. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 59, To the Tiber with Tiberius. Tiberius had never been particularly happy with his role as emperor. From the beginning of his reign, he had attempted to dump as much of the drudgery of supreme authority as he could off on other people, first trying to enlist a thoroughly disinterested Senate, then a willing but dead too soon son, before he finally settled on a supposedly hyper-loyal Praetorian prefect named Lucius Sejanus, who proved to have only his own interests at heart. After the fall of Sejanus, though, Tiberius simply stopped looking for a partner to bear his burdens for him. That is not to say that he actually began to embrace the dull responsibilities of office. Quite the contrary. After Sejanus was executed, Tiberius attended to the empire even less than before. Had it not been for the inertia of the imperial bureaucracy, the empire likely would have devolved into another round of chaotic civil wars the minute ambitious men realized that there was no one manning the helm anymore. But the apparatus Augustus had set up turned out to be self-perpetuating enough to survive 6 years of utter neglect by his successor. In his last years, Tiberius was famously obsessed with two things. One, purging Rome of anything resembling a threat to his power, and two, indulging in his own increasingly inappropriate fetishes. We'll deal with the latter in a moment, but as to the former, in the early 30s BC, Tiberius unleashed a terror on Rome that dwarfed anything perpetuated by Sejanus. I've been thinking a lot about these cycles of violence that have been plaguing Rome for the last century. I mean, I searched for the word purge in the manuscript, and other than a passing reference to Hannibal being a virus that needed to be purged from the Roman body, the word literally does not show up until episode 34, Marius and Sulla. But since then, it is a vocabulary word that I've been turning to with frightening regularity. Marius purges Sulla's supporters. Sulla purges Marius' supporters. The Second Triumvirate purges the Republicans. The Second Triumvirate purges each other. Lucius Sejanus purges his political enemies, and now Tiberius is about to purge anyone connected to Sejanus. Julius Caesar was the only one of them who refused to join in the fun, and guess what happened to him? That's right, murdered on the steps of Pompey's theater. There is definitely something to be said for the Romans emerging as the dominant power in the Mediterranean in the mid-100s BC. Annihilating the Carthaginians and conquering the Greeks left the Romans with nothing to keep their politics from turning into life-and-death struggles. No threat from a foreign other remained to bind the competing political factions to one another. The number of men and women killed in intra-Roman feuds prior to 150 BC is practically nil. The number killed after, too many to count. And here we are again, another round of bloody, violent purges. And believe me, this won't be going away anytime soon. With the state apparatus firmly now in the hands of a single man, if that man turned out to be cruel or paranoid, well, the state simply followed his lead. Tiberius turned out to be cruel and paranoid, and his vehicle for inflicting his wrath on the population of Rome was an escalation of his treason trials. Prescriptions may have been fine for the wild days of yore, but since the beginning of his reign, Tiberius had slowly codified something far more horrific. There is something terrible about being consumed by violent chaos, but I think there is something far more terrifying about being consumed by violent order. After the rise and fall of Sejanus, Tiberius let his perfectly insane, Kafkaesque legal system off its leash and allowed it to consume everyone. Evidence didn't matter, rationality didn't matter. All that mattered was that you had been fingered, or knew someone who had been fingered. I shudder when I think about living under such circumstances. And unfortunately for the people of Rome, there was little they could do about it. As long as the leadership of the Praetorian Guard and the frontier armies were staffed with men loyal to the emperor, there was no fighting back. There was a comment in the thread to last week's episode from listener Mike, wondering where the rest of the legion stood on all of this, and why they didn't push back against the growing power of the Praetorian Guard. The answer is that at the top, the generals appointed to lead the army were men chosen carefully by the emperor, and their loyalty to the regime was their most important qualification for office. Beneath the loyal generals, most of the professional officers in the armies were actually angling themselves for a spot in the Praetorian Guard. They didn't want to push back against the Praetorian Guard's new influence, they wanted to join in the fun. So the civilian population was left at the mercy of the regime. The primary targets of this round of purges were first and foremost families who had connections to Sejanus. The fallen prefect had earned himself many enemies during his rise to power, but he'd also gained many friends as well. With the fall of Sejanus, those friends joined their patron and were themselves accused, tried, and convicted of treason. Some were exiled, others committed suicide, but most, being unable or unwilling to escape the shame of it, were executed. Their property as usual was seized and folded into the imperial treasury. But not content to focus all of his attention on Sejanus' partisans, Tiberius also welcomed the opportunity to persecute senatorial and equestrian families with ties to the Julian clan, who he saw as having opposed his regime from the very beginning. Praetorian spies spread themselves throughout the city, and the slightest slip of the tongue, say, complaining at a party that it sure did stink that your old friend had just committed suicide after being caught up in crazy Tiberius's treason trials, meant that you yourself were about to be caught up in crazy Tiberius's treason trials. Tacitus describes that the trials paid no heed to gender or age. Senior citizens, children, men and women were all hauled before the courts, tried, and executed. Heaps of bodies began to pile up, and it became a crime to even linger where the corpses lay and mourn a dead friend or relative for too long. It also became a crime to attempt to bury or cremate the condemned dead, whose bodies were treated as those of common criminals, left to rot in the streets or dragged with hooks into the Tiber River. It was a dark time for Rome, and the veil would not be lifted until Tiberius was dead, though we know now that the lifted veil would crash right back down after Caligula arrived and revealed his true colors. While all this was going on, Tiberius remained on Capri, approving lists of victims, but otherwise leaving the empire to its own devices. So what exactly filled the hours of his day? Well, the stories that have come down to us were mostly written after Tiberius's reputation had taken a nosedive, so it's tough to say where fact ends and slander begins. But let's just say that his inhibitions were no longer a factor in his actions. This is a family podcast, and I once upon a time marked the show as clean within the iTunes library, so I would hate to betray that trust by describing in detail what Tiberius was allegedly up to in the last years of his reign, but I will say that just like the treason trials, gender and age did not matter, and also like the treason trials, his victims wound up murdered, supposedly thrown from the cliffs at his villa on Capri when he grew bored with them or was simply not satisfied any longer. The specifics of his alleged depravities can be found in both Suetonius or Tacitus if you would like a full accounting, but just keep in mind that I think a lot of it is probably exaggeration. The final takeaway from the tales of Tiberius's perversions should be that by the time the second emperor of Rome was dead, the people hated and despised him, and were eager to utterly trash his reputation. The only silver lining Romans could see in the horror of Tiberius's final years was that the old man would soon be dead, and they would get a chance to start over with a new emperor. It's not like the next man could possibly be as bad as the old bloodthirsty pervert Tiberius. Enter to the stage, please, Gaius Julius Caesar Caligula, the man who would prove that you should never put your trust in the notion that at least it can't get any worse. Because guess what? It can always get worse. Gaius Julius Caesar, the third and youngest son of Germanicus and Agrippina, was born in 12 AD and raised in the legionary camps. It was common practice at the time for a general to take his family with him on assignment, so when Germanicus was put in charge of the legions on the Rhine following the death of Augustus, his wife Agrippina and children, which at this point included 8-year-old Nero, 7-year-old Drusus, and 2-year-old Gaius, went with him. Young Gaius became something of a mascot for the soldiers under Germanicus's command, and the toddler was outfitted with a little army man outfit that he would wear around camp, prompting the soldiers to nickname him Caligula, or Little Boots, after the adorable versions of the sandal boots that the boy would march around in. I should note at this point that while history calls him Caligula, in his time as emperor he was known simply as Gaius. The nickname only came back into use after his death, frequently with ironic derision. When Germanicus was reposted to Syria in 17 AD, the family, now joined by the girls Agrippina the Younger and Drusilla, dutifully followed along, and when Germanicus died 2 years later, the children, including now the infant Julia Livilla, returned to Rome with Agrippina. The next decade would be difficult for Agrippina and her children. Deathly afraid that any man who married Germanicus's widow would immediately become a powerful rival, Tiberius forbade Agrippina to remarry. This left the family adrift with no other paterfamilias than Tiberius himself, who hated and feared the whole lot of them. Caligula managed to stay below Tiberius's radar when the paranoid old man decided he couldn't stand the family any longer and prosecuted for treason Agrippina and the two elder boys, Nero and Drusus. With their mother and elder brothers dead, the remaining children were shunted off to live with their grandmother Antonia, who looked after them for the next few years. The girls were one by one married off at Tiberius's orders, while Caligula remained in a sort of limbo. After the fall of Sejanus, though, Tiberius gave enough passing thought to a successor that he called for Caligula to come live with him on Capri. The young future emperor seems to have managed to avoid crossing Tiberius during the 6 years he spent as a virtual prisoner on the island, by repressing all the fear and resentment he likely felt towards the old man, and pretended to be nothing less than the pliant servant of the aging emperor. In 33 AD, Caligula was given an honorary quaestorship, the only official office he would hold before becoming the supreme ruler of the empire, and also in that year, he married Junia Claudilla, though the union would only survive until Junia's death in childbirth a year later. In 35 AD, Tiberius changed his will to take some account for succession, ordering that his estate, and thus the throne, jointly fall to Caligula and Tiberius's grandson, Tiberius Gemellus, the only surviving son of the ill-fated marriage between Drusus and Livilla. Unlike Augustus, who had obsessed over succession and spent a great deal of his energy readying his potential successors, first Marcellus, then Tiberius and Drusus, then Gaius and Lucius, Tiberius seems to have done nothing to prepare Caligula or Gemellus for imperial responsibility. Gemellus at this point was barely even a teenager. In 37 AD, death finally came knocking for Tiberius, though the details of his final moments are the source of some debate. Some sources claim that the now 77-year-old emperor who had ruled Rome for 23 years simply passed away in his sleep. Another, more colorful account is that the emperor was reported to have finally succumbed to a fatal illness, which prompted the people of Rome to begin celebrating his death. But then another report followed right on the heels of the first, stating that the emperor had actually recovered. Then a third and final report came, stating that the emperor's recovery was a fiction and that he had in fact died. This last report was issued by the Praetorian prefect Naevius Sutorius Macro, who had gone in to confirm for himself the death of the emperor. And by confirm the death of the emperor himself, I of course mean smother with a pillow the weak but fully recovered Tiberius. A third version of the story points to Caligula as the murderer, but since this version was recounted by Caligula himself in an attempt to be seen as the man who finally delivered Rome from his wicked grandfather, I think we can safely dismiss this version. Caligula was also fond of telling people that he used to creep into Tiberius's room at night and stand over the sleeping emperor with a brandished knife, and would refrain from doing what he felt was right, namely murdering the evil Tiberius, only at the behest of the divine Augustus, whose voice commanded him to be patient and let nature take its course. Yeah, Caligula was nuts. However it happened, Tiberius was dead, and the people rejoiced. Such was the depth of their hatred for him, that rather than calling for elaborate funeral arrangements, they simply cried out, "To the Tiber with Tiberius." They wanted to do to him what he had done to them, and treat his body as nothing more than a corpse of a criminal, drag it through the streets of Rome on hooks, and then deposit it unceremoniously into the river. The people did not get their way, though, and a formal funeral and cremation were arranged, but Tiberius was conspicuously not granted the same divine honors the Senate had tripped over itself bestowing upon Augustus. Though Tiberius's will specified that Caligula and Gemellus should jointly rule the empire, Caligula had no interest in sharing power. The shrinking violet mask he had worn for years to avoid Tiberius's wrath was now cast aside. Having likely arranged in advance with Macro that when the day came, the Praetorian prefect would figure prominently in the new regime if the guard declared for Caligula and Caligula alone, Gemellus was immediately locked out of his inheritance when Tiberius died. The young man turned out to be one of the first victims of Caligula's reign, and did not survive the year. First, he was denied his inheritance, then he was put under something resembling house arrest, then he was executed for allegedly conspiring against the new regime. The boy's unhappy destiny, it seems, was to live as a prisoner of 2 emperors before finally being murdered at the tender age of 18, guilty of nothing more than being born into the wrong family at the wrong time. After freezing out Gemellus, Caligula made preparations to give the people of Rome something they had not seen in more than a decade, a personal appearance by their emperor. The imperial house, he announced, was returning from exile. The people were ecstatic at the news, and when Caligula arrived, they lined the roads out to the 20th milepost to greet him. When they saw the new emperor, they shouted at him every pet name they could think of, calling him our prince and our star, and of course, Little Boots. With the handsome 24-year-old son of Germanicus ascending to the throne, it seemed like things were about to change for the better, that it might go back to the way that it had been under Augustus. It was reported that over 150,000 animal sacrifices were made across the empire to celebrate the good news. And at first, Caligula's ascension really was good news. He immediately canceled the treason trials and made a very public show of gathering all the records and evidence that had been gathered by Tiberius's spies and burning it all in a great public bonfire. Those who had managed to survive by going into exile were recalled to Rome and pardoned of whatever crime they had been charged with or convicted of. Suetonius even recounts an episode where Caligula went so far as to refuse to even read a report supposedly outlining a plot against him. To explain his decision, the emperor simply said that since no one had any reason to hate him, he didn't have time to read such idle memoranda. And at this point, he was probably more right about that than wrong. The people of Rome no longer feared daily for their lives and property thanks to Caligula. It's hard to hate a guy for making you feel safe in your own home again. Caligula then went further. He canceled an unpopular tax the Italians had been chafing under, while simultaneously upping the pay for soldiers on the frontier and in the Praetorian Guard. He also reinstated a few of the provisional client monarchs who had been deposed by Tiberius for spurious reasons, and not only gave them their power back, but promised them the tax receipts they would have received had they not been removed from power. To top off his generous arrival to the throne, Caligula initiated lavish gladiatorial games to celebrate the dawning of this new day. At all levels of the empire, from the common citizens to the middle-class merchants, to the rich aristocracy, to the soldiers in the field and the provincials they defended, Emperor Caligula was a godsend. The pious young emperor then gathered up the bones of his dead mother and brothers and brought them back to Rome for burial in the imperial mausoleum. And finally, he renamed the month of September for his dear departed father Germanicus. Yep, everything was going A-OK. So the question is, what happened? Well, apparently behind the happy facade, all was not well in the house of Caesar. Caligula had never been given the training he needed to really be an effective ruler. He had no experience in administration, had not served in the legions, and had been given no real responsibilities of his own until the moment he became emperor. His early political success seems to have been built largely by his doing nothing more than give the people whatever they wanted. Lower taxes? Sure. More benefits? Sure. Higher pay for the army? Of course. Lavish games and free grain for the mobs? I wouldn't think of doing anything less. It was a completely unsustainable combination of policies, of course, but it seems that the only thing Caligula learned at Tiberius's knee during their 6 years together was that being emperor meant doing what you wanted, when you wanted, with whomever you wanted. Nothing about maintaining steady revenue streams or limiting expenditures to justifiable ends or striking a balance between needs and wants. Caligula basically just said yes to anything and everything, no matter how contradictory all those things turned out to be. With this public policy time bomb ticking in the background, Caligula followed in Tiberius's footsteps and began indulging excessively in wine, women, food, and games. The hard living may have caught up with him, because in October of 37, just 6 months after rising to power, Caligula was struck down by a serious illness and nearly died. The people were distraught at the news, and prayers and promises of every shape and form were sent up to the gods to beg them for the safe return of their new emperor. Famously, a few senators promised to trade their own lives for Caligula's if only the emperor recovered. Basically, these were the same empty promises that are often made on deathbeds. "Oh, Jupiter, take me instead," that sort of thing. But then, Caligula recovered. Now, a few of the ancient sources don't draw a one-to-one causal link between the illness and the subsequent madness of Caligula's reign, but a few do point to the event as the decisive turning point. And certainly, if you were to ask the senators who had pledged their lives in a moment of melodramatic piety, they would tell you that the Caligula who went in was not the same as the Caligula who came out. Because when the emperor recovered and learned of their generous offers, he supposedly took them at their word. How nice that you pledged your life so that I may live. I'm just wondering then, what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be at home committing suicide? After all, what will the gods do if you break your oath? Pale-faced and in shock, the unfortunate senators in question had little recourse but to follow through on their once-empty promise. In I Claudius, Caligula's recovery from his illness is portrayed as the catalyst for his delusions of godhood, but the scattered accounts we have of his reign don't show him moving decisively towards self-deification until a few years later. So though the illness is a convenient place to point to and say, before this line, good, after this line, bad, it is probably more complicated than that. I, however, will take it as a convenient place to stop this week's episode. Next week, we'll get into the guts of Caligula's short and brutal reign. Though he was emperor for just 4 years, that proved time enough to mark him as one of, if not the, most infamous ruler in Roman history. Incest, murder, rape, and theft are all the calling cards of Caligula, and next week we'll do our best to separate myth from fact. I mean, did this psycho really try to have his horse named Consul? Before we go this week, though, I'm going to take another personal moment, as today is Father's Day here in the United States. Dad, wherever and whenever you get this episode, happy Father's Day. I love you too. Though I plan to show you zero mercy in this week's Grandpa D. Herm's epic battle for second place in the Western Amateur T-Ball League. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 60, No Better Slave, No Worse Master. The honeymoon lasted for about 6 months. The brief window of optimism that opened with the death of Tiberius was slammed shut by Caligula before the year was out. The half-year between Tiberius's death and Caligula's nearly fatal illness can be described as the period after which the Romans had jumped from the frying pan, but before they hit the fire. Because as it turns out that while Tiberius was cruel, paranoid, and calculating, Caligula was simply mad as a hatter. Now I think most of us, even those who are relatively new to Roman history, know that Caligula was up to some pretty rotten stuff. Even people I know who have no interest in history whatsoever generally know, for example, that a pretty disturbing flick called Caligula came out once upon a time, and that the guy had to be pretty messed up for the movie based on his life to gin up so much controversy. Which is true. Incoherent as it is, Caligula the movie does do a pretty good job capturing the essence of the man as portrayed by the ancient historians. But the question is then, how accurate were those ancient historians? Should we really believe every detail that has been handed down to us as objective truth, or should we take some of it with a grain of salt? Unfortunately, we've lost the relevant chapters from Tacitus, who was generally the most reliable source for information on the early imperial period, and we're left with a combination of Suetonius and Cassius Dio, both of whom were writing well after the fact, and the contemporary passing accounts of Philo of Alexandria and Seneca, both of whom have their own individual bones to pick with the mad emperor. In his Sex in the Ancient World, John J. Younger points out that Romans would often use tales of sexual deviancy to emphasize how bad a public official was, the way that we might say that some despised ruler regularly kicks puppies or refuses to call his mother on her birthday. So with everyone agreeing that Caligula had psychological issues and that he was a train wreck of an emperor, it is not surprising that his biography has become packed with deviant sexual activity. The same basic dynamic, by the way, is at play with biographies of Tiberius, and will be at play again when we get to Nero and his alleged Oedipal relationship with his mother Agrippina. So I'm sure that there is a lot that the ancient historians got right about Caligula, but much of it is undoubtedly exaggeration. When Caligula recovered from his illness in late 37, his personality either changed dramatically, or, more likely, who he was simply began to break through the magnificent glow the people had shrouded him in. In the wake of Tiberius, the Romans were quick to project their own needs onto this savior, Caligula. So I think it's quite likely that he was the same man throughout. It's just that nobody was really ready to notice what a crazy cretin he was until the initial honeymoon period was over. I mean, he had been dealt blow after traumatic blow his entire life, and had spent years thoroughly repressed, sucking up to the man who had killed his father, his mother, and his two brothers. So I don't think that Caligula needed anything so dramatic as a near-death experience to go off the deep end. Imperial slaves, who spent more time around the boy than anyone, certainly would have agreed that Caligula needed no illness to become unhinged. Watching him alternate between the pliant and passive servant of Tiberius and the sadistic teenager who relaxed by witnessing the beatings and executions that occurred regularly at the imperial villa on Capri, the slaves reported that concerning Gaius, there was no better slave and no worse master. Now that he was emperor, he was the slave to no man, and it was all no worse master from here on out. So let's jump on into the funhouse of horrors, shall we? We should probably get the most famous rumor about Caligula out of the way early, and that is that he was engaged in incestual relationships with his sisters, Julia Livilla, Agrippina, and particularly his favorite, Drusilla. The charges, like I say, likely spring from the fact that later unhappiness with Caligula led to some serious character assassination. But it's worth noting that the perception of incest was not made up out of whole cloth. It is understandable that Caligula and his sisters, suffering as orphans together, would be closer than your average set of siblings, but Caligula appears to have taken things to an extreme. The emperor, for example, seems to have had an atypical married life. He was married 4 times in his short life, with his first wife dying in childbirth, and his second and third wives coming and going within a matter of months. The constant matrons of Caligula's house then in the early part of his reign were not his wives, but rather his sisters, particularly, like I say, Drusilla. His relationship with Drusilla was so close, in fact, that during his bachelor periods between wives, Caligula eschewed the custom of rotating hostesses for his dinner parties, instead sticking exclusively with Drusilla, in effect saying that she is my wife. However, there is no solid evidence of sexual activity between the two, and coupled with his more general embrace of living godhood, it looks like he may have just been playing out the kind of sister-brother, husband-wife dynamic seen in many Eastern religions. But the very public role Drusilla took on as Caligula's primary female companion makes it a not particularly hard leap to believe that maybe something was going on behind closed doors. Not long before her death, which we'll get to in a moment, Caligula further demanded that she be included in the oaths taken by legionary soldiers when swearing to protect the emperor, again in effect saying that she was to be considered his wife. So while the incest rap may be a bad one, Caligula basically did everything in his power to make it hard for people to believe otherwise. That all being said, the incest charges only dominated the gossip of the early part of Caligula's reign, because in mid-38, Drusilla came down with a fever and died. The grief-stricken Caligula, who did not leave Drusilla's side during the illness, ordered that the entire empire go into mourning upon her death, and thereafter would often swear oaths to the divine Drusilla, whom he inducted into the growing imperial pantheon. Unfortunately for Rome, though, once she was gone, the gloves really came off. For the 3 years left on his reign, Roman historians describe at length a man who personifies everything that is awful about absolute power resting in the hands of a single man. Unlike Augustus and Tiberius, who tried to downplay their power and defer to the Senate as much as possible, Caligula had no interest in such things, and actually went out of his way to do everything he could to demean the Senate and exalt himself above them. For example, he would force them to run alongside his carriage while it made its way through Rome, and any senator who failed to show up or display the proper amount of enthusiasm were noted by the emperor and then targeted for future humiliations. One of his reported favorite pastimes was to bring senators and their wives to dinner, and over the course of the meal, pick out one of the married women and disappear with her to the bedroom while her shamed husband was forced to remain at the table. Caligula would then return with the wife in question and proceed to describe in detail everything that had gone on in the bedroom. There was no recourse for the distressed couple, Any challenge to Caligula's whims was fast becoming a capital offense. Both Caligula's second and third marriages were actually the result of stealing women from their husbands, and in the case of his second wife, Livia Orestilla, it was actually on the occasion of her marriage that the theft went down. Invited to the wedding, Caligula took a shine to the bride and told the new husband, Gaius Calpurnius Piso, who will feature prominently in the episode on Nero, to, quote, "get away from my wife," and then immediately absconded with the poor woman. Caligula would abandon her just days later, but not before twisting the knife further and forbidding her to remarry Piso. Why did he do it? Who knows? Men and women now lived in perpetual fear that they would say the wrong thing, or do the wrong thing, or do the right thing, but at the wrong time. One young aristocrat was forced to fight as a gladiator simply because he was good-looking and made Caligula jealous. After the man won both of his matches, Caligula had him hauled off in chains and executed. Good times. But the biggest fear was that Caligula would simply covet your estate and confiscate it all after arresting and killing you for no reason. In this, he was indiscriminate. He didn't even bother working up any kind of paranoid fantasy to explain who he was targeting. He would just send agents to your doors one day, and you would be hauled off to court, tried, and exiled or killed. The executions themselves became a hallmark of Caligula's sadism, as he would force parents to come witness the executions of their children. When one man said that he was too sick to attend, Caligula sent around one of his imperial carriages to pick the man up and make sure that he could be there. And when the condemned were killed, they were not simply strangled or hurled from the Tarpeian Rock. No, Caligula was famous for promoting the maxim of death by 1,000 cuts. Major organs were left alone, as the victims were nicked and bled and stabbed over the course of sometimes days. His usual order to the executioners was to make him feel that he is dying. When one man continued to proclaim his innocence as the execution began, Caligula halted the proceedings. Then he ordered the soldiers to cut out the man's tongue so Caligula would be able to enjoy the execution in peace. Charming stuff. The only practical foundation for all of this random cruelty was that Caligula needed money. Lots and lots of money. Tiberius had been, famously, a spendthrift, who in his later life basically vetoed every spending bill he ever saw. He probably took it too far, leaving many worthy projects unfunded, but there is no denying that when he died, the empire was in excellent financial shape. The treasury was well stocked, and revenue was outpacing expenditures. Caligula managed to blow up this financial cushion within 2 years of taking office, leaving the empire and the imperial family massively in debt. Some things he did were decent enough. He finished the Temple of Augustus and built improved ports at Rhegium and on Sicily to facilitate more grain shipments. He also expanded the aqueduct system that was essential for bringing clean water into the city. But mostly, he just blew through the treasury, building huge personal yachts, lavish villas, and a personal chariot racetrack. Caligula's basic motto was, why pay retail when you can pay 10 times retail? At one point, he called for hundreds of ships to line up beside one another in the Gulf of Baiae. Then, he packed them with earth and mortar, turning the whole line into a bridge between the resort at Baiae and the port of Puteoli on the other side of the Gulf. He then rode his horse across the 2-mile expanse. Legend has it that the entire operation was undertaken because Tiberius's astrologer had once remarked that Caligula had no more hope of becoming empire than he did crossing the Gulf of Baiae on horseback. It would make for an almost light-hearted tale, except for the massive expenditures involved and the fact that by pressing all the ships into becoming a bridge, Rome suffered from a grain shortage due to the lack of available freighters. By 39, Caligula's relationship with the Senate and people was shot. The man they had once hailed as their savior had proved himself to be nothing more than an erratic sadist who was bankrupting the empire. Caligula had showed the Senate nothing but disrespect, going so far as to promise to have his favorite horse named Consul because it possessed more intelligence than the whole lot of them put together. Eventually, the senators began to mumble under their breath that we really need to do something to rein this psychopath in. Catching wind that some kind of resistance movement was being organized, Caligula called the Senate to meet and revealed to them a big surprise. he had made copies of all the treason trial notes that he had allegedly destroyed upon taking office. Suddenly, the treason trials were back up and running. The Senate was forced to accept the emperor's decision, but unlike with the 70-year-old Tiberius, they could not reasonably hope to outlast the emperor. Caligula was still in his late 20s, so the madness could go on for 50 years or more. So it is probably at this point that Caligula's death warrant was really signed. He left them no choice but to eventually assassinate him. The simple logic of survival demanded it. It was right around this time, too, that Caligula began to let it be known that he was actually more than just a man. Unlike Augustus and Tiberius, who made no claims of divinity while they were alive, Augustus, in fact, went to great lengths to stop people from worshipping him as a god. Caligula decided that everyone was free to worship him as divine if they wished. In fact, he insisted. He began appearing in public dressed as Hercules and Apollo and Mercury, sometimes even Venus. More and more, he began to talk as if he were in fact a god, trapped down here on Earth with all these scummy mortals who forever got in his way. The people more or less humored these claims because, hey, what else are you going to do? So when Caligula ordered that his statue be placed in every temple in the empire for worship, most everyone obliged. But his extreme megalomania ran into a brick wall in the far eastern province of Judea. When imperial agents brought word that a statue of the emperor was to be erected in the holy Jewish temple in Jerusalem, there were nearly riots. The fiercely monotheistic Jews, who were already pretty angry that they were forced to live under the Roman yoke to begin with, had no intention of allowing some egotistical punk to share the stage with Yahweh. It was only the timely intervention of Herod Agrippa that prevented a massive uprising against the Romans. Herod was the grandson of Herod the Great, and as a child he had been sent to live in Rome and was befriended by the imperial family. When Caligula became emperor, Herod had been sent home to govern the eastern territories, and it was only because of his personal influence that he had with Caligula that he was able to first delay the idea of erecting the statue and then get the idea killed altogether. Had Herod not been there to talk some sense into Caligula, the revolt in Judea almost certainly would have erupted 30 years earlier than it eventually did. Having become a god, though, there was still something conspicuously absent from Caligula's resume: military conquest. Being an imperator without any military triumphs to point to is like being a surgeon who has never performed surgery. It just doesn't make sense on the face of it. So to rectify the situation, he got it in his head that he should return to the site of his father's glory and finally bring Germania to heel. Completely lacking in skill, experience, and training, though, the campaign was probably never going to end well, so it was probably a good thing that it wound up ending early. He did lead the legions across the Rhine, but was nervous about penetrating too far into the forests. Not really craving an actual battle, he sent some allied Gauls into the woods dressed as Germans so that he could pretend to charge heroically into their midst when they emerged from the woods at the appointed hour. After this staged episode, he strutted about camp, bragging about his own bravery in contrast to the rest of the men who had milled around when word of the attack came. Then reports arrived that there were really real Germans in the area, at which point Caligula's entourage ran everyone over, getting the emperor back to the Roman side of the Rhine. The whole thing is just cartoonishly pathetic. But while he was out playing soldier, a conspiracy involving a local Roman governor was uncovered that seems to have put the kibosh on the rest of the campaign. The details are unknown, but it was a serious enough plot that his brother-in-law was executed, and his two remaining sisters, Agrippina and Julia Livilla, wound up exiled, suggesting Caligula had been hit fairly close to home. Having accomplished nothing in Germania, Caligula did what any sensible politician would do to save face. He declared victory and left. In 40 AD, the emperor turned his attention to Britannia, that foggy island on the edge of the world. But again, he managed to do little more there than add another bizarre chapter to his already bizarre biography. According to legend, he lined up the legions in battle formation along the banks of the English Channel, even though there was no enemy there to fight. The men waited around expectantly until Caligula's orders finally came down. Go forth and collect all the seashells on the beach and bring them back to Italy as spoils of this great victory over Neptune and the sea. Having won another battle, Caligula returned to Rome and celebrated a dual triumph in honor of his successful campaigns in Germania and Britain. The collected seashells were dutifully displayed as prized treasure. Can someone, anyone, do us all a favor and just knife this guy? Back home, Caligula settled into happy domesticity with his new wife and child. In either 39 or 40, he had begun an affair with a woman named Caesonia that resulted in the birth of a daughter, Julia Drusilla, named for Caligula's late lamented sister. In Caesonia, Caligula finally found a kindred spirit, who he was not related to. Though she was much older than he was, she relished in extravagance, opulence, and had no empathy for anyone whatsoever. She was, in short, a perfect match for the mad emperor. They seemed to be perfectly happy with one another, though Caligula would often remind her in a doting sort of way that he could slit her throat whenever he wanted. But the good times were not to last. Caligula may have thought that he was a god, and that he could do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, to whomever he wanted, but that did not mean that people were going to like it. It was only a matter of time before what went around came around, and in early 41 AD, it came back around. There was a member of the Praetorian Guard by the name of Cassius Caria who had had enough. Caligula would often single the man out and mock him for his effeminacy and allude to a genitalia-related injury Caria had suffered while on campaign. After being humiliated time and time again, the angry Praetorian Guardsmen began to whisper with members of the Senate who were looking for any opportunity to off this psychotic brat of an emperor. Caria agreed to be the man on the inside and brought 2 others in as formal accomplices. The plot was hatched with the tacit approval of the Praetorian prefect, who was himself under investigation for treason and thus needed to get rid of Caligula before Caligula got rid of him. In January of 41 AD, after Caligula was done addressing a troupe of actors for an upcoming theatrical performance, Caria and the 2 accomplices cornered the emperor and stabbed him to death. Caligula was 28 years old and had ruled Rome for just shy of 4 years. The assassins then quickly made their way to the imperial family's chambers and killed Caesonia and the infant Drusilla. There could be no blood heir to Caligula left alive. With the emperor dead, the big question was what came next. Caria himself seems to have been under the impression that by killing the emperor, it might give the Senate a chance to step into the power vacuum and return Rome to its republican roots. But that was, of course, a pipe dream. The Praetorian Guard as a whole did not share their comrades' idealism. As it turned out, Caria and the other assassins were unable to get to Uncle Claudius before the rest of the guard hustled the stammering fool into the safety of their camp. According to legend, Claudius was hiding behind a curtain when they found him, but that is most likely a later dramatic flourish. That very night, the guard declared Claudius to be the new emperor, which, when word got out, seemed like some kind of sick joke. Everyone knew that Claudius was a mushy-headed dunce who had managed to stay alive through the reigns of Tiberius and Caligula because he made such a great butt for jokes. There was no way that he was capable of ruling the empire. And this was, of course, precisely the point. The Praetorian leadership figured Claudius would be easy to control. As we'll see next week, though, Claudius seems to have had everyone fooled pretty well. He was no fool at all, and would prove to be a thoroughly competent emperor, even if his domestic life left something to be desired. The short and brutal reign of Caligula is an object lesson for why you don't put absolute power in the hands of one man, especially without vetting him first. Though he was the first really terrible emperor, he will certainly not be the last, as every generation or so, another Caligula will emerge to remind everyone why they tried to get away from all of this in the first place, why they had shared consulships, why they had thrown the kings out, why they had set up the Senate, why they had set up the people's assemblies, why it was just dumb to give absolute power to just one guy. But it was too late to go back to the days of a shared consulship or the diffusion of power. All the Romans could do now was try to survive the bad years and hope that the next guy would be better. Because, like it or not, the emperors had all the power now. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are no doubt aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment, with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download just for signing up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend picking up The Roman Way by Edith Hamilton, which is a nice exploration of the cultural underpinnings of Roman society. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 61, What, Me Claudius? I feel like I could pitch the story of Claudius to studio executives and get them to invest in my slapstick period comedy about the bumbling, stuttering black sheep of the family who, when his crazy nephew is assassinated and no other viable candidates can be found, suddenly finds himself proclaimed emperor of the Roman Empire. Of course, our sympathetic hero is not really the idiot everyone thinks he is. He's just misunderstood. And as he navigates his way through the treacherous and often hilarious world of Roman power politics, from the heart of the capital to the far-off island of Britain, he emerges as a just, wise, but still physically clumsy ruler trying to do right in a world gone horribly and hilariously wrong. Starring Ricky Gervais as Claudius and Rowan Atkinson as the freedman's secretary Narcissus, trying in vain to hold everything together. Co-starring Britt and Jermaine from Flight of the Conchords as the brothers who lead the resistance to Claudius's invasion of Britain, and of course, Leslie Nielsen will get a cameo as the ghost of Caesar Augustus. This, my friends, is pure comedy gold. And the thing is, I wouldn't have to stray too far from the historical record to write the script. Maybe add a few more pratfalls, but other than that, the true story of Claudius's improbable rise to power looks and feels enough like the premise of a comedy that we wouldn't have to touch the underlying story at all. It's a weird thing that Claudius became emperor. Weirder still, that he turned out to be a good one. Tiberius Claudius Drusus was born in 10 BC in Gaul, the youngest of the 3 surviving children of Drusus and Antonia. His older brother was the great Germanicus, and his older sister was the cunning Livilla. From the start, though, young Claudius was neither great nor cunning. In fact, for his entire childhood, there are 0 examples of anything resembling a positive adjective being attached to his name. Young Claudius, it seems, suffered from some sort of nervous tic that led to a pronounced stutter throughout his youth, which earned him nothing but scorn and exasperation from the extended imperial family. Theories abound about what his affliction actually was, ranging from cerebral palsy to polio to Tourette's, but nobody knows for sure what it was. What we do know is that his mother Antonia appears to have been horrified by him and showed nothing but disdain for her youngest son. When not referring to him as a monster, she used him as the benchmark for stupidity, as in, why, that man is as dumb as my son Claudius. Unable, I guess, to even stand the sight of him, Antonia dumped Claudius off on Livia, who herself had nothing but contempt for this stuttering embarrassment of a boy. Livia had no time to deal with him, so she hired a, quote, tutor to look after him. The tutor, who legend holds was a former mule driver, used severe discipline to try to break Claudius of his witless ways, which everyone assumed was simply caused by laziness and bad moral fiber. Claudius survived his childhood, and when he emerged into his teens, he showed some signs that he was not actually an idiot, just that he had difficulty communicating his ideas to other people verbally. He expressed an interest in studying history, and encouraged that there may be hope for the little monster after all. Augustus hired Livy to tutor his step-grandson in 7 AD. This opened up a brief window of time during which Claudius appears to have climbed out of the family doghouse. In a letter to Livia, Augustus even expressed amazement after hearing Claudius deliver a fine oration that the young man was even capable of such a thing. Apparently finding the formal rules of oratory to be some kind of mental crutch, Claudius turned out to be quite a capable public speaker. It was only in private conversation that his mouth kept hiccuping on him. This brief spell of acceptance was broken when Claudius decided to write a history of the civil wars. The finished draft was read by Livia, who deemed the work far too critical, accurate, a telling of Augustus's rise to power. The work was suppressed, and the family henceforth decided that Claudius could not be trusted with the family secrets and must never be allowed anywhere near power. After Augustus died, 23-year-old Claudius petitioned Tiberius to allow him to enter the cursus honorum, but Tiberius refused his nephew's request. Claudius was not to be allowed a public career. He would have to settle for a private life of scholarship. Throughout the 20s AD, Claudius tried to stay below the radar as Sejanus rose to power and targeted anyone he thought might be a threat. It is a testament to how insignificant a political figure Claudius was at this point that he survived the purges and counter-purges of Sejanus and Tiberius, even as they swallowed his brother, sister, and various nephews, nieces, and cousins. The small role Claudius did play in the drama of Tiberius's reign was as a husband of convenience for Sejanus, who married his adopted sister to the imperial family's black sheep in order to strengthen his own ties to the ruling clan. The marriage ended in a quick divorce after Sejanus fell from power, and Claudius couldn't afford any connections to the disgraced and executed former prefect of the guard. Over the course of Tiberius's reign, as politically insignificant as he was, Claudius did make a respectable name for himself as an author and a scholar. After getting burned early for writing about topics that hit too close to home, Claudius branched out and wrote a history of the Etruscans and later produced an 8-volume series on the Carthaginians. So while he got no love from his family, the wider Roman world seems to have grown well disposed towards the one member of the imperial family who didn't seem to be lusting after power. When Augustus died, the upper-class equestrians actually chose Claudius to head their delegation during the funeral procession, and during Tiberius's reign, the Senate voted to allow Claudius the right to join in the body's debates, though this latter bill was vetoed by the emperor. After Tiberius' son Drusus died, Claudius was even championed as a possible new heir apparent, though Claudius hastily and smartly declared that he had no interest in the job. After Tiberius died and Caligula became emperor, Claudius suddenly found himself thrust into the public career he had long since given up on. Upon his ascension, Caligula decided to serve as consul, and chose, of all people, Claudius to serve as his colleague. This was not out of any great love or respect for Uncle Claudius, though. Mostly, Caligula just wanted to remind people of Germanicus, and so elevated his dead father's brother to the consulship. Far from respect, Caligula actually seems to have gone out of his way to torture his uncle, turning Claudius into a sort of de facto court jester, kept around mostly to be the butt of the emperor's jokes. But it wasn't all just, ha-ha, I put a whoopee cushion on Claudius's chair kind of jokes. Caligula also extorted huge sums of money from his uncle, at one point inventing a new priesthood and then forcing Claudius and a few other wealthy targets to pony up ridiculous fees to join. Non-compliance would have surely meant death, and by the time Caligula's short reign was over, this, and other events like it, caused Claudius to be deep in debt. Legend has it that when Caligula was assassinated, Claudius was found hiding behind a curtain in the imperial palace. Quite reasonably assuming that he was about to be killed, Claudius was shocked when the members of the guard who found him knelt and proclaimed him emperor. That's the legend, anyway. Other, probably more reliable accounts have Claudius being hustled back to the Praetorian camp, unsure of his fate, only later being proclaimed emperor. I said last week that this happened on the night of the assassination, but alert listener Claude was kind enough to remind me that Gibbon says that at least 48 hours passed before Claudius was declared emperor. During the interval, the Senate argued with itself over who should be the next princeps, but when they were unable to unify behind a single candidate, the Praetorians seized the initiative and called it for Claudius, who they hoped to be able to control. It speaks volumes about how entrenched the new imperial system had become, that when the Senate found itself briefly without an emperor lording over them, they dissolved into arguments not about how best to reassert the Senate's authority, but rather who among them should rule. The bickering in the Senate was finally shut down when word came that the Praetorian Guard had in fact settled the matter and named Uncle Claudius princeps. Too factionalized to resist, the Senate found itself accepting the Guard's decision. Foolish, clumsy, embarrassing Claudius was now the absolute ruler of the Roman Empire. But the Senate still had some pull, and they extracted a promise that Claudius would not prosecute Caligula's assassins or anyone who may have been involved in the wider conspiracy, which a number of the senators were. Claudius agreed, but he refused to spare the lead assassin Caria, who was eventually tried and convicted for the murder of Caligula. Yes, it was a very good thing that Caligula was dead, but it would set a very bad precedent for there to be no punishment whatsoever for the high crime of assassinating an emperor. Not that anyone paid attention to the message Claudius was trying to send, as he spent most of his reign dodging murderous plots of every shape and size, and in the end was very likely done in by one hatched by his wife Agrippina. It appears that while everyone outwardly accepted Claudius, behind every back was a knife, or a bottle of poison, or the legions stationed in Dalmatia. On that last point, Claudius was wise to make one of his first moves after taking office be the payment of cash bribes to the army to ensure their loyalty, because in 42, a plot was cooked up between an ambitious senator in Rome and the governor of Dalmatia, who just so happened to be an ex-brother-in-law of Claudius. Their plan was relatively simple. The governor was going to march his legions on Rome and then depose Claudius. The only problem was that when it came time to actually launch the rebellion, the troops decided that they were better off staying put rather than joining in a dangerous scheme to take control of the empire. The planned coup fell apart, and the governor, publicly exposed, committed suicide. So, while Claudius did his best to maintain good relations with the Senate and anyone else who might conceivably want him dead, it got him nowhere. With his reputation as a bumbling fool, everyone seems to have thought that killing Claudius would not only be easy, but that it was necessary for the good of the empire. After all, how long could Rome last with an idiot in charge? But the thing is, Claudius wasn't an idiot, and far from running the empire into the ground, or doing what everybody thought he was going to do, which was like embarrass Rome at parties, Claudius proved to be one of the more capable emperors Rome ever saw. He took an active interest in governance, which is something Rome had not really seen since Augustus had died 25 years earlier. He further strengthened the imperial bureaucracy, ordered targeted reforms be made to the legal system, and every day issued dozens of edicts on a wide range of topics. Rome, in short, had a competent executive again. But the Romans weren't quite ready to accept the notion that Claudius actually knew what he was doing, and most attributed anything halfway intelligent that came out of the imperial palace to be from one of his various freedmen advisors, who were said to have the pliable emperor completely under their thumb. The extent to which Claudius relied on his advisors is probably exaggerated, but there is no denying that the power and influence of freedmen bureaucrats did rise precipitously during the reign of Rome's fourth emperor. It should be noted, though, that the growing power of the bureaucracy was more of a reaction to circumstance than anything Claudius was actively planning to do from the start. Like his predecessors, Claudius had a difficult time getting the Senate to help share in the burdens of government, so he was forced to do everything for himself. But unlike his predecessors, except for Augustus, he actually had an interest in getting things done, so he reorganized the state to make it more responsive and efficient. He created the equivalent of a governmental cabinet and appointed capable freedmen to head the new departments he created. There was a secretary of correspondence, the aforementioned Narcissus, who was probably the closest to Claudius and the most influential, a secretary of justice, Gaius Julius Callistus, who had been an important cog in the plot to kill Caligula, a secretary of the treasury, Marcus Antonius Pallas, who was said to have grown richer than even Crassus by the time of his death, and a secretary of miscellany, Gaius Iulius Polybius, who would eventually be executed for plotting against the emperor. These men acted as the eyes, ears, mouths, and brains of Claudius's administration, and were instrumental in making his reign a successful one. Pallas, for example, apparently did such a good job nursing the empire's finances back to health after Caligula wrecked everything, that the Senate voted him a big fancy award. In most respects, Claudius did his best to emulate Augustus, and he tried mightily to associate himself with the original princeps. Ascending to the throne, he added the name Caesar and Augustus to his own, and even revived the long-forgotten rumor that his father Drusus was actually the son of Augustus rather than Tiberius Claudius Nero. For the most part, Claudius did a pretty good job copying Augustus, from the stable and patient public administration right down to the hectic and distracting personal life, which we'll get more into next week. But to really establish himself as an emperor worthy of the same respect that Augustus had enjoyed, Claudius would have to stray from Augustus's injunction not to expand the empire. Because if he was ever going to be taken seriously, Claudius needed some impressive military victories to go with his bland legal reforms. After surveying the map, it quickly became obvious that the only territory ripe for conquest was the far-flung island of Britannia. The double bonus Britannia offered Claudius image-wise was that he would be following in the footsteps of the great Julius Caesar, who had tried unsuccessfully to bring the island into the Roman fold 100 years before. If Claudius could succeed where Caesar had, in essence, failed, well, that would be a pretty big feather in the new emperor's cap. But it wasn't just about optics and glory. Britannia was also rich with mineral deposits that the Romans had long coveted, and the island was becoming a safe haven for rebellious Gauls who were forever making trouble for Roman administrators in the north. So Claudius looked at Britain and saw an opportunity to A. do what Julius Caesar couldn't do, B. make the empire richer, and C. make the empire safer. Invasion plans were drawn up immediately. The excuse Claudius needed to invade came in 43, when the king of a Roman allied tribe on the island was ousted from power by an expanding rival tribe. Claudius ordered Aulus Plautius to lead 4 legions across the English Channel and punish the tribes who had messed with a Roman ally. Probably regathering the same legions that had been raised by Caligula just a few years before, Plautius massed his invasion force, which, in addition to the 4 legions, included some 20,000 auxiliaries, on the north coast of Gaul. But as they prepared to sail, a mutiny broke out when the men realized that this time around they weren't just going to be picking up seashells for the emperor. Terrified of what lay on the uncivilized island that, in addition to being populated with monsters, was practically falling off the edge of the world, the men refused to budge. Narcissus, who had been sent to keep an eye on things for Claudius, managed to get things back on track by addressing the men and reminding them of their duty. Apparently, it wasn't his words that actually worked on them. They were just tickled by the spectacle of this former slave addressing them as if he was their leader, as it reminded them of the traditional role-switching games that are played during Saturnalia. The troops agreed to stand down their mutiny. Now, the only really good account we have of the invasion comes from Cassius Dio, who was writing 150 years after the fact, so no one is really sure exactly what happened next. Even simple things like where the fleet took off from and where they landed are in dispute, and it seems like every historian has their own pet theory about whether the Romans landed in Kent, as the traditional accounting goes, or whether it was down by the Isle of Wight, and whether they came in 3 equal divisions or just one big one, or one big one with 2 smaller detachments. I am not going to get bogged down with these controversies, so I'm just going to say that the Romans were in Gaul, then they got on some transport ships, then they were in Britain. Whatever route they took, and wherever they landed, the Roman invasion of Britain had begun. Now, the locals weren't just going to stand by while their land was conquered by these foreign invaders. 2 brothers, named Tugadumnus and Germanicus, who led the tribe that had ousted the Roman allied king in the first place, gathered up a resistance force and set themselves on the banks of the river Medway to prevent the Romans from penetrating into the interior of the island. But as was so often the case, when it came to set-piece battles, the Romans were second to none. Not that they had an easy go of it. The battle that was fought beside the Medway allegedly lasted for 2 days, just that, in the end, as usual, the Romans simply wore their opponents out. The British were forced to retreat to the Thames. The Romans pursued, and a second battle was fought alongside that river, with the Romans again winning. Having secured a safe crossing point on the Thames, which appears to have been the initial strategic goal of the invasion, Plautius sent word to Claudius to join him so the emperor could get in on the action before it was too late. Arriving with reinforcements, including 16 war elephants, Claudius met up with Plautius, and together they pushed into the home tribal territory of Tugadumnus and Germanicus, though at some point between the battle on the Thames and the final surrender, Tugadumnus appears to have died. Though Germanicus refused to give up, 11 other local kings decided further resistance was suicidal and surrendered en masse to Claudius. Southeast Britain was now in Roman hands, and the occupying force set up a base of operations in a site that they named, and there's no way I'm pronouncing this correctly, Camulodunum, which is today the site of Colchester in Essex County. There is a map of all this posted on this week's episode, so be sure to go to thehistoryofrome.typepad.com and download that. Staying just long enough to bask in the glow of victory, Claudius returned to Rome and celebrated a triumph. While he certainly did more than Caligula had done to earn his triumph, Claudius was no military man and didn't really contribute anything to the victory. It would be a few years yet before Rome would see another emperor who had a respectable military record, as Nero would prove as inept as his immediate predecessors at military affairs. In fact, the man who will emerge from the chaos of 69 AD was actually building his respectable military record in Britain as we speak. The future Emperor Vespasian commanded one of the invading legions, and after the Romans set up a base in Essex, he led his army west all the way to Exeter, extending Roman control over the southern coast of Britain. Another force was sent north, and within 4 years of arriving, the Romans were firmly in command of roughly the territory southeast of an imaginary line you draw between the Severn and Humber estuaries. It's all on the map. With his reforms of the state bureaucracy paying off, and his quest to add a valuable new province to the empire's success, Claudius was off and running. Next week, though, we'll get into the one area where Claudius really was a complete disaster: his personal life. Married a total of 4 times, Claudius was always struggling with the women in his life. The wife he came into office with actually wound up secretly marrying another man behind Claudius's back, so he had to dump her, and then he wound up married to his niece, and she probably killed him. All through his marital problems, Claudius was forced to fend off constant assassination plots, leading him to try and execute more than 300 equestrians and senators during his years in power. It is amazing he managed to last as long as he did. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment, with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you finish this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download just for signing up for the 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to keep continuing with the service, and you can cancel at any time and keep the book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and always get great deals on future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up Roman Lives by Plutarch, which goes back a bit in time from where we are, but definitely was a source for information on Cicero, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, and many other of our old friends. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 62, Take My Wife, Please. In the uncertain days after the assassination of Caligula, the people of Rome must have wondered whether or not they had now actually seen the worst the imperial dynasty could throw at them. They had, after all, thought the worst was behind them once before, after Tiberius, who had spent the last half of his reign as a paranoid recluse. But everyone soon realized that Caligula was a debauched madman who just took everything that made Tiberius's final years unbearable and times them by 10. So when Caligula was murdered, it is understandable that the Romans were a bit gun-shy about their next emperor. As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you, fool me, we can't get fooled again. So they held their collective breath as they waited for word from the Senate to come about who would be the empire's next princeps. It can't possibly be worse than Caligula, can it? When word came that it would be Claudius, yes, Uncle Claudius, they must have let go their breath with a deflated sigh. How interesting. It actually can get worse. We went from a cruel old pervert to a raving madman, and now we are left with nothing more than a blubbering idiot. Truly, we have combed the far reaches of our mighty empire and drawn from the ranks of our citizen body the finest and most able men to rule over us. Uncle Claudius, sweet Jupiter, let's go get a drink. But once they had turned their backs in disgust, a funny thing happened. Claudius turned out to be not so bad. Pretty good even. Did you hear that the campaigns in Britain are going well? That Claudius has successfully established a whole new province? Have you seen the new roads? They're not half bad. I was in court the other day, and Claudius not only presided over cases, but his judgments were measured and reasonable. I even saw him ignore the prescribed penalties after a man had been found guilty because, no, hear me out, because justice demanded it. I know, justice. Damnedest thing I've ever seen. They always said Claudius was a stuttering fool, and that may well be, but Emperor Claudius seems like a pretty good egg. I should pause here for a second and address something that popped up in the comment thread last week. Veronica was wondering if she had missed the part where suddenly the Romans switched and began referring to their rulers as emperors rather than princeps, as Augustus had preferred. The answer is that, well, no, technically you didn't miss that part. The title emperor is used commonly by historians to label the rulers of the Roman Empire after the ascent of Augustus, but the Romans themselves used a number of different titles for the man at the top, including princeps, Augustus, and simply Caesar. The technical meaning of imperator still carried with it a martial connotation, and, in fact, when Claudius ascended to the throne, he refused the imperator honorific because he had done nothing to earn it. Not that he didn't want it, just that he felt a little awkward being hailed as a great commander, when the closest he had ever gotten to a battle was reading about it in a book. Part of the rationale behind the invasion of Britain was to earn the street cred he would need to actually accept the title. After Claudius, the honorific imperator was accepted and not accepted, or more accurately, granted and not granted, depending on the man in question. But eventually, the title did simply become hereditary, and thus we have come to refer to the whole lot of them as emperor, regardless of whether or not they had technically been awarded the title imperator or not. The reality of how power was consolidated and legitimized during this period is far more complicated than a man simply becoming emperor the way a man becomes a king. But the effect wound up being basically the same, so historians shorthand the whole convoluted mess into a single title, and that title is emperor. So, following convention, I have found myself calling these men emperors, even though the Romans themselves did not use the word the same way we do. I would say that it falls under the category of generally accepted principles and practices, not technically accurate, but acceptably descriptive enough for auditing purposes. So we left off last week with Claudius overseeing the successful conclusion of what would prove to be merely the first phase of the Roman invasion of Britain. General Claudius had become Governor Claudius, and he set about quickly and efficiently absorbing the conquered portions of southeast Britannia into the empire. Usually there was a waiting period after a territory is targeted for integration by the Romans, during which a local client monarch rules as an ally of Rome. But there was no beating around the bush in Britain. As soon as the Romans had a foothold, they began direct administration. Not that that foothold was at times anything more than a foothold, mind you. It would take until the end of the century before the rest of the island was pacified in any meaningful way, and even then, their dominance only extended so far north. The Emperor Hadrian finally decided to simply build a wall rather than make a play at conquering the truly crazy barbarians up in the highlands of the far north. There's a funny line I heard about that once that I've always remembered, even though I have no idea who said it, that went something like, Hadrian decided to build his wall so the Scots would be left undisturbed in their never-ending war against their mortal enemies, the Scots. Which I think sums up the whole situation nicely. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Claudius remained as governor until 47 and spent the majority of his time and energy consolidating the Roman position, building veteran settlements, and getting the locals to fall in line with his new tax policies. When Claudius was replaced by Ostorius Scapula, though, the new governor decided to push west into Wales. The fugitive British leader Germanicus had fallen back to the defensible western quarter of the island and was using it as a base to run a guerrilla insurrection against the Roman occupation. He spent years harassing and confounding the Romans until he was finally drawn into a set battle in 50 AD. Though the king set himself up as best he could, taking the high ground and building a decent string of fortifications, the Romans were able to penetrate the defenses, and once inside the British line, cut through the locals with ruthless efficiency. The Romans captured Germanicus' wife and brothers, but the chief himself managed to slip away. He fled north and tried to take refuge with a neighboring tribe, but the Roman allied queen of the territory immediately handed Germanicus over to the Romans as a show of loyalty to the new foreign overlords. With that, the most prominent and able leader of the British resistance was whisked off the island and taken back to Rome, where he was paraded around as a prized treasure. But unlike, say, Vercingetorix, who rotted away in a cell for years until Caesar found the time to have him strangled, Germanicus was dealt with immediately, and, surprisingly, after impressing the Romans with the utterly unrepentant way that he carried himself, they let him live. He had requested and received an audience with the Senate, and when he stood before them, he gave a memorable speech that wound up saving his life. He said, "I had horses, men, arms, and wealth. What wonder if I was unwilling to lose them? If you wish to command everyone, does it really follow that everyone should accept your slavery? If I were now being handed over as one who had surrendered immediately, neither my fortune nor your glory would have achieved brilliance." Then he asked them point blank to spare his life so that he could remain an eternal symbol of Rome's clemency. Really, it was a savvy bit of work for a man facing almost certain execution, and the audacity of the whole spectacle impressed Claudius, and the emperor spared the British king's life, allowing him to set up a nice little farm in Italy to live out the rest of his days. Before he passes from our narrative, I will let Germanicus have one final word. Touring Rome, he was impressed with the splendor of the great capital, and remarked, "And can you, then, who have such possessions, and so many of them, covet our poor tents?" Which, I think, is a question worth asking. With his success in policy and in war, Claudius was cementing a reputation for overseeing a pretty competent administration. Like I said last week, though, more than a few Romans were unwilling to believe that Claudius was really calling the shots, so running parallel and in opposition to this reputation for running a pretty good ship was a reputation for having a pretty good ship run him. And it wasn't just his freedmen who were said to pilot Claudius around. It was also his various wives. Claudius never had the best luck with women. His obvious physical defects made marrying him quite a bit more difficult than finding a suitable mate for his brother or sister. The first time the imperial family found somebody to say yes to an engagement, the match was soon after broken off for political reasons. His next fiancée lasted all the way to the altar, but then died on their wedding day. So, for Claudius, that would be 0 for 2. His third marriage attempt finally took, and he was paired with a woman named Plaudia Urgulanilla, the daughter of a friend of Livia's. Basically, the Augusta was owed a favor, and she cashed it in. The union produced Claudius's first child, a son named Claudius Drusus, who tragically died of asphyxiation when he was just entering his teens. The marriage was destined for a similar fate, and in 24 AD, Urgulanilla was not only accused of adultery, but also that she had conspired to murder her sister-in-law. After their divorce was finalized, Urgulanilla gave birth to a second child, a daughter named Claudia, who Claudius repudiated, as it was widely known that he was not even the father. So far, not so good. A bachelor once more, Claudius was targeted by Sejanus as the perfect match for the prefect's adopted sister, Paetina. Floating like a leaf down the tumultuous river of Roman politics, Claudius no doubt saw the value in being related to the ruthlessly ambitious Sejanus as the prefect's star was rising. So Claudius allowed himself to be used as a conduit for Sejanus' entry into the Julio-Claudian family, and he married Paetina in 28 AD. Once Sejanus fell, though, Claudius couldn't afford any connections to the disgraced prefect, and he divorced his wife. While those around him drowned, Claudius continued to float downriver. His next marriage came after Caligula ascended to the throne. Whether by luck or design, Claudius paired up with a regular and influential member of the young emperor's court, a woman named Valeria Messalina. Messalina was an ambitious woman, and while it sure seems to be the case that nobody really wanted to marry Claudius, Messalina was pretty excited to at least be marrying the uncle of the emperor. That uncle was, well, Claudius, was no great problem. Messalina wasn't planning on being tied down, if you know what I mean. The match worked out well for both of them for a time. Messalina was married into the imperial family, and Claudius now had an additional layer of protection to get him through the crazy years of Caligula's reign. Messalina fit right in with Caligula's court and had some influence over the emperor, so, because Messalina needed Claudius to cement her ties with the family, she would always be a fierce advocate within Caligula's inner circle to not execute Claudius should the whim to do so crop up, which reportedly it did on more than one occasion. Together, if usually apart, Claudius and Messalina survived the random madness of Caligula, and after Claudius ascended to the throne, Messalina suddenly and surprisingly found herself empress, which was, I think, an ambition beyond her wildest dreams. She bore Claudius 2 children, a daughter named Claudia Octavia, who will eventually marry Nero, and a son called Britannicus, named in honor of his father's recent triumph in Britain. Now, she was not only the wife of the emperor, but also the mother of the heir apparent Britannicus. Not since Livia had Rome seen a woman in such a powerful position, and Messalina, like Livia before her, did not hesitate to use her newfound powers. No shrinking violet, Messalina jumped right into politics, and using Claudius as her instrument, the empress usually had her way. Unfortunately, she did not whisper in the emperor's ear to turn his attention towards this neglected policy, or make him an advocate for that necessary reform. No, not anything so useful as that. The empress was an insecure woman, and well aware that Claudius was old and had a history of physical problems. If he were to die, she knew that she would lose everything just as quickly as she'd gained it. So the first and last order of business was securing her own position, and it was toward that end alone that she whispered in the emperor's ear. Luckily, the political climate of the times allowed Messalina to operate, probably with the aid of Narcissus, a sort of shadow purge mechanism to deal with men and women and children she considered a threat to her personally. There were so many real plots against Claudius's life to be dealt with that when the emperor's wife and most trusted advisor brought some new list of names and assured him that they had discovered some new conspiracy, it did not really set off any warning bells. Consuls, ex-consuls, influential women, up-and-coming senators, academics, if Messalina thought they might cause her problems, it was exile or execution. Claudius did not ask too many questions. But it was not just Messalina's concern about Claudius's health that drove her. It was also the fact that she daily flirted with disaster by making a persistent cuckold of her husband. The ancient historians are unanimous in their judgment of the empress. She was a vain, cruel nymphomaniac who disgraced Rome and brought nothing but shame upon herself and her husband. Messalina cheated early and often on Claudius, with men born both high and low. Her activities were widely documented and well known, but it seems that no one had the heart or the courage to tell Claudius what was going on, so he remained the one man in the empire who didn't know what his wife was up to. In addition to her regular liaisons with senators and actors, poets, slaves, and soldiers, there is a famous story of her competition with a well-known prostitute to see which of them could sleep with the most men in a single day. Messalina won. So the empress needed to make sure her power had a base independent of Claudius, because who knows when her dalliances are going to finally catch up with her and trigger a divorce. Eventually, Messalina got careless, or grew emboldened, if there is a difference between the two, and began to move away from simply running around behind Claudius's back. Her marriage was obviously a sham, and she knew that eventually Claudius would find out, and that would be the end of her. Plus, Germanicus' daughter Agrippina the Younger had been recalled from exile with her son Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, the future Emperor Nero. The people had always had a soft spot in their hearts for Germanicus' family, and when she arrived, Agrippina was greeted warmly by the people. At the secular games, held in 47 AD to celebrate the 800th anniversary of the founding of Rome, Agrippina and her son received much more applause than Messalina and her son. The implication was clear. Agrippina and Lucius were full Julians, descended directly from the divine Augustus. Messalina, meanwhile, had no blood ties to the clan, and her son was merely a Claudian. Agrippina, as ambitious a woman as Rome had ever known, was clearly laying the groundwork for her son, the grandson of Germanicus, to ascend to the throne when Claudius was gone. With a ready alternative heir, perhaps even a more desirable heir standing by, Messalina could feel her leverage slipping. She was no longer as indispensable as she had once thought herself. Her solution to this problem was not to reform her ways and devote herself to Claudius and make sure that Britannicus was always the first and last name on the list of heirs, but instead she schemed to get rid of Claudius altogether before he had a chance to turn on her. She had powerful friends, and more than enough of them wanted the Julio-Claudians expelled from power that she decided to ditch the stuttering emperor and, with senatorial support, find a new husband and elevate him to the throne. The Julio-Claudians would be out. How exactly she thought this was going to work is sort of an open question, as in hindsight, the whole plot looks not even half-baked, but more like the mix is still sitting in a bowl on the counter. Messalina had hooked up with a consul designate named Gaius Silius, an attractive, intelligent, and well-bred man who Messalina hoped would make a fine emperor. They carried on an affair behind the backs of both of their spouses until Messalina demanded, in some sort of test of love and loyalty, that Silius divorce his wife. The senator complied, and then began to exert pressure on Messalina to do the same. They were both way beyond the point of no return. Everyone knew that they were lovers, and why Silius had divorced his wife, so they may as well go all in. Finally, Messalina agreed that it was time for them to make their move. They would wed first, and then kill Claudius. Silius, the husband of the empress, would step into power, and everything would be super-duper. Except, what? Did they really think that they would be able to get married without the emperor finding out about it? And that once he found out that his wife had, openly left him for another man, that her position of empress would not be compromised? The whole episode is just weirdly unthought out. Regardless, in 48, when Claudius was in Ostia overseeing a construction project, Messalina and Silius got married. And not some secret wedding where the witnesses are sworn not to reveal what they have seen and the priest is killed afterwards. No, a big, lavish ceremony. Drinks, dancing, the works. All right out in the open. Narcissus finally decided at this point that things had gone far enough. Well, way too far, actually, and resolved now to tell the truth to Claudius about his wife. Though Narcissus had formed a convenient alliance with Messalina, his first loyalty was to Claudius, and it was pretty clear that a major coup was in the works. It was time to throw Messalina under the bus. Narcissus induced two of Claudius's mistresses, yes, Claudius had mistresses, which was, different, to reveal the truth about Messalina's infidelity. Once the code of silence was broken, everyone that Claudius turned to for confirmation confirmed the stories. The emperor headed back to Rome, but before he arrived, Messalina got word that the jig was up and that her husband now knew everything. She packed up the children and headed out on the road to Ostia to intercept Claudius and hopefully talk to him alone before he turned on her completely. But as she approached the imperial procession, Narcissus, riding with Claudius, openly denounced her and forbade her from speaking with Claudius privately. Messalina tagged along as the entourage made its way back to Rome, but was never able to crack the perimeter Narcissus had set up around the emperor's carriage. Back in the city, Claudius was taken straight away to the home of Silius, which Narcissus told him he would practically be able to recognize as his own. Messalina had been transferring imperial furniture and art into the home of her lover for some time, and as soon as he walked in, Claudius knew that all the accusations were true. Messalina tried to deny everything, especially the crazy notion that she had openly married Silius. I mean, how stupid would that be? But the literally hundreds of witnesses to the ceremony were hard to argue with. Even still, Claudius, who was naturally inclined towards forgiveness, wavered over the fate of his wife. Narcissus, Pallas, and the other influential freedmen were adamant that she must be executed, and that what she had done was nothing less than treason. But Claudius hesitated. The story then goes that Narcissus used the emperor's seal to send the execution order himself. A soldier knocked down Messalina's door and presented her with the warrant, giving her the option of committing suicide if she chose. But when she could not bring herself to do it, the guard stabbed her to death. Claudius was informed after the fact, and is reported to have taken the news without showing much sign one way or the other that he cared, which seems a bit out of character, as he seemed genuinely devoted to her, but that's what they say. Tacitus closes his chapter on the fall of Messalina with the line, "The vengeance on Messalina was just, but it had terrible consequences." There will be no episode next week, but when we return in 2 weeks, we will get into those terrible consequences. The emperor couldn't remain a bachelor for long, and in the search for a new empress, each of his freedman ministers backed a different candidate. Narcissus advised remarrying Paetina. Her daughter with Claudius, Claudia Antonia, had married a fine young man named Faustus Cornelius Sulla Felix, a descendant of the original Sulla, who was also a cousin of the central Julio-Claudian dynasty. Narcissus had begun to have his doubts about the worth of Britannicus as an heir, and hoped that the older and more experienced Faustus would win the emperor's favor. Callistus, on the other hand, advised marrying Lolia Paulina, an ex-wife of Caligula, who he knew from the time they had spent together in the previous emperor's court. You can see that each of the freedmen was backing a different horse, not just because they thought that their preferred candidate would be better for Claudius, but also because they thought that she would be better for them personally. The Secretary of the Treasury Palace, though, would eventually win the argument. He pushed for a union with Agrippina. The Julians and Claudians had been split from the time of the rivalry between Tiberius and Germanicus, and it was time to heal the rift. Plus, Agrippina and her son would always be a rallying point for dissidents as long as they remained outside the dynasty. Co-opt them, and a major threat to Claudius would be instantly eliminated. Claudius was moved by these last points, and decided to marry Agrippina on New Year's Day of 48 AD. Now, this decision was not without controversy. We have covered a few marriages so far that would be considered incestual by our standards, but did not raise an eyebrow in ancient Rome. But a man marrying the daughter of his brother? That, my friends, is incest. The people were shocked, scandalized by the news, and they hated it, hated it, hated it. But it was not the scandalous nature of the marriage that was the terrible consequence that Tacitus referred to. Rather, it was what happened once Agrippina got into power. Like Livia before her, she strove with a single-minded purpose to place her own son on the throne, and there is no arguing that Nero becoming emperor was a terrible consequence indeed. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 63, A Farewell to Claudius. When we left off last time, Claudius was being informed that his cheating wife Messalina had been executed. Though her crime could easily be written off as a mere personal betrayal, when seen from the high vista of imperial politics, infidelity becomes indistinguishable from treason. When the players involved are the emperor and the empress, simple domestic breakdowns quickly become dangerous affairs of state. Messalina's taking of a new husband created a dangerous new power center in opposition to Claudius's existing imperial court. As a result, Messalina and her lover Silius were not allowed to simply go along their merry way and start a new life together, tainted a bit by scandal but ultimately no worse the wear. No, within days of the revelation of their secret marriage, they were both dead, Silius by suicide, Messalina by execution. A further consequence of the high vista of political power upon which the emperor sat was that there was no time for mourning. The search for a new wife began immediately. But before we get into the details of Claudius's ill-fated marriage to his niece Agrippina and the subsequent rise to power of her son Nero, I want to backtrack a little bit and round out the accomplishments and failures of Claudius's administration, because once Agrippina gets into the picture, dear Claudius will not be long for this world. Perhaps the longest-lasting contribution Claudius made to the empire was the series of territorial annexations he initiated. In addition to the envelopment of southern Britannia, which we have already covered, Claudius's 13 years in power saw the creation of a number of new provinces in regions that had previously existed only as allied client kingdoms. The territories in question were already firmly under Roman control, but Claudius and his freedman secretariat recognized that the loose, transactional nature of that control was inefficient and ran counter to the centralized, rational administration that they were all working to create. Probably first on the docket, though I can't seem to nail down a definitive date, was the territory of Noricum, which had maintained its autonomy during the Augustan constitutional settlement out of deference for Noricum's support of the Caesars during the various civil wars. This annexation amounted to little more than declaring it so, as Noricum was already fully incorporated into the empire in every other sense of the word. The locals accepted the change with a shrug, and you get the feeling that a few of them might have actually been surprised to learn that they hadn't been a province this whole time. Next up were the territories of Lycia and Pamphylia in southern Anatolia, which were annexed in 43 AD. The region had existed as an independent federation of cities since the time of the Third Macedonian War, but, like I said, it was time to streamline imperial administration. The locals were proud of their independence, but put up no great fight when word came about the reorganization. Finally came the official seizure of Thrace, the wild country between Macedonia and the Hellespont. The independent-minded hill tribes of the region had long fought to maintain independence not just from Rome, but also from each other, and when the Roman-backed but only vaguely recognized client king of, quote, Thrace was murdered in 46, Claudius decided to just impose Roman order rather than go through another round of intertribal squabbling about who ought to be the next king. These acquisitions all went relatively smoothly, but two additional territories gave the Romans trouble in their consolidation efforts. In the west, Claudius inherited a mess created by Caligula in what would become the two administrative provinces in Mauritania. Back in 40 AD, Caligula decided that he wanted direct control of the region, and had invited the client king of the North African territory to Rome for a meeting. As soon as the unsuspecting monarch arrived, though, Caligula had him seized and executed. Immediately, a revolt broke out back in Africa against the Roman officials sent by Caligula to annex the region into the empire. The incident played a part in the decision to assassinate Caligula, as senators and officials were appalled by the totally unnecessary destabilization of an otherwise peaceful corner of the empire. When Claudius became emperor, though, he was obliged to follow through on the annexation. Whether or not it was the right thing to do was now irrelevant. Men were up in arms against Rome, and that was unacceptable. Though most of the details have been lost, it seems that it took a few years to put the revolt down before Mauritania too formally joined the empire. In the east, Claudius dealt with the forever maddening province of Judea. The region had been incorporated into the empire in 6 AD by Augustus, but after the good poke in the eye Caligula had given the locals when he tried to have a statue of himself placed in the Temple of Jerusalem, Claudius thought it prudent to grant Judea autonomy under the rule of his friend Herod Agrippa. When Herod Agrippa died 3 years later, according to Christian tradition, smoten by the Lord for the crime of imprisoning the Apostle Peter and executing the Apostle James, control of Judea passed back to Rome. Claudius then handed autonomy back to Herod Agrippa's son in 48 AD in an attempt to maintain some kind of Roman jurisdiction over the notoriously independent Jews who agitated constantly against foreign rule. The relationship between Judea and Rome will remain contentious for years, until finally, in 66 AD, the so-called Great Revolt will break out, leading to the destruction of Jerusalem and the Jewish diaspora of 70 AD, which we will deal with in more detail later. Taken as a whole, Claudius's reign marks the most active in terms of territorial acquisition we have seen since Augustus, and will remain unmatched until Trajan gets the expansionary itch in the early 100s AD. At thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, there is a map of all the provinces brought into the empire during these years. In addition to his geographic reorganizations, Claudius also reorganized the Roman political order. Possibly as a result of all the assassination attempts he dealt with during the early years of his reign, Claudius decided to reintroduce the long-ignored office of censor, which had been left vacant since the days of Augustus. You will recall that in addition to the obvious duty of taking the census, the censor also maintained the senatorial roles and acted as a sort of moral policeman. A censor had the final say over who was in and who was out of the Senate. Once upon a time, this had been meant to ensure that crass and degenerate senators were replaced by more worthy men, but in practice, this function became a political tool used to keep allies and adversaries alike in line. Claudius desperately needed to keep his adversaries and allies in line, so the emperor stepped into the long vacant office in 47 AD and used its authority to do some housekeeping. Claudius purged from the rolls all the families that had been suspected of plotting against him. Suddenly, all the men who had fancied themselves possible candidates for the emperorship due to their senatorial status now found themselves nothing more than mere private citizens, without a leg to stand on politically. And, of course, in their place, Claudius brought in men he could trust to be loyal, or at the very least, apathetic towards his administration. Claudius also took his reformation of the Senate one step further by looking out to the provinces for eligible senatorial candidates. Conservative guardians of Italian preeminence were shocked to now find themselves seated alongside barbarian Gauls, who Claudius had determined deserved to be seated due to their long-standing loyalty to Rome and satisfaction of the wealth requirements. It was a move that was hotly debated, but Claudius held firm that the future strength of the empire required Rome to admit the provincials as equal, just as, so long ago, the Latins had been absorbed into Rome, and then, later, the whole of the Italian peninsula. By degrees, the Roman Empire must shed its strictly Roman identity and embrace its multinational character if it's ever going to survive. And in this, Claudius was exactly right. Had the conservatives won the debate and kept the provincials locked out, the Roman Empire likely would have dissolved long before it did. I would also like to mention at this point that Claudius was assisted in all of this by a co-censor named Lucius Vitellius. I only bring this up because Lucius Vitellius' eldest son, Aulus Vitellius Germanicus, is one of the 4 emperors of the chaotic Year of the 4 Emperors that followed the suicide of Nero in 68 AD, and if I do this right, I will have introduced all 4 of the 4 emperors by the end of this episode. I've already mentioned Vespasian, the man who will finally emerge victorious from that chaotic year, so that is 2 down and 2 to go. The last little episode I want to mention before we get into Agrippina is the ill-fated draining of the Fucine Lake. The idea was to increase the amount of arable land by draining the 140 square kilometer lake in central Italy, which had no natural outlet and was a frequent source of malaria outbreaks. The project was overseen by Narcissus, and over the course of 11 years, workers built 5.5 kilometers of tunnels and canals to reach a natural outlet. In theory, the lake would slowly and steadily disappear, but on the big opening day of the drain pipe, which included speeches, gladiatorial games, and much pomp and circumstance, all that happened was that everyone quickly discovered the tunnel contained too tight a bend, which caused the whole system to back up and wash out the site of all the ceremonies, causing the emperor and all his assembled guests to make a run for it. Not exactly his proudest moment, but in defense of Claudius, he would not be the last man to try and fail to drain the Fucine Lake. It would not be until the 1800s that the feat was finally accomplished by a Swiss engineer. The spectacular failure of the project was an embarrassment for Claudius, but it was an even bigger one for Narcissus. It did not help that Claudius's new wife Agrippina, whose elevation to empress Narcissus had opposed, was using the opportunity afforded by the debacle to accuse Narcissus of embezzlement and incompetence. It didn't really matter whether or not the charges were true, though from everything I know about the man, I actually find it pretty easy to imagine Narcissus skimming a bit off the top. No, what mattered was that Agrippina had her chance to get rid of the troublesome freedman who was allying himself with Claudius' son Britannicus in what was shaping up to be another dynastic struggle between the Julio and Claudian halves of the family. In this struggle, the new empress would prove to be a formidable opponent in the game of power politics. Julia Agrippina, known to us as Agrippina Minor or Agrippina the Younger, was born in November of 15 AD, the eldest daughter of Germanicus and his wife, Agrippina. Named for her mother, Agrippina Minor was carted around the empire by her parents until she wound up settled back in Rome following the death of her father in 19 AD. From that point, she was raised by her mother and then by her great-grandmother Livia, who, we will see, seems to have had a great influence on the child. In 28 AD, Tiberius ordered the 13-year-old Agrippina to marry the 40-plus-year-old Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, who was the grandson of Augustus' sister Octavia and Mark Antony. Domitius was apparently something of a cad, though the stories about him are likely exaggerated to help reinforce the despicable nature of his son, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, the future Emperor Nero, who Agrippina gave birth to in 37 AD. To avoid confusion, I am going to start calling the boy Nero right now, even though he will remain Lucius until his adoption by Claudius in 50 AD. Nero would wind up being Agrippina's only natural child, as Domitius died of congestive heart failure in January of 40 AD. You'll recall from the episode on Caligula that at first Agrippina and her other sisters were held in exalted status once their brother became emperor. But after the death of Drusilla, the relationship between the remaining siblings seems to have soured. As I mentioned, in 39 AD, Agrippina and her sister Julia Livilla were accused of conspiring against their brother's life with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who was A, the widower of Drusilla, B, already tagged by Caligula as a potential heir, and C, apparently the lover of both Agrippina and Julia Livilla. When the plot was exposed, Caligula banished his sisters to a small island in the Tyrrhenian Sea, where legend has it that he forced them to dive for sponges to earn their room and board. At this point, Agrippina had her entire estate confiscated, and her son Nero was stripped of the inheritance left to him by Domitius. Nero himself was carted off to live with a paternal aunt, and did not seem a likely candidate to survive childhood. But Agrippina and Nero's fortunes turned when Caligula was assassinated in 41. Claudius recalled the banished sisters, and Agrippina and her son were reunited. The now penniless princess cast about looking for a man with status and wealth necessary to get her back into the lifestyle to which she had grown accustomed. According to Suetonius, she set her sights on the already married General Galba, but was rebuked. Galba, of course, would eventually become the first of the 4 emperors in the year of 4 emperors, so, hey, that's 3 down and 1 to go. Agrippina got over the rejection and moved on to Gaius Salistus Crispus Passienus, who Claudius pressured to accept Agrippina's advances. Passienus had already been consul once, and would be so again in 44, so his high status returned Agrippina to the center of court life. But the witty and vibrant Passienus fell ill and died in 47 AD, leaving Agrippina widowed once again, though this time she emerged from her bereavement an extremely wealthy woman. This led to her very first accusation of poisoning, which seems to be something of a rite of passage for Julio-Claudian women. When Messalina was executed and the emperor was left a bachelor, the now single Agrippina defied convention and good taste by openly pursuing her uncle as a potential husband. As I said at the end of the last episode, the execution of Messalina led each of Claudius's trusted freedmen to back a different woman for the emperorship. Narcissus backed Claudius's former wife Aelia Paetina, and Callistus backed Lolia Paulina, who had been married to Caligula for about 6 months in 38 AD. Pallas, the Secretary of the Treasury, meanwhile, pushed for Claudius to do the unthinkable. He and Agrippina had become lovers, and if she became empress, well, Pallas figured that he would be set for life. So he argued that the Julio and Claudian wings of the family must be reunited for the dynasty and Rome to survive. Claudius was swayed by these arguments, and took the same line to the Senate when he announced his intention to marry his own niece. It was for the good of the empire, Claudius said, and you should treat it as such, and not think too hard about the clear-cut incestual union I'm proposing here. The Senate wasn't very happy about it, but they relented and backed the marriage. The people of Rome, however, were not so understanding, and refused to get on board with the program. The marriage would spark a precipitous decline in Claudius's popularity. Agrippina had gone through a number of image makeovers in her life, from pitiable daughter of Germanicus to immoral harlot of Caligula's court to sympathetic exiled mother. With her marriage to Claudius on New Year's Day 49 AD, though, she crystallized into the woman history remembers her as, the ruthlessly ambitious Empress of Rome. Much like Livia before her, Agrippina poured her ambition into the only vessel a woman like her could use to gain and hold power in patriarchal Rome, her son. Even before her marriage to Claudius, Agrippina was hard at work setting Nero up for success. In 48, she had conspired with the aforementioned co-censor Vitellius to smear the fiancé of Claudius's daughter Claudia Octavia to clear the way for Nero to marry into the imperial family. Agrippina succeeded in breaking up the engagement, leading said fiancé to commit suicide along the way, but it would take a few years before she could initiate the marriage between Nero and Claudia. Nero was, after all, only 10 at the time, and Claudia was even younger. But Agrippina could afford to wait, because the next year she managed to pull off the trick of marrying the emperor himself. Agrippina, who had been ping-ponging between relevance and obscurity for years, was now back in power. But she didn't lose sight of the ball, and at once began lobbying Claudius to adopt Nero and make him an heir. In 50, Claudius finally relented and adopted 13-year-old Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, at which point the boy took the name Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus, shortened for our purposes, to Nero. Also following in the footsteps of her great-grandmother Livia, Agrippina convinced Claudius to grant her the title Augusta, and allow her access to special carriages that were generally reserved for priests. These special privileges were outward signs of the influence Agrippina held over her uncle/husband. In a particularly unprecedented display, Claudius actually named a veterans colony he chartered Agrippinensium, the only colony in the whole long history of the empire to be named after a woman. But as important as it was to Agrippina that she gather up as much power as she could in the near term, her long-term goal still revolved around her son. The 60-plus-year-old Claudius was nearing the end of his life, while the 35-year-old Agrippina still had a lot of years left. And that meant making sure that her son ascended to the throne when Claudius died. The one obvious obstacle to Agrippina's agenda was Claudius's natural son, 9-year-old Britannicus. Although Nero now had the advantage of technically being Claudius's eldest son, there was no accounting for the favoritism Claudius might be tempted to show his own offspring. So, upon becoming empress, Agrippina scrubbed the imperial palace of anyone who had been connected to Messalina and who might be tempted to advance Britannicus's interests. When Claudius cast about for advice on what to do about the issue of succession, Agrippina wanted to make sure that the only people around to speak up would be those firmly in her corner. She went so far as to have Britannicus's tutor killed when he raised too much of a stink about his pupil being neglected by the emperor. Unfortunately for Agrippina, the man who emerged as one of Britannicus's greatest advocates was one of the few men she could not simply dispose of on a whim, Narcissus. The freedman had his doubts about Britannicus, but those paled in comparison to his doubts about Nero. The boy was shaping up to be petulant, selfish, and vain. When Narcissus looked at Nero, he saw the second coming of Caligula. Agrippina worked hard to try to box Narcissus out, and as I said, she went after him hard over the Fucine Lake debacle. But the freedman was tied too deeply to the emperor. Try as she might, Agrippina could not dislodge Narcissus from Claudius's ear. But despite that, as was usually the case during these years, Agrippina finally did get her way, at least partially. And in 51 AD, 14-year-old Nero was elevated to manhood and named as a co-heir alongside the still underage Britannicus. In theory, they were meant to rule together when the time came, but in practice, the timing of Claudius's declaration opened a window of a few years where Nero was now a man and able to assume the duties of state, while Britannicus was still legally a child. For all intents and purposes, Nero, right now, was the sole heir. Agrippina would not fail to miss the significance of this development. In 53 AD, Nero's position was strengthened even more by a marriage to his now stepsister Claudia Octavia. The public was starting to get behind the idea that this grandson of Germanicus was destined to be their next emperor. But just as everything seemed to be going Agrippina's way, Claudius began to regret having given so much to Nero at the expense of his own son. Whether Narcissus was behind the change of heart, or whether the emperor himself came to his own conclusions is unknown, but at some point in 54 AD, Claudius began to look at Britannicus more and more as his rightful heir. Agrippina sensed that the winds were beginning to blow against her, and recognized that she might be facing a pretty clear deadline. Britannicus would soon be coming of age, and once he was a legal adult, Claudius was making noise about no longer then needing his manipulative wife and her spoiled teenage son. With Britannicus slated to take the rights of manhood in just 6 months, Agrippina had no time to spare. She was too close to fulfilling her dreams to let it all just slip away. Now, I am sort of going with the story here that Agrippina did indeed poison Claudius in October of 54. But it should be noted that though the ancient sources all agree that she did it, there was never any firm evidence they could point to prove their case. The accusation is based on supposition and probability, coupled with the old wicked stepmother motif that runs through all of Roman culture. Basically, Agrippina had the means, motive, and opportunity, and her character points to her acting on all three. The most common version of the story is that Agrippina conspired with Claudius's taster to slip the emperor a few poisoned mushrooms, though his doctor was also fingered as a possible culprit. Whether it really was poison, which I happen to believe, or whether it was just nature taking its course, Claudius became violently ill and died on October 13, 54 AD. He was 64 years old and had ruled the empire for 13 fairly successful years. The life and career of Claudius has to be one of the more unique in all of history. Good men and bad men, ambitious men and unassuming men, wise men and dumb men have all taken their turns in power, but all wind up conforming to some kind of recognizable archetype. But I can't really think of anyone who quite resembles Claudius, the accidental emperor. The guy was a punchline for his whole life. I doubt there could have been lower expectations when it was announced that Uncle Claudius was now in charge. But not only did he clear the minimal bar that had been set for him, but he was far and away the best emperor since Augustus himself. Now, I know that isn't saying very much, as between the purges of Tiberius and, well, the everything of Caligula, it doesn't take a whole lot to earn the title best emperor since Augustus. But when you think about the image most Romans had in their heads of Claudius, the slow-witted, stuttering dunce, you have to admit that it's impressive how out of nowhere he came to claim that prize. And the thing is, if you rank all the emperors, past, present, and future, which is a list of somewhere around 100 men depending on who's counting, I think Claudius pretty comfortably sits in the top 10. He's not a great emperor like Augustus or Constantine or Diocletian, and he probably sits behind the so-called 5 good emperors in terms of impact and talent, but yeah, Claudius is in the top 10. I'm going to miss him. Next week, we'll get into one of the bottom feeders, who is constantly duking it out with Caligula and Elagabalus and Commodus for the title of worst emperor ever. Though I think Nero was pretty clearly not as bad as Caligula, and his leisure pursuits were far less insane, he was still pretty awful. The problem with Nero is that he didn't seem to have much interest in actually being emperor. He wanted to play gladiator, and sing songs, and compete in games. To him, the best part of being emperor is that everyone lets you win at everything. In his defense, Nero was only 16 years old when he ascended to the throne, which explains a great deal of his immaturity. But still, at a certain point, you've got to look yourself in the mirror and want to be a better person. If not for yourself, then for the people who are counting on you to do a good job. Because if you don't have that moment, and you just stay the same immature kid your whole life, well, eventually you wind up committing a panicked suicide after your enemies have launched a successful coup d'etat. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are no doubt aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That, again, is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day free trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up The Satires by Juvenal, because nothing is quite as fun as poking fun at moralizing hypocrites in dactylic hexameter. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 64, Smite My Womb. Before we get into this week's episode, I just want to say thank you for all the condolences that were attached to last week's sad announcement of my grandfather's death. A confirmed history buff, I know he enjoyed listening to the History of Rome, even if Dad did have to burn it onto CDs for him because, you know, iTunes is what again? The first time I ever read any part of Gibbon's Decline and Fall was from Grandpa's 3-volume set that still sits on the bookshelf in their living room. I look at those books every time I go out to visit and remember fondly being 15 years old and just sitting there, absorbed in the story of Rome with the chaos of a family Christmas swirling around me. Eventually, we'll get into that phase of the empire where I'll be drawing heavily from Gibbon, and we'll need to reread everything, and though I now have my own set, the words will still be the same ones I read in Grandpa's old paperbacks, and I won't be able to help but be transported back to that time and place and think of Grandpa and thank him for just being the kind of guy who would have a 3-volume set of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire sitting front and center in his living room when a bookless grandson needed something to read to pass the time. The other thing I want to say before we get going is that last time I had this whole joke set up where I finally get around to introducing Otho, the last of the 4 emperors from the year of the 4 emperors, and I was going to do it in this really forced way during my closing remarks because, unlike the other 3, he was pretty much not around during the last years of Claudius's reign. It was going to be like, oh, and Otho was also alive. There, I covered them all. But well, it was over 100 degrees in Portland for like 2 weeks straight, and I'm writing in this second-story apartment with no air conditioning, and yeah, I sort of lost track of what I was doing. So if it seemed really weird when you listened to the last episode that I would make a point of saying I'm going to introduce them all and then, you know, didn't, there's really no explanation for it other than I was hot and fumbled the ball. Oh well. So, okay, on with the show. One of the reasons so many people assume that Agrippina engineered the assassination of her husband/uncle Claudius was because of what happened in the immediate aftermath of his death. The speed with which Nero was confirmed as the new emperor, the speed with which Claudius's will was suppressed to lock Britannicus out of his inheritance, and the speed with which Agrippina was granted her own independent powers just screamed foul play. Plus, just before Claudius died, Agrippina had sent Narcissus out of town on business, removing the one man who could plausibly raise an effective opposition to Agrippina and her son should something unfortunate happen to the emperor and succession became an issue. Narcissus, as I've mentioned, supported Britannicus as the lesser of 2 evils when it came to succession. With Claudius dead and no Narcissus around to get in her way, Agrippina was able to literally lock up Britannicus and his sisters in the palace and keep them there, while she marched Nero out alone in front of the guard, where they were ordered by the Praetorian prefect, Sextus Afranius Burrus, to hail the teenager as the new leader of Rome. Some question the absence of Britannicus from these proceedings, but without any pushback from anyone with real authority, like, say, Narcissus, they simply shrugged their shoulders and went along with it. After a hastily called session of the Senate confirmed what the Praetorian Guard had already declared, 16-year-old Nero became the 5th emperor of Rome. As with Caligula, the people greeted the announcement with a great deal of optimism. Transition of power are always fraught with danger, but this one seemed to come and go easily, and with young Nero now in power, and no doubt destined for a long and full life, entire generations might be able to live and die without ever having to worry about the horror of a civil war sparked by competing claimants to the throne. It could be 50 years or more before the issue would even come up again. That kind of stability is precious. Plus, Nero was the grandson of Germanicus, and, a true Julian, directly descended from Augustus himself. Truly the gods were smiling on Rome when they raised the boy up to command the empire. But to those who had actually worked behind the scenes to make sure Nero was elevated, it was not the will of the gods that the boy himself command the empire. More like it was the will of the gods that Nero be a conduit through which they would command the empire. Agrippina especially did not see her son's rise as anything other than a means to her own ends. And in securing her own ends, she went even further than Livia had when Tiberius finally came to power. Immediately after Claudius died, the Senate obliged her calls to raise the dead emperor to divine status within the growing imperial pantheon. To head the new cult of the divine Claudius, the Senate declared that they could think of no one better than his virtuous widow, Agrippina. Granted 2 attendants to accompany her in public, Agrippina now had an outward display of the power she had been acquiring behind the scenes, which now included a literal behind-the-scenes component, as the empress was allowed to now attend meetings of the Senate as long as she remained behind a curtain. In the months after Claudius died, Agrippina was at the height of her power, and Nero was indeed little more than a conduit for the will of his mother. But it was not just his mother who held sway over the boy. Though Narcissus was of course destined to turn up murdered just months after Nero came to power, his fellow freedman secretary Pallas still remained ensconced as the head of the imperial treasury, and did not so much consult the new emperor as report what he had already done. This would lead to trouble for Pallas down the road, as would his close connection to Agrippina, but for now he was even stronger politically than he had been under Claudius. The other 2 major players in the early years of Nero's reign were the Praetorian prefect Burrus and the tutor Claudius had brought in to educate his adopted son, Lucius Annius Seneca, who, beyond his political role as tutor and advisor to Nero, is a major figure in the Western philosophical canon, not so much for the originality of his ideas, but for the role he played in articulating and translating the Stoic philosophy into comprehensible language. His role in Western philosophy, then, is much like Cicero's, as a compiler and articulator of ideas that had already been established elsewhere. His influence is magnified by the fact that later Christian writers seemed to embrace him, and so his work continued to be copied and saved rather than suppressed or destroyed, a fate which befell most of his contemporaries. But for this period, Seneca's role as advisor and teacher of Nero is what he was most well known for. It probably doesn't even need to be said that with all these various advisors coming at Nero from different angles, a mother, a captain of the guard, a philosopher, and a treasurer, that there would be conflict between them. Pretty soon, they broke into 2 broad camps, with Agrippina and her lover Pallas on one side, and Burrus and Seneca on the other. I think it would be too simplified to say that one side pushed Agrippina's personal interests, while the other side pushed for Nero to consider the good of the whole empire when making decisions, but that is sort of how things shook out. One telling scene played out when Nero was to greet the ambassadors arriving from Armenia. To the horror of Burrus and Seneca, Agrippina seated herself next to Nero.
A scandalous move in the patriarchal ancient world that would have reflected terribly on Rome. At the last minute, they hustled her out the door, narrowly avoiding what they were convinced would have been a huge diplomatic blunder. Unfortunately for Agrippina, from very early on, this seemed to be the way things played out. Her visions of ruling Rome through Nero were smacking into the wall of reality. Because in reality, I don't know if you know this, but 16-year-olds do not like to be told what to do by their mothers. So Nero quickly drifted out of Agrippina's orbit. In early 55, things came to a head over, you guessed it, a girl. Specifically, an ex-slave girl named Claudia Acte. Dissatisfied with his politically useful marriage to Claudia Octavia, Nero fell head over heels in love with Claudia Acte and took her as his mistress. Agrippina was enraged that her noble patrician son was cavorting about with some ex-slave girl and tried to forbid Nero from seeing her, but, as is so often the case, this only heightened the appeal for Nero, and instead of shutting out Claudia Acte, he shut out his mother. Seneca and others close to Nero encouraged him to keep his mistress while they played a tricky game to both keep the affair secret from some people and publicize it to others. Because on the one hand, it really was important to maintain his marriage with Claudia Octavia, but on the other hand, there were some pretty harsh rumors going around about Nero and the true nature of his relationship with his mother that they wanted to quash. As you can imagine, after taking her own uncle as a husband, it did not take long for people to imply things about what was really going on between mother and son. There is no evidence that any of it was true, but the charge was out there, and so, for it to be known in whispered corners that Nero had taken a freedwoman as a consort over the strenuous objections of Agrippina was definitely useful politically. So suddenly, Agrippina was on the outs. Right at the moment she thought the whole empire was in her grasp, her ungrateful son was trying to take it all away from her. Undeterred, though, Agrippina showed her true colors once again, that it never had been about elevating her son for his own sake, but rather for her own sake. So in the politics makes strange bedfellows department, Agrippina began calling on Britannicus, and hinting that he had as much right to the throne as Nero. Less than a year after depriving him of his inheritance, Agrippina suddenly became Britannicus's strongest advocate. The tension between mother and son grew when Nero decided to dismiss Pallas from his role as Secretary of the Treasury. As one of the last allies within the inner circle of power, the dismissal of Pallas was unacceptable to Agrippina. She promised Nero that if he continued to ignore her, that she would go to the Praetorians with Britannicus as soon as the boy came of age, and reveal her own part in the death of Claudius, whereupon the guard would reject the usurper Nero in favor of the true heir, Britannicus. But in this, I think Agrippina badly misplayed her hand. Whether she was simply using Britannicus as leverage to force her way back into a position of influence, or whether she had determined her relationship with Nero was irreconcilable and was actually planning to help Britannicus gain the throne, her decision to wave these threats around before Britannicus came of age was a tactical blunder. Had she waited the few months for Britannicus to come of age, she could have then threatened to take the young man to the Praetorians right this very second, if you don't give me what I want. Instead, she telegraphed her moves too early, giving Nero a chance to nullify the threat before it actually became a problem. Not surprisingly, on the day before he was to don an adult's toga, Britannicus was invited to dinner at the imperial palace. His drink was poisoned, and, foaming at the mouth, he died right there on the spot. What did Agrippina think was going to happen? At this point, though Agrippina remained popular with the people and maintained her own informal network of clients, her dreams of ruling Rome through her son were dead. At some point, either in 55 or 57 AD, Nero ordered her to leave the imperial palace, and she was forced to retire to a villa outside of Rome. But Agrippina was not the only one to be cast aside by this teenager who was slowly coming to realize that he was the emperor, not the cunning advisors who swirled around him. When Pallas was dismissed, he was accused of conspiring to bring Faustus Sulla, the husband of Claudia Antonia and the man who Narcissus had once seen as the best candidate to succeed Claudius, to the throne. The Praetorian prefect Burrus was caught up with similar charges, and Seneca was suddenly accused of embezzlement and maintaining a relationship with Agrippina. Through the influence of Seneca, all three men were ultimately cleared of the charges, but almost in a flash, the ruling dynamic had changed. Burrus and Seneca returned to their positions within the administration, but in the future, they treaded far more lightly than they had in the past. Nero had clearly decided that he was his own man. So who was this man? Up until now, he's been little more than a supporting character, his own personality almost invisible behind the dominating presence of his mother and his other advisors. If he is now going to start acting more on his own impulses, following his own desires and whims, it will probably be helpful for us to know what motivated the young emperor. Right up front, the obvious thing to note is his age. Nero ascended to the throne when he was barely 16 years old. And I don't know about you guys, but when I think of myself at 16, let's just say I think it's crazy anyone even trusted me with a driver's license. Now, of course, being so young doesn't necessarily preclude sound judgment. Augustus himself was not so much older when he began his meteoric rise, and Scipio Africanus scoffed at the age requirements on his way to defeating Hannibal and bringing an end to the Second Punic War. But both Augustus and Scipio, despite their youth, had already been tempered by experience. Julius Caesar brought Octavian early into his administration to teach the boy how to govern, and Scipio had served alongside his father during the early disastrous campaigns against the invading Carthaginians. Nero, in addition to his youth, had no such experience to fall back on. He had fought no battles, and despite serving as a proconsul at the end of Claudius's reign, little had been expected of him, and he had delivered. Perhaps the greatest distinction that can be drawn between young Nero and young Augustus or young Scipio is that the latter two were driven by an ambition to hold power and use that power to shape the world in which they lived. They understood how to use propaganda to achieve the level of popularity needed to wield the power they sought, but to them, popularity was a means to an end. For Nero, popularity would prove to be an end unto itself. Over the course of his reign, some of his policies can be described as good, others as terrible debacles, some as compassionate, others as unimaginably cruel. But almost without exception, they were all undertaken not in pursuit of some greater vision of the betterment of Rome, but rather because Nero was desperately seeking the approval of his people. And while all politicians have to keep one eye on the polls, whether they admit it or not, no truly successful politician has ever simply followed the lurching desires of the public wherever that may lead. Because the public is an irrational, self-interested, short-sighted blob of contradictions, and at a certain point, the successful leader has to identify what he or she wants to do, what he or she thinks is necessary to do, and then just do it. Actually be a leader, not just a follower. I don't think Nero ever did grasp this idea, nor does it appear that he ever really tried to grasp that idea. Though it is worth noting that Nero was pretty successful at being popular, which is the metric by which at least he measured himself. After he died, huge swaths of the public, especially the poor masses, mourned his death and pined for a return of their beloved young Nero. So he never became the out-and-out pariah that Caligula turned out to be, which is why Nero, for all his faults, will not go down as the worst emperor ever. While his underlying governing philosophy was fundamentally flawed, the results were in no way uniformly terrible. One of the reasons, though, that he has received such a bad rap is that while the poor masses may have loved him for all the games he threw, the programs he expanded, and the taxes that he slashed, the wealthy upper classes, the senators and equites, couldn't stand him. To them, Nero was an embarrassment, an honorless hedonist whose very existence was an affront to the memory of a Rome once proud of its virtuous character. And guess who has the leisure time to write the history books that we read today? That's right, the very same wealthy aristocrats who couldn't stand the insufferable punk to begin with. Now, it should also be pointed out that Nero has a very bad reputation today also because of his zealous persecution of early Christians. And as most of us now live under the umbrella of Christian civilization, it is no great wonder that a man who was so cruel to the early church will wind up being portrayed in the most negative light possible. But I don't want to lose track of where I'm going with this, and I'll return to the topic of Nero's relationship with early Christians later, because right now I want to pivot into why the aristocratic classes saw Nero as such an embarrassment, and why, despite the fact that from very early on he tried to give the Senate more autonomy, they never did support him. In the Roman world, there were things you could do that would be considered good and virtuous, and things you could do that would be considered beneath the dignity of a leading Roman citizen. In the former camp, you have things that we've already discussed at length: serving in the legions, winning battles, holding public office, delivering articulate and persuasive orations. In the latter camp, well, there are many things you're not supposed to do, but what I want to specifically highlight right now is the Roman antipathy towards the entertainment industry, and hopefully convey just how big of a deal it was that Nero just wanted to dance. Today, of course, actors, athletes, and musicians sit on the highest rung of the social ladder. But in the Roman world, this was reversed. Actors, dancers, gladiators, and musicians were the lowest of the low. It was practically better to be a slave than to be an entertainer. Not that Romans didn't enjoy their theater and their gladiatorial games, just that when the performance was over, the stars of the show who you've just been applauding wildly are shunted off into the deepest recesses of the worst ghettos. Being an entertainer in ancient Rome was to be an untouchable, and it was unthinkable that a patrician in good standing would ever risk his reputation by ever being seen in public with an actor, let alone perform on the stage himself. Side note, Patricians in good standing, as aristocrats of every age have done, slummed it up regularly with actors and gladiators alike, so it was really unthinkable in that kind of no one ever likes to talk about what everyone is doing sort of way. Anyway, along comes Nero. He has never served in the legions, he has never won a battle, he had barely scratched the surface of a public career before becoming emperor, and it was widely known that he did not even write his own speeches, a sad state of affairs that not even Caligula had been reduced to. None of these virtuous Roman ideals seemed to get Nero's motor running. Instead, he obsessively practiced his lyre, the small harp popular in the Greco-Roman world, and he talked often of joining in the gladiatorial games where he dreamed of becoming a great charioteer. It would be a few years before he had the courage to pursue these dreams, but from the beginning, it was clear that Nero cared more about performing his music than he did about major affairs of state. If you called on the emperor, you were as likely to wind up being forced to sit through his new set as you were to discuss the provincial tax policies you had actually come to discuss. It cannot be understated how much this bugged the conservative upper classes. Adding to their distaste for Nero was the fact that, beyond his embarrassing hobbies, the emperor clearly had a cruel streak, and that cruel streak was often directed at nobles whom he considered a threat. From the very beginning, anyone considered an enemy of the new emperor was charged with treason and executed. The bloodshed would reach its peak in 62 and 63 AD, when the killing became more indiscriminate. With everyone afraid that they might be next, a major conspiracy to overthrow Nero was initiated in response, but it was discovered in 65 AD, and dozens of men, including at this point Seneca, were swallowed up in the post-conspiracy purges. But perhaps the greatest example of Nero's cruelty was the fate of his own mother. After years spent estranged from her son, Agrippina once again popped up on Nero's radar in 58 AD, and the emperor came to the conclusion that he wanted to eliminate this blip once and for all. The traditional account is that, having never been happy with his marriage to Claudia Octavia, Nero took up with a woman named Poppaea Sabina, the wife of Otho, future year of the four emperors Otho. Nero wanted to marry her, but Agrippina promised to raise holy hell if he abandoned his politically valuable marriage with Claudia Octavia. Having had quite enough of this, Nero believed that he would never be free of his mother until she was dead, so he decided to have her killed. It has been pointed out that there are chronological problems with this account, though, that while Agrippina was killed in 59, Nero did not marry Poppaea until 3 years later, so the link between the two events seems dicey at best, and probably reflects an echo effect of the earlier incident with Claudia Acte. Others have argued that it was Agrippina's apparent support for one of Nero's cousins, Gaius Rubellius Plautus, that finally did her in. This claim, which echoes the incident with Britannicus, seems to be more plausible, as it represented a clear political threat to Nero, rather than just more insufferable meddling from his overbearing mother. Whatever the cause, Nero set himself upon a course of matricide. According to the ancient sources, though, things did not exactly come off without a hitch. Depending on who you listen to, Nero tried and failed 3 times to have her poisoned, tried once to rig the ceiling above her bed to collapse while she slept, and once succeeded in shipwrecking a boat she was on, only to find out later that she had swum to safety. In the end, he abandoned his attempt to frame her death as an accident and sent an assassin to simply stab her to death. This time, the attempt was successful. According to legend, her last words were, "Smite my womb." But as they say, you can't really close the barn door after the horses have already taken off. Nero announced that his mother had been discovered plotting against his life, and that in response to the discovery, she had committed suicide. No one believed it, of course, but that's what the official story was. The unofficial story was that for years afterwards, Nero was racked with guilt and believed that he was being haunted by the ghost of his murdered mother. Next week, we'll delve into the eventful years of Nero's reign after the death of Agrippina. The 60s AD proved to be a turbulent time for Rome, as revolts broke out in Judea and Britannia, and the Parthian Empire decided to take advantage of the young and inexperienced emperor of Rome by encroaching on the Roman borders in the east. And this is to say nothing of the Great Fire that devastated Rome itself in 65 AD, through which Nero is famously said to have fiddled his way through. But we all know now that this story could not possibly be true, because Nero did not play the fiddle. He played the lyre. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now fully aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up The Roman Empire, a very short introduction, which I just discovered and haven't read or listened to yet, but it's by Christopher Kelly, who is a lecturer at the University of Cambridge and a scholar of late antiquity, so I'm going to go out on a limb in saying that it's probably pretty good. He has also written books on Attila the Hun and the administration of the late Roman Empire, both of which I imagine will figure prominently in my research as I try to make sense of the post-Constantine Roman Empire. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 65, Burn It to the Ground. Last week, a 16-year-old Nero ascended to the throne and, after spending a brief period dominated by his mother and other influential advisors, emerged as his own man. Maybe that's too strong a reading, as it conjures up images of Augustus or Tiberius emerging as their own men, which implies a degree of independent competence that Nero never really attained, but he had definitely passed a point where it became dangerous to exert too much overt control over the emperor. If nothing else, Nero had to think he was the man in charge, even if his policies were usually influenced on the front end and executed on the back end by men with their own agendas. Not that these separate agendas were nefarious, mind you. A lot of that backroom influencing resulted in the reining in of Nero's impulsiveness and making sure his grandiose declarations were always interpreted in as sound and practical a manner as possible. It would be a few years yet before the men who were a positive influence on the young emperor were replaced by men who encouraged Nero to embrace the darker side of his character for their own ends. This week, though, I want to move away from the cutthroat politics of the imperial court and focus instead on the foreign pressures the empire faced during the first half of Nero's reign. Because right off the bat, Rome's enemies took one look at the untested 16-year-old emperor and decided that now was the perfect time to push Rome around. In the east, the Parthians took advantage of the situation to strengthen their position in Armenia, the semi-independent buffer state that had been the source of so much conflict over the years. While the Romans dealt with rising tensions and then eventually all-out war with the Parthians, a revolt in the newly acquired province of Britannia would break out, led by the warrior Queen Boudica, that would erupt with such ferocious energy that for a while Nero considered just abandoning the island altogether. Eventually, though, the uprising in Britannia would be put down and a settlement reached with the Parthians. Both conflicts left a lot of lingering resentment and unanswered questions about the future, but all in all, Nero's response to these threats earned him a solid C, maybe even a C+ in foreign policy. He didn't gain any territory, but he didn't lose any territory either, though his critics did accuse him of essentially giving up Rome's hegemony over Armenia when the final deal with Parthia was signed. But I would argue that the agreement, which averted continuous war with Parthia, actually goes down on the credit rather than the debit side of Nero's ledger. Trouble in the east began to bubble to the surface at the end of Claudius's reign. Since the time of Augustus, a deal had been worked out between Rome and Parthia, whereby Rome retained the right to appoint the monarch of Armenia, this nominally independent buffer state. The arrangement worked out fine until the early 50s AD, when the Roman-nominated king was overthrown by his own nephew. The nephew turned out to be a terrible ruler, and the people of Armenia soon grew to despise him. The new king of Parthia, Vologases I, saw what was going on in Armenia and decided that he could make his mark on history by prying the country away from the Romans. So, skillfully parlaying disgust with the sitting king into support for a Parthian alternative, Vologases invaded Armenia and installed his own brother Tiridates on the throne. After a few years of back and forth between the rival claimants, the people of Armenia backed Tiridates, and in 54 AD, the Parthians found themselves effectively ruling Armenia. 54 AD is also, of course, the year that Claudius died and Nero became emperor, making the eastern encroachment of the Parthians one of the first major tests of the new emperor's mettle. Being young and wanting to make a mark himself, Nero was convinced to push back hard against the Parthians. To spearhead this pushback, Nero appointed a man named Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, a general who had made a name for himself battling the always active Germanic tribes during the reigns of Caligula and Claudius. Corbulo was made propraetor and later proconsul of the provinces of Cappadocia and Galatia, and instructed to gather and train an army that could be put in the field against the Parthians should diplomatic overtures fail. As he gathered his forces, though, it became apparent that the bulk of whatever force he led would be drawn from the legions stationed in Syria. So for the next few years, while Rome waited for Parthia to back down and Parthia waited for Rome to give up, Corbulo trained his men, going so far as to keep them encamped throughout the winter to get them ready for the harsh conditions they would find in mountainous Armenia. The basic demand of the Romans was simple. Tiridates had to travel to Rome and receive an official endorsement from the emperor. Otherwise, his presence on the Armenian throne would be considered illegitimate and an act of war. The Parthians hemmed and hawed, and so finally, in 58 AD, Corbulo was given the green light to begin pressing the Roman case by other means. Tiridates had scattered his defense forces across Armenia to avoid the decisiveness that comes with a single large battle. So rather than invading the country with a single column, Corbulo sent in dozens of small detachments and simultaneously ordered the Roman allied kings along the Armenian border to begin stirring up trouble. If he couldn't knock Tiridates out with a single punch, Corbulo was content to do it with 1,000 cuts. At first, things went well for Rome, and in short order, the swarming legions caused Tiridates to demand a meeting. The two sides agreed to come together, but when the Armenians showed up with 1,000 men and the Romans showed up with 3,000 men, Tiridates got spooked and took off in the middle of the night, convinced that he was about to be ambushed. The Armenians then tried to cut off the supply line of the legions, the tactic that had brought Mark Antony to his knees, but Corbulo had studied his military history and made sure that his supply chain, though long, was well defended. Unable to make a dent against the Roman invasion, Tiridates fell back into a defensive posture, leading Corbulo to recall his own scattered forces and prepare them for a series of traditional assaults on the main Armenian strongholds. Encountering little real resistance, the Romans captured city after city on their way to the northern capital of Artashata, where Tiridates had holed up. The Armenian king dispatched everything he had against the besieging Roman forces, but he was unable to break their line. Tiridates was forced to flee and abandon his capital. Unable to garrison the city properly, Corbulo burned it to the ground. The next year, the legions headed towards Tigrana-Serta, the capital of southern Armenia. It was a difficult road, and along the way at least one plot to assassinate the hard-driving Corbulo was exposed. The conspirators, mostly allied Armenians who had grown tired of following the Romans, were all executed. The affair actually turned out pretty well for the targeted Roman general, not only because he survived, but also because, when he arrived outside of Tigrana-Serta, it is reported that he launched one of the conspirators' heads into the city, reminding the leaders of the capital what happened to those who defied Rome. The ruling council voted to surrender without a fight. By the end of 59 AD, Tiridates was on the run, and Corbulo crowned Tigranes VI as the new king of Armenia. Having successfully ejected the Parthians from this key territory with only minimal losses, Corbulo was hailed as a hero back in Rome, and became the most celebrated general of his generation. As a reward for his achievement, the victorious Corbulo was given the governorship of Syria, the most important province in the Eastern Empire, aside from Egypt, of course. He left a legion garrisoned in Armenia to support the new king, and headed south to his new assignment, believing that the Armenian question had now been answered. But it was not to be so. As it would turn out, Corbulo's victories came so easily because, while the Romans were intensely focused on the conflict in Armenia, Vologases and the Parthians were being pulled in a dozen different directions, dealing with nasty revolts both out on their frontiers and within their royal family itself. Stretched so thin, Parthia was unable to supply Tiridates with the resources he needed to successfully ward off the Roman assault. But in 61 AD, following probably ill-advised raids into Parthia by Tigranes VI, things changed. There was no way Vologases could ignore such an insult. Settling his other internal problems so as not to be distracted, the Romans soon discovered that they had earned Parthia's full attention. From here on out, things would not be so easy. Just as things were about to get dicey in the east, a revolt in Britannia exploded with such force that Nero and his advisors seriously considered just giving up the island completely. At what point, they wondered, will it simply no longer be worth it to hold this cold and foggy island on the edge of the world? But as quickly as it started, the revolt flamed out. However, had Gaius Suetonius Paulinus lost the Battle of Watling Street, which, given how outnumbered he was not entirely out of the question, there is a very real possibility that the Romans would have withdrawn from Britain completely, altering the course of Western European history in the process. The trouble began in either 60 or 61 AD, no one seems sure of the actual date, when Prasutagus, the king of the Iceni, died. During the initial Roman invasion of Britain in 43, the Iceni, who hailed from modern-day Norfolk on the east coast of Britain, had either been one of the 11 tribes who surrendered to Claudius, or they had worked out an independent peace with the Romans not long after. However it happened, the Iceni had been able to maintain their independence, and Prasutagus was set up as an official client king of the Roman Empire. In an attempt to keep control of his tribe within the family, Prasutagus filled out a will that left Iceni territory jointly to the Romans on the one hand and his wife and daughters on the other. But when the king died, the Roman procurator of the province, a particularly rapacious character named Catus Decianus, announced that patriarchal Rome did not recognize the rights of women when it came to inheritance. The claims of the Iceni were denied, and their territory was annexed by Rome. To the Britons, who had no problem with women inheriting property or holding positions of authority, this was incomprehensible. It was right and good that the king's wife should rule upon his death and his daughters grow up to be queens. So when Boudica, the widow of the dead king, went about her business as usual and paid no more or less tribute to the Romans than before, she was shocked at the Roman reaction. Soldiers were sent to her village. Boudica was tied up and flogged, while her daughters were carted off and raped. These ghastly acts committed, the Romans believed that they had put the upstart women in their place and thought no more of it, little realizing that they had just lit a fuse that was burning quickly down towards the powder keg that was Queen Boudica. With the Roman governor of Britain, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, leading the majority of the British legions on a campaign on the Isle of Anglesey in Wales, Boudica took the opportunity to translate her fury into action. After convincing a neighboring tribe to join in the fun, Boudica gathered everyone up and declared war on Rome. The first stop was Camulodunum, the original headquarters of the Roman occupying force and site of a great temple built to the now divine Claudius. When Roman scouts brought back word that a huge force of Britons was headed straight for the city, the call for reinforcements went out. But with the bulk of the British legions occupied in Wales, the procurator Decianus decided that Boudica's revolt wasn't worth rearranging the remaining garrisons for, and only sent an additional 200 troops to Camulodunum. Not surprisingly, 200 more troops didn't do the Romans in the city much good, as Boudica's force had to be in the tens of thousands. I'm having trouble tracking down an accurate head count for them. The Briton rebels easily crashed the gates, forcing the surviving Romans to make a last stand in the barricaded temple of Claudius, where, after 2 days of fighting, they were annihilated. Camulodunum was then burned to the ground. After the scale of the danger posed to the residents of Camulodunum became apparent, a detachment of 2,500 men from a nearby legion were sent to reinforce the city. But by the time they arrived, it was too late. They showed up just in time to find the smoldering remains of Camulodunum and a horde of British warriors with their hackles raised and nothing else to do. The subsequent encounter, known as the Massacre of the Ninth Legion, did not, as you can imagine, end well for the Romans. When news of the destruction of Camel and Dunham reached Suetonius in Wales, he immediately abandoned his campaign and marched straight for the new commercial center of Londinium, founded 20 years before and thriving nicely. But upon arrival, he assessed the situation and decided the new city was indefensible. With Boudica marching straight for them, he abandoned the town and looked for a better position from which to direct his counterattack. Boudica had no trouble overrunning undefended Londinium. She burned it to the ground and slaughtered anyone crazy enough to stay in the city after Suetonius left with his legions. Boudica then marched on Verulamium, the site of modern St. Albans, and put it too to the torch. This string of victories was gaining Boudica quite a reputation, and disaffected Britons from across the country flocked to her banner. The Romans were on the run, and with a little luck, they might just be run off the island altogether. But Suetonius was not ready to give up just yet. He managed to gather about 10,000 troops, composed of portions of a few legions and irregular auxiliary forces, and station them at a defensible position in the West Midlands, along a trade road known later as Watling Street. Though reports that Boudica led 230,000 warriors is certainly an exaggeration, there is no doubt that the Romans were massively outnumbered. Tacitus reports that though Suetonius arrayed his men in a single line, it was not enough to match the length of the far deeper British army. But Suetonius knew what he was doing and had placed himself at a spot where only so many Britons could attack at any one time, partially negating the huge numerical disadvantage he faced. Boudica roused her army with a speech imploring them to make this moment the last moment for the Romans in Britain, and reminding them that she stood before them not as an aristocrat whose power had been usurped, but as a free woman whose liberty had been denied. Victory would mean freedom. Defeat would mean slavery. Unfortunately for the British, as we have seen so many times before, when it came to set piece battles out in the open, the Romans were second to none, even when they were outnumbered 10-1. When the British charged, the Roman line formed into a wedge and drove into the oncoming mass of warriors. Before too long, the British discovered the difficulty of breaking a disciplined Roman line and began to retreat. But Boudica's army was not just an army. It was also a rolling caravan of her entire tribe, and before the battle, she had stationed the wagons and dependents who made up the rest of the troop behind the actual warriors. Now that the army was in full retreat, they ran headlong into the stationary wagons, and chaos ensued. Utterly snarled, the Romans were able to descend and go into slaughter mode. Of the 230,000 Boudica led into the Battle of Watling Street, 80,000 now lay dead on the plain. Roman losses were put at 400. Her revolt shattered, Boudica drank poison to avoid capture. Boudica's rebellion very nearly caused Nero to abandon Britain altogether. Had she been able to lure Suetonius onto less favorable ground, it is likely that her far superior numbers would have been able to overwhelm him. But in the end, if there was one thing the Romans did really well, it was running a savvy military operation, so the counterfactual just doesn't hold up. Having abandoned Londinium, it was clear that the one thing Suetonius was not going to do was be lured onto unfavorable ground. Inevitably, Boudica's furious revolt was going to run into the cold, careful planning of the Roman legions, and, like so many before her, she would be destroyed by it. Rome was pleased to hear the good news arriving from Britain that the uprising had been quelled, but they were simultaneously nonplussed by the news coming in from the east. Having set a Roman client back on the throne of Armenia, Corbulo had settled conditions in the east back into their natural state. But Tigranes VI, the new king of Armenia, immediately tried to upend the apple cart by raiding into Parthian territory. Where before the Parthian king Vologases had regretfully deemed the Armenian situation a low priority, invasions into Parthia itself were another matter. Reacting to the enraged pleas from his loyal subjects, the Parthian king settled his other business and turned back to the Mediterranean. He formally announced that his brother Tiridates was still the rightful king of Armenia and recrowned him as such. A Parthian force then invaded Armenia and attempted to dislodge the Roman garrisons, but they were unsuccessful. Hoping to keep things civil, Corbulo met with Vologases, and it was agreed that both empires would leave the disputed country while envoys from Parthia traveled to Rome and attempted to work out a deal. But by the spring of 62, no deal had been struck, and hostilities were renewed. This time, with Corbulo focused on protecting the key province of Syria from possible attack, Nero appointed a legate named Lucius Sicinius Paetus to spearhead operations in Armenia. The new commander took 2 legions and marched them straight toward Tigranocerta, which had been seized by the Parthians. But after a few easy but minor victories, he was forced to withdraw when winter came due to an unsteady supply line before reaching the southern capital. The ease of the first year's campaign had lulled Paetus into a false sense of security. When, in early 63, this false sense of security was shattered, he quickly showed himself to be a pretty awful commander. Unable to make any headway against Corbulo's fortifications in Syria, which Vologases had been planning to invade, the Parthian king decided to abandon the attempt and just go for broke in Armenia. So when the second Parthian army, which Paetus had not accounted for, suddenly appeared along the Roman-Armenian border where he was camped for the winter, Paetus panicked. Having sent his officers away on leave and having dispersed the rest of his troops across the countryside, Paetus was in no position to fight the Parthians. He hastily ordered the troops he had on hand to blockade the various passes in the mountains to prevent the Parthians from entering Roman territory, but this had the effect of only dispersing his already dispersed troops even more. The Parthians were able to easily overrun these small detachments, forcing Paetus to fall back into his fortified camps outside of Randia. Facing imminent doom, Paetus was paralyzed. The most proactive thing he could think of to do was to call Corbulo for help. Having never liked Paetus to begin with, Corbulo took his sweet time gathering a relief force, but when the reports became sufficiently dire, he marched out half the men at his disposal and attempted to reach the besieged legions in time. But he would arrive too late. While en route, Paetus had given up and surrendered to Vologases. The terms of the surrender were humiliating for Rome. The Parthian king demanded that the defeated army build him a bridge across a nearby river so his entourage could march over it victoriously. Then, according to some sources, he allowed the Romans to leave only after marching them under the yoke, which, as you recall from the Battle of the Colline Gate during the Samnite Wars, was about as humiliating as it gets. The remnants of Paetus' army met up with the approaching legions led by Corbulo, and despite Paetus' pleas to keep fighting, Corbulo refused and led the whole force back to Syria, unwilling to risk getting entangled with the Parthians at a time and place of their choosing. Having driven the Romans out of Armenia, Vologases sent envoys to Rome to work out a new peace accord. When the envoys arrived, though, Nero and the Senate were shocked to discover the magnitude of Paetus' defeat. Though he had been communicating his ever-worsening position to Corbulo, Paetus had continued to send cheerful letters back to Rome, acting as if nothing was amiss. So when Parthian envoys showed up with news of Roman legions marching out under the yoke, the leaders of Rome had trouble fitting this revelation into their heads. For God's sake, the triumphal arch, marking the defeat of the Parthians in Armenia, was already halfway constructed. What are we supposed to do with a halfway built triumphal arch? Turn it into a giant swing set? Paetus was immediately recalled to Rome, and Corbulo was given emergency imperium over the entire Eastern Empire. His job was to whip the Parthians and make sure that it stuck this time. Corbulo led a large force out of Syria and into Armenia to do just that, but before a battle could be fought, Vologases sent word that he wanted to deal. He knew full well that Corbulo was not Paetus, and that the Romans would not be taken so easily again. So the two sides met and struck a deal. Henceforth, Parthia would be able to appoint the monarch of Armenia, but their choice had to be ratified by the Roman emperor. Tiridates then laid his diadem down in front of a statue of Nero the Romans had brought, and swore not to put it back upon his head until Nero had placed it there. In 66 AD, Tiridates then did travel to Rome to meet with the emperor and accept his crown. Nero threw a huge party and made a big to-do about his right to crown the king of Armenia, but critics within the Senate and beyond believed the emperor had done nothing less than hand Armenia over to the Parthians. Ratify the candidate that they nominate? What great power is that? But defenders of Nero saw it as a practical move that averted all-out war with the one power big enough to really challenge Rome. In closing out the ceremony, Nero even went so far as to close the rarely closed gates of the Temple of Janus, which signaled the arrival of universal peace. Universal peace, though, never lasts long. Next week, just months after the gates swing shut, they will be opened again. The always simmering province of Judea will finally boil over, leading to what is now known as the Great Jewish Revolt. The historical implications of this brief conflict were vast, as the Romans both destroyed the Temple of Jerusalem and triggered a diaspora of Jews out of the east, with the survivors of the revolt fleeing to communities across the empire, which sowed the seeds for so much medieval and modern tension between Jew and Gentile. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now fully aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment, with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future book purchases. This week, I'm going to branch out from Roman history and recommend picking up the classic March of Folly by Barbara Tuchman, which is an excellent investigation of how governments often act against their own self-interest, starting by trying to answer the age-old question of why did the Trojans bring that giant horse into their city. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, episode 66, 666. At the end of last week's episode, I hinted that today we would be getting into the Great Jewish Revolt, which erupted in Judea in 66 AD and led to the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. However, as I began to unpack my outline for this week, I quickly realized that this hinting was premature. So, to those of you out there who got really psyched for that story, sorry, you're going to have to wait until next week. There is too much I want to get into about Nero, the Great Fire of Rome, the emperor's relationship with the early Christians, and his relationship with the Senate, to cram the Great Revolt in there too. So, the Great Revolt will be next week. This week, was Nero actually the Antichrist? You'll remember from 2 weeks ago that in 59 AD, Nero had grown so tired of his mother Agrippina that he conspired to have her killed. Though this act of matricide could not be said to mark a clear line between Nero the self-indulgent and Nero the sadist, since on the one hand, killing your own mother goes way beyond self-indulgent, and on the other, Nero the sadist didn't really get going until after the death of the Praetorian prefect Burrus in 62 AD, the death of Agrippina pretty clearly foreshadowed what Nero was capable of and what he was becoming. But like I say, it wasn't a clear breaking point. For a few years, Nero continued on as he always had, moderately interested in the affairs of state and excessively interested in affairs of, well, excess. He served as consul 4 times from 55 to 60 AD, an office which, while not as important as it had once been, was still a key administrative cog in the empire, signaling that Nero enjoyed at least some aspects of practical governance. But at the same time, he began to take his leisure pursuits even more seriously than he had in the past. Nero was essentially a bohemian emperor. He liked drinking, poetry, and music. He liked lazing around during the day and partying his way through the night. He and his friends would go on drunken romps through the city, stirring up trouble at brothels and bathhouses, and generally making the LA nightclub scene look like a meeting of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. But even with the emperor whirling around Rome in a debauched frenzy every night, the day-to-day operations of empire were still in relatively good hands. The prefect Burrus and Seneca the Younger continued to act as moderating hands, steering the no doubt perpetually hungover Nero away from this terrible idea and toward that sound policy. But in the early 60s AD, things began to change, and the sort of embarrassing but harmless Bohemian emperor began to turn into something much darker. And in response, the people of Rome began to turn on him. In 58 AD, Nero met the wife of his friend Otho, who was a stunning and ambitious woman named Poppaea Sabina, and was immediately smitten with her. Poppaea was more than happy to return the emperor's affections, as it was widely rumored that she had initially targeted Otho for marriage specifically to get closer to Nero. The two began to have an affair shortly thereafter that some pointed to as the key factor in Nero's decision to off his disapproving mother, and though that explanation has been pretty well debunked, it is worth noting again that the accusation was thrown around at the time. The reason Agrippina disapproved is that Nero was still married to Claudia Octavia, the daughter of Claudius. The union between Nero and Claudia kept the two wings of the Julio-Claudian dynasty tied together, and Agrippina didn't want Nero to throw that away in a fit of young lust. Mistresses were fine, as long as they remained mistresses. But Nero was never happy in his arranged marriage and was always looking to turn his mistresses into wives, something that would shatter the only recently reunited bonds of the Julians and the Claudians. Poppaea, for her part, had no interest in remaining Nero's mistress, and was forever whispering in the emperor's ear that he ought to ditch his prudish wife and marry her instead. In 62 AD, things came to a head when Poppaea announced that she was pregnant with Nero's child. The emperor finally decided that it was time to give up all the pretenses, and announced to the people that on grounds of infertility, he was divorcing Octavia and marrying Poppaea instead. He then banished Octavia to the same small island that had previously been the de facto prison of her aunt, Agrippina the Elder. 18 days later, Nero married Poppaea in a lavish ceremony. The divorce and remarriage of Nero marks the first time the public really turned on the young emperor. Up until now, he had been riding his Julian blood and generous social programs right into the hearts of the masses. But the people seemed to take the betrayal of Octavia personally. Well liked for her noble demeanor, they couldn't understand why Nero was suddenly dumping this fine Roman woman who they were all proud to call their empress. And who was taking her place? Some harlot adulterer? No, they weren't happy about this at all. It got so bad that people began carrying statues of Octavia through the streets, demanding that she be recalled from exile. Nero, spooked by the sudden demonstrations, nearly caved in, but Poppaea convinced him to do the other thing. The thing where, sorry, Octavia is dead, so as much as I'd like to, there's no one really left to recall. Imperial agents staged the murder of Octavia to make it look like a suicide, but no one was buying it. Whatever benefit of the doubt Nero had been receiving was now gone, and 2 years later, when Rome went up in flames, no one hesitated to accuse the emperor of setting the blaze himself for his own insane purposes. But it wasn't just the incident with Octavia that turned the people against Nero. In general, his policies were trending towards unsustainable extravagance. Not typical rich boy extravagance, mind you, but a budget-busting, megalomaniacal extravagance that was beginning to weigh the whole empire down. The key shift in his attitude came later in 62 AD, when the Praetorian prefect Burrus died of an illness. Though he had been gradually losing favor with the emperor, especially since the arrival of Poppaea, Burrus was still a positive influence on Nero, and his death left a giant hole where moderation used to be. His death also left the key office of Praetorian prefect open, and Nero filled the vacancy not with a man who would moderate his vices, but who would openly encourage them. Further, with Burrus dead, Seneca the Younger found himself isolated in an imperial court that was now dominated by Poppaea and her friends. After they began passing around rumors that the old man was embezzling from the state treasury, Seneca knew that he was a marked man. Rather than run the risk of winding up in front of some treason trial on trumped-up charges, Seneca resigned from his post and retired to a quiet life of philosophical contemplation. Not that it would all do him much good. Recognizing that his young charge was becoming a massive liability for the empire, Seneca would get caught up in the Pisonian conspiracy and then be exposed along with everyone else when the plot was betrayed in 65 AD, all of which I'll get to in a moment. The man who replaced Burrus as prefect was Gaius Auphonius Tigellinus, and it can be justifiably said that the downfall of Nero coincides neatly with the rise of Tigellinus. The new prefect quickly gained a reputation for cruelty, and spent the majority of his 7-odd years in office either persecuting the enemies of Nero or orchestrating his mass orgies. As I just said, where Burrus had acted to keep Nero in check, Tigellinus actively encouraged the emperor to indulge himself without reservation or hesitation. The combined influence of Poppaea and the new Praetorian prefect unhinged Nero completely from his superego, and sent him down a path that eventually led to him committing suicide after being declared an enemy of the state in 68 AD. So remember, kids, the superego may be a joyless old stick in the mud, but it's there for a reason. In 64 AD, the negative consequences of the emperor's excesses were finally put on full display following one of the seminal events of Nero's reign, the Great Fire of Rome. The accusations and counter-accusations about who was behind the disaster paint a picture of an emperor who had not only lost the faith of the aristocratic classes, but of the general public as well, because the widely spread and widely believed rumor was that Nero had himself started the blaze. A popular and well-regarded ruler does not usually have to answer questions about whether or not he has burned his own capital down, but an increasingly disliked and despotic ruler? Well, those are exactly the sorts of questions that everyone starts asking. As disconnected as he was becoming from reality, though, Nero wasn't oblivious to this evidence of his sinking popularity, or the threat that posed to his regime. His decision to scapegoat the early Christians and blame them for starting the fire is clear evidence that Nero decided he needed some kind of evil foil to point to keep the public's attention off of his own failings. With the Romans already suspicious of those weirdo Christian cultists, Nero guessed that it would be easy to fan the flames of bigotry, and in the process maybe regain some of his lost popularity. Accounts of the breadth and depth of the Great Fire differ, but the classic accounting is that 3 of the 14 districts of Rome wound up utterly destroyed, and another 7 were badly damaged. The fire broke out near the Circus Maximus and quickly raged out of control, ultimately burning for somewhere between 5 and 7 days before running out of fuel. In addition to the countless homes and businesses that were destroyed in the blaze, portions of the imperial palace were consumed, along with the hearth of the Vestal Virgins and the temple of the Jupiter Stator, which legend had it had been founded by Romulus himself after the Romans' first successful battle with the Sabines. The fire was devastating, and in its aftermath, the displaced victims, families who had lost everything, naturally wanted to know what had happened, why it had happened, and how it had happened. But there was no clear cause, and in the absence of a plausible explanation, rumors began to fly that perhaps Nero was behind the whole thing. It had long been known that the emperor dreamed of building a massive palace complex in the heart of the city, so wasn't it obvious that Nero had sent his agents, led by that damn Tigellinus, to start the fire in order to clear out the existing buildings that were in the way of his opulent vision? Reports began to crop up that while the fire raged, a joyful Nero had plucked at his prized lyre while watching the city go down in flames. In fact, wasn't it true that setting the fire hadn't even been about building his golden palace? Wasn't it just that Nero desired a magnificent backdrop for some new performance, and that in the midst of the blaze he had dressed in a costume and sung the Sack of Ilium for him and his monstrous friends? Wasn't it true that Nero had fiddled while Rome burned? So turn to the rumor mill. But were any of these rumors actually true? I tend to follow Tacitus on this because, as biased as he is against Nero, he's usually reliable with his facts, and he reports that Nero wasn't even in Rome at the time, and when news that the city was on fire reached him, that he rushed back and immediately spearheaded a relief effort, housing refugees in the standing portions of the palace, and arranging for food and water to be dispersed to victims throughout the city. Once the immediate emergency had passed, Nero then began a reconstruction effort that led to some pretty major revisions to the fire code and a rationalization of the organic mess that had been the urban plan of Rome. But for all these good works, Nero still managed to come off as the leading candidate for having set the fire, because in the aftermath, he did indeed set to work on building his golden palace, a complex of opulent buildings that eventually covered somewhere between 100 and 300 acres of prime downtown real estate. It was this blatant land grab as much as anything else that led many to believe that Nero had indeed set the fire. Conscious that his standing with the people was taking a hit, Nero decided he needed to find someone to take the fall for the fire. Someone he could point to and say, it was them, not me. I didn't have anything to do with it. But he couldn't just grab someone off the street, because with his popularity sinking like a stone, that would just engender the further charge that he was setting up some innocent to take all the blame. What Nero needed was someone, some group, that the people disliked even more than him. Someone that the people were ready, willing, and able to believe had done this horrible thing, if for no other reason than that the people were looking for an excuse to round up and punish them. Enter the Christians. In the 30-odd years since the death of Christ, nascent Christian communities had begun cropping up throughout the empire. At first, they were primarily Jewish in character, but through the missionary work of St. Paul, known later as the Apostle to the Gentiles, this new religion began to spread into the Greco-Roman world. By the reign of Nero, a tiny community of believers, led, according to tradition, by St. Peter, had established a religious beachhead in Rome itself. The problem the early Christians faced in Rome, though, was not just that their religion, in comparison to the wider pagan world, struck the average Roman as downright weird, but also that at this point, most Christian adherents were non-citizen resident aliens to the city, who spoke primarily Greek or Hebrew. So the Christians in Rome looked different, spoke a different language, usually came from the lower rungs of the social ladder, and belonged to a strange monotheistic cult that seemed to have cannibalistic overtones. All in all, they were capital O other in every sense of the word, and as has been proven over and over again by history, whenever terrible things happen to a community, economic problems, floods, plagues, fires, it is the capital O others who usually get blamed. So, desperate to shift responsibility for the Great Fire away from himself, Nero looked at these others and decided to lay it all on them. He sent out his agents into the city and had them round up as many identified Christians as they could find, drag them into dark rooms, and torture them until they admitted to starting the fire. These confessions in hand, Nero then decided to expand his persecution beyond some limited group of conspirators and target the Christian community as a whole. According to Tacitus, Nero embarked on his persecution with a cruel zeal. Christians were thrown to the dogs for public amusement, crucified and left to die, or, perhaps most gruesomely, crucified and then burnt alive to serve as torches for Nero's nightly parties. But if Nero was hoping that he could regain the public's favor by torturing Christians, he underestimated the humanity of the masses. Sure, the Christians are weird, and nobody really wants them around, but at a certain point, burning them alive for sport, while you and your friends watch and drink yourselves stupid? Really? That seems a bit excessive, you know? Sympathy for the Christians grew, while Nero wound up even more unpopular than he had been when he started. So you could say that the plan backfired. I should also note that while it is not confirmed that St. Peter himself was caught up specifically in the Great Fire persecutions, tradition does have him being crucified by the Romans at some point in the mid-60s AD. St. Peter's Basilica, the beating heart of the Catholic Church, is allegedly built upon the spot where he was buried. As unpopular as Nero was becoming with the people of Rome, their dissatisfaction paled in comparison to the feelings of the Christians themselves, who now came to revile Nero with an understandable fury. It has been suggested, I think plausibly, that the reference in the book of Revelations to 666, being the number of the beast, is a coded reference to Nero. I'm not going to get into the specifics of Jewish numerology, but basically, if you take the Greek spelling of Nero's name and translate it into Hebrew, you are left with a name that has the numerological value of 666. After Nero's suicide, there was a great deal of speculation, especially in the East, that Nero had not really died and was poised to make a dramatic comeback at any time. Fearful of Roman reprisals for speaking against the Caesars, but still wishing to warn their brethren about the threat that Nero posed, the early Christians used numerology to code in a reference for those with the wisdom to see. I think it's fair to say, too, that one of the primary reasons Nero has such a terrible historical reputation is that around about the 4th century, the Church Fathers got a hold of the history books and saw no reason to paint Nero as anything more than a demonic monster. While that perhaps went too far, even in his own time, Nero was fast running out of defenders. The people no longer trusted him, and the aristocracy, well, they hadn't liked him from the beginning. Like most autocrats, Nero had come to the throne promising greater power for the Senate and a lighter imperial hand, But before long, as usual, those promises were forgotten, and the Senate returned to its natural state of irrelevancy. While this irrelevancy suited many men who were members primarily for the social status it conferred upon them, there was still a core group of senators who either had an interest in good governance for its own sake, or had personal political ambitions that they thought membership in the Senate could advance. In either case, Nero's actions in the early to mid-60s AD inflamed both. The emperor was slashing taxes while increasing public works projects and diverting funds into the construction of his palace, which now featured a 120-foot statue of himself looking down upon the city, all of which left the state teetering on the brink of insolvency. This, of course, offended the good government types. At the same time, if you weren't a part of Nero's inner circle of friends, good luck advancing your career. Nero played favorites early and often, and there were dozens of powerful men who didn't get on with the emperor personally, which left them out in the cold politically. This, of course, offended the ambitious types. These various offenses bubbled under the surface until a formal conspiracy to assassinate Nero coalesced around Gaius Calpurnius Piso. Piso was a distinguished statesman and orator who enjoyed a fine reputation at all levels of Roman society and who had been watching the devolution of Nero's reign with disgust. If Rome could be ruled again by a man of talent like Augustus, rather than men like his incompetent and insane descendants, the empire might thrive again rather than simply stagnate, as it seemed to be doing. Piso, a man of modest ego, decided that the very best candidate to rule Rome, if the criteria was basic merit, was himself. Details of the plot remain sketchy, but it seems as though Piso had secured the support of Tigellinus's Praetorian prefect colleague, Fenius Rufus, and the two men had agreed that upon the assassination of Nero, however that went down, Rufus would lead Piso to the Praetorian camp, where Piso would be declared the new emperor. Dozens of men in the Senate, in the imperial bureaucracy, and in the army eventually joined in the word-of-mouth conspiracy, including Seneca the Younger. But before the plan could be initiated, it was betrayed. When a young officer was heard complaining that his career had stalled because Nero didn't like him, he was approached about joining the growing plot. But rather than join, he decided to use the information he obtained to betray the plot as a means of currying favor with the emperor. Though the young officer lacked details, he put the imperial court on notice that a sizable chunk of the aristocracy was actively plotting the regime's downfall. In April of 65 AD, a freedman's secretary confirmed the existence of the plot and provided the details that Nero's agents were looking for. Piso and everyone else were either ordered to commit suicide or were exiled to the provinces. Seneca committed suicide. The Pisonian conspiracy represented a very real threat to Nero. It was not some ham-fisted caper. It was a well-orchestrated plot that involved some of the most prominent men in Rome. Scared out of his wits that now everyone was out to get him, an increasingly paranoid Nero reinitiated indiscriminate treason trials, the bloody calling card of imperial insecurity. The trials, of course, only entrenched the aristocratic hatred of Nero, and in a few short years he would find himself fleeing his golden palace, friendless, and officially an enemy of the state. I'm going to leave it there for this week. Next time, we'll hop back and forth between the final stages of Nero's reign and the Great Revolt that erupts in Judea in 66 AD, and after that, I'll lay the groundwork for the year of the four emperors, the death of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and the rise of the new Flavian dynasty that took its place once all the dust had settled. But before we take off into that next phase of Roman history, as some of you have already noticed, the history of Rome will be going off the air for about 4 weeks, following the September 13th episode. I am getting married on September the 23rd, and then immediately moving from Portland, Oregon to Austin, Texas. So, long story short, I am going to be a very busy man and will not be able to pay my little podcast the attention it deserves. I want to direct all of you back to thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, where I have posted a brief message on all of this, and also address the growing movement to have me keep going with this thing until the fall of Constantinople in 1453, which, as I explained, is most likely not going to happen. So, after this, we'll have 3 more episodes, the last of which will probably be a fun episode dedicated to Roman wedding customs, because, hey, right now it's basically wedding stuff all the time for me, so why should the history of Rome be any different? Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 67, What an Artist the World is Losing. Nero had dodged a bullet in 65 AD when the far-reaching Pisonian conspiracy was exposed before it had a chance to act. Thus far, Nero had been living his life with a sort of flippant disregard for the aristocracy, obsessed about his standing with the masses, sure, but not really giving a hoot what a bunch of crusty old senators thought about him. But after the plot was discovered, Nero was exposed to a reality that he had never really considered before. Not only were powerful men unhappy with him, but they were willing to go to extreme lengths to express their unhappiness. And not only were they willing to go to extreme lengths to express their unhappiness, but, except for one lucky break, they had almost gone to them. Nero suddenly realized that his reign and his life existed in a far more precarious place than he had previously thought. Now this is the point where a more introspective man, aided by wise counsel, might examine the roots of the aristocracy's displeasure and wonder what he, Nero, might be able to do to mute their anger. Were there things he did that were unnecessarily inflammatory? And that, if he knocked off the more extreme stuff, maybe he could avoid perpetually dealing with plots against his life? But Nero was not an introspective man, and his counsel was not wise. So, rather than repent his extravagances and grow up a little, he decided to dig in his heels. And if anyone didn't like it, well, there were always treason trials for the incorrigible. But as is so often the case, show trials and indiscriminate persecutions create far more enemies than they destroy, and in a few short years, Nero will reap the full blowback for his actions. 65 was not just a bad year for Nero because it was very nearly his last, but also because his wife Poppaea, mother of his daughter and pregnant with his second, died during the summer. There are conflicting reports about her death, with some surmising that Poppaea died naturally during childbirth, as often occurred in the ancient world. But of course, the more famous and salacious version offered by Suetonius and Tacitus is that, over the course of an argument, Nero became enraged and repeatedly kicked her in the stomach until she and the unborn child were dead. Whichever way it occurred, Nero became almost insane with grief, or remorse, depending on the version of the story you believe. And rather than cremating Poppaea, he had her stuffed and embalmed so that he could visit her in the imperial mausoleum. In the years after her death, Nero would delve even deeper into his singing, acting, and chariot racing career, culminating in 67 with his participation in the Olympic Games. Despite being thrown and nearly dying from a 10-horse chariot, and delivering amateurish singing and acting performances, Nero won the victory crowns for every competition he entered. It was still good to be the king. While Nero was off pretending to be some great entertainer, in the Far East, the Romans became embroiled in what would prove to be the first of several major revolts in the combustible province of Judea. That the first of these is known simply as the Great Revolt is all you need to know about the impact the conflict will have on the history of the world. We won't be able to finish the whole thing today, as in between the beginning and the end of it, the whole Year of the Four Emperors things happen, but we can at least get it started along its way. Trouble had been brewing in Judea from the moment the Romans first showed up in the region. Pompey the Great had famously entered the Holy of Holies in the Temple of Jerusalem over the vehement protests of the high priest, which pretty much got the Romans and Jews off on the wrong foot. A short-lived revolt had broken out in the middle of Augustus's reign, and of course Caligula had nearly sparked a revolution when he insisted on having a statue of himself placed in the temple. But Judea remained relatively calm following the death of Caligula, as Claudius had done his best to walk the fine line between Roman administration and Jewish autonomy. But when Nero arrived on the scene, he was far less attentive to that line, and Jewish complaints about Roman rule began to grow, culminating finally in what is known as the Great Revolt or the First Roman-Jewish War. The list of grievances ticked off by the Jews usually included a host of religious issues, but as much as conflicts between the monotheistic Jews and polytheistic Romans antagonized both parties, at the heart of the Great Revolt was something far more basic: tax policy. Despite their persistent attempts to move away from the system, the Romans continued to rely on tax farming in Judea, and so dealt with the inherent problems that the system introduced. And just to recap, remember that a private collector would bid for the amount of tax Rome required, and then anything they brought in above that quota was the collector's profit. Local upper and middle-class urban Jews began to work these tax farming contracts, and in the eyes of the rural population and the lower-class laborers, began to shore the sheep a little too close to the skin in an attempt to maximize their profits. I bring this up only to note that with everything that happened at the outbreak of the revolt and beyond, I think it's fair to say that as much as the unrest was a Jewish revolt against foreign occupiers, it was also a civil war within the Jewish community itself, between those who were profiting from the existing political structure and those who were not. One of the other important things to note about why the revolt broke out in 66 and not some other year is that according to Josephus, the complete rebuild and expansion of the Temple of Jerusalem begun by Herod the Great was finally completed in 63 AD, which immediately left thousands of poor laborers and middle-class artisans out of work. And basically, anytime you have thousands of young men out of work concentrated in a city center, you are going to have problems. It took a couple of years scraping by while continuing to be gouged by the Roman collaborating tax farmers for these men to reach their boiling point, but when they did, boy, did they ever boil over. They finally passed from 99 to 100 degrees Celsius in 66, when the Roman governor decided he was running low on funds, the imperial treasury having been systematically drained by Nero, and decided to simply confiscate all the money the high priest had accumulated in the Great Temple. When word got out that the high priest had allowed the Romans to have the money, which had been collected from the masses above and beyond the taxes they had already paid to Rome, well, that just about does it, don't you think? In August of 66 AD, an armed insurrection seized control of the Roman stronghold at Masada. The men who took Masada were members of a splinter group of the most radical sect of Judaism, the Zealots. These radicals, known as the Sicariae, which is Latin for daggers, were uncompromisingly militant and planned to settle for nothing less than the expulsion of the Romans from Judea. From their new base in Masada, this group of Sicariae headed north to Jerusalem, where they confronted the high priest who they believed to be a corrupt Roman collaborator. In the confrontation that followed, the high priest was killed, and in retaliation the leader of the Sicariae himself was assassinated. But this was only the beginning. As August gave way to September, the small Roman garrison in Jerusalem was besieged, forced to surrender, and then hanged by an angry mob. With the Roman military presence wiped out, Jerusalem became an increasingly dangerous place for Greco-Romans of all types. Not only were citizens of Rome targeted, but also any Greek-speaking foreigner who had made the unfortunate decision to settle in the city. And once the foreigners had all been purged, the mobs turned on Jews identified as collaborators with the Roman regime. When word came north that the garrison in Jerusalem had all been murdered, the legate of Syria took a legion south into Judea to restore order. But in November 66, the revolting Jews shocked the Romans by ambushing the invading legion at the pass at Beth Horon and not only wiping the Romans out, but also capturing their legionary eagle in the process. The victory would prove to be a mixed blessing for the Zealots, as it simultaneously convinced them that Rome could be beaten, while at the same time raising Roman ire to the point that they were done taking the insurrection lightly, which basically guaranteed that it was going to be crushed. Plans for a Roman response were escalated all the way to the imperial court, and in late 66, Nero appointed the general Vespasian to take command of the situation in the east and do what was necessary to reassert Rome's dominance in Judea. Titus Flavius Vespasianus was born in 17 AD in central Italy and entered public life for the first time in 36, when he was elected military tribune in Thrace at the age of 19. His father was of equestrian rank, and his mother was the sister of a senator, so Vespasian was fast-tracked up the cursus honorum, and by 40 he had already served a quaestorship, an aedileship, and a praetorship. He married in 38 AD and had 2 sons, Titus, born in 41, and Domitian, born 10 years later in 51. The father and 2 sons would each eventually sit on the imperial throne, and collectively their so-called Flavian dynasty would rule Rome from 69 to 96 AD, providing the critical bridge between an empire ruled by members of the Julio-Claudian family and an empire ruled by whichever man was strong enough, smart enough, and savvy enough to hold on to power. When Claudius ascended to the throne, Vespasian was able to swing a friendly relationship with Narcissus into an appointment as a legate in Germania, and then a leading role in the invasion of Britain a few years later. Tasked with subduing the southern coast of the island after the initial invasion, Vespasian was so successful that he was awarded the right to wear triumphal regalia in public. The triumphal march itself was now reserved exclusively for the emperor. In 51 AD, he capped his public career off with a brief consulship. Though he was still young, Vespasian had achieved everything an ambitious man in Rome could have ever hoped for, so when his consulship was up, he retired from public life. But in 63, he was coaxed out of retirement by Nero and appointed governor of the province of Africa. Reports conflict about whether his administration was loved or hated by the locals, but at the very least, it is agreed that Vespasian did not take the opportunity to extort a personal fortune for himself, as was usually the case with proconsular appointments, despite the constant regulatory reforms that were introduced every few years to discourage the practice. Vespasian instead focused on building a strong social network of clients and allies, and though we don't know if it was necessarily on his mind at the time, these allies will prove to be invaluable when he makes his move for the imperial throne just a few years later. When he was recalled from Africa, Vespasian joined Nero's imperial entourage as it toured Greece, and it was here that the thus far uniformly successful career of Vespasian hit a snag. Apparently, during one of Nero's numerous lyre performances, Vespasian had paid, quote, insufficient attention to the performance, read, he fell asleep, and immediately lost the emperor's favor, which made Vespasian a political non-entity. It speaks volumes then about the esteem that he was held in, that ultimately, when the crisis in Judea broke out and things started to go poorly for the Romans, that Nero turned back to the man he had so recently declared persona non grata. In other words, Vespasian's grave crime of dozing off could not outweigh the fact that he was simply the best man for the job. In April of 67, Vespasian arrived in Ptolemais, a Judean port on the Mediterranean coast, with 2 legions, and was shortly thereafter joined by a legion led by his eldest son Titus. Coupled with the force led by the Roman client king Agrippa II and other auxiliary forces, the army led by Vespasian soon numbered some 60,000. The Roman general set about systematically subduing the northern half of the province, accepting the surrender of towns that were so inclined, and annihilating towns that refused. By early 68, he held the north, and from his base in the port city of Caesarea, began to sweep south along the coast. His task was made easier by the fact that the Jewish resistance was internally fractured. Not counting the leaders who wanted no part of the war with Rome to begin with, there were resistance leaders who counseled for opening talks with the Romans immediately, resistance leaders who counseled holding out, but only to a certain point, and resistance leaders, among the zealots especially, who thought that any talk of surrender was proof that you were in league with the Romans and probably ought to just be killed. All these leaders wound up fleeing to Jerusalem throughout the year, where they all holed up together behind the reasonably sturdy walls of the city where they planned to make their stand. Vespasian and his son Titus prepared to lay siege to the city from 3 sides, when an unexpected piece of news came that stopped Vespasian in his tracks. Couriers arrived from Rome with a note. Nero has committed suicide, and Galba has been declared Caesar. Interesting. Wrapped up as he was in the far east of the empire, Vespasian could not have hoped to keep up with the daily politicking in the west, and when, in a matter of few months, Nero went from undisputed ruler of the greatest empire on earth to quivering child, Vespasian was shocked, but probably not surprised, if that makes sense. The Great Revolt in Judea will continue for another few years, but as the next important event in the struggle, the sack of Jerusalem, does not occur for another 18 whole months, I'm going to have to return to it after the yet-to-be-determined number of episodes I'll need to get through just the single year of 69 AD. So before we can keep going with the Great Revolt, we're going to have to backtrack a little and figure out what led to the shocking note that Nero had committed suicide. As I said, Nero's erratic behavior was getting really, really old. He was neglecting his official duties, spending all of his time at chariot races, and bankrupting the empire in the process. Not only that, he had initiated his own little reign of terror, and the senators and generals who made up the backbone of the imperial aristocracy all lived in fear of winding up on Nero's hit list. No less a figure than Corbulo, hero of the war in Armenia, had been ordered to commit suicide in 67 AD. It was only a matter of time, really, before Nero paid the price for his fear-inducing extravagances. In March of 68, a governor of one of the Gallic provinces, Gaius Julius Vindex, had finally had enough. Yet another set of orders had come down, ratcheting up the tax levies to help pay for Nero's total lack of fiscal responsibility. Vindex was a Roman all the way, but he couldn't help but feel for the local Gauls who were being taxed to the breaking point. He heard complaint after complaint from his subjects that things couldn't go on like this, and taking a look around, he believed them. The empire hadn't grown as large as it had, or as strong as it had, by breaking the backs of those that supported it. Vindex decided that Nero and the health of the empire were two ideas that were now mutually exclusive. But surprisingly, when Vindex declared in March that he was no longer taking orders from the emperor, he also declared that he himself was not looking to become the emperor. Instead, he announced that should Servius Sulpicius Galba, the wise and capable governor of Spain, rise to the occasion, that Vindex would back him. But Galba was non-committal, and Vindex was left hanging in Gaul by himself. Nero ordered the governor of Upper Germany, Lucius Virginius Rufus, to crush Vindex, and in short order, the stronger and more capable Virginius did just that, routing Vindex after a short and decisive battle. Vindex committed suicide to avoid capture, but his dream of dislodging Nero did not die with him. In the glow of victory, Virginius's troops did something unexpected. They declared their general imperator, and swore to follow him if he decided to turn on Nero. But Virginius refused to betray the emperor. In the end, despite having now allied himself with Nero, Virginius managed to escape the chaos of the Year of the Four Emperors and slip away unnoticed to live another 30 years in quiet anonymity. Good for him. Back in Rome, Nero watched all of this unfold with horror, and even though Galba had not joined in Vindex's revolt, it was clear that the old general was a rallying point for the emperor's enemies. So he declared Galba an enemy of the state and ordered him arrested. But this proved to be a fatal miscalculation. Galba had been wavering back and forth on whether or not to be the man so many seemed to want him to be. But when he got the notice that Nero had declared him an enemy of the state, well, that really helped make up his mind, didn't it? When the arrest warrant for Galba was announced, things quickly got out of hand for Nero. One of the Praetorian prefects, Gaius Nymphidius Sabinus, declared his intention to follow Galba as civil war broke out. With a large chunk of the guard following their leader, Nero suddenly realized that he was in a very tight spot. Afraid for his life, that happens when your bodyguards start hinting that they too would like to see you dead, Nero fled down the road to the port of Ostia, where he hoped to lead a fleet east and regroup. But the soldiers at the pier could tell which way the wind was blowing, and they refused to obey Nero's orders, taunting him with a line from the Aeneid, "Is it so dreadful a thing to die?" Really, really spooked now, Nero returned to Rome and tried to figure out how in the hell he was going to get out of this alive. He considered throwing himself at Galba's feet and begging for mercy. Then he considered throwing himself at the people's feet and begging them for mercy, but rejected both of those ideas as likely to lead to his swift execution. So he then considered fleeing east and asking the Parthian king for asylum, but realized that that too was a ridiculous idea that would never work. He tried to sleep on it in the palace, but woke up around midnight and realized that the guard had all deserted their posts. Scared out of his wits, he searched the rooms of his friends, but found them all empty as well. Nero had been deserted. Recognizing that there was no version of this story that ended well, Nero called out for a slave or a gladiator or anyone to kill him, but no one answered, prompting Nero to exclaim, "Have I neither friend nor foe?" No one answered him, but I can answer. Nero may have had no friends, but he was certainly not wanting for foes. Finally, Nero was able to connect with a freedman who agreed to hide the frightened emperor in a villa 4 miles outside of Rome. Accompanied by a few slaves, a disguised Nero slipped out of the palace and made his way through the gates of the city undetected. Upon his arrival at the villa, he ordered the slaves to begin digging a grave, and allegedly kept repeating over and over again, "What an artist the world is losing." At some point, a courier arrived and delivered the news that Nero had been dreading. The Senate had met in an emergency session, declared him a public enemy, and announced that if found, Nero was to be beaten to death. He tried to kill himself to avoid capture, but kept losing his nerve. When the sound of approaching horses began to cut through the night, though, Nero was able to focus, and before the soldiers arrived to collect him, Nero stabbed himself in the throat. When the detachment arrived, they tried to stop the bleeding so Rome could extract the full measure of its vengeance, but Nero was too far gone. As they worked on the wound, he whispered, "Too late. This is fidelity." Nero died on June 9th, 68 AD at the age of 30. He had ruled Rome for 14 years. The death of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and would usher in a brief period of chaotic uncertainty known as the Year of the Four Emperors, which we'll start to get into fully next week. The question on the tip of everyone's tongue was, now that there was no Julio-Claudians left, how would legitimacy be conferred upon future emperors? Augustus had been able to establish and maintain imperial authority initially through his own personal brand of ruthless charisma, and the fact that his reign just kept going and going and going, so that by the time he died, it seemed natural that his declared heir Tiberius ought to rule. From there, it had just been an unbroken line of inheritance all the way down to Nero. But now that that line of inheritance was broken, well, what did that mean? It was like Rome was waking up after being hypnotized. Suddenly, everyone was looking at everyone else, blinking, and wondering what to do now that the Julio-Claudian spell had been broken. Nero had died with no heir, and there was no mechanism to determine which of the dozens of highly ambitious men ought to rule, nor any way to tell whether or not the masses would accept someone from outside the house of Caesar as their master. Or how about this? Maybe the Julio-Claudian period will prove to be a historical aberration. Maybe Rome can return to its republican roots. There was no shortage of questions, and no shortage of ambitious men who claimed to have the answer. Next week, we'll try to lay the foundation for the seminal year of 69 AD, and give a deeper introduction to the men who will vie for the throne. But I can tell you this much already. The correct answer is Vespasian. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 68, 3 Emperors. The House of Caesar was no more. Though the name Caesar would live on as a symbol of power, authority, and legitimacy, the family itself was now officially defunct. From the moment Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC to the moment Nero committed suicide some 117 years later, Rome had been dominated by the Julio-Claudian dynasty. No one alive remembered a time before they rose to power, and now suddenly, without warning, they were gone. Does anyone around here have any idea what we're supposed to do now? The thing was, the initial transition from republic to autocratic empire had been midwifed by Julius Caesar and his adopted son Augustus, two men with personalities so strong that they couldn't help but shape the whole governmental apparatus to match their own individual quirks, habits, strengths, and weaknesses. Their descendants had more or less failed to live up to the standards set by the two great patriarchs of the family, but they had also more or less continued the forms and practices of governance that had been handed down to them. One of the quirks of the initial principate was that the legitimacy and authority of the emperor lay not in codified rules or a spelled-out job description. Rather, it rested on an ad hoc collection of powers that had been accumulated by Augustus personally during the constitutional settlements of the 20s BC. After his death, those powers had been passed along to his descendants for no other reason than that they were his descendants. It was an issue not of constitutional authority, but of family inheritance. So now that Nero was dead, and there were no more descendants of Augustus, would the collection of powers the family had accumulated remain bundled together and handed intact to some successor outside the family, or would they be broken up, with different pieces being claimed by different men? And the biggest question of all, if that happened, who would put them back together again? Without a doubt, the most important power upon which the emperor's authority rested was his command over the legions. In the constitutional settlements, Augustus had made sure that he claimed as his own personal jurisdiction any province that contained a significant military presence. This meant that at the end of the day, however else you might feel about the emperor or his policies, you knew that you could never match the literally hundreds of thousands of soldiers he personally commanded. This had a tendency to keep everyone in line. Part and parcel of this authority was the fact that basically every general scattered across the empire was subordinate to the emperor. These various generals may have been rivals with one another, but they could each take comfort in the fact that they all answered to the same man, and were thus, in a sense, all at least equal to each other. But when Nero died and this uppermost slot in the chain of command was lost, all of those same generals were now technically subordinate to no one. Well, maybe they were subordinate in some abstract way to the Senate and the people of Rome, but that was neither here nor there. The Year of the Four Emperors, then, is best understood as a competition between the leading regional generals of the time to climb into that uppermost slot on the chain of command left vacant by Nero. Galba came from Spain, Vitellius came from the Rhineland, and Vespasian came from the east. While the Julio-Claudian emperors had commanded a force so large it was impossible to match, each of these men controlled forces that were large enough to prompt high ambition, but not so large that they couldn't be met in the field by a force of equal size. And as much as regional politics played a role in why the various legions backed this or that general, the individual personalities of each of the four emperors, Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian, played a significant role in how events played out. As I mentioned last week, the man who ascended to the throne upon the death of Nero was Servius Sulpicius Galba. Born in either 3 or 5 BC, he was an old-stock patrician and the son of a prominent attorney who had served as consul during the reign of Augustus. An undistinguished man, the elder Galba was best known for the fact that he was a hunchback, a birth defect endlessly mocked by the notoriously un-PC Romans. Augustus himself was even said to have poked fun at the hunchbacked lawyer. Galba's mother was the granddaughter of Quintus Catullus, a giant in the final days of the Republic, who had defeated the post-Sullan coup led by his consular colleague Lepidus, and then stood firmly opposed to Pompey, Crassus, and young Julius Caesar as they rose to prominence, and would have been one of the first triumvirate's key opponents had he not died just before its official formation. Galba was proud of his relation to Catullus and used the great old senator's career as the model for his own life. His mother, however, died shortly after his birth, and young Galba was subsequently raised by his father's second wife, a beautiful and wealthy woman who would posthumously adopt Galba and leave him a fortune so long as he carried on her family name, which Galba did, though only officially. He had an older brother who made some attempt at a public career, but was plagued by scandal and poor judgment until he committed suicide during the reign of Tiberius after being passed over for a proconsular promotion one too many times. Galba himself rose quickly up the ranks, serving as praetor in 20 AD and then consul in 33. During Tiberius's reign, Galba caught the eye of the Augusta and was brought into her sphere of influence, but of course this put him at odds with the emperor, who did not get along with his mother at all. When Livia died in 29, she left a generous bequeathal to Galba, but as executor of his mother's estate, Tiberius first cut the number down by 1/3 and then simply refused to pay it out. When Tiberius died, though, one of the first things Caligula did to curry favor with the aristocracy was to restore all those inheritances that Tiberius had cancelled or confiscated over the years. This sudden windfall had the intended effect on Galba, and he remained loyal to Caligula even as the emperor's erratic behavior became unsustainable. He remained loyal to the Julio-Claudians throughout his career, and wound up serving administrative and military functions in Gaul, Germania, Africa, and finally, Hispania. He did, however, go into retirement during the early years of Nero's reign, though, as Agrippina continued to nurse a heavy grudge against him because Galba had once publicly refused her romantic advances. But after Nero killed his mother, Galba returned to public life, and in 61 AD he was posted to Hispania Tarraconensis, the largest of the Spanish provinces. He would serve as governor there for the next 7 years until he was declared emperor in 68, first by his own men and then by the Senate. Galba had a reputation for being a humorless throwback conservative, in the mold of Cato the Elder. The Romans disliked extremes in either direction, so while the enormously wealthy Galba was always hailed for his restraint, he was also criticized for erring too far on the side of frugality. Throughout this period, though, he stands out as one of the few generals who did not actively bribe soldiers to join his cause, a practice he thought immoral and unnecessary. This refusal to bribe his men gets to the heart of another of Galba's most notable personality traits, his belief in strict and unquestioning discipline. He did not feel inclined to hand out bribes just because he was a miser, but also because an army should naturally obey its general. One should not have to convince soldiers to fall in line. One should simply order them to do so. And not only did Galba expect his men to follow his every command precisely, he also expected them to do no more than he had commanded either. Disobedience and personal initiative both were frowned upon in the legions of Galba, and as you can imagine, he both benefited from and was hurt by this approach. His reputation as a strict disciplinarian with an almost naive faith in the power of the chain of command is critical to the unfolding events of 69 AD. Following the aborted plot against his life in Germania, Caligula had brought in Galba to restore order to the legions stationed on the Rhine. Galba had apparently taken such a harsh tack with the men under his command that 20 years later, those same units would refuse to back the man that they had learned to hate, which led first to their attempt to make Virginius emperor, as I mentioned last week, and then later to their elevation of Vitellius. By the time the events that would define Galba's career unfolded, he was already an old man, about 70 years old, give or take. And as a result, his flagging energy led him to rely more and more on a core circle of advisors. Ironically, the man who believed so strongly that every subordinate was merely an extension of his own will was now widely rumored to be a wholly owned subsidiary of his three closest advisors, who became known as the Three Pedagogues because they taught Galba everything he needed to know. The most influential was Titus Vinius, a man of senatorial rank who was, according to Tacitus, quote, the most worthless of mankind. He was dogged by scandals of all sorts, with Plutarch reporting that he was imprisoned at one point by Caligula and was later accused of stealing a golden cup after attending a dinner hosted by Claudius. He wound up in charge of a legion in Spain, and somehow, though I don't really know how or why, he came to exert enormous influence on Galba, even though the two could not have been more different. Galba hated bribes. Vinius, it was said, would do anything for one. Along with Vinius, there was Cornelius Laco, who served as Galba's legal advisor. In contrast to Vinius, he was an honest, if lazy, man. When Galba ascended to the throne, he would appoint Laco as Praetorian prefect, even though Laco had no military or administrative experience. Rounding out the trio was a freedman advisor named Icelus, who was in Rome when Nero committed suicide, and was the one who brought the news to Galba. For making the trip from Rome to Spain in just 7 days, Galba elevated Icelus to equestrian status. The former slave would then spend the rest of his short life accumulating the money his new rank required, like Vinius, by any means necessary. The three men were, of course, rivals for Galba's favor and attention, but they transcended their own bickering when it came to keeping others locked out of the inner circle. If you wanted to talk to Galba, you had to go through one of them. This was why the neighboring governor of Lusitania was forced to form a short-lived alliance with Vinius in an attempt to secure his own adoption by the childless Galba. Everyone knew that the old man would be dead soon, so as soon as Galba came to power, it was already time to start planning for the future. Marcus Salvius Otho, the young governor in question, was convinced that he could convince Galba to adopt him, so that when the old man died, he, Otho, would become emperor. After all, an astrologer had told him that it would be so. Otho was born in 32 BC, making him by far the youngest of the 4 emperors. He was descended from Etruscan nobility, but his family had only reached senatorial status with his grandfather, who did so after the Augusta took a liking to him. As a result of this connection, Otho's father became close to Tiberius, and the family thrived under the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Otho himself was only 5 years older than Nero, and when the teenager became emperor in 54, Otho was right there by his side, and quickly became one of Nero's most prominent drinking buddies. Together, they would spend their nights blowing through money, alcohol, and women, and Otho earned a reputation as a ringleader of the decadent proceedings. But in 58, the two had a falling out over Otho's wife, Poppaea Sabina. As I said last week, it is entirely possible that Poppaea only targeted Otho to get close to Nero, but it has also been suggested that Nero and Otho had arranged the match to put Poppaea on hold for Nero until the emperor could figure out how to rid himself of his wife Claudia Octavia. If this latter version is true, then it seems that when it came time to hand Poppaea over, Otho had had a change of heart. However it happened, though, Poppaea went over to Nero, and Otho wasn't happy about it. To deal with this problem, Nero appointed Otho governor of Lusitania, which on the one hand was a fat promotion, as Otho had only served previously as a quaestor and didn't qualify for the post, but on the other hand, it was obviously meant to exile him from Rome. Despite everyone's expectations that this drunken gadabout would prove to be a disaster, Otho emerged as a competent administrator, and though he no doubt longed to get out of his backwater province, he seemed to have served his time conscientiously. But when his neighbor Galba declared his intention to take control of the empire, though, Otho seized on his chance not only to revenge himself upon Nero, but also to free himself from exile. He immediately sent word to Galba that the treasury of Lusitania was at the old man's disposal, an announcement Otho hoped would demonstrate some unique level of commitment to the cause, but apparently Galba received the news blandly, stating in essence, "Well, of course your treasury is at my disposal. I don't need you to tell me that." Undeterred, Otho also sent along some of his better slaves, who were worthy of service to a new emperor, but they were greeted with disdain by the frugal Galba, who disapproved of the extravagance that was beginning to affix itself to his entourage. But Otho convinced himself that he had really gotten on Galba's good side with all of these gestures, and set about trying to figure a way to convince Galba to adopt him, so that when Galba died, Otho could rise up in his place. He was especially convinced that this was his destiny, because during his time in Lusitania, he had grown enamored with an astrologer who predicted soon after the news came of Nero's death that Otho would become emperor soon. It was Otho himself, though, who made the leap to the belief that that meant Galba would be adopting him. In his excellent 69 AD, the year of 4 emperors, which I'll be drawing on heavily for the next few episodes, Gwyn Morgan points out that if this was his plan, then Otho's power for self-deception was unparalleled. The taciturn and conservative Galba had not risen in revolt against Nero just to make sure one of Nero's drinking buddies wound up on the throne. But Otho was sure he was on the right track, and arranged a deal to marry Vinius's daughter in exchange for Vinius's support on the issue of adoption. And in fact, Otho was so convinced that Galba was going to adopt him that when he learned Galba had chosen the more stable Lucius Calpurnius Piso instead, a blindsided Otho flew into such a rage that he assassinated Galba less than a week later. But we'll get into all that in a bit. So far, we have here 2 men, one at the end of his career, and convinced that it was not just his duty, but his right to assume the title of Caesar, and one who had barely started his career, but was crazy ambitious enough to believe that he was destined to don the purple. Having covered Vespasian, the man who would outlast them both last week, though I did botch his birth date, he was born in 9 AD, not 17, and his son Titus was born in 39, not 41, thanks to alert listener Sarah for catching that. We are left then with just one more emperor to introduce, the third leg of the relay, which, as students of track and field will tell you, is always the slowest member of the team. And I don't just mean that figuratively, though I do mean it figuratively. I also mean that literally. Aulus Vitellius was probably one of the slowest men to ever ascend to the throne. Vitellius was born in 15 AD, to a family either descended from ancient Latin nobility or descended from common stock nobodies, depending on whether you are talking to a supporter or an opponent of the man. His father was a prominent official who served with distinction under Tiberius, Caligula, and Claudius. Such was the esteem in which the elder Vitellius was held that when he died, Claudius honored him with a state funeral. Not much is known about the early years of young Aulus, except for the rumor that when he was born, the horoscope taken on the occasion of his birth so horrified his parents that Vitellius's father wound up actually trying to hinder his son's career for his own sake and Rome's. The alleged horoscope stated that if Vitellius was ever put in charge of an army, that disaster would ensue. This prophecy hung over Vitellius's head, and as I said, his father used what influence he had to make sure that his son was always posted to non-military provinces. When Galba appointed him to command the legions of the Lower Rhine, it would prove to be the first military posting of his career. Did disaster ensue? Well, the legions under his command revolted against their emperor, won, then lost a civil war, and Vitellius himself was dead just a year after assuming the post, so yeah, I would call that disastrous for pretty much everyone involved. But up until that point, the affable and non-threatening Vitellius managed to thrive in a political environment where talent was viewed with suspicion, and he rose to the rank of consul during the reign of Claudius in 48 AD. More than a decade later, he was named proconsul to Africa by Nero in either 60 or 61. Throughout his career, Vitellius earned a reputation for good-natured laziness, unambitious but honest administration, but above all, a massive appetite for all the finer things in life. An unrepentant glutton, he banqueted frequently, usually stuffing 4 full meals into a day. His one major vice, beyond gambling, was that he would use the men at his disposal to go out into the wide world and bring home delicacies from across the empire. But though he was not cut from the same vigorous and athletic mold that perhaps his forebears were, Vitellius was always well liked by his subordinates wherever he went. The stories of his arrival on the Rhine after the ascension of Galba are peppered with accounts of his shaking hands with mule drivers, learning the names of slaves, and generally showing interest in all the various nobodies under his command. In short, Vitellius was a classic player's coach, the kind of man you love to play for, even if he wasn't strict enough to get the most out of your team. Discipline was lax, and parties were frequent. There could not have been a stronger contrast to the strict and humorless Galba than the flush-cheeked and jovial Vitellius, and the troops along the Rhine did not miss the distinction. On the one hand, there was the hated Galba, who had beaten them and worked them and driven them like pack animals, and on the other hand was beloved Vitellius, who joined in their dice games, let them off the hook if their uniforms were out of order, and shared his table with anyone who wanted to have some good food. So on January 1, 69 AD, when the legions across the empire were supposed to renew their oaths to serve the new emperor Galba, the legions on the Rhine refused. They were done with Galba. Vitellius was their man, and they declared him emperor by acclaim. The man most shocked to find Vitellius suddenly leading a full-blown revolt against Galba? Vitellius himself, of course. When I return from the break, we'll dive into the guts of the year of the 4 emperors. Galba will ascend to the throne, but as Tacitus says, everyone agreed that Galba would make an excellent emperor until he actually became emperor. His short and unpopular reign will be cut short when Otho assassinates him in January of 69. Otho will wind up committing suicide in April after suffering defeat in northern Italy at the hands of Vitellius's invading Rhine legions. Vitellius himself will only last until December. In over his head and ready to bow to the more formidable Vespasian, he will be unnecessarily murdered by Flavian partisans just before the arrival of the new year. Vespasian will then emerge into 70 AD as the founder of a new imperial dynasty. Next week, though, I'm going to pause our forward progress, and in honor of my own fast-approaching nuptials, we'll dedicate an episode to Roman wedding customs. And if there's not enough material to cover a whole episode, maybe I'll just ramble on a bit about Roman family life. Should be fun, so join me next week for A History of Rome Wedding. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 69, A History of Rome Wedding. So the history of Rome is getting married in a week and a half, and to celebrate, today we're going to set aside the steady march of history and do a short episode focused on Roman wedding customs. Remember also that after today, we'll be going off the air for 4 weeks while we here at the History of Rome do the thing where we get married, and then do the thing where we move to Austin, Texas. When we come back, though, we'll do the Rock'em Sock'em drama of 69 AD, and then move into the Flavian dynasty on our way to the 5 good emperors, the decline phase into the crisis of the 3rd century, and the surprising comeback led by Diocletian and confirmed by Constantine. Lots and lots still to come, so please stay tuned. Today, though, we've got weddings on the brain. Yesterday, we finalized the floral arrangements, picked up my suit from the tailor, scrambled for a workable solution to the wedding cake issue, and, gulp, went down to the giant brick building to pay for and sign an official wedding certificate that will formally make us husband and wife once it's signed by the state-sanctioned officiant who will perform the wedding ceremony. As it turns out, weddings are a confusing amalgam of emotion, tradition, and bureaucratic legalese. If that doesn't sound like the Romans, well, I don't know what does. It goes without saying that we have them to thank for a lot of what we all have to put up with when it's time to get married. As an institution, marriage dates back into prehistory and was codified as a legal relationship as early as Hammurabi's Code in the 1700s BC. There are competing theories about where the institution came from and why it persists, and I'm basically not going to touch any of that with a 10-foot pole, but I'm just going to say that by the time the Romans came onto the scene, marriage was a well-established rock upon which society was based. It was the manner by which property, wealth, rights, responsibilities, and alliances were transferred from one generation to another. Because all of this formed the bedrock of an enduring culture, as with most of the ancient world, marriage in Rome was not seen as the legal expression of love and commitment, but rather as the practical means to a practical end. The very idea of romantic love was so divorced from the concept of marriage, in fact, that those who stumbled into a union that actually involved romantic love, as with Pompey the Great and Julia, they found themselves the butts of jokes rather than celebrated as models to be emulated. At all levels of society, Roman marriage was about cementing connections between families, securing and consolidating property, and creating clear legal lines of succession and inheritance. Love was left to poets and philosophers. Marriage was a serious business. There were different types of marriage in ancient Rome, but they broke down into 2 broad categories. Marriages where the bride was transferred as property from her father to her new husband, and those where she technically remained under the authority of her existing paterfamilias. The former category itself broke down into 3 types. One, which was elaborate and formal. A second, which was less formal, but involved the ceremonial purchase of a bride by the groom, and one which was a sort of variation of today's common law marriage that only kicked in once a woman had been living with a single man for more than a year. The second category, where the wife was not formally subordinated to her new husband, was known as a free marriage, and in some cases, the woman became subordinate only to herself if their father died and had stipulated such freedom in the will. Roman women, or should I say Roman girls, were eligible for marriage at 12, and Roman men, or should I say Roman punk teenagers, were ready at 14. Most of the time, marriages were set up between boys and girls close in age, but often an older man marrying for the second or third time would choose a much younger wife. Though there was no real legal restrictions to this, or even very strict social taboos, men like Cicero still found themselves made fun of for the huge age discrepancies between themselves and their chosen wives. What really was taboo, though, was for a man to marry a woman older than him, and it was a striking exception that Octavian's first marriage was to the much older Scribonia. The matches would be arranged by the paterfamiliae, or fathers of the family, of the prospective bride and groom. Though the women of the families did not officially have any say in who would marry their sons and daughters, Roman matrons did exert considerable informal power over the process. Particularly in the case of brides, it was customary for the paterfamilias to consult with the mother of the bride when working up a list of potential candidates for her daughter to marry. The paterfamilias was not, of course, legally obligated to consult with the mother of the bride, but, you know, he did so at his own peril. In order for a marriage to be arranged and recognized, both the groom-to-be and bride-to-be were required to have something called connubium, or the right to marry. Basically, this meant answering the questions, are they old enough? Are they Roman citizens? And are they presently married to someone else? The Romans had no truck with polygamy, as it muddled up inheritance lines, and they did not, except under certain special circumstances, recognize marriage to foreigners. As you'll recall, this latter point formed the basis for Octavian's attacks on Mark Antony after Antony took up with the foreigner Cleopatra at the expense of his citizen wife Octavia. But beyond these technical requirements that answered the question, can I marry this man, or can I marry this woman, there was the social requirements. Should I marry this man, or should I marry this woman? In the upper classes, this was especially important, but up and down the line, Roman mothers and fathers fretted over finding the right match for their children. That husband or that wife who would elevate their social status or bring in a particularly large dowry or gain them entrance into a prominent family. In the early days, you'll recall that there were all kinds of rules about who could marry who, with patricians and plebs not allowed to intermarry. When those restrictions were lifted, it became a really big deal for a plebeian family to hook one of their daughters up to a patrician man, or to bring a patrician daughter into their house. On the other side, though, the patricians were never particularly excited to be sending one of their own off to join a plebeian family, or to be bringing in some commoner into their distinguished line. But practical economics trumped aristocratic snobbery, as the cross-caste unions usually proved to be economic windfalls for many impoverished patrician families. After all the centuries of intermarriage, by the time of the late Republic and early Empire, the most important thing was not necessarily whether a candidate was patrician or pleb, but how distinguished their ancestral line was. For the upper classes, it was all about counting the offices held by your ancestors. If you were a young man from a distinguished family, who could point to, say, 4 consulships and 16 praetorships held by your various ancestors, then you were looking pretty good. Bonus points were given or taken away depending on how recently such offices were held. So if the young bride's father had been a consul, then that would be a pretty sought-after young woman. But if her family was still clinging to the one consulship they had held in 436 BC, well, people were just going to roll their eyes at that. Over the course of the Second Punic War, most of the upper-class men who could point to distinguished lineages were wiped out, and Rome saw the arrival of the novus homo, which led to the wholesale intermingling of lines. The young man who sought to be the first in his family to reach the consulship sought a bride who would connect him into a prominent, if depleted, aristocratic family. And that same aristocratic family was looking for men of merit, and more importantly, men of wealth, who would help maintain the family's place at the top of the food chain. A perfect example of this is Gaius Marius, a young plebeian man of talent and ambition, whose marriage into the ancient but floundering Julian line took his career and their political status to the next level. The lower classes worked in much the same way, but instead of playing in the VIP room, they played at the dollar tables, not that the competition was any less fierce. Everyone was trying to find the perfect match to raise the whole family up from where they had been previously, politically, economically, and socially. One of the overriding goals of a Roman man was to outdo the accomplishments of his ancestors, and marriage was another tool in his kit to help him accomplish this ever-present goal. Beyond the lineage stuff and the economic stuff, character actually played a pretty large role in the selection of brides and grooms. Roman society centered around public praise and public shame. So the serious young man who seemed to be a natural leader of men was more prized than the lazy man who seemed to be a natural drinker of drink. The former would create maximum praise, the latter maximum shame. For the women, it was all about being a dutiful, obedient, and loyal wife. Outspoken, uninhibited women were looked upon with suspicion, as again, the former would bring much praise, the latter much shame. As I think continues to be the case today, physical beauty was more highly sought after in women than in men. A pretty girl from a nobody family could catch the eye of some rich aristocrat and suddenly find herself elevating her family well above their rank as a result of a marriage proposal. For the man from nowhere, though, good looks were not his ticket to the top, but rather his promise. If he thought well and spoke well and carried himself well and possessed an ambition to succeed in public life, he might just find himself skipping ahead of men with better pedigrees, but worse habits. Once a marriage was arranged, it was time to announce the happy news. One way a new couple could signal their intention to marry was to simply appear in public holding hands. But often, a formal engagement party was thrown by the paterfamilias of the bride, with the groom-to-be seated as the guest of honor. At this party, the couple formally announced their consent to be wed, and the final details of the dowry, if there was one, were worked out between the two paterfamiliae. As a visible symbol of the engagement, brides-to-be would often be given engagement rings, which they would wear, as they do today, on the ring finger of the left hand, believed to be linked directly with the heart. So I suppose I can't say that it was all business. Though a formal ceremony was not required to legalize a marriage, a wedding was as good a time as any to throw a party, so the happy occasion was often celebrated with a ceremony and reception held at the father of the bride's house. When picking out a day for the ceremony, the superstitious Romans studiously avoided the calends, nones, and ides of any given month, which, for example, would be the 1st, 5th, and 13th of September, and refused to marry in the unlucky months of February and May. June was considered to be the best month within which to marry, which may be the origin of the old "a June bride" expression. Once they successfully navigated the luck and unluck of the calendar, the families would set the date and send out invitations. For these types of aristocratic weddings, 10 people were required to attend to fulfill the witness requirement. On the day of the wedding, the bride would ritually give away all her childhood toys and clothes, and then be dressed by her mother in a single-piece, floor-length white gown with a ceremonial knotted belt believed to bring good luck that only her new husband could undo. Her hair would be parted by a ceremonial spear tip, be separated into 6 locks, and then topped by a floral veil. The groom, his family, and other guests would arrive in the father of the bride's home, and, after the auspices were taken one more time to ensure that all was well metaphysically, the parents of the bride would hand her over to the groom. During the ceremony, the bride and groom would stand before a priest, holding hands, and they would exchange vows that usually included the line, "Where you are Gaius, I am Gaia," Gaius being a name that held some particular luck for these types of occasions. After the vows were exchanged, the couple would offer a sacrifice to Jupiter in the form of either a pig or, as most of us are now used to, some type of cake. Following the signing of the paperwork and exchange of presents, the guests would sit down to a meal and prepare themselves for the upcoming wedding procession. The procession was the key to the whole shebang, and served as the ritual transference of authority from the father of the bride to the husband. The bride would be guided out of her father's house by 3 boys, and would lead the guests on a walk to her new husband's home. One of these boys would bear a torch that signified her father's authority over her, lit from the paterfamilias' hearth. As the procession wound through the streets, the train would grow larger and larger, as the general public, often just for the fun of it, joined in the march. Along the way, onlookers would throw nuts, a symbol of fertility. At some point in all of this, the groom would split off from the party and hurry ahead to his house, where he would formally greet his new wife into their home. When she arrived at the threshold, some more rituals were performed, including the ceremonial snuffing out of the torch and tossing it to the assembled guests, and then the bride would carefully step through the door. The Romans were particularly superstitious about doorways, though, and just as often as not, the husband would pick up his new wife and carry her inside, so that she did not trip on her way in, which would have been a sign that the gods did not approve of the union. Once inside, the general public would go about their business, while the wedding guests would continue to feast and celebrate. When the time came, the couple would head off to a ceremoniously decorated wedding bed and consummate the marriage. Though not legally required, consummation on the night of the wedding was expected, and signaled that the two now held between them a contract of fidelity. The next morning, the bride would emerge from their room and begin her new life as a matron in her husband's family. Though affection and kinship kept her tied to her old family, legally, she was now the property of her husband. It goes without saying that the very, very soon-to-be Mrs. History of Rome does not subscribe to this theory at all, even in jest. I'm serious. Make that joke around here sometime. So that's how the Romans got married. The modern Western world still holds to some of the traditions or variations thereof, and everything that I just described actually seems pretty similar to everything that I'm planning on doing in a few weeks. The engagement ring, the white dress, the veil, the offering of cake, the throwing of rice, the tossing of a bouquet. Like so much else in our culture, because that's how the Romans did it, is the answer to the question of why we do all of the crazy things that we do when it's time to get married. So that's it for now. I'll see you all again in 4 weeks from the new head office in Austin, Texas. I want to thank everyone for their well wishes on the wedding and the move, and to those of you who have donated money, I want to say that none of it would have been possible without you. I haven't touched a dime of the money that has come in, and it's been sitting in a honeymoon fund that has in the past few months been renamed the Moving Fund. To those of you who have thought about donating but maybe haven't gotten around to it, well, we're about to pick up and move across the country, and technically neither one of us has landed a job yet, so yeah, now's the time. thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. Jupiter smiles on all of you. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are no doubt aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That, again, is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend picking up Augustus by Anthony Everett. Everett is clear and accessible, and this biography in particular was a great aid while I was crafting the episodes on Rome's first emperor. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 70, Galba and Otho. So the History of Rome is now married and settled into our new global headquarters in Austin, Texas. It was an eventful break, and the last few weeks saw some pretty major changes in my life. As fun as it all was, though, I'm eager to get back to the comfortable weekly rhythm of the show, so without further ado, let's get to it. You'll remember that in early 68 AD, Gaius Julius Vindex, governor of one of the Gallic provinces, rose up in revolt against Nero. Vindex tried to convince old Servius Sulpicius Galba, governor of the largest province in Spain, to join him and lead a wider rebellion, but Galba refused to commit to the fight, and Vindex's revolt was put down by Lucius Virginius Rufus, commander of the legions on the Upper Rhine. But the legions on the Rhine were not driven by any deep love for Nero, and having defeated Vindex, they tried to convince Virginius himself to lead them all in rebellion against Nero. But Virginius refused. Though Vindex's rebellion was technically put down, and Virginius remained loyal, these events signaled to the empire that Nero's star was fading fast, and that it was time to flee from the sinking ship. In Rome, the Praetorian prefect Nephidius Sabinus told his men that if they abandoned Nero and supported the aforementioned Galba, that the old governor of Spain would pay them all off handsomely. Galba had said no such thing, but he had decided that the time to break publicly with Nero was at hand. With every important commander turning on the emperor, the Senate seized the opportunity to be rid of Nero, declared him a public enemy, and called for his execution, a fate Nero escaped only by committing suicide. With Nero dead, the Senate sent word that they were ready to recognize Galba as the new Caesar. In just a few short months, Galba had gone from a provincial governor contemplating retirement to absolute ruler of the Roman Empire. All that was left to do was march on Rome and assume the throne. I think that is about where we left off. Galba's brief reign as emperor would be stormy, to say the least. The storm was in part his own fault, both for things he had done in the past and things he would do now that he was in power. But the fact is that Otho was able to find murderous accomplices within the ranks of the Praetorian Guard, not because of what Galba was doing per se, but because Galba refused to keep promises that Galba had never actually made. From the moment it looked like sticking with Nero would be suicide, Nymphidius Sabinus had been promising all kinds of riches to the troops under his command if they backed Galba. The prefect made all these promises as if he was simply relaying messages received from Galba, but mostly he was just telling whoppers and hoping that they would come true later. I think that probably most Roman politicians in Galba's shoes, arriving in Rome to news that the Praetorians were expecting X amount as a donative, would have felt compelled to pay the money, but Galba was a peculiar bird and a world-class miser. He scoffed at Sabinus's promises and then naively went about his business as if canceling the bonuses would have no serious consequences. Of course, by this point, Sabinus had already been murdered by his own men, so maybe Galba figured that everyone understood that anything the prefect had said was now moot. But I am getting a bit ahead of myself. Galba did not immediately leave for Rome in the days following his ascension. He was, after all, still governor of a rich and independent-minded province. He had to make sure that Spain would not fall apart when its longtime administrator suddenly left on more important business. He lingered for a month, raising a new legion to accompany him on the march to Rome, and finding the right man to take over governance of the province. As an aside, the man Galba chose to succeed him signaled Galba's priorities, or more accurately, the priorities of his three advisors, Vinius, Laco, and Icellus, when it came to appointing governors. Cluvius Rufus was a well-respected senator, but a man with no military experience. It was a mold that Galba would use for other key provincial appointments, most notably Vitellius's eventual command of the legions on the Lower Rhine. The three pedagogues had no intention of putting experienced military men at the head of large armies. That was, after all, how they had just come to power, and they weren't about to let anyone else repeat the process. Galba finally shoved off for Rome in July, but was soon met by a delegation from the Senate, bringing news that things in the capital were getting out of hand. Galba's continued absence from the city had allowed the ambitions of Sabinus to grow at an exponential rate. The Praetorian prefect had apparently decided that it was no longer enough to simply back a new emperor. He now actually wanted to be that new emperor. To that end, Sabinus had begun passing around a rumor that he was actually the son of Caligula, and thus the rightful Julio-Claudian heir to Nero. But Sabinus hung himself before Galba or the Senate had a chance to respond. Already somewhat ashamed of themselves for having turned on Nero so readily, a good chunk of the guard was mortally offended that Sabinus was now calling on them to abandon Galba before the latter even had a chance to arrive in Rome. Were they really such a dishonorable lot that their loyalties would simply shift at the slightest breeze? When Sabinus arrived at the Praetorian camp, ready to accept the title of Caesar, he was instead greeted by an angry mob. They allowed their prefect through the gate, and then they locked the door behind him. Sabinus did not make it out of the camp alive. Honor aside, there was really no reason to turn on Galba just yet anyway. After all, there was the matter of that huge bonus they had been promised. The case of the missing donative, as I said, was a landmine that the unsuspecting Galba would eventually step on, but in his defense, it was at least a landmine laid by someone else. On his march from Spain to Rome, though, Galba did plenty enough damage to his own reputation without anyone else's help. When he finally got to Italy and stepped on the mine that was laid by Sabinus, Galba was already politically wounded enough that rather than just knock him around some, the blast would actually be enough to finally kill him. There are a couple of schools of thought about how best to ascend to the throne following a coup-like situation. One is embodied by Julius Caesar, who was forever pardoning his enemies and exuding a spirit of such generosity and forgiveness that you couldn't help but love the guy. The other was embodied by Octavian, who ruthlessly purged all his enemies so that when he seized power, he could play the part of enlightened despot without fear of counter-revolution. Galba followed the path of Octavian, but did so without the slightest hint of political savvy or decency. In Roman society, it was one thing to kill your enemies. It was quite another to kill their wives and children. It was one thing to execute a few troublemakers within an unruly legion. it was quite another to slaughter entire cohorts just beyond the walls of Rome because you don't like their attitude. When he left Spain, Galba was seen as a wise and experienced leader capable of saving the empire from the excesses of Nero. But by the time he arrived in Rome, he was seen as an inflexible and cruel tyrant. As Tacitus says, everyone agreed that Galba would make an excellent emperor until he actually became emperor. The dastardly crime of killing wives and children came early on as Galba consolidated his hold over Spain. Governors and procurators in the region who did not immediately offer their full-throated support for the new Caesar were rounded up along with their families and murdered. The indecency of this purge was at first missed in all the confusion, but word of what had happened would trail Galba on his trip to Rome and then linger as further proof that the increasingly disliked Galba was in fact a monster. The new emperor exacerbated the situation by treating towns he passed as enemy fortresses if they did not immediately submit to his authority. Otherwise perfectly loyal and peaceful settlements were sacked by Galba's men, who acted like a conquering army on the march through enemy territory. Galba arrived at the outskirts of Rome in October, and by that time, everyone knew what a swath he had cut across the Western Empire. The Romans braced themselves to greet their savior. But before he set foot in the city, Galba blasted out the final chunk of what was left of his reputation. Prior to committing suicide, Nero had raised a new legion, composed mostly of ex-marines and sailors. In the hierarchy of the Roman armed forces, marines and sailors were a barely acknowledged necessity, whereas full legionnaires were respected and granted all sorts of privileges. Not wanting to give up their so recently acquired bump in status, soldiers from the new legion greeted Galba at the Milvian Bridge and demanded that he legalize their promotions. Galba ordered them to disperse, but they refused, which Galba took to be nothing less than rank insubordination and possibly treason. When a few in the petitioning legion drew their swords to show that they meant business, Galba snapped and ordered his legion to attack. This was not simply meant to be a terrifying display of force. Galba was deadly serious, and in the ensuing massacre, thousands from the new legion were killed. When the fighting stopped, Galba rounded up the survivors and decided to revive the long-since discarded practice of decimation, whereby 1 out of every 10 men was selected by lots and put to death. The punished legion was in shock at having to submit to this archaic and cruel punishment. Galba's own men were disgusted by the display, and the people of Rome were horrified. Galba simply stated that he was acting well within the bounds of military law, and though he was right on the statutory point, politically, he could not have been more wrong. When he finally entered the city, Galba was a feared and hated man. After just a few months in office, he was so thoroughly despised that it's a wonder he even lasted into the middle of January. It's not that Galba wasn't trying. It was just that he had the political instincts of a lemming and couldn't stop running headlong over the nearest cliff. The one and only major issue he tackled during his reign was trying to clean up the empire's finances, and he bungled that so badly that even his most ardent supporters conceded that Galba was not well suited for his new position. Nero had left an enormous financial mess to clean up, and the people likely would have given Galba the benefit of the doubt as he tried to wade through it all. But the new emperor pursued such a tone-deaf cleanup operation that whatever goodwill he had coming to him was immediately squandered. Though, in the end, responsibility for the majority of his ill-advised plans has been laid squarely at the feet of the 3 pedagogues, the buck, as they say, stopped with Galba at the time. Taking their first look at the official books, Galba and his advisors quickly understood the severity of the situation. Nero had effectively cleaned out the state reserves and left the empire essentially broke. Knowing that the vast majority of the funds had been spent either building the Golden Palace or been handed out to court favorites as gifts, Galba decided to simply recover the dispersed funds. But as the treasury officials knocked on doors looking for the money, it became clear that most of it had already been spent by those who had received it. In many cases, the money had been spent on a variety of gifts that the court favorites had issued to clients as part of the patronage system that defined Roman political life. So, while the money itself quickly became untraceable, the purchased items themselves were catalogued and pursued by the treasury officials. Galba's officers soon found themselves ordered to seize property from families who had acquired the goods in question blamelessly. Thus, rather than coming down hard on Nero's old accomplices, the burden was borne by men only tangentially related to the emperor's excesses. This, as you can imagine, was not a very popular policy. The larger plan was to auction off the seized property, to re-raise the cash that had been lost. But with so much economic uncertainty, even if they could afford to, no one wanted to bid on the seized items, and the auction raised next to nothing. To make matters worse, the two men who made out best in the auctions were Vitellius and Vitellius, who picked up all manner of property for pennies on the dollar. This only reinforced the idea that the whole operation had been masterminded by Galba's fiendish advisors, who control the senile old fool completely, don't you know, to make themselves rich at everyone else's expense. The whole thing was a public relations nightmare, but Galba either didn't understand how much ill will he was stirring up, or he simply didn't care. The topper to all this was that while the new imperial administration was running around seizing everyone's property and auctioning it off to itself, Galba was announcing that there was not enough money to restore the free grain allotments that had been suspended by Nero following the Great Fire. The shuttering of the grain allotments had been a grievance the poor had been nursing for the last few years, and with Nero now gone, they fully expected Galba to get the grain flowing again. This 1-2 punch left the new emperor virtually friendless. The upper and middle classes hated him for arbitrarily seizing their legally obtained property, while the lower classes hated him for denying the free grain allotment. Having already alienated most of the legions with his heavy-handed discipline, especially the legions on the Rhine, which we'll cover in greater detail next week, Galba was fast running out of allies. But at least he still had the Praetorians on his side. As long as an emperor has that final line of protection, there is little anyone can do to stop him from doing whatever he wants. Oh, what's that you say? The Praetorians were actually among the first to get super ticked off at Galba? Well, I guess he's in real trouble then, huh? The problem with the Praetorians, as I mentioned, was that earlier in the year, Nymphidius Sabinus had promised them a huge payout if they abandoned Nero and backed Galba. But of course, Galba had never authorized such a promise, and never in a million years would have paid what was, in effect, a massive bribe. As I said in episode 68, Galba believed in the chain of command almost to a fault. A commander did not purchase the loyalty of his troops. He commanded, and they obeyed. Period. But even discarding the specific promises made by Sabinus, Galba's decision not to pay out a donative to the Praetorians upon his ascension broke with an accepted practice that dated back to Tiberius. It was considered a goodwill gesture to get the new administration off on the right foot. Galba, though, not only refused to pay the sum promised by Sabinus, but he refused to pay any sum at all. The Praetorians were incensed at being denied what they considered to be their rightful payout. But Galba refused to reconsider his position. That may have been the way the Julio-Claudians operated, but the Julio-Claudians were dead and gone. Galba was intent on founding a new dynasty, one based on honor and duty, not crass self-interest and purchased loyalty. Which brings us to the last decision Galba would make as emperor. One old man does not a dynasty make. From the moment the childless Galba had been declared Caesar, the question on everybody's mind was who he would choose to be his heir and successor. Every semi-influential man of senatorial rank believed that he deserved the prize, but one man, above all the others, was really super convinced that he was going to get the nod. Marcus Salvius Otho. Having supported Galba from the beginning, and having accompanied the new emperor on his march to Rome, Otho was already making plans for what he would do once he became emperor. As I mentioned a few episodes ago, adding to Otho's confidence was a recently taken astrological forecast that basically said, Galba will soon be dead, and you will succeed him. Plus, on a less abstract level, Otho had made a deal with Vitellius that locked the influential advisor into backing Otho's bid in exchange for Otho marrying Vitellius' sister once the adoption went through. But as 68 became 69 AD, Galba still had not made up his mind. Reports started coming in that there was some unrest within the legions on the Rhine, and that possibly they were in full revolt. Probably nothing to worry about. The same thing had happened when Tiberius had ascended to the throne. All Tiberius had to do was send his son out to talk some sense into them, so maybe Galba should just, oh wait, the old man still hasn't chosen a successor yet. Galba had been taking his time with the decision to make sure he got it right. Or, possibly, because with everything else that was going on, he simply didn't have the time or energy to focus on the issue of succession. But when word came that the legions on the Rhine were in full mutiny, Galba decided that he needed to reassure the empire that the center of power was and would remain in Rome, not in the legionary camps on the Rhine. Behind closed doors, he met with his advisors. Vinius, of course, argued in favor of Otho, while Icelius and Laco backed a man named Cornelius Dorabella. But this seems to be one of the few occasions that Galba acted on his own, and, dissatisfied with both candidates, he announced that he would be adopting a man named Lucius Calpurnius Piso, a man of impeccable breeding who had spent the majority of Nero's reign in exile and had only recently been recalled to Rome. Piso was brought into the meeting and informed that he was now officially the heir of Galba. The three pedagogues were shocked and annoyed when Piso took the announcement in calm stride. Clearly, Piso was not himself a power-hungry man, and they didn't much like the idea of having to serve someone who lacked the kind of avarice and ambition they could really exploit. Bad for business, you know? When Galba made his decision public, it is important to note that he did not make his speech to the Senate or to a mass gathering of the people, but rather to a hastily called meeting of the Praetorian Guard. Galba apparently thought that this deference to the Guard would make up for the missing donative that he had never paid. But the short speech introducing Piso, which Galba gave on January 10, went over like a lead balloon. There was still no word on the missing bonus, which the Guard had not forgotten, and, adding insult to injury, there was no talk of the additional bonus which usually accompanied births, weddings, adoptions, and other happy occasions. On top of all that, Otho had been making the rounds within the Praetorians for months, gaining their trust and confidence by dispersing huge sums of cash and hinting that there would be more where that came from once he finally became the heir apparent. So everyone was expecting generous and charismatic Otho, and what they got was a humorless exile who seemed no more inclined to buy their love than Galba. Needless to say, the cheers greeting the arrival of Piso were less than enthusiastic. When Otho found out he had been passed over, he was livid. So livid, in fact, that he quickly gave himself over to a murderous rage that came boiling up to the surface. He was embarrassed and he was angry, but more than that, he was deeply in debt, and had been borrowing heavily against the understanding that he would soon be Galba's heir and eventually emperor in his own right. The minute Otho found out he was not going to be the heir was the minute Otho realized that his many, many creditors would soon be beating down his door. Otho himself is reported to have joked darkly that unless he became emperor, it would not matter whether he was found by his enemies on the battlefield or found by his creditors in the forum. The result would be the same. His life passing before his eyes, Otho turned to extreme measures and immediately began plotting to assassinate both Galba and Piso. With the last few dollars he could scrape together, Otho purchased the service of 23 Praetorian guardsmen. Tacitus mentions that had Galba even given a perfunctory sum to the guard upon his ascension, it is unlikely that any of them would have turned so readily, but that ship had now sailed. Otho came with money and promises, whereas Galba had shown himself disdainful of both. Knowing that they had to act fast to avoid discovery, the conspirators were ready to go on January 15, just 5 days after the introduction of Piso. That morning, Otho, along with the rest of the Senate, paid their respects to Galba at a religious ceremony held at the Temple of Apollo, adjacent to the imperial palace. At the arranged hour, an accomplice fetched Otho from the proceedings with the cover story that a realtor needed to talk to him about a potential home sale. Otho left the ceremony and hurried to meet his accomplices in the forum. With the rest of the ruling class occupied with Galba's ceremony, Otho rushed the Praetorian camp. The conspirators pushed their way past the camp gatekeeper and called for the Praetorians to muster so Otho could address them. The officers were wary of what was unfolding, but the common soldiers were eager to hear what Otho had to say. Playing up their every grievance, Otho reminded them of the disrespect Galba had repeatedly shown, not just to them, but to every common soldier he had ever led. Otho assured his audience that all the provincial legions hated Galba, and that the Senate and people of Rome both would gladly be rid of the mean old man if only someone would act in their name. There was no time to waste, Otho cried. They must now, right now, strike a blow for the empire. Having worked the soldiers into a frenzied mix of self-interest and grand idealism, Otho ordered a cohort of cavalry out of the camp to find the hated Galba and kill him. Meanwhile, the morning ceremony had wrapped up, and Galba was getting down to the day's business, when frantic word came of what was happening in the Praetorian camp. Confusion reigned as rumor after counter-rumor poured into the palace. At one point, a soldier arrived, and, lying through his teeth for whatever reason, announced that he had taken care of the situation by personally killing Otho. At this, Galba displayed his customary disdain for individual initiative. Rather than congratulating the soldier, Galba asked harshly who had ordered him to kill Otho. Unsure, though, now of whether Otho was dead or alive, a heated debate between Galba's advisors ensued on whether to lock down the palace and hole up, or ride out to meet this treasonous challenge to imperial authority. Galba finally settled on the latter course. Donning a breastplate, he climbed in his imperial litter and was carried out into the forum, accompanied by a collection of bodyguards, the 3 pedagogues, and his adopted son Piso. Before he could make it to the Praetorian camp, though, Galba was met by the charging cavalrymen. No one knew how dire the situation really was until the cavalry ignored all calls to halt and simply charged headlong into Galba's party. The litter was knocked to the ground, and before Galba could rise, he was stabbed to death. Laco and Icellus managed to flee, but Vinius was caught and killed, despite his protests, possibly indicating his complicity in the plot, that Otho had not ordered his death. Piso also managed to flee the scene, but was cornered in the Temple of the Vestas and killed. The heads of both Galba and Piso were delivered to Otho, who allowed them to be kicked around for sport by the soldiers now under his command. Galba was murdered at the age of 70, having served as emperor for just over 7 months, by far the shortest tenure in office since the inception of the Principate. It was a record, however, that would not last long. Otho, who would accept the title of both Caesar and Augustus after they were foisted upon him by the Praetorians and then confirmed by the Senate within hours of the coup, would wind up wearing the purple for half that long. On April 15, just 3 months after taking office, Otho would commit suicide in his tent after being defeated by Vitellius's invading Rhine legions. Next week, we will get into how Vitellius, one of the most unlikely candidates for emperor in Roman history, found himself leading the Western Empire in revolt, and what Otho did in the few months he reigned to try to stamp it out. I will close this week by extending my deep appreciation for all the donations that have come in over the last few weeks. You guys are amazing. The now Mrs. History of Rome and I are blown away by your generosity, so thank you very, very much. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now fully aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up Rubicon by Tom Holland, which is a great read about the last days of the Republic and a great help to me during the Julius Caesar episodes. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 71, Otho and Vitellius. On January 15, 69 AD, Otho assassinated Galba and fulfilled the prophecy that had been driving the young aristocrat for the past few months, that Galba would soon be dead and Otho would succeed him. Of course, Otho had been working under the assumption that the prophecy meant Galba would adopt him and he would ascend to the throne legitimately. But having been passed over for adoption, Otho fulfilled the prophecy by other means, violent, illegitimate means. Otho, however, was not the only one who had an eye on the throne, nor the only one who was willing to go to violent, illegitimate lengths to seize it. In the weeks leading up to his death, Galba had been receiving reports that the legions on the Rhine, ostensibly led by Vitellius, were in full revolt. In public, Galba downplayed the danger and brushed aside worries that something was seriously amiss in the north, but when Otho finally claimed his prize and became the supreme ruler of the Roman Empire, he discovered that it was not a unified state he inherited. Not only was the revolt along the Rhine much more serious than anyone thought, it would prove to be the only issue Otho would deal with as emperor. Whatever plans he had, and whatever dreams he dreamed, for the rest of his short life, Otho would be consumed with beating back the insurrection in the north, and ultimately wind up dying in the attempt. Otho had apparently been so focused on asking the prophets when he would be emperor that he forgot to ask them for how long he would be emperor, because the answer would have been not very long, and maybe then he would have thought twice about the whole project. The funny thing is that the revolt that would eventually take Otho down had nothing to do with Otho himself. It was actually a revolt against Galba. But when word came north that Galba was dead, well, everyone was so revved up already that the treasonous event horizon was now in the rearview mirror. Nothing less than total capitulation on Otho's part would have averted their planned invasion of Italy. Along the Rhine, the rebellious pot started boiling in the wake of Vindex's revolt. As you know, Virginius Rufus, leading the legions on the Upper Rhine, put down the revolt, and then refused his troops' offer to declare him imperator. The Rhine legions went back to their camps and continued their nominal support of Nero at the behest of their obviously popular commander. However, when Galba came to power, things began to get ugly. For one thing, Galba had obviously been on the side of Vindex, even if he had never come to the latter's aid. So when he marched through Gaul on his way from Spain to Italy, Galba went out of his way to praise and reward the local tribes that had risen up along with Vindex. This support came at the expense of the tribes that had fought with the Rhine legions against the insurrection. Galba then compounded this slight by ignoring the Rhine soldiers themselves when it came to doling out honors and rewards. He did not punish any of them, but it was clear that Galba was stiffing them on his way into office. When the local auxiliaries and camped legionnaires got together and compared notes, they discovered that for the high crime of doing their duty, they had all been given the shaft. This, coupled with Galba's lingering reputation in the region from his tour there during Caligula's reign, meant that it was only with great difficulty that the commanders were able to convince the men to accept Galba as their legitimate emperor. But they never did accept Galba in their hearts. Virginius was replaced by someone Galba could trust, a decision that only exacerbated the situation. Fonteius Capito, the commander of the Lower Rhine, was soon implicated in a plot to overthrow Galba and was killed by the two officers who discovered his treachery. The assassination of Capito is what led Galba to appoint the totally harmless and utterly inexperienced Vitellius as a replacement, presumably to prevent this sort of thing from happening again. But the thing about the Capito affair is that there is a great deal of plausible speculation that Capito was not fomenting revolution, that instead he had refused to go along with the plot of the two officers who eventually killed him. Because one of those officers, Fabius Valens, had a great deal to do with convincing the supposedly harmless Vitellius that he could be emperor and to lead the Rhine armies in revolt. The other major influence on Vitellius was Aulus Caecina, who had served in Spain and was an early supporter of Galba. As a reward, he was able to skip a few places up the chain of command and was appointed legate of one of the legions on the Upper Rhine. But the young, charismatic, and well-liked Caecina was also ambitious and greedy. Not long after taking up his new post, he was accused of embezzling funds, and had every reason to fear that old stick-in-the-mud Galba would soon strip him of his command, or worse. As eager and opportunist as the world has ever known, Caecina determined that the only way he was escaping his predicament in one piece was to stoke the resentment of the men under his command and hopefully convince them that as the cream of the Roman legions, which everyone agreed they were, that they deserved an emperor who showed them the proper respect. Caecina's motivation then in leading a revolution is clear. He was facing possible execution if Galba remained emperor. Valens's motivation, though, is far less clear, and he seems to simply be an unscrupulous commander nearing the end of an undistinguished career who felt that he had been treated badly by the new emperor and saw a chance to pole vault his way into power and relevancy. Perhaps it was simply a love of intrigue for intrigue's sake. However it happened, when the new year came around, both men were ready to throw off Galba's so recently saddled yoke. On the 1st of January, the provincial legions renewed their solemn oaths to protect and defend the empire for the greater glory of the empire in whose name yada yada yada. This is supposed to be a mere formality, but at the prodding of Caecina, 2 legions on the Upper Rhine refused to re-up their commitment. Despite the efforts of the few officers present who remained loyal to the emperor, the mutinous soldiers toppled statues of Galba brought in for the ceremony. Rather than swearing an oath to the emperor, the men swore allegiance to the Senate and the people of Rome, and declared their intention to overthrow the usurper Galba for the sake of, liberty and stuff. With this initial spark struck, things happened fast. Situated in what is today Cologne, Vitellius learned of the mutiny, but rather than immediately making preparations to put the clamp down on it, as would have been expected, he instead sent around word to his commanders that either they were going to have to march north and fight their comrades, or join in the mutiny themselves and declare their own emperor to take Galba's place. Valens, who had no doubt spent the last few months whispering in Vitellius's ear, was the first commander to arrive in Cologne with his decision. He hailed Vitellius as imperator. Vitellius accepted the salute, and just like that, the revolt was off to the races. By the 2nd or 3rd of January, all the legions on the Rhine, probably the most formidable fighting force in the empire, had committed themselves to war with Galba. Except that they never would get their war with Galba. 2 weeks after Vitellius had been declared imperator by his men, word came that Galba had been assassinated and that Otho was the new emperor. But by this point, events along the Rhine had gone way beyond simple revenge. The commanders had the brass ring in their sights, and their men saw no downside in moving forward until the whole empire was theirs to gorge themselves on. Life in a legionary camp along the Rhine River was no picnic, so when they learned that the man who had gotten them all fired up in the first place was dead, well, unless Otho planned to step aside in favor of Vitellius when they all arrived in Rome, the new emperor was in the same place as the old emperor, namely, in their way. Back in Rome, Otho arrived at the palace following his coup and began running through Galba's personal correspondence. Mostly boring stuff, taxes, petitions, favors, and, hello, what's this? The Rhine legions are in full revolt, have declared Vitellius emperor, and are readying to march on Rome? Well, I think I know what I'm doing today. Otho first attempted to reason with Vitellius, and the two engaged in an increasingly acrimonious correspondence that had both promising money, influence, and property, in exchange for the other abandoning his illegitimate claim to the throne. Neither backed down, and the negotiations, if they could even be described as such, went nowhere. Otho had the support of the Praetorian Guard and the Senate in Rome, and assurances from governors across the Central and Eastern Empire that they backed him. But unfortunately, all of this amounted to very little when it came to countering an invasion from the north. At his immediate disposal, Otho had the Praetorian cohorts, the remains of the legion Galba had decimated, and a collection of parade-ready soldiers used mostly for show. While he corresponded with Vitellius, Otho conscripted around 2,000 gladiators and gathered up an undefined number of cavalry, but nothing he had on hand would be able to stand a chance against what Vitellius was sending south. Otho's only hope lay in the Balkans, and he ordered the legions stationed there to pack up their winter camps and head forthwith to northern Italy. Otho was hoping to join with them and then march through the Alps to face down Vitellius before the latter could reach Italy. But by the middle of February, his intelligence reported that the Vitellian forces were already on the march. While Vitellius stayed behind to oversee the now dangerously under-garrisoned border with Germania, Valens and Caecina each led separate columns south. Valens was to come in from the west and Caecina the east. Quickly, Otho abandoned the idea of marching through the Alps and determined that he would need to make his stand at the Po River. He ordered the forces at his disposal, maybe 10,000 troops, to march north to the Po Valley and delay the advancing battalions long enough for the Balkan reinforcements to arrive. At the same time, Otho sent a maritime force up the western coast of Italy to Gaul. The idea seems to have been for this navy to attack the local coastal communities aligned with Vitellius, hopefully forcing Valens, leading the larger of the two columns, to halt his march and come to their aid. If this was in fact the plan, there is some debate about what exactly this maritime expedition was actually up to. They were moderately successful. They raised enough hell that Valens broke off a detachment from his column to defend the communities, and a brief battle was fought, the first of what was now officially a civil war, near a place known as the Forum Julii. The Othonian forces won the initial encounter, but were driven back after a counterattack. The two sides then hunkered down in a mutual stalemate. This opening encounter of the war was inconclusive, but ultimately irrelevant, as it slowed Valens down little and occurred outside of what would prove to be the main eastern theater of the war. On that front, helped by a mild winter and a smaller force, Caecina was making much faster progress south. Though Caecina and Valens were technically on the same side, the two detested each other and were engaged in a fierce, if unspoken competition to reach Italy first, defeat Otho first, and enter Rome first. The official plan was for them to cross the Alps at the same time and meet up on the other side, but Caecina paid no attention to this and plowed ahead regardless of where Valens might be at. He emerged into northern Italy in March and went to work securing everything north of the Po River. A detachment of Otho's advance force already occupied the important city of Placentia on the southern banks of the Po, so Caecina took up residence in Cremona on the northern bank. Prudence dictated that Caecina hold Cremona and wait for Valens, but believing that his veterans would make short work of Otho's outnumbered and soft parade units, Caecina decided to immediately take Placentia by force. But in 2 days of intense fighting, Otho's forces successfully repelled the assault, forcing Caecina to abandon the attempt. The rest of the advanced Othonian army had been encamped at Verona, awaiting the imminent arrival of the Balkan legions. Indeed, an advance force of about 2,000 had already arrived. But when they heard of the assault on Placentia, they rushed to relieve their comrades. But before they could arrive, Caecina had already been beaten off, so they set up camp at Bedriacum, about 30 miles east of Cremona on the north side of the river. Humiliated by his defeat at Placentia, and hoping to regain the upper hand before Valens arrived, Caecina schemed up an ambush he hoped would help him do just that. Leading a small detachment of infantry and cavalry down the road between Cremona and Bedriacum, he hid the infantry in the trees alongside the road, and then sent out the cavalry to engage in one of the oldest military tricks in the book: attack the enemy's camp, pretend to be driven off, and lead the pursuing force into a trap. Caecina expected this to be a morale booster more than anything else, but things quickly got out of hand. The Othonian forces had already learned of Caecina's plan by way of Vitellian deserters, so when Caecina's cavalry arrived, the Othonians marched out in full force, now somewhere north of 13,000 troops, to overwhelm the trap. Though Caecina was tricked into attacking what he soon discovered to be the entire opposing army, delays and hassles trying to properly form up the mostly rookie Othonian troops allowed Caecina to call in reinforcements and extract himself from the debacle. By the time of the failed ambush, Valens had arrived on the Italian side of the Alps, though he was still a good 50 miles from the action. When word came of the events at Placentia and Caecina's failed ambush, his army double-timed it to meet up with their comrades. The forced march, though, interestingly, was not actually Valens's idea. His troops, believing Valens to be dragging his feet and slowing the column down on purpose, literally marched off without him, forcing him to hurry to catch up. At this point, discipline in all of the armies was something of a joke. Prior to the ambush, a mutiny in the Othonian camp at Bedriacum, triggered by the men's belief that their commanders were insufficiently committed to the war, was headed off only when Otho sent his own brother, whose commitment could not be questioned, to take on overall command. During the ambush, a mutiny had broken out among Caecina's troops back in Cremona because they believed that their commanders were refusing to send them out in full force to relieve their comrades because they wanted to hang Caecina out to dry. Valens, meanwhile, endured one mutiny on his march that required him to slip out of the camp in slave's clothes, and then obviously a second one when his army disobeyed his orders and marched to Caecina's defense. Much is made of the notion that throughout the year of the four emperors, the common soldiers were running amok, and their commanders were simply trying to keep up. Much of this is probably overblown, but there is no denying that for this period of the war between Vitellius and Otho, the soldiers clearly did not trust their commanders, and for a while, the cart really did seem to be leading the horse. In the middle of March, Otho himself finally left Rome at the head of another 6,000 to 9,000 troops. The emperor settled with his accompanying forces in the town of Brixellum, about 15 miles from Bedriacum, where he too waited for the Balkan reinforcements. Soon enough, the first of these legions arrived. But by the time they showed up, Caecina's assault on Placentia had failed, and his ambush exposed as a non-starter. The Othonian army was eager to finish off what they saw as a fatally demoralized army. Was there really any need to wait for the rest of the Balkan troops? Even the arrival of Valens was not enough to put them off. With the casualties Caecina had suffered trying to take Placentia, and the arrival of Otho's force and the new Balkan legion, the two sides were now of approximately equal strength. By the middle of April, the ball was clearly in Otho's court about what the next move would be. The Vitellians, meanwhile, were holed up in Cremona, hoping that the inexperienced Otho, his 5 feuding generals, and their inexperienced legions would make a crucial mistake that they could exploit. Otho traveled to Bedriacum to hold a council of war, where the generals debated whether to attack now or wait for a more opportune moment. It seems, though, that the decision to attack at once had already been made, and that despite their valid arguments that it would be best to perhaps wait for the rest of the Balkan legions, those in favor of delay were seen as being overly timid and possibly working to undermine the Othonian effort. Delay, it was argued, meant losing the initiative and allowing Vitellius to send his own reinforcements. The only real open question was whether Otho would lead his army personally or return to the safety of Brixellum. It was finally decided that the emperor would follow precedent and remove himself from the field. If things went badly and he was out of harm's way, he would still be a rallying point and able to direct a counterattack. But if things went badly and he was in the thick of the battle, well, the death of Otho meant the death of the whole operation, as he had no heir and had not yet named a successor. The decision to fight itself was not the fatal mistake the Vitellians had been waiting for, but the way Otho's generals executed the decision most certainly was. Bedriacum was only about 30 miles from Cremona, but it took the Othonians 2 full days to reach the city. The delay gave Otho fits, as he sent dispatch after dispatch demanding to know why in the hell they had not attacked yet. To make matters worse, on that second day, the Othonian generals, particularly Otho's brother, were not prepared for battle at all. Convinced that the Vitellians would remain sequestered in Cremona, he tried to lead the Othonian army around the city to a spot 5 miles past Cremona, where they would make camp and then finally, on day 3, goad the Vitellians into attack. But when Valens and Caecina saw the Othonians sort of rambling towards them, with all their baggage and carts and equipment weighing them down, they figured that now was the perfect opportunity to attack. So they did just that. Totally unprepared, the Othonians lined up in confused order when the full Vitellian army suddenly appeared on the horizon. Both sides were able to set themselves, and initially, the battle was little more than a series of skirmishes. But then the two lines crashed into each other, and the armies got down to business. Though everyone comments that the untried Othonians fought far better than anyone could have expected, first their left flank and then their right were overrun. The Othonians broke and fled back to the safety of their camp at Bedriacum. The survivors spent the night trying to figure out what to do next. The Praetorians present wanted to keep fighting, but everybody else was ready to surrender. A delegation was sent to meet with Caecina and Valens to work out the terms. Otho received news of the defeat from survivors staggering into Brixellum that same evening. Though he still had reinforcements on the way, their loyalty was nominal at best. So despite the protests of the Praetorians surrounding him, Otho determined straight away that he had taken his one shot and missed. He could not in good conscience prolong a war that would only see more Roman blood spilt. He dispersed what money he had, encouraged his supporters to flee from the oncoming Vitellian wrath, and then went to bed, his mind firmly made up. If right now he was seen as a villain for having seized the throne violently, and then engaging in a war against his fellow countrymen, let future generations see him as a nobleman who died to stop the slaughter. On the morning of April 16th, he woke up early and stabbed himself in the heart. He was 36 years old and had ruled Rome, well, some of it anyway, for almost exactly 3 months. Though his suicide did indeed endear him to future generations, who came to see Otho's noble death as one of the most virtuous in the whole long history of the empire, it would only stop the bloodshed for a short while. For many Romans, while Otho may have been a murderous usurper, Vitellius was a crass and unworthy man who would use the armies entrusted to him to engage in full-blown civil war without soliciting the Senate or the people's approval. Vitellius may have been popular with his troops and supported by a few provincial governors in the west, but the rest of the empire was a different story. The backers of Otho were not simply ready to resign themselves to Vitellius. Rather, they cast about looking for a leader to rally behind, someone strong enough to dislodge the Rhine legions from their newly won place at the top of the food chain. Naturally, their eyes turned to the east. Too far away to really take part in the events of the past year, the eastern legions, led by Titus Flavius Vespasianus, read about the unfolding chaos with dismay. When Vitellius, of all people, wound up on the throne, Vespasian decided to heed the calls coming in from his fellow eastern governors to bid for the throne himself. After all, had he not heard the prophecy that the future rulers of the world would emerge from Judea? Embroiled in the great Jewish revolt in Judea, Vespasian had not only heard of the prophecy, but he had come to believe it. Just a month and a half after his so-called decisive victory at Bedriacum, Vitellius discovered that practically the entire Eastern Empire, including the crucial province of Egypt, had declared for Vespasian. Despite Otho's best efforts, the chaos and bloodshed of the Year of the Four Emperors was far from over. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am pleased to recommend Lost to the West by Lars Brownworth, the Grandmaster of History Podcasting's book on the Byzantine Empire. It's even narrated by him, so yeah, you should go buy it. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 72, Vitellius and Vespasian. In April of 69 AD, the Romans watched Vitellius, their fourth emperor in less than a year, ascend to the throne. When Nero had committed suicide, conventional wisdom held that old Galba would reign for a few years and then hand power to an heir, presumably some young man with many years ahead of him. If anything, the death of Nero was supposed to open up a period of stability. But here they were 10 months later, and the Senate was recognizing yet another emperor. There was nothing anyone could really do about it, except hope that this, finally, was the end of it. But it was not to be. Vitellius would not live to see the new year, and before the final emperor of this chaotic period strode into office, there would be more bloodshed, more misery, more betrayal, and more destruction. Though he was of mild disposition and never would have ordered the crimes committed in his name, when the forces of Vespasian stormed into Italy on their way to Rome, they brought with them the worst civil war had to offer. It would be a bloody end to a bloody year. The only silver lining was that it would be an end. Vespasian would reign for years, not months, and his sons for years after that. The luck of the Flavians would see to that. The suicide of Otho had taken everyone by surprise. Friend and foe alike expected the young emperor to fight it out with Vitellius to the bitter end. After going to such extreme lengths to seize power, it was inconceivable that he would simply give up after suffering what could be seen as no more than a minor setback at Bedriacum. But rather than receiving further instructions, the legions that had pledged their loyalty to Otho were simply informed that their leader was dead. And rather than preparing themselves for the next battle, the legions that had pledged their loyalty to Vitellius were simply informed that they had won. No one knew quite what to do next. Vitellius, though, knew exactly what to do: throw a huge party. The new emperor, not officially designated as such yet, was staying in Lugdunum, the Roman capital of Gaul, when he got the news that Otho was dead. Valens and Caecina were told to make sure their respective armies were in order, and that the enemy was fully subdued, and then they were to make haste to Gaul for an extravagant banquet. When the two generals arrived, they sat on opposite sides of the new emperor at the main table, and everyone got good and drunk, singing each other's praises and mocking the Othonians well into the night. The excesses of the victory celebration would set the tone for Vitellius's reign, or at least the historical depiction of Vitellius's reign, which may or may not be the same thing. The problem for Vitellius is that none of the ancient historians were on his side. The men who recorded the events of the year of the four emperors were obviously writing after Vespasian had emerged victorious, and I think we all know what they say about who gets to write history. Vespasian would have naturally justified his own actions by repeating the worst rumors about Vitellius's excesses in order to portray himself as a savior, and so Roman scholars became steeped in Vespasian's version of who did what to who, why, and how. Tacitus may have published his account well after the death of Domitian, but his early career was influenced by first Vespasian and then Titus, and it is understandable that he portrayed Vitellius in less than glowing terms. But it was not just Flavian propaganda that Vitellius is up against. Suetonius' father fought with the Othonians at Bedriacum, and if you think that the father had anything good to say to the son about the gluttonous usurper from Germania, well, you haven't read 12 Caesars. This is all to say that the caricature of Vitellius that has been handed down to us may bear only a passing resemblance to the man himself. That being said, though, it sure is a fun caricature, so let's just roll with it. It took Vitellius 6 weeks to wind his way down to Rome, leading his army from the Rhine on a meandering, debauched road trip. With some 60,000 soldiers, followers, and hangers-on accompanying him, discipline was lax, and the toll taken on the towns they passed high. Along the way, the new emperor detoured to the battlefield at Bedriacum, and pronounced the stench of death that still hung over the field sweet to his nose. He then swung by Otho's modest burial site, and pronounced it a small grave for a small man. Then he went back to his traveling party and got drunk. See, isn't this Vitellius fun? He finally arrived in Rome in June, and had every intention of marching into the capital in full triumphal regalia, but was reminded that it would be in really, really poor form to celebrate victory over his fellow Romans, so he entered the gates dressed in a simple civilian toga instead. The actual reign of Vitellius is not particularly well documented, but the general consensus is that while Vitellius banqueted 4 times a day, attended the races, and then slept it off, Valens and Caecina were left in control of the day-to-day operations. Partners in war, however, the two became bitter enemies in peace, and nothing so defined the Vitellian regime as the rivalry between Valens and Caecina. Every appointment, every assignment, every appropriation became a cause worth fighting for. They both stacked the reorganized legions, civil service, and Praetorian Guard with their own clients, so that every level of every department became a front in their running political war. In the end, Valens would win the war for influence, leading Caecina to famously betray his third emperor in 15 months. The Vitellian regime was unable to accomplish that much in their brief time at the helm. They raised some taxes, threw some games, and tried to manage 4 emperors' worth of consular promises in an effort to keep the nobility happy. But between the first battle of Bedriacum in April and the second in October, it's not like they had a lot of time to work with. The only really significant thing they did upon taking office was to disband the existing Praetorian Guard and then reform it using their own troops to ensure that all the Othonian loyalists were purged. This was maybe a good idea, and maybe not, but the final upshot was that all the best troops were siphoned out of the Rhine legions, so when Caecina headed north to face Antonius's invading army, the force he led was not the same army he had led against Otho. Oh, and all those fired Praetorians? When they heard that the legions of the East were promising to topple Vitellius, guess whose banner they all flocked to? So the reformation of the Praetorians may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but all it ultimately did was weaken Vitellius and strengthen Vespasian. So yeah, maybe not such a good idea. Speaking of Vespasian, when we last left him, he was in the process of putting down the Great Jewish Revolt, specifically contemplating when and how he was going to take Jerusalem. But when news of Nero's suicide arrived, he put the brakes on the campaign, unsure of whether Galba planned to adopt a harsh or lenient posture towards the Jews. Plus, as one of Nero's appointees, he had every reason to fear that Galba would recall him from his post. So he wrote the new emperor a friendly letter, pledging loyalty and requesting instructions. Fearing the worst when Galba ignored his overture, Vespasian sent his 28-year-old son Titus to Rome to feel Galba out. But before Titus could arrive, he received news of Galba's assassination, and decided to turn back rather than allow himself to become a pawn in the brewing war between Otho and Vitellius. Vespasian commended his son's decision, and then began to mull over what to do. Obviously, he should try to keep himself at arm's length from the conflict between Otho and Vitellius, and wait to see how it played out. He was obligated to swear loyalty to Otho, of course, but that did not mean that he had to lift a finger to help him. So Vespasian settled back to wait for further news from the west. While he waited, though, a thought began to form in his head. Back home, every 2-bit general with a legion at his disposal was making his bid for power. What makes them so much more qualified than, me? The future king of the world will come from Judea, the prophecy had said. Vespasian was beginning to think that he could make that prophecy come true. But that is not to say that this was all Vespasian's idea. Gaius Licinius Mucianus, the governor of Syria, had gone as high as he could hope to go in public life under existing conditions, and was dissatisfied with how low a height it was. Stuck in the largely diplomatic post of Syria, he was in danger of passing his whole life without ever tasting military glory, and was determined to rectify that situation. Mucianus saw in the mild, capable, and well-liked Vespasian the perfect vehicle for his ambitions, so he became an early prodder of Vespasian's growing ego and an active supporter once the future emperor finally decided to go for it. The other key prodder of Vespasian was Tiberius Julius Alexander, the Jewish-born prefect of Egypt. Appointed by Nero, events in the west had unfolded too rapidly for either Galba or Otho to replace him, so he and his 2 legions continued their administration in Alexandria well into Vitellius' reign. Having no love for Vitellius, and knowing full well that the new emperor would likely replace him and possibly execute him at the first opportunity, Alexander began a secret correspondence with Vespasian, pledging his support and his legions if Vespasian decided to, do something. The 2 legions were nice, but the real prize here was that Egypt was still a key agricultural engine of the empire. Any invasion of Italy that was coupled with a strangling off of the grain supply did not necessarily guarantee victory, see Antony, Mark, but it sure upped the percentages by a healthy margin. Both Mucianus and Alexander were ready to declare for Vespasian immediately, but the future emperor was a deliberate man, and as spring turned to summer, he had still not yet announced whether or not he was going to lead the armies of the East in revolt. The impatient Alexander decided Vespasian just needed a swift kick to get going, so the prefect of Egypt went ahead and administered an oath of loyalty to Vespasian to his legions on July the 1st. A few days later, Vespasian's armies in Judea heard the news, and when their general emerged from his tent, a collection of them casually hailed him as emperor. With the cat now out of the bag, Vespasian decided to let it roam free. On July 15, Mucianus administered the oath to the legions of Syria and went to work convincing the legions in the Balkans to join them. In the process of being punished by Vitellius for their support of Otho, the troops in the Balkans were more than happy to join in the fight. In short order, Vespasian had the whole of the Eastern Empire lined up behind him. Vitellius, meanwhile, was still taking his victory lap. The Flavian plan was for Vespasian to remain behind in the east while Mucianus led an invasion of the west. Taking up residence in Alexandria, Vespasian would be able to personally oversee the all-important province of Egypt while remaining perfectly situated to reinforce his invasion force should they need support. After receiving assurances from the Parthians that they would not stir up trouble along the border, Mucianus set out west with a force of about 18,000 troops. Along the way, he was supposed to pick up the Balkan legions, and then, when he got near Italy, put out the call to the demobilized Othonian troops to flock to Vespasian's banner. But things did not exactly go according to plan. The commanders of the 5 legions stationed in the Balkans were eager to take their revenge on Vitellius, but not as eager as the troops themselves. The officers stated flatly that the plan was to wait for Mucianus, so that's what they were going to do. Seeing an opportunity to bathe himself in glory, though, Marcus Antonius Primus broke with his colleagues and argued that they should immediately invade Italy while the Vitellian troops were still drunk with victory. The troops couldn't have agreed more and elected Antonius their new general. Instead of waiting for Mucianus to arrive, Antonius went off the reservation and led the legions now under his command into Italy. In other words, the army that ultimately won the war for Vespasian was never authorized to do what it did. When Vitellius learned that a Flavian army was marching on Italy, he dispatched Caecina to stop their advance. The emperor no doubt would have sent Valens as well, but the elder general was recovering from an illness at the time and was unable to make the trip. For Caecina, this presented a golden opportunity. In the months since he had helped Vitellius become emperor, the young noble had found himself increasingly ignored, while Valens emerged as the far more influential advisor. Whenever Valens and Caecina disagreed over some issue or another, Vitellius generally backed Valens. Deeply unhappy with his position, Caecina marched north at the head of the Vitellian legions, thinking deeply not about battle plans, but whether or not he should defect to Vespasian. He had already been in contact with the commander of the Vitellian naval fleet stationed at Ravenna, and the commander there had assured Caecina that he was going over to Vespasian at the first opportunity. Caecina, he said, should join him on the winning team. Antonius arrived in Italy with his advance guard in October, and was greeted by a much stronger force led by Caecina. But rather than attack as his men expected, Caecina opened negotiations with Antonius, hinting elliptically that he was willing to betray Vitellius if the terms were right. While he negotiated, the rest of Antonius's troops arrived, negating the numerical advantage that the Vitellians had once had, leading the men under Caecina's command to wonder just what their general was up to. Not long after that, though, they got their answer. Messengers arrived with the news that the Ravenna fleet had defected to Vespasian. Caecina called together his officers and announced that it was hopeless to fight the Flavian onslaught. The whole empire was turning against Vitellius, and they had better join the winning side before they all found their heads on the chopping block. He managed to convince the officers, but when the regular troops learned of the betrayal, they stormed the tent and threw the shocked and sputtering Caecina into chains. The men elected new generals and abandoned the position they had held near Antonius's base in Verona. Antonius woke up the next morning and discovered the army he thought was about to join him had suddenly disappeared into the night. But not one to delay, Antonius marched straight away for Bedriacum, where he planned to make a camp from which to launch an assault on Cremona, the Vitellian base of operations in North Italy. Caecina's army had already made for Cremona following their general's aborted defection, and now waited nervously for Antonius to arrive. In a few days, the two sides would meet in one of the rarest sights in the ancient world, a night battle. Marching in from the east on October the 24th, Antonius's army was disrupted by a Vitellian cavalry attack, and a brief skirmish ensued that saw the Vitellians driven off. The Flavian army kept marching, but they were unable to reach the full Vitellian force until late in the afternoon. Flushed with victory, the Flavians refused to retire from the field. For their part, the Vitellians were so close to the safety of Cremona that they figured that if things got too hairy, they could just make a run for it, so they too refused to retire for the evening. For the next 10 hours, the two armies fought a sporadic and bloody battle through the night that was still undecided when the sun rose the next morning. In a quirky twist of fate, though, the Vitellians lost heart when they saw one of the Flavian legions turn east and clearly greet the arrival of reinforcements. Exhausted from the battle, the Vitellians fled back to the safety of Cremona to wait for their own reinforcements. Except that there were no Flavian reinforcements. Having spent years stationed in the east, the legion in question had adopted a local custom of greeting the sun as it rose each morning. At the Second Battle of Bedriacum, the Vitellians were finally defeated not by force, but by a completely harmless religious ritual. Despite their own exhaustion, Antonius's army closed the last few miles to Cremona and laid siege to the city that morning. First they destroyed the Vitellian camp outside the walls, and then they launched a ferocious assault on the city itself. While the troops and citizens of the city fought off the attack, the officers of the Vitellian army lost hope. They set Caecina loose and begged him to negotiate a peace that would spare their lives. With the leadership of the army protecting them giving up, the civilian leadership of Cremona opened their own talks, and in short order, both the Vitellian legions and the people of Cremona emerged from the city to stand before the victorious Flavians. It was supposed to be a peaceful settlement, one with no sacking, but the tired, bloody, and angry Flavian troops were in no mood to be denied the loot they saw as rightfully theirs. They believed that they had been promised Cremona as a prize for the extreme effort they had just expended in taking it, but it seemed that the officers were now conspiring to deny them their prize. So when Antonius entered the city to take a hot bath, his absence allowed the restraint of his army to slip. 40,000 troops poured into Cremona, grabbing anything that wasn't nailed down and setting fire to the rest. When Vespasian learned what had happened, he denounced the actions of Antonius's army, and as emperor, he tried to rebuild the city, but it would never again rise to the prominence it had enjoyed since its founding just before the Second Punic War. The battle may not have marked the official end of the war, but it certainly dealt a heavy blow to Vitellius's chances. From this point on, practically everything pointed to an emperor destined to fall. Valens had been ordered north about a week after Caecina's departure, but his sluggish pace left him far from Cremona when he learned first of Caecina's attempted defection and then the sack of the city itself. He changed direction and tried to make for Gaul, where he'd be able to raise reinforcements. But by this point, practically every governor in the area was pledging allegiance to Vespasian. Valens was captured at sea by former members of Otho's Praetorian Guard, and then sent along to Antonius as a gift-wrapped present. Soon enough, Valens's head would be waved before the Vitellian troops as proof that further resistance was futile. Caecina and Valens had been the driving force behind Vitellius's bid for power, and now one of them had turned on him, and the other was dead. The emperor did not know what to do. He marched out of Rome with most of his new Praetorian Guard to make a stand, but upon hearing about more defections throughout the empire, he returned to Rome with half the troops at his disposal, leaving the rest in place to halt the advance of Antonius. As the Flavian army marched south, both Mucianus and Antonius opened up correspondence with Vitellius in an attempt to secure his abdication. They promised him his life, money, and a villa in Campania if he agreed to give up the throne willingly. Vitellius, in way over his head, was eager for the opportunity to get out of all of this with his life. So he took up negotiations with Vespasian's brother Flavius Sabinus, who was living in Rome at the time. But Vitellius's attempt to abdicate was thwarted by his own supporters. On December 18, the emperor gave a speech announcing that he was stepping down, much to the dismay of the loyal troops he still had with him. They had all staked their lives to this man, and now he was simply going to give up? Where did that leave them? So as Vitellius attempted to leave the forum, he was boxed in by members of his own Praetorian Guard and marched back to the palace, his resignation annulled by the tip of a spear. Sabinus was at home when he heard of Vitellius's attempted resignation, and he immediately headed down to the forum with an armed guard to issue a proclamation in his brother's name. But along the way, he was surprised to find the Vitellians had not in fact given up. A brief skirmish broke out, and Sabinus was driven up onto the Capitoline Hill, where he and his men barricaded themselves. Over the course of a night and a day, the Vitellian forces attempted to dislodge Sabinus, and in the process, the Temple of Jupiter, one of the most important temples in Rome, was burned to the ground. With the fire raging, the men who had surrounded Sabinus deserted him, and he was eventually captured by the Vitellians and executed. The execution of Vespasian's brother precluded all future negotiations. The army of Antonius, now only miles from Rome, learned of the incident and made straight away for the city. At first, Antonius hesitated, understandably nervous that attacking Rome itself would irreparably damage Vespasian's, and his own, reputation to the point that even a victory would be a defeat. But his men convinced him that they ought not balk now that the empire was in their hands. Antonius divided his army into thirds and attacked at 3 different gates. 2 of the gates were easily breached, as they were only guarded by an untrained mix of civilian militia. But the fighting at the Colline Gate was intense. The outnumbered Vitellians were eventually pressed back and forced to make a last stand within the Praetorian camp. But despite heavy casualties, the Flavians finally breached the walls, led by the former members of Otho's Praetorian Guard, who viewed reclaiming the camp as a matter of personal honor. Vitellius was now all alone. His attempt to give up had failed, and he wandered the deserted imperial palace in shock, trying to figure out what to do next. Eventually, the incoming Flavian army stumbled upon him and took him prisoner. They marched him blubbering through the streets to the steps of Lamentation, where he was unceremoniously beheaded as insults rained down upon him. His head was paraded through the city as a trophy, and his body thrown in the Tiber. Vitellius was 54 years old when he died, and had reigned for just over 9 months. His death would bring a violent close to a violent year. On the 20th of September, the Senate met and unanimously declared Vespasian emperor. It would be understandable if the no doubt skittish citizens of the empire were a bit skeptical that this really was an end to the chaos. But as the months passed into years, and no other pretender to the throne arose, they began to get comfortable with the idea that things had sort of returned to normal, that they could fully embrace this new dynasty, the Flavian dynasty. Before we go this week, I just want to mention that Lars Brownworth, whose book I just recommended you buy, is in the process of gauging interest for a lecture tour in early 2010. Since we have so many listeners in common, they've asked me to ask you if anyone in and around Boston, New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago, and San Francisco would be interested in such a thing. I'm also going to add Austin, Texas to the list because that's where I live now and I think he should come down here. I'll post some links at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com so that you can either email superfan Detlef with your thoughts or sound off at the Forum Gallorum, the discussion community for the history of Rome that Detlef has set up. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 73, The Only Man Who Improved. At the beginning of his histories, Tacitus claims that the year 69 AD was very nearly the last of Rome's existence. While this can be easily set aside as dramatic exaggeration, there is no doubt that the last 18 months had taken their toll on the empire. Lives had been lost, property had been destroyed, and the rule of law had been thrown out the window. It would take more than a year of civil war to destroy the empire, but if things had gone on like they had been going since the suicide of Nero, the Romans very well could have been facing the end of their civilization. Luckily for the Romans, by the time the Senate recognized Vespasian as emperor in the last days of December 69 AD, the civil wars had already swept up all the legions from Spain to Syria and deposited them in Italy to fight it out. Anyone who was in a position to make a bid for the throne had already tried, so there was no one left to perpetuate the cycle of ascension and deposition once Vespasian's forces had overthrown Vitellius. So things did not go on as they had, and Roman civilization survived, battered but far from beaten. An important thing to take away from this reality is to understand that there was nothing special or divine or cosmic about Vespasian's rise. Unlike Marius or Sulla or Julius Caesar or Augustus, he did not really possess the phenomenal charisma or military brilliance that had allowed those men to outshine their rivals and remake their own world. He simply got into an exhausting tug-of-war later than the others had, and was thus able to outlast the last of them. This is not to say that he wasn't charismatic or intelligent, just that his fortuitous placement in the East at the beginning of the year had as much to do with his success as his own personality. But though he rode a wave of circumstance to power, essentially being in the right place at the right time, Rome's luck would mirror that of their new ruler. Vespasian turned out to be a pretty good emperor. In fact, his unremarkable biography up to that point prompted Tacitus to report that Vespasian was the only emperor in history to improve himself upon taking office. The first few weeks of his reign, however, did nothing to presage the modern administration that he would be remembered for. Antonius's army had taken Rome by force, and unchecked by any higher power, the troops continued to run amok in the streets. The Praetorian Guard and the urban cohorts, who usually took the lead in maintaining law and order, were all either captured out on the frontiers or dead in the field. So there was no one to stand up to Antonius's army, as they treated Rome as if it was a captured enemy city. On top of everything, career criminals and citizens with old scores to settle masqueraded as Flavian soldiers and joined in the anarchic pillaging. Tacitus exaggerates when he says that 50,000 people were killed in those first bloody weeks, but there is no denying that the death toll would have been high. Things began to settle down when Mucianus arrived in the first week of January 70 AD. Antonius had been acting this whole time on his own initiative, and though the Flavian High Command had been smart enough to get out of the way of the man who was winning the war for them, that did not mean that Antonius represented Vespasian in any official or political sense. Mucianus, however, carried with him the seal of the new emperor, and was fully empowered to act in Vespasian's name. When he arrived with his armies, it was as if Vespasian himself had arrived, and Mucianus had both the ability and the ego to act the part. The first thing that needed to happen, obviously, was to get all the troops out of Rome. The city had been occupied for months by squatting legionaries, and the resulting chaos, death, and property damage had to be dealt with. Antonius's legions were either ordered back from whence they came, or, in a few cases, reassigned to the Rhine to help bolster the now weakened garrison there. With order restored, Mucianus set about consolidating Vespasian's political position. Or, I suppose I should really say, Mucianus set about consolidating Mucianus's political position, and then he took care of Vespasian's business. He rewarded Antonius's service by offering him Galba's old proconsular position in Spain, quickly removing one of the two key rivals for power he needed to neutralize before he felt secure in his position. The other key rival was 18-year-old Domitian, the youngest son of Vespasian, who had spent the year of the four emperors in Rome. Immediately following Vitellius's death, Flavian's supporters had brought the boy out of hiding, declared him Caesar, and paraded him around as their natural leader. When Mucianus arrived in the city, though, he placed Domitian under his personal protection and promised to keep the boy safe until his father arrived to collect him. In other words, don't anybody get confused. I'm in charge here, not the boy. Then he set to work, settling Vespasian's scores. In all of this, the new emperor was blessed by remaining physically absent from the city. He could thus plausibly disavow first the carnage wrought by Antonius's army, and then the purge overseen by Mucianus. It had taken a lot of blood to put Vespasian on the throne, but none of it actually wound up on his hands. When he finally arrived in Rome in mid to late 70, he was greeted warmly by a population who praised him for all that was good, while refusing to blame him for all that was bad. All in all, a nice place to be. Now, I just said that there was nothing really remarkable about Vespasian, and that he certainly wasn't on the level of Julius Caesar or Augustus in terms of overall ability. But if there was one realm that he did excel at, it was propaganda and the management of public perception. In this, he was every bit as savvy as the greatest of his predecessors. He was acutely aware of the need to legitimize his reign and restore public respect for imperial authority, which was practically non-existent now after the musical chairs of the previous year. He encouraged the spread of Eastern prophecies that had supposedly foretold his rise to power, and did nothing to dispel rumors that he had miraculously returned sight to a blind man and restored the withered legs of a cripple. Vespasian knew that he was just a man, but it was important for the people to believe that he was perhaps something a bit more. Beyond this subtle mysticism, the iconography of the coins minted during his reign, one of the key vehicles for massaging reality in ancient Rome, harped relentlessly on two themes: peace and victory. Vespasian is the one who brings you peace. Vespasian is the one who will defeat the enemies of peace. These powerfully simple ideas formed the bedrock of the new Flavian administration and helped put the dark days of civil war in the rearview mirror. But Vespasian added one further wrinkle to his propaganda campaign, and it was this final wrinkle that really endeared him to the people. Though he encouraged the belief that he could heal the sick or was an irresistible force destined to rule the empire, when you actually talked to the man, he was refreshingly self-deprecating. He knew he was not descended from some ancient line of nobility. He knew that he was an unrefined rustic, and he knew that he was too old to pretend to be otherwise. When some of his supporters presented him with a family tree that traced his ancestors back to one of the comrades of Hercules, Vespasian simply burst out laughing and sent them on their way. He liked to tell off-color jokes, eat simple foods, and even caused a minor scandal when it got out that he took his own boots off in the evening. Needless to say, after the sometimes waning, but usually waxing megalomania of the Julio-Claudians, Vespasian's down-home charm was a welcome change of pace. Of course, we know all of this because, as part of his propaganda campaign, Vespasian also made sure to patronize the heck out of the arts and letters. He put teachers on the public payroll for the first time, and commissioned histories to be written to ensure that the Flavian version of history would become the only version taught. So who knows where fact and fiction diverge, but we do know that Vespasian was the first emperor since Augustus to die of natural causes, so it is not unreasonable to think that he was well regarded in his own time. Ironically, though, as much as he sponsored scholars to write glowing histories of his rise to power and what he did when he got there, precious little has actually survived about Vespasian's time as emperor. He was in office from December 69 AD until his death in June of 79, and all we have to draw on to describe that decade are scattered anecdotes. What we do know is that his reign seems to have been focused on physically rebuilding the empire and setting the government back on firm financial footing. To take the latter point first, Vespasian inherited an empty treasury and a shattered tax code and aimed to do something about it. Rome had been grappling with the hangover from Nero's excesses when it had gone and tacked on a year's worth of civil war to the tab. Upon taking office, Vespasian estimated that he would need, quote, 40,000 million sesterces to get the empire back on its feet. Because it is nearly impossible to accurately convert ancient denominations to modern equivalents, we're just going to have to leave that as Vespasian was about to go hunting for an astronomical sum of money. He doubled the tax burden in the provinces, which, yeah, I think everyone saw that coming. But he also engaged in some pretty unseemly business practices that stood as the only real blemish on his record. For example, the emperor didn't think twice about accepting bribes to decide court cases this way or that, and he openly encouraged office seekers to deposit into the imperial treasury an amount that they felt quantified their desire for a given post. Vespasian was also fond of using his agents to corner the market on various scarce goods, and then jacking up the price once a monopoly had been achieved. And in perhaps his most diabolical scheme, the emperor would let loose corrupt tax collectors and look the other way as they extorted the population to their own financial advantage. Then, when the collector had gotten rich enough, Vespasian would suddenly discover their fraud and swoop in to punish the criminal and seize the ill-gotten assets. The pattern repeated itself enough that the people began to refer to these men as Vespasian sponges, who would soak up all the gold before being wrung out by the emperor. He also dreamed up new taxes that hit the usually exempt citizens of Italy. Perhaps the most famous of these was his so-called toilet tax. In ancient Rome, urine was deposited in huge cesspools and then resold by the collectors for a variety of industrial applications. Vespasian imposed a tax on the purchase of said urine, which ignited an outcry that eventually wound its way back to Vespasian by way of his son Titus. Arguing to his father that there was something a bit off about using sewer money, Vespasian smelled the coins Titus had brought along and famously declared that money does not stink, which more or less summed up Vespasian's whole attitude towards revenue generation. But though no one liked how he got the money, Vespasian's reputation did not suffer too much, as he always plowed the profits right back into the empire. Though his infrastructure projects could be seen as an extension of his public relations campaign, there is no denying that both within Rome and out in the provinces, good work was being done to improve the material lives of the citizens. Between the neglect of Nero and the civil wars that followed his death, the Eternal City itself was beginning to look like a crumbling shadow of its former self. Vespasian encouraged the rebuilding of damaged buildings, allowed new owners to take control of forgotten vacant lots, while he himself took the lead in repairing the burned-out Capitoline Hill and finishing construction on the abandoned temple of Claudius. His crowning achievement, though, was his plan for the remains of Nero's Golden Palace. The sprawling complex that had eaten away the heart of the city was dismantled, and in its place, Vespasian ordered the construction of a massive amphitheater. Rising from the drained bed of Nero's old private lake, what became known as simply the Colosseum took shape over the next decade, and though he would not live to see the completion of what the Romans called the Flavian Amphitheater, when the stadium was dedicated by his son Titus in 80 AD, it quickly became one of the most famous architectural achievements in history. But he did not simply focus on Rome itself. Vespasian was quick to send money and resources whenever some region or another was hit with a natural disaster, so that rather than being left to fend for themselves, the victims of floods, fires, and earthquakes found a friend in the emperor. After years of enduring a reclusive and disinterested Tiberius, a megalomaniacal Caligula, an admittedly decent Claudius, but then a cruelly self-absorbed Nero, Vespasian's actions were nothing short of a political and fiscal revolution. For Vespasian, it was an easy call. using the imperial treasury for the material benefit of the empire, conformed with his compassionate nature, but it also conformed with his pragmatic nature, because usually a small investment was all that was required to keep the people happy and paying their taxes. Vespasian's pragmatic compassion extended up and down the social classes, and earned him praise from commoner and noble alike. After the chaotic splintering of the upper classes during the civil wars, the ranks of the senatorial and equestrian orders was a confused mess. So Vespasian reorganized the ranks to reflect a post-Year of the Four Emperors reality, but rather than solidifying his rule by executing his enemies and packing the Senate with corrupt supporters, he seems to have followed a program of leaving virtuous men in place and removing the worst of the worst, whoever they had supported during the wars. He even took it a step further by extending financial aid to otherwise worthy senators who had fallen beneath the asset requirements for office. Having stabilized the upper classes, he then took a hands-off approach to their debates and encouraged men to say their piece honestly without fear of imperial reprisal. Vespasian never introduced anything resembling the treason trial so loved by the hypersensitive Julio-Claudians, commenting once about a particularly vocal Helvidius Priscus that he would not kill a dog simply for barking. Of course, the irrepressible Priscus had to keep pushing to see just how far he could go, and in 75, Vespasian was forced to banish him from Rome. Eventually, the dissident Stoic would be executed by Titus, but he was a particularly troubling pain in the rear end, and definitely the exception rather than the rule. Vespasian's decade in office is usually understood to have been one of peace at home and abroad. Certainly, the coins he minted drove home the idea that all was well and the empire was at peace. But in reality, in the beginning anyway, Vespasian could not escape the entropy that always pulls at the edges of empire. In Judea, the revolt Vespasian had been assigned to put down did not stop simply because he had turned his attention westward. In fact, with the Roman world in crisis, Jewish leaders redoubled their efforts, believing that now was the perfect time to drive off the distracted legions. But unfortunately for the Jews, Rome was more than able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Vespasian assigned his more than capable son Titus to take over operations in Judea, and in 70 AD, just months after his father became emperor, Titus began the final siege of Jerusalem. Surrounding the city with his 4 legions, Titus cut off supplies going into the city, and then opened negotiations for a peaceful surrender. But the scene inside of Jerusalem was ugly. The Jewish leadership was fractured, and infighting between the moderate and extreme elements led to a toxic atmosphere of mutual assassination and terrorist attacks. At one point, the food stores were torched by hardline anti-Romans who believed the loss of their security blanket would force the moderates to fight to the death. By May, Titus was done talking and crashed through one of the outer walls. Intense street fighting followed, with the Jews left alive falling behind the secondary walls near the Temple Mount. But the Romans finally overcame these last defenders, and by September, the entire city was in their hands. History records that at this point, the Roman soldiers, enraged at the ordeal the Jews had just put them through, plundered the city mercilessly and set fire to the rest, including, against Titus's explicit orders, the great temple itself. Josephus, who was present with Titus at the time, reports that over the course of the siege, over 1 million people died, and another 100,000 were taken prisoner. The great Jewish revolt was broken. However, a few pockets of resistance still existed, and after Titus was recalled to Rome to serve as his father's colleague, a deputy was put in charge of mop-up duties. The most famous of these pockets was, of course, the fortress at Masada, garrisoned by 960 Sicarii fighters. The fortress, situated atop a high mesa, was nearly impregnable, and it took a full year's worth of rampart building for the Romans to even reach the walls. On April 16, 73 AD, though, the Romans finally broke down the gate with a battering ram, and, to their surprise, found the entire population of Masada dead from an apparent mass murder-suicide pact to avoid capture and slavery. The siege of Masada quickly entered into the Jewish collective consciousness and has held a prominent place there ever since. Today, beyond its popularity as a tourist destination, the Israeli Defense Force holds its basic training graduation at the ruins of the fortress, where their newly inducted soldiers swear to never allow Masada to fall again. On the other side of the empire, Vespasian inherited a short-lived, but arguably more serious revolt in Gaul. When Vitellius decided to use the soldiers under his command to invade Italy, he left the Rhine River severely undermanned, and local tribal leaders were not about to miss their opportunity to break away from Roman rule. Specifically, a hereditary prince of the Batavians named Julius Civilis, who had been made a citizen of Rome previously as a reward for 25 years' service in the legion, decided that he had had enough of the Romans. The Batavians had long enjoyed exemption from taxation in exchange for providing a disproportionate share of the auxiliary troops stationed along the Rhine, but as Vitellius ascended to the throne, his agents pressed the Batavians to contribute even more troops to help reinforce the Rhine. This was the last straw for the Batavians, who were already ticked off at the empire for a number of other recent slights, and in the guise of helping Vespasian win the throne, Julius Civilis led his people in revolt. He helped pin down the 2 legions left on the lower Rhine, and thus did indeed help Vespasian's war effort. But when the Flavians emerged victorious, and Civilis refused to lift his siege, it became apparent that the Batavians were fighting for themselves alone. Elsewhere in Gaul, a Belgic leader who claimed to be the great-grandson of Julius Caesar led his own revolt, and managed to convince the 2 legions garrisoning the area to come over to his side. With the whole region up in arms and expecting little relief, the commanders of the 2 legions besieged by Civilis surrendered in early 70 AD. But contrary to the promise of safe passage they had received, the 2 disarmed legions were massacred. Obviously, Rome could not stand for such an atrocity, and the shocked Vespasian, who had already promised the Batavians independence as a reward for their help against Vitellius, ordered a massive army north to crush the rebellion. Civilis planned to keep fighting, but when word came that Jerusalem had fallen, he knew that the handwriting was on the wall. The Batavian leader had been counting on the continued Roman preoccupation in the east to help him avoid the full brunt of the empire's attention. But now that he knew that he and his countrymen were the only things blipping on Vespasian's radar, it was time to give up. The Batavians surrendered and agreed to return to the terms of their original treaty, along with a whole host of new restrictions and obligations. Beyond the unrest of his first years in office, the empire was relatively quiet throughout Vespasian's reign. The only major action thereafter took place in Britain, which we'll cover more extensively next week as it spanned the reigns of Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. We are blessed to have a full accounting of the campaigns in Britannia, as Tacitus married the daughter of the principal Roman commander Julius Agricola, and chose his father-in-law as the subject of his first major historical work, known as the Agricola. Vespasian, as I said, was the first emperor in quite some time to die of natural causes, which is a testament to the esteem with which he was held. That is not to say that various attacks weren't made on his life, just that none were able to get close enough to be dangerous. The Praetorians remained loyal, and top commanders refused to get caught up with plots to overthrow a popular ruler. I will mention, though, as an epilogue to the Year of the Four Emperors, that one of the men who did attempt to assassinate Vespasian was none other than Caecina, who was apparently hardwired to betray whatever master he served. Despite earning Vespasian's favor during the war, by 79, Caecina was up to his old tricks again. For unknown reasons, he conspired to kill the emperor, but the plot was discovered, and the habitual turncoat was finally executed by Titus. Vespasian survived all of this easily, but by June of 79, his health began to slip. At 69 years old, he was not a young man anymore, and knew that his time was at hand. He had brought Titus in to share the burden of empire years before, and was confident he was handing power over to a capable man who could rule for many years, at least long enough for him to sire his own son and keep power away from Vespasian's other son Domitian, a young man of dubious character. On June 23, 79 AD, Vespasian lay on his deathbed. But rather than simply fading away, he demanded that he be helped out of bed, declaring that an emperor should at least die on his feet. According to the legend, his last words, spoken while enduring the painful throes of death, were, "Dear me, I must be becoming a god." Vespasian died at the age of 69 after ruling Rome for 9.5 years. Vespasian's reign is generally seen as a successful one, and I see no reason to contradict the consensus. His naturally mild temperament, pragmatic policies, and skillful use of propaganda allowed normalcy to return to an empire shaken by civil war. In almost every way, he left Rome better than he had found it, and as Tacitus said, he was probably the only man who improved his own character upon taking office. This rustic and obscure general had gone far higher than he had any right to expect, and he had clearly risen to the occasion. Not only that, but Titus had risen to the occasion along with his father, and despite some initial misgivings about their new emperor, the people of Rome quickly embraced Titus and began to hail the new Flavian dynasty as the answer to all their problems. Unfortunately, Titus would last only a scant 2 years in office before succumbing to disease, and soon enough, the Romans would be introduced to the dark half of the Flavian coin. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for the 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up The Jewish Wars by Josephus, the Jewish historian who attached himself to the Flavians after being captured in battle during the Great Jewish Revolt. Though he is clearly biased in favor of Vespasian and the other Flavians, his history forms the basis for much of our understanding of the period. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 74, Friends, I Have Wasted a Day. Titus Flavius Vespasianus, the eldest son of Vespasian, ascended to the throne in June 79 AD, following the sad but not entirely unexpected death of his father. The Roman world had settled down considerably under Vespasian's moderate influence, and though there may have been a few scattered anxieties concerning the transfer of power, after all, it had been 25 years since power had last been transferred peacefully, no one arose to challenge Titus, who was, in every way, the legal and logical heir to the throne. In fact, most people were not worried at all about whether the transition from Vespasian to Titus would be peaceful, but rather whether Titus would follow in his father's mild footsteps, or whether he would become a tyrant, drunk with power. Because though he is remembered today for continuing the pragmatic moderation of his father, and possibly even besting him in the department of generosity, when the almost 40-year-old Titus was hailed as Augustus, there were very real fears that, despite his age, he would prove himself to be another Nero. But before we get too deep into the biography of Titus, I want to double back and hit on something I left hanging last week when I was describing the relative peace of Vespasian's reign. Though the revolts in Judea and Gaul were put down soon after Vespasian took office, the one theater of war that remained active throughout most of his reign, and into those of his sons, was up in Britannia. We know this, as I said last week, because the commander who led most of the campaigns in the north had the good sense to marry his daughter to a world-class historian. As a result, We probably know more about what Gnaeus Julius Agricola was up to during the reign of Vespasian than we know about what the emperor himself was up to. Agricola was born on the southern coast of Gaul in 40 AD into a family of senatorial rank on both sides. He did not get to know his father very well, however, as the elder Agricola was executed by Caligula for refusing to prosecute someone who had raised the mad emperor's ire. The younger Agricola escaped Caligula's wrath, and when he turned 18, he began his public career by getting shipped off in 58 AD to the island that would define his life. Agricola arrived in Britannia just in time to serve as a military tribune on the general staff during Boudicca's revolt. When the uprising was put down, Agricola was transferred to the province of Asia, and it was while in the east that his wife gave birth to Julia Agricola, future wife of our old friend Tacitus. Back in Rome, after his term expired in 66, he managed to escape the year of the four emperors with his head intact, but was crushed to learn that Otho's marauding naval force had killed his mother while they sacked the Gallic coast. Probably blaming both Otho and Vitellius alike for causing the war that had killed his mother, Agricola eagerly joined the Flavians the first chance he got. Vespasian recognized Agricola's promise, and after taking office, assigned him to lead a legion in Britannia, a province the young man was already well acquainted with. The imperial administration on the island had been plunged into a state of disarray by the recent civil wars, with the various legionary commanders being pulled different directions, while all the while remaining too far away to do anything about or keep up with the rapid-fire changeover of power down in Rome. A dissident faction of Brigantes, the largest pro-Roman tribe on the island, decided to take advantage of the situation and overthrew their collaborating queen, who, just to bring things back around, was the same queen who had once upon a time handed Germanicus to the Romans when the resistance leader came looking for sanctuary in 51. Suddenly, the Romans' greatest ally became their greatest threat, and when he took over, Vespasian appointed a vigorous governor to get the situation back in hand, and the governor in turn appointed Agricola to spearhead the repacification. From 71 to 75, Agricola crisscrossed Brigantes' territory, attempting to bring it back to heel. He was successful, but not definitively, and the region would continue to plague the empire for years to come. Eventually, the Emperor Hadrian would build the wall that bears his name, in part to separate the Brigantes from supply lines and allies in Scotland. After receiving a promotion to a governorship in Gaul in 75, and then serving in Rome as a consul, Agricola returned to Britannia for a third time in 78, this time as the provincial governor, a post he would hold for an unusually long 7 years. The new governor's first task was to retaliate against one of the eternally difficult Welsh tribes who had annihilated a Roman cavalry garrison and were now openly flouting Roman rule. Agricola swept in and easily crushed the offending tribe and restored firm Roman control of the region in the process. The whole province had been suffering from a string of disinterested Roman administrators who were likely no more happy about being stuck in Britain than the locals were about being stuck with them, but Agricola was determined to remind everyone, Romans and British alike, that the empire was here to stay. He quickly gained a reputation as a strict administrator of both unruly locals and unruly legionaries, but no one could deny that he was always honest in his dealings with both his soldiers and the tribes they watched over. In an effort to further entrench Roman civilization on the island, Agricola instituted programs to educate the sons of the local nobility in proper classical fashion, exposing them to ideas far beyond what their parents could possibly understand, and hopefully turning the next generation of leaders into true Roman citizens, rather than leaving them as uncouth provincials. He also tried to replace the messily organic town centers with the straight-lined rationality of Roman city planning. His theory was that if the British locals thought like Romans and lived like Romans, pretty soon they would be Romans. That was the idea, anyway. Agricola's vision of a fully Romanized Britain never did come to fruition, but it was not for a lack of trying. In a few short years, Agricola would find himself leading an army north into Scotland in an attempt to bring the whole island under imperial control. Though he would defeat a combined force of some 30,000 Caledonians in 84 AD, and possibly marched all the way to the north coast, the Romans never would gain a foothold in the highlands, and Hadrian would eventually give up the ghost for good, building his wall to separate civilization from the trackless wilds of the north. But now I'm getting ahead of myself rather than trying to play catch-up. While Agricola was still in Britain, Vespasian died, and his son Titus, who had likely served alongside Agricola during Boudicca's revolt, ascended to the throne. Both men were about the same age, just shy of their 40th birthdays, and if Titus lived as long as his 70-year-old father, that meant that the empire had just bought itself 30 years of stability. But the merciless fates would conspire to rob Rome of their enormously popular new emperor in just 2 years, and leave them instead with Titus's far less popular brother Domitian. Domitian would reign for 15 possibly misunderstood years, before being deposed in 96 AD, permanently ending the Flavian dynasty, which most figured would have barely gotten going by that point. But rather than opening another round of destructive chaos as the fall of the Julio-Claudians had done, the fall of the Flavians ushered in the golden age of imperial Rome. The so-called Five Good Emperors who ruled from 96 AD until Marcus Aurelius foolishly handed power to his son Joaquin Phoenix in 180, wisely governed Rome to the height of its power, prestige, and glory. But I'm getting ahead of myself again, so without further ado, on to the short, happy reign of Titus Flavius Vespasianus. Titus was born in 39 AD, and was raised in Rome in the shadow of the imperial court. He was a friend and schoolmate of Claudius's brother Britannicus, and Suetonius goes so far as to report that Titus was by his friend's side when Britannicus drank Nero's poison in 55 AD. Young Titus showed enormous promise, and excelled at both oratory and sports. He began his public career as soon as he could, and in 57 AD was elected military tribune, the first step up the cursus honorum, and was assigned to a post in Germania. 2 years later, he was transferred to his father's old stomping ground in Britannia to aid in the suppression of Boudicca's revolt, where, as I said, he likely served alongside Agricola, though whether the two actually knew each other at this point is debatable. In 63, he returned to Rome and married for the first time, but his wife died in 65 after bearing him a daughter. He remarried in 65, but the family of his second wife was deeply involved in the Pisonian conspiracy against Nero, and Titus prudently sued for divorce. Curiously, for a man of his time, Titus never again remarried, though he was not without romantic company, as we will soon see. When Vespasian was assigned by Nero to suppress the Jewish revolt in late 66 AD, he took his 27-year-old son with him to serve on staff. The young man distinguished himself not only as a strategist and tactician, but also as a diplomat. As we now know, the governor of Syria, Mucianus, was a key early supporter of Vespasian's bid for the throne, but initially the two men had gotten off on the wrong foot. Vespasian took his orders to mean that he had overall command of the East and could do whatever came into his head as long as it meant winning the war in Judea, even if it meant encroaching into what Mucianus felt was his ultimate authority in Syria. Vespasian sent Titus to Antioch to soothe Mucianus's ruffled feathers, and the young commander was so successful that Mucianus not only dropped his complaints, but became a staunch Flavian supporter. This was no doubt at the forefront of Vespasian's mind when he sent Titus to meet with Galba after the latter's non-response to Vespasian's friendly overtures in 68 AD. Who knows, Titus might make such an impression on the new emperor that Galba will be inclined to adopt him as heir. But as we noted, Titus had only made it as far as Greece before Galba was assassinated, and he quickly returned to the safety of the East. When Vespasian decided to follow the advice of his new BFF Mucianus and accept the title of emperor in mid-69, he handed responsibility for the Jewish revolt to Titus, who, as we saw last week, brought it to a swift conclusion. With the main action over, Titus followed his father back to Rome, and when he arrived, was awarded a full triumph for his smashing victory in Jerusalem. Vespasian decided to keep Titus close by his side in Rome and involve him in every aspect of imperial administration. It was a foregone conclusion that Titus would be emperor himself one day and needed the experience, but Vespasian also needed someone he could trust implicitly right there by his side. Though history records Vespasian's reign as one relatively free from internal dissent, there was no guarantee at the beginning that this was going to be the case. Titus was not only given the title Caesar, along with his younger brother Domitian, but he also shared in his father's tribunician power, served as imperial secretary, and perhaps, most important of all, was made prefect of the Praetorian Guard. If there was one lesson to be learned from the previous year's unrest, it was that the emperor must watch the Guard as vigilantly as they watched him. With Titus serving as prefect, Vespasian could be sure to remain one step ahead of any palace coup. The problem for Titus, and the reason there were some misgivings about his ascension, is that all of this cast him in the role of enforcer of imperial will. He was the bad cop to Vespasian's good cop, and Titus quickly gained a reputation for uncompromising ruthlessness. When he did ferret out a plot here or a conspiracy there, he did not hesitate to execute or exile the scheming parties involved, as was the case with Caecina near the end of Vespasian's reign. The lack of due process that accompanied the execution of suspected enemies of the state led many to naturally fear what Titus would do once he ruled in his own right. His alleged cruel streak was then coupled with a growing reputation as a cavorting hedonist. He isn't even married, the scandalized chattering classes fretted. And a caricature soon emerged of Titus as the reincarnation of Nero. Adding to his image problem was the fact that while he had been posted in the East, he had begun a relationship with the Jewish queen Berenice, who had been driven out of Judea when the revolt began in 66. The two remained romantically attached for years, and in 75 she traveled to Rome to live with the man who was her husband in all but legal title. This was too much for the Romans, however, whose feelings about tempestuous Eastern queens has been well documented. Finally bowing to public pressure, Titus ended his relationship and sent Berenice back to the East. After he became emperor, she attempted to return to his side in Rome, but he ordered her away again, unwilling to risk the political fallout that was sure to accompany her arrival. But though he was not trusted by the nobility and was not particularly popular with the masses, when he succeeded his father in 79, Titus quickly proved all worries about his character totally baseless. He had played the bad cop because that is what his father required, and his reputation as a Dionysian prince was revealed to have been a gross exaggeration. He was every bit as self-confident as his father had been, leading to the same sort of rational, not insane policies that were fast becoming the hallmark of the Flavian dynasty. In a move 180 degrees removed from the doubters' assumptions about him, Titus took the step of formally abolishing the treason courts, which had been disdained by his father, but were still officially on the books as a legal possibility. He even went so far as to punish potential informants who came by the palace looking to peddle juicy gossip in exchange for favors. Rather than hedonistic cruelty, Titus displayed the exact opposite at every turn, and was lauded by contemporaries and historians alike for his generous spirit. According to the legend, he famously remarked one evening, after realizing he had done no one any favors that day, "Friends, I have wasted a day." Of course, his sterling historical reputation is aided by the brevity of his term in office. Cassius Dio, writing 100 years after his death, made the point of contrasting Titus with Augustus, stating that while Augustus never would have been so loved had he lived a shorter life, Titus never would have been so loved had he lived a longer one. Titus is also helped by the fact that his actions supposedly contrast sharply with those of his monstrous brother Domitian, who was universally derided by the ancient historians. As we'll see next week, Domitian probably wasn't as bad as he is made out to be, but the senatorial historians certainly had an axe to grind with him, and building Titus up into some super wonderful dreamboat was probably a part of that process. This is not to diminish Titus too much, just to say that when it comes to judging him, we have a pretty small sample size to work with and a pretty biased panel of judges. An early test of his character came in either August or October 79 AD, depending on who you talk to, when Mount Vesuvius, situated off the Bay of Naples, suddenly erupted, burying the surrounding countryside in 60 feet of ash and volcanic rock. Famously, the resort town of Pompeii was utterly destroyed, but we should not forget that numerous Campanian cities perished at the same time. It is estimated that somewhere between 10 and 25,000 people lost their lives, including Pliny the Elder, the great naturalist who died attempting a rescue operation in the aftermath of the initial blast. Though the disaster was of course a great tragedy, today we remember Pompeii primarily for the archaeological ruins that were left behind. The volcanic fallout turned the resort town into a near-perfect time capsule, and a great deal of our understanding about daily life in first-century Rome comes from the preserved remains. Pompeii remains high on my list of places to visit before I die. Titus, however, did not dwell on what a marvelous archaeological site had just been created, and was quick to appoint 2 ex-consuls to lead a relief effort, and donated huge sums out of the imperial treasury to aid with first the cleanup and then the reconstruction of the devastated area. He was able to visit the ruined site of Pompeii twice before he died, and it was on that second visit that another disaster struck that again proved Titus's generosity of spirit. In the spring of 80 AD, a huge fire broke out that, while it did not match the Great Fire in sheer destructive force, did serious damage to the capital and felled a number of important buildings, including the original Pantheon that had been built by Marcus Agrippa. Titus rushed back to the city and once again set the full weight of the imperial treasury to the task of helping the victims. His response to these crises endeared him to the Romans at all levels of society, as natural disasters of this sort do not distinguish between social classes, and everyone needed the emperor's help. His popularity then soared when he was able to complete the Colosseum and adjacent Flavian baths by that summer, inaugurating the grand stadium with 100 days of games, gladiatorial matches, exotic animal hunts, and chariot races. Exhausted from dealing with their burned-out city, the population was eager for a distraction from their problems, and Titus obliged them splendidly. On the last day of the inaugural games, Titus formally dedicated the so-called Flavian Amphitheater in what would prove to be his final official act as emperor. In September of 81 AD, just a short distance from Rome, the traveling emperor was forced to put in at a way station after coming down with an infection. On September 13th, just 2 years into a reign that most figured would last for a generation, Titus succumbed to his ailment. His last words were the enigmatic, "I have made but one mistake." Much has been made about what the dying emperor could have meant, with suggestions including his impious entrance into the Holy of Holies during the sack of Jerusalem, beginning his improper relationship with Queen Berenice, abruptly ending said relationship with Queen Berenice, conducting a secret affair with Domitian's wife, or, a favorite of later historians, not killing Domitian when the latter was discovered supposedly plotting against his brother. We'll never know for sure what Titus was referring to, because, well, he died right after uttering his delightfully self-confident epitaph. But just for fun, sometimes I like to imagine it as something ridiculously trivial. Like maybe he was remembering the time he forgot to bring wine to a dinner party. And so, while everyone is looking around for some huge revelation in his cryptic rosebudding, Titus was actually just talking about the time he got caught in the rain without an umbrella. But I digress. The unmarried Titus had no male heirs to pass the throne to, and his relative youth had made worrying about succession seem somewhat morbid. So the throne fell to his younger brother Domitian. Domitian had been living for years with a massive inferiority complex that he suffered as a result of being the practically forgotten son of Vespasian. And he was eager to hold power in his own right, mourning his elder brother only briefly before hurrying to the Praetorian camp to seal the emperorship that had just fallen in his lap. Though he held the title of Caesar since the fall of Vitellius, Domitian had been relegated by his father to a merely ceremonial place within the government, and Vespasian virtually ignored his younger son, putting all his time and energy into Titus. Though Titus had promised to include Domitian in his own administration, he died before he could properly follow through on his promise. So in one fell swoop, Rome lost a mature emperor with extensive military, diplomatic, and administrative experience, and gained in his place an immature emperor with no experience and a chip on his shoulder. Domitian was not unintelligent, and as untested, pampered princes go, he was not that bad. At least, he was interested in the hard work of empire. But he also jealously guarded his power, and dispensed with the facade of democracy that previous emperors had been so careful to maintain. Is it any wonder, then, that the men who wrote the history of the empire, all men of senatorial rank, had done their best?
Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 75, The Forgotten Son. First of all, sorry for last week's cliffhanger ending. Somehow the final cut got truncated when I wasn't looking. Luckily, or maddeningly or something, it only dropped the last 8 words. So for those of you who haven't gone back and downloaded the corrected version, which is posted by the way, I'll just go ahead and spoil the ending. Senatorial historians were doing their best to confine Domitian to the dustbin of history. Then the music plays. That was all that was left. Sorry about that. But as much as the Senate tried to literally purge Domitian from the collective consciousness, passing an edict damning his memory just days after the emperor was assassinated, and then proceeding to expunge his name from public records and monuments, Domitian reigned for too long and had too much of an impact to simply be ignored. So, failing to erase his memory completely, sympathetic historians of senatorial rank ran a fairly uniform smear campaign against him that was picked up and promulgated by later church scholars who further identified the evil Domitian as an early persecutor of Christians. So, for the better part of 1800 years, the perception that Domitian was one of the worst emperors in Roman history persisted. But in the 20th century, his memory has been rehabilitated some, most notably by Brian Jones's The Emperor Domitian, and he is now understood to be an undeniably autocratic ruler, but one who was far more effective and rational than early sources give him credit for. Titus Flavius Domitianus was born on October 24, 51 AD, the youngest son of the year's newly elected consul Vespasian. For the first few years, the Flavian nuclear family was strong and stable. Vespasian withdrew from public life following the rise of Agrippina, and was around to supervise the upbringing of his 3 children, Titus, who was 12 years Domitian's senior, daughter Domitilla, 6 years older, and Domitian himself. But as was sometimes typical in Roman families, while Vespasian took a keen interest in his eldest son's education, and a keen interest in finding his daughter a husband, he did not take much interest at all in his youngest son. Not that Domitian did not receive a first-rate education, just that by the time he was born, Titus was almost an adult, and Vespasian naturally looked at the older boy as the bearer of his legacy. Domitian, unfortunately, became little more than an afterthought in his father's eyes. Titus was shipped off to Germania to begin his public career when Domitian was 7, and a few years later, Vespasian accepted a governorship in North Africa, leaving the 12-year-old Domitian at home with his mother and sister, and he naturally grew much closer to them than the 2 men to whom he is historically connected. But by the time his father and brother left for Judea in 66 AD, both women were dead. The causes of death are unknown, but they left the 15-year-old Domitian virtually alone in the world, and during this period, he developed a penchant for solitude, a very un-Roman-like trait that would be inevitably pointed out by his enemies as they ticked off all the things that made the monster Domitian such an abomination. "Where's Domitian?" someone would ask. "Alone in the palace," would come the witty reply, "with not even a fly." Of course, this joke worked doubly well, because it was rumored that Domitian liked to sit around and stab flies with a penknife, but that is neither here nor there.
The virtually orphaned Domitian was handed off to Vespasian's brother Flavius Sabinus, and he was still living in his uncle's home when the events of 68 and 69 AD swept across the empire. When it comes to contrasting the roots of the generous and positive reigns of Vespasian and Titus with the jealous and negative reign of Domitian, one can look obviously to the circumstances of his upbringing and the humiliating slights he would receive under the reign of his father, and one would be right to do so. But there is another little thing that no doubt colored Domitian's whole worldview. He was actually physically present in Rome during the last mad days of Nero, then the massacres that greeted the arrival of Galba, then the violent coup orchestrated by Otho, then the occupation of the city by Vitellius's Rhine legions, and then, finally, the sacking of Rome by Antonius's army. Not only did he endure the paranoia of being related to a prominent politician at a time when standing out was likely to get you purged by the capricious Nero or the scheming pedagogues, but he also saw up close and personal just how readily the Senate swung with the political breeze, and how much that political breeze was blown by violence. Every time some usurper got the upper hand, the Senate was right there to retroactively justify their most heinous crimes. One minute they were praising you to the stars, the next they were hailing your assassins as state heroes. The Senate as a body had many characteristics, but loyalty to the sitting emperor was clearly not one of them, and it was a lesson Domitian would not soon forget. He spent his latter teenage years surrounded by backstabbers, plotters, and the senators who enabled them. It should come as no surprise, then, that in contrast to his laid-back father and brother, Emperor Domitian would rule with a strong and vigilant hand, and do everything he could to enfeeble the Senate, who he knew full well would turn on him the minute he looked away. Ironically, of course, this paranoid disposition would become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and the Flavian most worried about assassination would be the only one to die a violent death. Life's funny that way. As the son of a prominent Neronian general, Domitian had lived into 69 AD as a sort of unofficial political hostage. But when Vespasian launched his own bid for the throne, the target on Domitian's back threatened to overwhelm the young man. By the time Vitellius arrived in the city, Vespasian's eastern revolt was well underway, and the Vitellians were quick to locate their rival's youngest son and place him under house arrest. Vitellius hoped that by keeping Domitian hostage, Vespasian would think twice about his plans, but of course, Antonius's aggressive invasion of Italy took the decision out of Vespasian's hands completely, though whether he would have let Vitellius's threats to harm Domitian deter him is still an open question. When Vitellius attempted to abdicate the throne, Domitian was freed from his confinement and accompanied his uncle Sabinus as the latter marched to the Forum to deliver a message on Vespasian's behalf. This meant that Domitian was with his uncle when the Flavian entourage ran into the still defiant Vitellians and fought in the ensuing street fight that drove the Flavians up onto the Capitoline Hill. When it was clear that the impromptu siege was not going to end well, Domitian was snuck off the hill dressed as an adherent of the cult of Isis. He slipped into a passing religious procession and escaped the fate of his less fortunate uncle. When Antonius's army smashed their way into Rome a few days later, Domitian was liberated from his hiding place and hailed as Caesar by the triumphant Flavian troops, who carried the 18-year-old on a shield to his father's house. Suddenly, the boy who had always been relegated to the background found himself standing right smack dab in the middle of everything. But his time in the limelight was short-lived. When Mucianus arrived in the city, he quickly co-opted Domitian and relegated the boy to a closely guarded ceremonial position. As the son of Vespasian, he had enormous value, and was assigned the task of representing his father's interests in the Senate, but he was kept away from real power, and any Flavian supporter who seemed inclined to back Domitian over Mucianus was rapidly promoted away to positions in the provinces. While he waited for his father to arrive, Domitian dutifully attended sessions of the Senate and spoke on his father's behalf, and it was very likely that during these formative months that the future Emperor Domitian's disdain for the body cemented itself. There was no escaping the fact that the Senate had no real authority and seemed driven by nothing so much as the vanity of old men. Domitian endured their endless speeches, all the while longing to get out of this sideshow and onto the main stage. Like most young men of his age and ambition, Domitian craved the opportunity to prove himself in the field of battle. He had tried to talk his father into taking him to Judea at the outset of the Jewish revolt, but this request was dismissed out of hand. He was far too young and would only get in the way. By the time he was old enough to join the legions in his own right, the whole empire was turned upside down, and Domitian was forced to sit on the sidelines while the rest of his family bathed themselves in military glory. With his father now emperor, Domitian was sure to be granted a position somewhere in the legions, if not a command, then at least something close to it. The Batavian revolt offered the perfect opportunity, and Domitian jumped at the chance to join Mucianus as the imperial administrator raised reinforcements to lead north to crush the rebellion. Mucianus was hesitant to put the boy in charge of troops, not just because he was totally inexperienced, but also because he would become a dangerous rival for the army's loyalty. Fortunately for Mucianus and unfortunately for Domitian, the revolt was put down before the armies from Rome got anywhere near the front lines, and the unfulfilled Domitian was returned to Rome. Sensing that Mucianus did not perhaps have his best interests at heart, Domitian wrote a letter directly to the commander of the Rhine legions, who just so happened to be his uncle-in-law, asking for a command, but his uncle essentially ignored the request. When Vespasian arrived in Rome later that year, Domitian then was still stuck, shut out of political power, and denied a military post. The young man may have hoped that the arrival of his father would correct this situation, but it was apparent from the get-go that Vespasian had no interest in raising Domitian out of his glum irrelevancy. Despite being one of only 2 sons, Domitian was treated with remarkable indifference by Vespasian, who, like always, seemed to only have eyes for Titus. In fact, when Titus returned from the east and Vespasian granted his eldest son a triumph, Domitian was forced to trail behind the vanguard led by his father and brother, relegated to the spot reserved for other family members. This would prove to be Domitian's lot in life for the remainder of his father's decade in office. Where Titus was granted near co-equal status with Vespasian, Domitian was assigned only ceremonial positions. Aside from being trotted out every once in a while to preside over some archaic ceremony or another, Domitian faded completely from public view. He spent most of his time in the imperial palace, reading and writing, and generally resigning himself to the life of obscure scholarship that he seemed destined for. In fact, if it hadn't have been for the influence of Titus, Domitian likely would not have been allowed any practical governmental experience at all before attaining the throne for himself in 81 AD. Though he had never been close to his so much younger brother, Titus seemed at least aware of Domitian's existence. Not to get off on too much of a tangent, but by the time of the imperial period, consulships still existed, but they were no longer the yearly affairs that they had been during the Republican era. In order to satisfy the many grasping elites who all clamored to add consul to their list of public accomplishments, the consulship turned into an office held for months, and sometimes even days. The most prestigious slot was to begin the year in office, as the Roman dating system still named the years after the consuls in office on January the 1st. These men were called the consuls ordinarii, and once they had served for a few months, they often resigned in favor of new candidates who were known as suffect consuls. Vespasian assigned Titus to 7 ordinarii consulships during his time in office, while granting Domitian only 1. But aware that his brother needed much more practical experience than this, Titus ensured that when he resigned from his consulships, that Domitian took over as suffect consul, bringing his younger brother's total to a less prestigious, but still respectable, 6 consulships. I think the main difference between Vespasian and Titus's attitude towards Domitian is that the former was an old man who felt that the issue of succession was a done deal, and beyond Titus, he didn't really have to worry about it, while the much younger and sonless Titus still had to consider the possibility that Domitian would don the purple one day. While Domitian got absolutely nowhere with his father when it came to career advancement, he was able to get his way when it came to his private life. He warded off a plot hatched by Vespasian to marry him off to Titus's daughter to ensure the purity of the dynasty, and in 70 AD, he married the woman he loved, Domitia Longia. The match may not have been the one Vespasian wanted, but politically it was an excellent pairing. Domitia was the youngest daughter of the great general Corbulo, who had spent his life in service to the empire, and had been rewarded by Nero with an order to commit suicide. Connecting the Flavians to this great senatorial family raised the profile of both, and established the Flavians as a family of anti-Neros, and signaling to those who had previously opposed the imperial regimes of the past that they could find a home in this new dynasty. Beyond the political upside, the marriage seemed to be a happy one, and despite a brief hiccup shortly after Domitian became emperor, the two remained devoted to each other for the rest of their lives. Just as he had hoped the arrival of Vespasian in Rome would deliver him from powerless obscurity, Domitian held out similar hopes when his brother ascended to the throne in 79 AD. But just as before, Domitian was disappointed. This time, the snub was more acutely felt, as Titus had specifically promised him a greater role in government once he became emperor. Now, in Titus's defense, it may have been that he was fully planning on following through with his promise and died before he could take any concrete steps. But for the 2 years he reigned, Domitian's status changed very little. It is at this point in the story that the ancient historians really start to get their digs in on the man they so love to hate, casting Domitian as an undisciplined and scheming cad who did everything in his limited power to undermine his handsome and wonderful brother. Suetonius even paints a scene in which Titus, after discovering that Domitian has been plotting against his life yet again, confronts his brother and pleads with him to remain an honorable partner, reminding him that at this point he is Titus's chosen successor, so there was no need for shifty violence. Following the sudden death of Emperor Titus, rumors were dutifully handed around that Domitian had a hand in the tragedy, and, even if he hadn't killed his brother, he certainly proved himself to be unworthy of the Flavian name in his conduct immediately following his brother's fatal illness. Rather than taking the time to mourn his brother properly, Domitian instead left the corpse behind and hurried to the Praetorian camp to have himself hailed emperor. However it really happened, and however much he really felt the loss of his older brother, it is true that on September the 14th, 81 AD, just a day after Titus died, Domitian called a session of the Senate and was confirmed as Augustus. The forgotten son of Vespasian was now master of the Roman Empire. As I've mentioned, Domitian arrived in office with a very different idea about how to wield power than any of his predecessors. The Julio-Claudians, even the craziest of them, had always followed in Augustus's footsteps and pretended that the mechanisms of the old republic still had power. Vespasian and Titus had both continued this tradition, not seeing any reason to upset a political apple cart that had so recently been set right. But Domitian had no use for this play acting. His experience had taught him that the Senate was an ineffective partner at best and a dangerous threat to the imperial peace at worst. The Republic had been dead for more than a century. There was no use pretending otherwise. All that Rome required was an enlightened despot to guide the ship of state wisely, and placating the Senate was an unnecessary and inefficient distraction from the kind of enlightened despotism the empire needed to flourish. Not lacking in ambition or ego, Domitian decided to model his new administration on no less a figure than the greatest enlightened despot of them all, the divine Augustus. But though Domitian's policies would prove themselves to be clearly Augustan in both scope and quality, in the end, he completely missed the insight that had made Augustus so successful. Rather than publicly castrating the Senate, the first emperor had obsessively maintained the charade of democracy, knowing full well that giving a little publicly meant getting a lot privately. In contrast, Domitian dragged the ugly realities of imperial rule right out into the open, and very loudly concentrated all power in the imperial palace, refusing to even pay lip service to the self-important windbags down in the Senate House. Where Augustus had styled himself as princeps, merely your first citizen, Domitian preferred Domitian, your lord and god. One could argue that the unsentimental administration set up by Domitian was more efficient than the touchy-feely charade of Augustus, but what one cannot argue is that when Augustus died, they made him a god, and his name became synonymous with supreme authority, whereas when Domitian died, they toppled his statues and damned his name. But despite his ultimately fatal unwillingness to play act, in every other way, Domitian sought to emulate Rome's first and greatest emperor. In the breadth of his interests and the depths of his management, Domitian sought to usher in nothing less than an Augustan Renaissance. First up on his list of things to do was to reaffirm the divine status of the Caesars. The recent civil wars had perhaps given some the idea that donning the purple was simply a matter of controlling the strongest army or the sneakiest assassins. Domitian wanted to remind everyone that the imperial dynasties were divinely ordained, and that the past emperors were nothing less than gods themselves. If you're thinking about making a bid for the throne, just ask yourself, are you a god? Or are you descended from a god? If not, then you'd better just pack it up right now. So his first official act as emperor was to push through an edict deifying his deceased brother Titus to join his already deified father. But unlike Titus's push to have Vespasian deified, Domitian refused to submit himself to the plotting of the Senate, who had only approved godhood for Vespasian 6 months after the latter's death. Domitian had no patience for such stalling, and simply declared the divinity of his brother without waiting for senatorial approval. This total abandonment of protocol was the opening salvo in Domitian's running war on the obsolete institution. The new emperor then set to work, closely tying himself not to the Senate, but to the gods. He finished the rebuild of the Temple of Jupiter, adding splendid flourishes that were sure to please the king of the gods, and then set to work building a lesser shrine to Jupiter the Protector in the home that he had hidden himself in during the final dark days of Vitellius's reign. Capping off this initial flurry of religious monument building, Domitian completed the temple of Vespasian and Titus, where the people of Rome would be encouraged to actively worship his deceased and now divine father and brother. Domitian's point was clear. The emperor was not the first among equals. He was nothing less than the god's appointed representative on earth. With the gods firmly in his corner, Domitian then set about reorganizing how the state went about its daily business. He unceremoniously stripped the Senate of all practical authority and ensured that they were cut out of the decision-making process completely. No more debates, no more delays, no more humoring long, irrelevant elites. If the emperor wanted something done, he was just going to order it done, and that was that. The Senate was shocked that the new emperor refused them even the slightest consideration, and they quickly grew to despise him. This was fine with Domitian, as he really didn't care what they thought. He had an empire to run, and tiptoeing around the sensitivities of rich old men was not how he planned to spend his days. But as much as this embittered the elites, the common people loved it. Because, though Domitian was every bit the dictatorial autocrat, he seemed focused on weeding out corruption and streamlining the tax code and making things fairer, not wallowing in his own hedonism. The corrupt upper classes had been growing fat for years, while the emperors had turned a blind eye. Now, it seemed the bill was finally coming due. But this is not to say that Domitian was some fire-breathing populist like Julius Caesar had been. He was not on a crusade for social justice. He just saw the nobility as far more of a hindrance than a help when it came to administrative work, and so he cut them loose. What Domitian was looking for was hard-working, loyal, conscientious, and honest administrators to help him govern, and the senatorial class did not seem particularly well stocked with any of these types. Sweeping aside the old order, Domitian instead elevated men of the lower-ranking equestrian class to positions they never would have been considered for in another administration. This not only filled the government with men of merit, it also filled the government with men intensely loyal to Domitian, to whom they owed their jobs, their lives, and their careers. The new emperor's zeal for eschewing the hereditary politics of the past even extended to his own family. Breaking with every imperial tradition in the book, Domitian abandoned nepotism, refusing to fill key positions with family members just because they were family members. If they could do the job, then they could have the job, but being a relative of the emperor was no longer a free pass. Despite his lack of experience and the low regard his own father seems to have held him in, Domitian was in fact turning out to be a bold and innovative emperor. Eventually, of course, his flagrant disregard for elite opinion would come back to haunt him, but for the time being, Emperor Domitian was successfully reinventing the office he held. Through his reforms, including his decision to declare himself censor in perpetuity so he could control the senatorial roles and expel members who opposed him, the seat of power in the empire was now no longer Rome itself. Domitian famously moved around more than any other emperor since Augustus, and wherever he went, he brought the imperial court with him. This subtle shift was a big deal in the politics of the empire. When Tiberius had absented himself to Capri, the politics of the time required him to rely on a man in Rome to run the government. It was understood that while the emperor may have left, Rome was still where the action was. By contrast, when Domitian absented himself to Gaul or to Illyricum or to Moesia, it was understood that power went with him. Next time, we'll get more into what Domitian did with all the power he was so jealously hoarding, and why he was traveling the empire more than any emperor since Augustus. There will be no episode next week, as it is Thanksgiving here in the United States, but we'll be back in 2 weeks, ready to dive headlong into Domitian's everlasting quest for military glory, and his ever-annoying need to control every little detail of Roman life.